Chapter 19. Liam. That looks gross. Sophia and I met Imogen for ice cream at the Blue Rabbit the first week of May. It was packed inside with people looking to get their first taste of summer. We got our ice creams from a sweet girl behind the counter whose name tag said Jennifer. Her black liger pulled boxes out of storage with his teeth and growled at us pleasantly as we took a table near the corner. Imogen had picked 3 different flavors for her ice cream, including goat cheese, pumpkin, and lavender. She'd gotten a million different berries on them with granola and pomegranate juice. It was as out there as she was. Very much a Navita concoction. Sophia had gotten, peanut butter with gummy worms and caramel drizzle. I watched in horror, wondering how they managed to eat that stuff. "At least I'm not a basic-ass bitch," Imogen said, pointing to my cup with a laugh. "Good thing your sex life isn't as boring as your eating habits." I'd gotten vanilla. Plain vanilla, because it was the only flavor that was mildly tolerable. "Doya always gets the red wine flavor with raspberries," Sophia said. "Or the Chardonnay with mango." "You've been in here with her?" Imogen asked. "A few times," Sophia said. "You wouldn't know it, but she has a soft spot for sweets. She and Bane are always in here. They'll share the butter pecan because it's his favorite." "Yeah, I bet she likes his nuts," I said. Sophia smacked me on the arm, and Imogen cackled. Sassy was on the floor, licking at banana ice cream in a cup, while Esses and Buttercup shared an entire carton. Ava Marie sat in a high chair next to us and munched on some berries. The juice had smeared across her face and all over her hands. She made tiny humming sounds as she ate. Ancestors, she was so cute. My heart stalled every time I looked at her now. Maybe it was a bad decision to give her up. Maybe we didn't have to do it. Nothing had happened yet, right? Who's to say it would? Wasn't she safer here with us, where Sophia and I could protect her? We were 2 of the strongest warriors in the tribe. Nobody dared to hurt her on our watch. "Where's Jonah? I haven't heard from him in a few days," I asked. It was weird he wasn't here. He never missed a chance to get his nasty bourbon ice cream. "I don't know. I tried to get a hold of him, but Sassy couldn't find him to deliver any messages yesterday," Imogen said thoughtfully. "We should head over there and check on him." "Maybe he's just wrapped up in wedding plans," Sophia suggested. Imogen snorted. "Probably. That man has been a total groomzilla, and they haven't even set a date." "What about Luana?" Sophia reached down. She had to wrestle the empty carton away from Esses, who was clinging to it and wailing with all his might. "I asked, but she's on another date with Sam," Imogen said with a wily smile. "I think it's getting serious." I groaned. "No more weddings, please. I can only take one at a time." Jonah hadn't stopped going on about how he was going to be flown into the ceremony on a chair suspended by hundreds of helium balloons. Over the top didn't come close to describing his plans. He was turning his wedding into a full stage production. "So, when's Cade gonna ask you?" Sophia said, eyebrows wiggling. "Hey, that's Cade's deal, not mine," Imogen said. "Ask him when he's gonna get the show on the road." I'd figure pretty quickly. Imogen and Cade had known each other the longest out of everyone. I think Cade was just waiting for the war to be over before he proposed. And if Cade asked Imogen, then Ezra would feel like he'd have to ask Stevie too. There were a host of people we knew who'd follow after. Then they'd all want kids, and so on and so forth. Fuck. My life was going to be nothing but weddings and babies for a pretty long time. I needed to set aside a private fund for gifts. When we left, I snagged Ava Marie into my arms before Sophia could. She frowned, but didn't say anything. I felt like I'd won some unsaid argument. Sophia was greedy with Ava lately. She didn't let anyone hold her, not even me, and I was her father. It was a little irksome. I knew Sophia wanted to hold the baby as much as she could before we had to give her up, but I deserved a turn. We knocked on Jonah's door, but no one answered. It was dark inside. Looked like nobody was home. "Okay, this is starting to get freaky," Imogen said. She tapped her chin nervously. "If I don't hear from him today, I'm going to get very worried." "Let's walk around town," I suggested. "He and Jake have to be somewhere." We wandered through the crowded streets of Hokavale. This time of day, it was packed. I spotted Wyatt and Mia together near a street vendor with Matthias in a stroller. Wyatt's arm was around Mia's waist. Mia saw us and waved, giving a kindly smile. "Are they a thing now?" Imogen wondered aloud as we passed. "He's been coming into council meetings with a stupid grin on his face, so I'd say so," I said. They weren't the only people we saw in the square. Maddie was looking through silk dresses at a nearby stand. She jogged over. "Hey, you guys," she greeted. "What are you doing?" "Looking for Jonah," Sophia replied. "We can't find him anywhere." I haven't seen him around." She tilted her head as she counted familiars. "Where's Julian?" "Probably getting some dragon ass," I said. He was always with Aisha. I was certain they were together, though he wouldn't admit it to me. He was my companion instead of my familiar, so we didn't have a telepathic connection, but body language said it all. He was hiding something. "I would think so," Maddie said. "Dragons gossip. Irakari said Aisha's been sneaking out to see him nearly every night." Ha! Caught him. He couldn't lie to me. The sound of labored breathing caught our attention. We turned as a group and saw Jonah stampeding up the path. Several people got out of his way before they were trampled by his 6-foot frame. He was by himself. "Speak of the devil, we were just talking about you," Maddie said as Jonah came to a sliding stop. "I'm always on everyone's minds, boo," Jonah said breathlessly, before he rushed to say, "I need your help. Jake and I just got back." "Back from where?" Imogen lifted an eyebrow. Jonah paused. He blushed and confessed, Jake and I might have ran off and gotten hitched last night." Imogen's mouth dropped open. "No freaking way. You guys eloped? How romantic." "Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it was a spur-of-the-moment decision," he said, and he scratched the back of his head. "I wanted you guys there, but we decided it should be a private thing." "Are you still having the wedding?" Sophia asked. Jonah nodded. "We are. We're saving the big ceremony and party for after the war. No way am I giving up my wedding. We really wanted to be married, you know?" "What was the hurry?" I wondered. Jonah frowned. "Well, we all know a big battle is coming up, and if I'm incapacitated to the point where I can't make decisions for myself, I don't want my parents to have guardianship over me. I want my spouse to decide what's best. Jake will make the right decision. I didn't want my parents to have ownership of me anymore, and this was the only way they legally couldn't. We made sure to file that he's my next of kin, not them." Wow, that was a smart decision. It bothered me that Jonah was putting his affairs in order, but at the same time, none of us wanted Jason and Joyce Chani making the choice to pull the plug if Jonah was in a dire state. "Well, congratulations," Maddie said kindly. "But what is it you needed our help with?" Jonah took another deep breath. "It's Squeaks. She's gone." "Gone where?" Sophia asked. Essis's ears perked up. "I don't know. Jake left for work this morning, so I slept in thinking she was around, but when I got up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking for her since. She's missing, Jonah moaned. This was serious. Do you think someone might have taken her? I said. I don't think she's been kidnapped or in any danger, Jonah said. I can sense she's nearby. I reached out to talk to her, but she's ignoring me. It's like she's busy. She told me to go away. Is she mad at you? Imogen questioned. I'm not sure. Jonah dropped his head. I don't know why she's hiding, but I want to find her. We'll help, Imogen said, and Sassy yipped. Sophia glanced at Ava Marie. If there's any trouble, we can't take the baby. I'll watch her, Maddie suggested. You guys look for Squeaks while I take Ava back to your house. I slowly handed off Ava Marie. Jonah led the way down the city streets, ranting, I've searched everywhere. She's nowhere in town. Do you think she might be in the woods? Imogen asked. Jonah shrugged. I mean, probably, but why would she go there? If she's not acting like herself, why not? Sophia said. Jonah made a face. She was happy last night. She was dancing with Sabor and everything when Jake and I got married. I don't know what could have pissed her off. Sophia's expression was sly. So, how was the wedding night? Trust my pawie to want information on how good the sex was. Jonah's worried expression changed briefly into a smile. Girl, it was amazing. The best bang I've ever had. Jake totally blew my mind. And something else, I bet, Imogen said, and Sophia laughed. You have no idea. We were at it all night, Jonah gushed. I didn't fall asleep until after the sun came up. That man has got stamina. Jonah frowned. Maybe that's why Squeaks is mad. I didn't give her much attention after the ceremony. She might be planning a surprise, I offered. It probably isn't serious. It was then we spotted Jake. There were bags under his eyes, and he looked tired. He obviously hadn't gotten any sleep. Yet he smiled when he saw Jonah and waved us over. There was a silver wedding band on his hand now. Babe, I can't find Squeaks, Jonah said. She wasn't at the house this morning and... Squeaks is fine. She's with Sabor, Jake said gently. They're together in the forest. We can go to them later. Later? Jonah blinked. There's something we need to handle. Jake reached out a hand and took Jonah's before glancing at us. The rest of you can come along. Some support would be helpful in this situation. That sounded bad. Jake began leading us in the direction of the Anichi government buildings. I thought he was taking us to see Chief Kawak before he steered us toward the jail. Going to that jail was never a good thing. Some people had probably shown up that we didn't want to be here. I got my confirmation when we entered the main cell block. Jonah's parents were in the first cell. Jason and Joyce's clothes were ripped and filthy. Both of them were covered in dirt, like they'd been on the run for days. For two people who were extremely vain about their appearance, it was odd to see. Neither of them typically had a hair out of place. Jason's Tasmanian devil was curled up on one of the cots with Joyce's primate familiar. Both were asleep. Jonah's sister Jenny was in the cell next to them. Her Wolverine lay on the floor, breathing listlessly. Jenny's clothes were just as mangled, and there was blood streaked across her face. Jonah froze when he saw them. His eyes widened. Jason looked up in hope. Jake put a hand on Jonah's shoulder and kept it there. Jonah! Joyce wailed, and she flung herself at the bars. Thank the ancestors! Now we can get out of this horrible place. Why are you here? Jonah asked hoarsely. You were working for Oleander. The man tried to kill us, Jason barked. It turns out you were right about him all along. He only cares about himself." Wow, that was a fucking shock. It had only taken Oleander turning on them to get these brilliant people to change their minds. "Sweetheart, we came here to get away. We wanted to see you," Joyce pleaded. Her voice was so patronizing it made me sick to hear. "You never cared before," Jonah said flatly. "Of course we care. You're our son," Jason replied. Jonah made a skeptical noise. "Like that made a difference when you decided to disown me?" Jason's face twisted. "You've always been ungrateful. We're your parents. The least you can do is let us out of here."
"Jason," Joyce snapped. "That's no way to speak to our son."
I wasn't fooled. She didn't care about Jonah. She just wanted to save her own skin. And it finally looked like Jonah had stopped buying her crap too, because he wasn't moved. Jonah's hands tightened into fists. "You came here because you thought you could get something out of me, mainly my protection. You didn't miss me. You came here because you had nowhere else to go." Joyce's lip wobbled.
"I can't believe you think so lowly of us."
"From what I've heard, you don't deserve any of the respect he's given you," Jake growled. He was incredibly still. This was the deadly soldier coming out of him we were all afraid of. "And who are you to involve yourself in family matters? It's none of your business," Jason said. "Seeing as how you're my in-laws, it is very much my business," Jake snapped. "Don't test my patience when it comes to Jonah, because you'll find I have very little." There was a gasp of surprise from Joyce.
"You didn't even invite us to the wedding?"
Joyce sniffed and dotted at her eyes.
"For shame, Jonah."
Jonah didn't even flinch as he said, "You didn't belong there." Way to go, Jonah. I was so fucking proud of him for standing up to these assholes. Jason narrowed his eyes as he looked at his son, then at Jake. "This man is your husband?" he sneered. "I can't believe you'd stoop so low."
"Didn't know the leader of the resistance wasn't a prestigious enough position for you,"
Imogen had to interject. Her arms were crossed and her tone was cruel. At her side, Sassy let out a low growl. Jason huffed. "Leader of the resistance, huh? Sounds to me like someone who doesn't have a real job. More like the leader of a bunch of thugs." "A bunch of thugs that you're asking for help," Jonah said sourly. "We wouldn't be in this position if the resistance hadn't risen up against the elders," Jason shouted. "The Deforti would have remained in power like it should be." "And yet here you are," Jonah replied, and he flung his arms wide. "So let me guess, you want me to get you out of this cell?"
"Well, it's the least you could do, seeing as how you couldn't let us know you were married,"
Joyce sneered. The nice act was fading as she struggled to hold it together.
"We didn't come here to be disrespected."
I expected his sister to join in on the torments, but Jenny just stared at the floor. "Your friends have poisoned you to hate your family." Jason pointed a finger at us. "You know I've never liked any of them. Bunch of little punk asses."
"Damn straight,"
Sophia and I both said at the same time. Jason gave us a glare that was about as intimidating as a bunny. "My punk-ass friends have saved my life more times than I could count. I'd be dead without them. You'd have left me to the wolves," Jonah snapped. "The only reason I'm here is because they helped me survive. Not just the elders, but growing up being raised by you." Jason shook his head and laughed. "You are so delusional."
"Your father is right. Your friends are trash. They have brainwashed you against us," Joyce said.
She wrinkled her nose.
"Stop this nonsense and come home to your family, Jonah. You don't know what you're getting into with this marriage. He's just not right for you. You deserve someone better, someone that's equal to your status."
Jake's face flushed in shock. It was then Jonah's temper erupted. He strode toward the bars and shouted, "Don't make me choose between you and my husband, because it's always going to be him. He's been there for me when you failed to. He picked me back up when you left me to die. So if I have to make a choice, I'm choosing him. Every single time." Jason reared back from the bars that were dividing him and Jonah like he was scared. He sent a wary eye at Jonah's fists, like he might reach through and grab him. Jonah made a disgusted noise. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not like you." Jake was so close to losing his shit, a blood vessel in his forehead twitched. "I've known the truth for years now. I just didn't want to admit it to myself," Jonah said. "You two are narcissists. You can't love others. You can only love yourselves. And if you can't keep me within your control, you will bully, abuse, and threaten me until I get back in line. It's happened 1,000,000 times, and I've fallen for it 1,000,001 because I had the hope one day you would change. I always thought I wasn't worthy of your love because that's what you taught me, so I hated myself. I hated myself so bad because nothing I ever did was good enough for you." His voice grew strong. "But not anymore. I'm done being manipulated by you. I've learned you can't earn love. It can only be freely given, and you two will never give me anything for free. There will always be a price attached." Jason straightened. When it was clear Jonah wasn't going to attack him, he said coolly, "Well, looks like you've forgotten about us. It's clear your so-called spouse is more important than the people who gave birth to you."
Dad, just shut the fuck up.
Jenny closed her eyes as she leaned her head against the bars. Jason's mouth fell open in shock. Joyce gave a dramatic gasp, and Jonah's eyes widened. I'd never heard Jenny talk back to her parents, especially not to defend Jonah. Jason's teeth gnashed. "What did you just say to me? I'm your father."
If it weren't for you, Charity would still be alive.
Jenny's eyes watered at the mention of her girlfriend. She wiped her face quickly and added,
As far as I'm concerned, you're no father of mine.
Jason's face turned red. He gave no shits that Charity had died, only that his daughter had the gall to confront him. Joyce's mouth contorted as she raged.
How dare you speak to your father that way? This is unacceptable. I don't care what happened to your little bitch of a girlfriend. That's no excuse for treating him that way. You and your brother both need to— No,
Jenny yelled, cutting her off.
Jonah's right, Mother. Enough.
Joyce gaped. It was like the woman was in shock. Someone had the balls to tell her off. Jenny turned her head away. There's nothing more to say here, Jonah said. We're done. He turned on his heel and left his parents behind him. It was safe to say that if I never saw Jason and Joyce for the rest of my days, it'd be far too soon. The oracle cards had said Jonah would have to make a choice between his old life and his new one. I was glad he'd made the right decision. When we got out of the jail, Jonah's strong reserve crumbled. He bent over his knees and took deep breaths, trying to calm down as his shoulders shook. It had taken everything in him to stand up to his parents. When Jonah straightened, Jake was right there for him. He took his face in his hands. How could a beautiful person like you come from someone like them? Jonah's eyes glimmered. Jake wrapped him in a hug. They embraced for long moments until Jonah gave a sigh and stepped away. What should we do with them? I'm leaving this in your hands, Jake said. You can set my sister free. She won't cause any trouble, Jonah said. But my parents have to stay locked up at least until the war is over. We can't trust them. They'll manipulate the situation to their advantage, whether it's our side or the elders. If they think they can get a better deal by ferrying information to Oleander, they will. Jake nodded. Done. Jonah rubbed his face. I really want to see Squeaky. Jake's face brightened into a wide smile. She's got some good news. Really? How do you know? Jonah asked. Follow me. Jake put an arm around Jonah's shoulder, and we followed him into the woods. We took a winding path into the trees, deep into the forest where only the wild animals lived. Jake parted a few branches to reveal a clearing. We saw Sabor and Squeaks in the middle of it. Sabor was standing overhead, but Squeaks was lying down in a large nest the size of a horse stall. Sassy and the Kerbals darted forward, sniffing at the nest curiously. Squeaks! Jonah ran toward her and knelt by her side. Where have you been, girl? I've been looking for you. Squeaks chirped and moved her wings. Underneath them were 3 large eggs, Imogen shouted. Nestled against Squeaks's side were 3 eggs, white and flecked with brown spots. Sabor puffed up his chest proudly, while Squeaks cooed. Jonah gasped. His eyes got teary, and his lip wobbled as he flung his arms around Squeaks's neck and cried, Oh, Squeakers, you're a mommy! Squeaks grunted. One of the eggs began to wobble. A crack appeared in the side, and we held our breath as a tiny beak poked through. They're hatching, Imogen whispered in wonder. The other eggs began to do the same. Pieces of egg fell off as the newborns inside poked their heads through. The eggs shattered, and 3 baby hippogriffs fell out of them, 2 girls and 1 boy. The females were gray and brown, while the male was black. Their feathers were soft and downy. They were no bigger than my forearm and had dark eyes that blinked at the world. Squeaks used her tongue to start cleaning off the babies. Sassy sniffed at the gray baby hippogriff. She sneezed, and the fox went tumbling backward. One of the newborns was trying to stand. His legs wobbled before he fell down, collapsing on his side with a meep. Sabor nudged him upward, and the foal tried again, stumbling before he caught his balance. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Sophia laughed. The brown-feathered baby nipped at her shoelace, pulling the knot undone. Jakey, did you know about this? Jonah put a hand on his hip. I might have. Hippogriffs show common signs when they're breeding. Jake rubbed his chin. Though it's a bit strange. Hippogriff mares usually nest in trees. It's odd Squeaks built hers on the ground. It's so none of your babies fell out, isn't it, girl? Jonah scratched her head, and Squeaks cooed. Squeaks had been pushed out of the nest by her mother as a child. We all knew that it was on purpose, as her mother never wanted her, but maybe Squeaks still thought it was an accident. Like Jonah, she always saw the best in others. You did such a good job, girl. You have the most adorable little foals, Jonah praised. He looked at Jake. Should we take them back home? I don't want the babies to get cold. You won't get Sabor and Squeaks to move from this nest for a few days, Jake said. Squeaks will keep them warm while Sabor hunts for them. They'll come back when they're ready. Esses patted the head of the gray hippogriff, while Buttercup played with the tail. Sophia itched the baby under the chin. We should go get Ava, Sophia suggested. She'd love to see the babies. She would. Imogen stayed behind with Jake and Jonah while Sophia and I headed back to the house. Though the new hatchlings brought a little light back into the world, something had been weighing heavily on my mind ever since we'd found the Azaimperiai. Soph? Her thoughts were far off. She turned to face me on the path. I was a bit embarrassed to ask this question, but I was desperate too. Since we know how the Azaimperiai works, do you think you could summon Neshoma so I can talk to him? Her eyes widened in surprise. I can try. Sophia wrapped a hand around the spirit totem and closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed in concentration. Long moments ticked by, drawing out like frozen molasses. Come on, I pleaded, but nothing happened. After a few minutes with no appearance, Sophia let her hand drop from the spirit totem with a small frown.
I'm sorry, Liam. I don't think he's going to show up. My grandparents must have been right when they said it's the ancestors' choice to come to us when I summon them.
My gut twisted so painfully it almost made my heart stop. Was Neshoma unable to visit me because it was forbidden, or because he didn't want to? Sophia reached out and squeezed my hand.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. Maybe if I'd been more persistent.
It's not your fault. I knew it was a long shot anyways. I couldn't hide how heavy my voice was. This felt like a refusal. Had he forgotten all about me? We continued along the forest path. Esses skittered ahead of us, picking up stones on the ground and observing them in wonder.
Liam, can I ask you something?
Sophia said. I guess. My heart felt broken, but maybe conversation would get my mind off things. Sophia chewed her lip.
What's it like to lose your familiar?
No one had ever asked me that question before, not even her. What makes you ask that?
I don't know. A part of me always wonders what you were like before Neshoma died. I know you were never the same afterward, but I'd like to understand how.
She swept her hair back. I contemplated the question. It's hard to describe, except imagine you don't know who you are anymore. Your identity is wiped clean. Everything that's tied you to everyone in your life is different. No relationship is like it was before. That kind of loss taints whatever you have. You have to piece back together all the things you thought you knew about the world and look at it in a different light, because what was grounding you to the earth and your old life is gone now. Every belief you have is challenged. You realize even the smallest thoughts were the ones that held you together. I took a pause. I can remember getting up every morning and looking in the mirror and not knowing who was looking back.
That sounds horrible.
Sophia's voice was troubled.
I don't know how you can lose yourself and still manage to get by.
I had to rebuild it after I met you. Giving up was no longer an option. When you lose someone you love, a piece of yourself dies. But when you lose your soul, you lose yourself. The only option for survival is to become someone different. You can't go back to the way you were before. It's impossible. That's why losing a familiar is the most painful loss an elementai can have, because it erases everything you once were. It's like you're reborn at the beginning of life and have to start all over.
How can that be true? You've always wanted to be chief since you were a child. That hasn't changed,
Sophia pointed out. My motives for being chief did change, though. I always wanted to help people, but I wasn't that serious about it. Dad was always getting pissed off at me for screwing around. I'd constantly blow off responsibility. I took a moment to pause. Once Neshoma died and the chiefhood was taken away from me, I realized how much time I'd wasted, how many people really needed my help, and the opportunities I'd wasted when focusing only on myself. Before Neshoma died, being a leader was something I wanted. After he passed away, I needed to be that leader. I was dying inside without that role to fill. Even when I tried to shirk off being captain for the Elemental Cup, I knew it was what I had to do, though it didn't feel like I deserved it.
How did you find the strength to go on?
I kicked a rock down the path, and Esses skittered after it. I don't know. You have to remember, I was told I had an undiagnosed illness a week after it all happened, so my entire life was upended. I thought I was healthy, and that was ripped out from under me at the worst possible time. The option was either to die or keep going. I didn't have any other choices. And I don't know if I ever wanted to die, even when I tried to kill myself. I just wanted the pain to stop. It was exhausting, moving forward and feeling like I was getting nowhere.
You tried to stop fighting?
Yes, But you can't stop fighting when you have my disease. Once you give up, you die. Now and then I still wish I had gone with Neshoma to the ancestral lands, but a bigger part of me is glad that I stayed here with you. Sophia nuzzled into my front.
I'm happy you're here. I wouldn't have made it this far without you.
Me too. I stroked her hair. Losing your familiar is a curse I'd never wish on anyone, not even someone like Oleander. It's a wound that's never going to go away. It's been years, but a certain song can come on, or I can see the wrong thing, and it takes me right back there. I have no control over it. You're just not the same after that.
Well, you're a lot better than you were,
Sophia said, and she gave me a kiss. I smirked. I try, sort of.
You're too humble. You don't take enough credit for all the work you do.
I still feel like I have to make up for past mistakes. My head knows logically that Neshoma's death wasn't my fault. It was an accident. I sighed. My heart, though, I'll always carry that guilt. It's my penance.
I hope someday you don't,
Sophia whispered.
because I know for a fact your familiar is proud of you.
I had to smile then. The rest of our walk was quiet, but it was a warm and enveloping silence that made me feel heard and loved. Though I hadn't gotten to talk with Neshoma, I felt lighter. The conversation had helped me, in a way. When we got to the main road, I saw my brother hauling ass down the way. Oh no, what now? Ezra's voice came in a rush.
Liam, thank the ancestors. It's Ava.
Sophia's face drained of color and my stomach clenched. We'd left her with Maddie for less than an hour.
Is she okay?
She asked.
No time to explain. Come on.
Ezra took off at a run. We kept pace until we reached our home. The sound of Ava Marie's crying gutted me. She was wailing. I burst open the door. Our house was a mess. Furniture had been upended and several things were broken. It looked like there'd been a fight. I didn't stop panicking until I saw my child. Doya was holding on to Ava, bouncing her in her arms to calm her. It didn't do much good. She kept wailing, her voice a terrified screech. Sophia immediately went to her. She yanked Ava Marie out of Doya's arms and into her own. Against Sophia's chest, Ava calmed, though she hiccuped and looked at me with wide eyes.
The bedroom,
Doya said quickly. I got there in seconds. Maddie lay on the bed, an ice pack to her face. Bane stood next to her, a water ball in his hands. He had his sights focused on two people kneeling on the ground, a Navita woman and a Tawakwa man. Both of them were bound, ice frozen around their torsos so they couldn't move. The crib was tipped over, and the railing on it had been snapped in half. The scariest thing was the knife on the floor. Ezra came in beside me, arms crossed. I heard a yell and came running. These two broke in and knocked Maddie out. Eleanor and I had stopped by for a visit when we heard Maddie scream, Bane growled. If we hadn't been here to stop them, they would have accomplished what they were after. The Navita girl kept her eyes down, though the Tawakwa's stare was resentful. They had the audacity to try to steal from the water chief? I asked. They weren't here to steal anything, Ezra said. They were trying to hurt Ava. It took 2 seconds for me to go from shocked to deadly. Why? The Navita girl's voice shook.
Word has gotten around about the prophecy of the Chosen One's sacrifice, she said. She still hasn't given the baby up. We don't want to die because of one child.
How the information had gotten out, I didn't know. We'd all been very quiet about it, but we must have been eavesdropped on at some point because now all of Hokavale knew. Rage flared. I barely kept it under control. What the Chosen One decides is up to her.
The Hawkeye will go extinct if the child does not die, the Tawakwa man burst. A chief who cannot sacrifice his children for the good of his tribe doesn't deserve to be in charge. The tribe isn't worth one little Mopite girl. Ezra moved before I did. He grabbed the man around the throat and shoved him against the wall. What the fuck did you just call my niece? Ezra, enough, I said. I was a chieftain. I had to show restraint, even if all I wanted to do was choke this fucker into oblivion. Ezra backed off, but he didn't move an inch away from the Tawakwa after letting him go. He was still coughing for air. I turned my back on them. I want them removed, I told Ezra. Take them to a holding cell. Bane and Ezra yanked the prisoners upward. I returned to the living room. Sophia hadn't been in the conversation, but by the stark look on her face, she'd heard every word. We're taking Maddie back to my mom's and staying there tonight, I said. Pack some things. I'll get them for you, Doya said. Just take your sister and go. I nodded in thanks. I helped Maddie to stand. She was conscious but weak. Julian had returned at this point, and he grumbled in worry. Sophia hadn't said a damn word. She just held Ava Marie tightly to her, white-faced. By the time we landed on the beach, Jonah, Jake, and Imogen were waiting there for us. I tried to help my sister, but she pushed me aside weakly. I'm okay, Liam. I can walk, Maddie said. She staggered as she slid off Julian and climbed up the porch steps into the house. Sophia clung to Ava and rushed in after Maddie, like she was afraid to be out in the open and wanted Ava Marie to be in a safe place. The Kerbals skittered after her. It was a real shitty day when not even Hokavale was safe, and it wasn't even the task force this time. It was our own people. Stevie came and got us. We heard what happened, Imogen said in a rush. What can we do to help? You can help by taking care of Sophia. I think she's in shock, I said. I wished I could comfort her, but at the moment I had orders to give. This situation needed to be handled. Imogen nodded, and she ran into the house. Jake took a wide stance and asked, What are your plans for the Tawakwa man? He's in your jurisdiction. I want him executed, immediately, I said. What you do with the Navita woman is up to you. Without a trial? Jonah's eyes widened. Typically, the death penalty would have to be voted on and agreed by an entire House Council before it was carried out. I was breaking tribal law by giving an executive order. It was something I'd recoil at doing in any other situation. It went against my moral code. When it came to my daughter, fuck the law. He doesn't need a trial. We caught him in the act, I spat. Oleander will be here any day. We can't be wasting our time on traitors. He needs to be made an example of. You're acting just like Oleander, Jonah said. You can't go around butchering anyone who... We can't allow the daughter of the water chief to be attacked without repercussions, I bellowed. What does that look like in a time of war? Jonah smoldered. I know the bastard deserves death. I want anyone dead who tries to hurt Ava, but I don't want you to become a monster because of this war. I will become anything to keep my child alive, I snarled. So help me. Jonah fell silent. Jake crossed his arms and said, How shall it be done? I'll do it myself. I climbed back on Julian and grabbed his spikes. I have no worth as chief if I can't take a man's life after I give the order to end it. By the time I returned that night, Sophia had gone to bed. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. The weight of all the decisions I had to make were exhausting, and my body was struggling to account for it. My mind felt weak. I'd worried about my daughter since she was born into the world. She wasn't even a year old, and already someone had tried to kill her. The world wasn't safe for those like her. Indigenous women were kidnapped and killed at rates far higher than most other demographics in North America.
There was a genocide being committed against Native women in this country, and we all knew the government wasn't going to do shit to stop it. The latest statistics I'd looked at showed at least 60% of Indigenous women experience sexual assault at some point in their lives. That didn't even take in the prejudice she'd experience as a minority, let alone being female. I'd wished more than once she looked more like Sophia and less like me because she'd be safer. But she hadn't been born that way. Growing up, I thought any children I'd have would be safe in the Hawkeye world, because if we stayed within the boundaries of our reservation, they'd less likely come to harm. Then the war had broken out, and now my daughter was in more danger than ever, from her own people instead of outsiders. I'd thought Hokavale was safe too, and it turned out not to be. Last night's actions had changed my way of thinking into something more permanent. I could live without my daughter in my life, but I wouldn't survive it if she died. A man could only take so much loss. I had lost my familiar, but I would not lose her. Sophia came in to put Ava Marie down for her nap. I didn't want to say the hated words, "we need to talk," but Sophia knew what was on my mind. "What?" The word was accusatory from her. It nearly woke up the baby. "Let's not fight in front of Ava." I felt like this conversation wasn't one we could have without it dissolving into an argument. We left the bedroom and went into the office next door. When Sophia locked the door, I took a heavy breath. "Soph, you know what we need to do. She can't stay here." Sophia bristled. "So we'll leave. We can take Ava and go." The thought was so tempting, but I pushed it aside. "You know that's not an option." "Why?" Sophia put her hands on her hips. "Why can't we run away? Leave the Hawkeye to their fate." "We've been working toward this for over 2 years. We have the Azaimperiai. You're the chosen one. There are a million reasons why we can't just go." "None of those are worth our daughter." "Sophia, open your eyes. Do you really think people are going to stop coming for us? That we can just run off into the sunset and live happily ever after once we leave the tribe to their fate?" I asked. "No, they'll hunt us down. Not just Oleander, but the resistance too. They'll hold us to our word and make us fulfill the prophecy whether we like it or not. We are never going to be free until this war is over for good, and I'm not going to force Ava Marie into a life on the run. That's too traumatic for a kid." "We shouldn't have left her alone. If she stays at our side at all times, we can protect her," Sophia argued. "Are you going to bring her into battle? Fight Oleander with her on your back?" I gave a noise of disgust. "We're being selfish. This is not the right decision. When I became a parent, I promised I'd do what's best for her and not for myself, no matter how much it hurt me." "She's in danger if we're not there." "She's already in danger with us or not. She's a mixed house child," I said. "Things have changed in our world, but not completely. The Hawkeye still need time to accept the idea of integration. Her existence challenges that. Now that people know the wording of the prophecy, they won't stop coming for her to save their own skins. To some, she's the daughter of the chosen one, but to others, she's just a mopite, one who doesn't deserve to live. I didn't understand that, but now I do, and I have a duty to protect her from these monsters." "We've already asked people to take her, and they said no. There's nowhere for her to go," Sophia said weakly. "There are options, Sophia. We just haven't been looking at them because we don't want to do this." "So what do we do? Huh? Who do you want to give her away to, exactly? Who do you trust with our child?" Sophia's voice wobbled. "Because I trust no one." There was a knock on the door. Our argument paused. "Can I come in?" a soft voice asked. It was Imogen. Sophia cleared her throat and unlocked the door. Imogen stood outside, wearing a wary smile. "I have something for you guys," she said. "I was hoping you'd like to look at it." We were in the middle of something, but Sophia was looking for an excuse to get out of this, so she said,
Sure, what is it?
Imogen led the way into the kitchen. A wave of impatience rose within me, but I pushed it down, promising myself I'd pick it back up again later. I wasn't done with this conversation. Jonah, Stevie, and Ezra were gathered around the counter. They were looking at a scrapbook, turning the pages in interest.
This is for us,
Imogen said. She turned the scrapbook our way and started at the beginning.
Before we left Arenda Academy, I got all the pictures off Jonah's phone and put them into this book so we could always remember the good times, no matter how bad things got.
Sophia turned the pages. There were a lot of pictures in here. The book started a few weeks before the Elemental Cup. There was a picture of Jonah carrying Imogen on his shoulders outside the greenhouse, and others of all four of us eating in the dining hall for the first time as Jonah snuck a selfie. I looked pretty grumpy in most of them, but there was one where I was smiling. It had been the week before the tournament. I was on my bike, and Sophia was sitting behind me. She had her arms wrapped around my middle while making a goofy smile. That was before we started dating. Man, if it wasn't easy to see the puppy love on my face. I'd been totally smitten. The photos continued. There were pictures of us playing soccer and of Jonah's first game with the school team. A few had been taken at parties where we were too drunk to take pictures well. There were a shit ton of us in the commons, just messing around and doing stupid stuff. I hadn't known we'd taken so many photographs. We had to sneak them in order to avoid being caught. But I recalled these memories as if they just happened yesterday.
Liam, you ducked out of half of these,
Stevie complained as the pages turned.
You're always in the corner.
He hates taking pictures, Sophia commented. The look in her eyes was far away, like these photos came from a different time. I guess they had. There were some from Christmas the year before last, just after Sophia and I had won our trial, and a bunch from our trip to Europe. There was a significant gap from our trip to Europe to our arrival in Hokavale. We'd been too busy sneaking people out of the castle to have fun our last semester. There were photos of Stevie, Cade, and Ezra at the Falcon's Nest, Luana cliff diving, and all the familiars dancing in the square. There were pictures of our wedding and the cabaret. Some pictures I'd forgotten existed until I remembered these events had really taken place and weren't something made up. We'd come so far in 2 years, but even after all the shit we'd gone through, those had been good times, and I wouldn't have traded it for anything. The last pictures in the book were of Ava. There was one Sophia had taken where she was cuddled on her side, and another of her with Essus. The Kerbal had his arms around her while Ava Marie smiled. It pained me to look at pictures of her. It'd be worse after she was gone. The last picture in the book was the one we'd taken the night of the elemental ball, the selfie Jonah had hurriedly created where Sophia was in my arms and Jonah and Imogen were in the center. I'd never tell anyone, but that was my favorite picture of us. We'd all been so happy.
A lot can change in such a short time,
Sophia whispered. Imogen closed the book.
Everything, really.
There was a heavy silence that felt more like grief. Ezra asked, "Do you think things will ever get back to normal?" We knew the answer. Things would never be the same again. But none of us wanted to admit it. Until Jonah said, "Things will be a new normal, and we'll adjust, and then it'll be better than it ever was before."
Ancestors, I sure hope so.
Imogen blew a lock of hair out of her eyes. "As long as I never have to go out to get pancakes at 3 a.m. with Ezra ever again," I deadpanned. It had been a weird memory to have, but it just popped out at me, clear as day. I hadn't thought about such a thing in months, and it had used to be almost routine. Ezra laughed beside me. Stevie nodded in enthusiastic agreement.
Is that a thing?
Sophia asked.
Ezra always wants pancakes after he smokes, Stevie said, rolling her eyes. Weed makes him hungry and stupid. We have some pretty dumb conversations, Ezra admitted. Hey, that night after my high school graduation was pretty rad, Jonah said. We had the most philosophical conversation over eggs and bacon after midnight, if I remember. Because you were drunk off your ass, I smirked. The dumbest conversation in the world sounds intelligent when you've gone through a case of beer with your buddies. You act like you were a saint, Jonah said. You begged me to help you hide some shit from your dad back in 9th grade. Please, I haven't smoked weed since I was a teenager, I scoffed. Is it because of your asthma? Sophia asked. Yeah, but I don't lose brain cells, unlike my brother. There's not much to lose there, Stevie cracked. Ezra groaned. Bro, you're such a buzzkill since you became chief. I became an adult, I shot at him, and he grinned. You should do the same now that you're on the council. A little partying never harmed anyone, right, babe? Ezra asked Stevie, and he nudged her. Stevie sighed. I think my partying days are just about over. Ezra threw his hands up. I can't win. Jonah, please tell me you aren't done turning up. I'll be the old creepy guy hanging around at parties long after I'm supposed to be there. Mark my words, Jonah vowed. As the people around me shared a laugh, a strange sense of unease came over me. It was so bizarre we were standing around talking about parties and having fun when the past year had been nothing but fighting to survive. None of us were yet 25. Most of us would still be in college if it weren't for this damn war. It was hard to remember we were so young when we felt so damn old. This kind of stuff changed you. We'd all been through far too much. The front door opened and Doya walked on through, Bane beside her. The woman never knocked. She walked into all places like she owned them, whether she did or not. I thought she'd go to Sophia, but instead Doya came to me and clasped her hands in front of her dress. Liam, I must have a word with you. Ancestors, what did I do this time? What can I help you with? There was a reason we stopped by yesterday, Bane said. The attack on Ava Marie gave us reason to hesitate, but Eleanor and I have decided that this cannot wait. We were hoping you would agree to marry us, Doya said. You are Elliot's chief, and therefore have the authority to officiate the wedding. Sophia gaped. Are you serious? You guys want to get married? Yes, Doya purred. I think it would only be proper, seeing as we have a child together. Talk about old school. I knew Doya loved Bane, but she also had some old-fashioned ideas about how things should be. We want to celebrate our love, Bane added, and we'd like to do it before the battle begins, in case, well, you all know. In case something happened. I sighed. Well, sure. That's something I can do. What day do you want to do this? Today, if at all possible, Doya said. There is no time to waste. What, now? I asked in surprise. I assume you heard me the first time. Tonight, on the beach, Doya said. I think that should be sufficient time to get a wedding around. This woman had some high expectations, but Jonah and Imogen pounced on the opportunity. We can sort out everything, Jonah gushed. Yes, don't worry about a thing, Imogen added. We'll make the decorations perfect. Doya turned to Bane. I suppose you can tell everyone the good news? I think sunset would be a beautiful time for a ceremony. I opened my mouth to tell them that wasn't quite enough time, but my mother must have overheard because she bustled in from the next room. That leaves me just enough time to go grocery shopping. I'll call Susan Henley and see if she can lend a hand with the cooking. My mom was creating a monster. Doya fluffed her hair as she said, I'm keeping my last name, by the way. I love you, darling, but I see no need to replace my own with yours.
Whatever you want, my precious pearl, Bane cooed. My mother's house turned into Wedding Central in 0 to 5 seconds. Bane rushed out the door to invite people, while Imogen and Jonah ran to get decorations.
So when did Ptah propose?
Sophia asked her mother once Bane had left. Doya shrugged.
I asked him, actually. I was tired of waiting around. A woman has to take charge, you know.
That was so Doya and Bane. This whole thing was them, actually, putting a wedding together in less than an afternoon and expecting it to be perfect. But then again, why wouldn't it be? We needed a little more happiness in the world. It was one more distraction before the storm set loose. Hours later, I stood underneath a white arch threaded with red roses, a last-minute creation of Jonah and Imogen's. Thalassa had slithered on shore and towered beside Bane at the arch. The sea serpent cast a shadow over the beach chairs from the setting sun. A congregation of around 20 sat in them, plus familiars. Doya and Bane didn't have many friends, but the ones they did have showed up to support them. Most of them, I had to admit, were our friends. Chief Colac had come to be polite, along with the Henleys, but they were the few older adults here. Perot sat near the front with Baxter at his side and stared wistfully at the arch, as if thinking of what he and Ulrich might have had. Ava Marie sat in Imogen's lap in the front row, wearing a fluffy white dress Jonah had found at the store on the way back. Imogen waved Ava's hand at me, and I smiled. Ava Marie gave a wide grin and cried out, bouncing on Imogen's lap. Squeaks was absent as she was at her nest, but Sassy was there, and she was pulling at the white ribbon in Ava's hair to try straightening it, as it had gone crooked. Essus and Buttercup shared a chair, though they were nearly squished when Sassy climbed onto it beside them. Jonah ate a tub of popcorn on the other side of Imogen, like this was a movie for his personal entertainment and not a wedding. As the beach was cast in an orange hue, people rose to stand. The bride began her walk down the aisle. Doya had her hair done in a sleek 1940s updo, lips accented with red. Her white dress was tea-length, and she wore a white fur shawl over her shoulders. She'd asked Sophia to walk her down the aisle, which I thought was amazingly sweet. Sophia's smile was kind and warm as she walked arm in arm with her mother toward her father. The sand below their feet had been coated with red petals, and the waves created the background music as Doya set her eyes on her future husband, which were hungry and wanting. Naomi prowled, purring with pleasure. "Who gives this woman away?" I asked as they reached the arch. Sophia went to speak, but Doya said,
I give myself away, as does my daughter.
Sophia shook her head in an amused way and took a step back to serve as Doya's matron of honor. As Bane and Doya joined hands, Thalassa reached her head down to nuzzle Naomi. The lioness happily rubbed her head against the sea serpent's nose, and the audience took their seats. I was going to make this quick and simple. Doya had been insistent that there was no point in wasting people's time with silly Hawkeye wedding traditions, and Bane had confessed he was too embarrassed to do them anyway in front of a big group. We were doing the vows and legalities, and that was what they wanted. Friends, family, and fellow tribe members, we have gathered today in the presence of our ancestors to unify this man and this woman under the light of the Great Spirit, I began. Fire and water will become one, equals instead of opposites, lovers instead of enemies. We will return to the ways of our forefathers by uniting this couple in marriage, proving that love conquers all, despite what differences we have created between ourselves. For at our heart, the Hawkeye are one tribe. Sophia's eyes gleamed at me as I spoke. This wasn't so different from our wedding not that long ago. I knew it was a secret dream of hers that her parents would someday marry, and now it was coming true. Doya had specifically told me to leave out the part about objections and swore she would smoke the first person with a fireball who stood up with one, so I skipped that part and replaced it with, "The couple will now exchange their vows, along with their rings. Elliot will begin." I gestured to Bane, who fumbled in his suit pocket. A full minute passed. I raised my eyebrows, and the audience fidgeted uncomfortably. Finally, Bane pulled out a box from his coat, but he dropped it in the sand. He mumbled an apology before he opened it, and Doya audibly gasped. Holy shit, that was a big rock. Sophia's eyes widened as Bane placed the diamond on Doya's hand. "Eleanor, my darling, I have loved you from the moment I set eyes on you. When you walked into my classroom the first day of your freshman year at Arenda Academy, I always knew you'd be the only one for me." Okay, Bane, we don't need to know the embarrassing backstory. As cute as this all was, he had been her teacher when they'd gotten together, and it was more than a little weird. Bane went on. "I have made many mistakes in my life, the worst being that I let you go. But I never regretted loving you. Our love created a child together, a child I have never been prouder of. As the saying goes, better late than never. And I promise to enjoy the twilight years of my life with you by my side, and to never forsake you again." After the ring was on, Doya kept her hand aloft, though I didn't know how. The thing had to be at least 5 carats. Bane must have hoarded his professor's salary for years to pay for that thing. Sophia slipped a man's ring into Doya's hand. It was gold, very traditional. She placed it on Bane's ring finger as she spoke. "Elliot, you were always my life. Even when we were apart, every decision I ever made has been for you and our daughter. The magic within me is fire, yet it was clear to me since the first time we made love that water was my true home. I missed you like a sailor misses the sea, gone away for too long. I promise to love you as faithfully as I have done all the days of my life, for the fire that blazes inside my heart burns for you and you alone." Well, what do you know? Doya could even make me tear up. A couple of people in the audience dotted their eyes with tissues, while my mother cried full on into a handkerchief, whispering, "That was beautiful." I cleared my throat. "By the power vested in me as chief of the Tawakwa tribe, I officially declare you married. Elliot, you may kiss the bride." Bane placed a passionate kiss on Doya's lips, and cheers rose from the audience. People clapped as they walked down the aisle hand in hand. My mother rose tearfully from her seat to begin distributing the dinner that was inside the house, while Ezra ran to play the stereo so we'd have music for the makeshift reception. "They look so happy," Sophia said. "I hope they get to stay together." "Doya's tough, and Bane's no pushover when it comes to magic," I said quietly. "They'll be okay." At least, I hoped so. It wouldn't be fair to them to have to wait this long to be together, only to be violently torn apart by the elders during a battle none of us could control. "Liam, Sophia, may we speak with you?" Robert Henley had approached the arch with his wife, Susan. Sophia's adoptive parents were arm in arm, and though their expressions were kind and friendly, I feared the intent behind it. "What is it?" Sophia's words held a note of fear. "Is everything okay?" Robert sighed. "Not really, Sophia. We didn't want to talk about this, tonight of all nights, but, well, things need to be done." Sophia paled. My intestines felt like they were being squeezed to death. Susan added, "We know you're looking for a home for Ava Marie, and we want to open ours. We were waiting for you to ask us because we didn't want to pry. We knew you needed time, but after the attack on Ava Marie last night, we hate to say there isn't time left." Sophia swallowed. "What about your foster kids?" "There's always room for one more, especially our own granddaughter," Robert said. Your mother and I want to move back to Utah as soon as possible. It's no longer safe here, and after the last battle over Christmas, we've seen our final fight. We plan to leave in a week. We'd like to take Ava with us."
A week was only 7 days. Practically nothing. Susan reached out a hand to stroke her daughter's arm. "You know Ava Marie will have a good life with us. She'll want for nothing. I know this isn't what you wanted, and this is the most difficult decision a parent could make." Susan's eyes welled with tears. "But trust me, Sophia, I had to give you up when you left for Orenda Academy because it was the best choice for you. Now you have to make the same decision."
"War is imminent," Robert said. "If you want Ava Marie far away from the chaos, she has to leave now."
Sophia bit her lip and looked toward the ocean. Lowly, I said, "I agree. I think this is the only option we have." Sophia looked at me as if I'd committed a betrayal, but that didn't stop her from agreeing. "Okay," she finally broke. "Ava Marie can go with you. We'll get everything in order and you can take her away from this war to a place she won't get hurt." That was the only thing we wanted in the end. Ava's safety, even if it killed us both to let her go.
Chapter 20. Sophia. If I knew what was best for Ava Marie, I'd have sent her away weeks ago. But I just couldn't let her out of my sight. To do so felt like a crime against motherhood. And still, I knew we had to do it, whether I liked it or not. We'd gathered everyone at the Falcon's Nest one night to say goodbye. It wasn't something we'd planned, just something that sort of happened. No one talked explicitly about Ava's departure, but the atmosphere was melancholy. This wasn't like the other parties we threw. There was nothing fun about it. The night felt cold. Though people chatted and passed Ava around, I didn't hear a word anyone said. Liam and I returned home late that night. It seemed that no one had wanted to leave, as they all knew this would probably be the last time they saw our daughter. Ava Marie had fallen asleep in Haloki's arms shortly after 10 o'clock, and the party wound down after that. I was grateful, because Liam and I were both exhausted. I didn't want to go to bed right away. Though I could hardly keep my eyes open, all I wanted was to stare down at my little girl and enjoy her with the few hours we had left. But I hadn't even taken a seat on the couch when the front door swung open. Liam and I both looked up. Doya strolled in like she owned the place. She shot her heart-stopping gaze in my direction. "What the hell was that, Sophia?" "Shh," I hissed. "You'll wake Ava." I didn't even bother calling out her rudeness. She never knocked anyway. Essis scurried in front of me like he was protecting me from Naomi, who shared the same pissed expression as Doya. Both familiars stood their ground and glared. "Don't use your daughter as an excuse to avoid this conversation," Doya snapped, wagging a finger at me. "I'll take Ava," Liam offered. There was an unspoken message in his tone. We both knew this conversation with my mother could get ugly. She'd approached me several times already tonight, and I kept avoiding her. How did you tell the woman who gave you up that you were about to do the same thing to her granddaughter? It made me sick. Ava Marie barely stirred as Liam took her to the bedroom. Buttercup followed, leaving my mother and I alone with our familiars. I took a deep breath, knowing I couldn't avoid telling her the truth. "Liam and I are sending Ava Marie away." Doya crossed her arms. "And this is the first time you care to mention it to me?" "You would have tried talking us out of it," I protested. "Of course I would," she shot back. "She's my granddaughter. She's not going anywhere." That's not your decision to make, I stated bluntly. We've been planning this for a while. We need Ava to go somewhere safe. And who might she possibly be safe with? She asked with tight lips. Leave her with me and no one will touch her. What, so you can protect her like you protected me? I snapped. I hadn't even realized I said it until it came out of my mouth. Doya gasped, like I wouldn't possibly dare throw that at her. Es's eyes widened. I was so exhausted I just didn't care anymore. I sank onto the couch and sighed. That's not what I meant. We need you to fight in this war. That's why we didn't ask you to take her. Doya narrowed her eyes. Who did you ask? My adoptive parents, I told her. Before she had a chance to protest, I added, they took care of me when you gave me up. They'll do a good job with Ava. Doya pursed her lips. Where are they taking her? Somewhere far away, I answered vaguely. People are trying to kill her, Mother. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same thing. I did do the same thing, she reminded me harshly. And I've regretted it every day since. This is different, I protested. You didn't even want me. I want Ava Marie, but I have to do whatever I can to keep her safe. I wanted you too, Doya burst. The silence that hung in the air was deafening. No, worse than that. It was choking me. Doya's nostrils flared as she took a deep breath. I wanted you, Sophia, she repeated in a softer tone. Recall that people tried to kill you, too. You were a mixed-house baby. I only feared what they might do to you. I gave you to Betsy and Alan to protect you. My tone soured. That's not what it sounded like in your journal entry. I was bitter when I wrote that, Doya admitted. I hated myself for giving you up, Sophia, and it was a mistake to turn that anger around on you. The truth is, I always wanted you. I don't want you to live through that same regret. You know what I'd regret more? I challenged. Keeping Ava here and getting her killed. Tears welled in my eyes. I pressed a hand over my mouth to keep from sobbing. Something I said must have clicked with Doya, because her shoulders suddenly dropped and her tone softened. She came over to sit by me on the couch and placed a hand on my back. Sophia, I understand how hard this is for you, she said. Then you have to know this must be done, I sobbed. I just don't know if I can do it. Doya gazed at me for several seconds, watching the tears run down my face. She looked like she was about to say something, but must have decided there was nothing she could say to make this better. Instead, she leaned over and pulled me into a hug. That's right, Madame Doya, the woman who bullied me while I was at Orenda Academy and continuously humiliated me in class. The teacher who threatened me so I would summon the ancestors and act as a Coigny pawn, was hugging me. It was so strange how our relationship had shifted, and yet it felt natural. I needed her right now, because she was the only person who really knew what it was like to give up their daughter. Naomi purred and put her chin on our laps. Esses flopped over and hugged her head. How did you do it? I asked as I melted into Doya's embrace. How did you give me up? It wasn't easy, she answered softly. I know I made it sound like that, but it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I thought you'd be better off without me. That's not how I feel about Ava, I said, wiping at my running nose. I want to be there for her, and right now, I can't help wondering who needs me more, my daughter or the rebellion. Doya didn't speak for a long time. It was like she was mulling over what I'd said. Finally, she took a breath. I wish I could make this decision for you, Sophia. I wish I could tell you to keep Ava Marie here with us, that we'll keep her safe. Doya took a breath. But I know you are right. Perhaps she is better off far away from the enemy, away from anyone who would hurt her. It is much better for her to live apart from us than to keep her here where she's in danger. My heart sank at my mother's words, but at the same time, I felt a little better to have her support. How do I let her go? You don't let yourself think of it that way, Doya said. You're not giving up on your daughter. You're giving her a chance. If I had kept you, Sophia, you'd be dead. Giving you up was the hardest choice I ever had to make. She sighed. Yet, it was the right decision. Because I made that sacrifice, you are here with me. You're alive. And I'd suffer 1,000 times over if it meant we were together in the end. I didn't know how much I needed to hear those words until that moment. All this time, I'd been worrying about abandoning my daughter, about leaving her without a mother. But this was not about what she might lose. Rather, it was what she might gain. If Ava Marie stayed here, she'd lose her life. Right now, all I could give my daughter was a chance at survival. I damn well hoped it was the right decision. Ava Marie clutched tightly to my shirt. My heart swelled and broke into 1,000 tiny pieces all at once. If my chest could hold the world inside of it, it was blooming the most beautiful landscapes while earthquakes and volcanoes rocked its foundation. It was purely contradictory, and yet I felt it all at once. Fire blazed through my chest while my spirit calmed my belly. It sent tremors of pain throughout my body because such agony could not reside in a place of love. Liam and I sat on the couch, snuggled tightly with Ava Marie in my arms. This day had come too soon, and I wasn't ready for my time with her to end. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my lips to the top of her head. She clutched me even harder, like she could sense this was goodbye. I love you so much, little pumpkin, I told her, my voice cracking. But this isn't goodbye forever. Daddy and I are going to win this war, and we'll bring you back. Because this is your home, okay? It's your home. And nothing's going to change that. Ava Marie's eyes sparkled as she looked up at us. Her bottom lip trembled, and my heart shattered all over again. It felt as if a dragon was sitting on my chest, breaking my ribs and sending the shards straight into my heart. Don't cry, Ava, I squeaked. If you cry, I'll cry. Though she didn't shed a tear, I couldn't help it. Tears began streaming out of my eyes. Liam pulled me tighter to his chest and sniffled. He didn't say anything, but right now I didn't think he could. We were both choking on our emotions. Liam stroked Ava's hair. Essis and Buttercup sat on the back of the couch, swaying back and forth in each other's arms. It was sad and solemn, and made me cry even harder. It's too soon, I whispered, because even though my voice was painful to hear, it was better than the silence. Liam's chest heaved once, like he was trying to hold back a sob. Liam was good at hiding his emotions at times, but right now he couldn't hold them back. It only made saying goodbye that much harder, because I never thought I'd see my husband crack like this. Here, I said, sniffling. I sat up straighter and placed Ava Marie in Liam's arms. He looked really surprised. You never let me hold her. Esses handed me a tissue, and I dotted my eyes. I wanted to argue that I did let him hold her all the time. But he was right. I'd been particularly possessive with her lately. Well, now's your chance. Liam kept his gaze on his daughter as he rocked her back and forth in his arms. Tears beaded at his eyes, but he wore a soft smile, too. I never knew my heart could feel so much at once.
"You're perfect, Ava Marie,"
Liam said. She giggled, then grabbed his finger with her hand. His shoulders fell.
"You're so goddamn perfect, and giving you up is the hardest fucking thing in the world."
I didn't care that he was swearing right now. The swear jar didn't even cross my mind. At the moment, harsh language seemed justified.
"Grandma and Grandpa are going to take good care of you,"
Liam promised her.
"This will all be over soon, and you won't remember any of it. We'll come get you. If we make it."
A sob broke from my chest so loud it made Esses and Buttercup jump. Tears began to leak out of my eyes like freaking Niagara Falls. "Don't say that, Liam," I scolded through sobs. "We'll make it."
"But Ava...
He choked on his words. As Liam went into a coughing fit, he placed Ava Marie back into my arms and doubled over. "Liam!" I cried. "You okay?"
"Fucking no!"
he spat. He coughed a few more times, then sat upright again. His eyes were rimmed in red.
"Who knows when the next time I'll see my daughter will be? It could be in the ancestral lands."
My tears fell onto Ava's onesie and soaked it. "Don't talk like that. We're going to see her again." Ava Marie hiccuped. We both looked back to her, our argument forgotten. It was almost like she'd intended it to distract us.
"You're right,"
Liam said, wrapping an arm around me again.
"I have to believe we'll see her again. I can't go into this battle believing anything else."
"Me either," I whispered, so softly I wasn't sure he heard me. Then Ava Marie reached up with both hands and touched the side of our faces. The red-hot lava burning through my chest seemed to cool. Liam placed his hand on hers.
I think she's trying to tell us everything is going to be okay."
I sniffled again. I sure hope so. To be honest, Liam, I don't care if we die, as long as Ava is safe. Liam ran a finger over her soft cheek.
"Same."
Just then, the sound of a carriage approaching the house met my ears. My guts twisted, and I held Ava Marie closer.
"It's time, Sophia,"
Liam whispered. I gasped. "I'm not ready."
"We never will be,"
Liam replied solemnly. A knock came at the door, but I hesitated to stand and answer it.
"Pawi,"
Liam pressed. I finally stood with Ava Marie in my arms, but I swayed on my feet. I didn't think I'd ever be ready for this. Liam and I walked to the door and we answered it to find my adoptive parents standing there. Their coyote and bobcat familiars were at their feet. Their carriage was parked behind them. "Is Ava Marie ready to go?" my mom asked. "Almost," I answered, though I really meant no, she'll never be ready. Yet this is what had to be done. I knew that, but couldn't bear it.
"Take all the time you need,"
Dad said kindly. Ava Marie had her eyes fixed on my mom and reached out for her.
"Looks like someone's eager to leave,"
Liam joked, but it sent a heavy rock to settle in the pit of my stomach. He must have sensed my unease because he placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed it tightly. It was his way of telling me I had to move on with this. It wasn't fair. I took a deep breath. I guess we should get her bags in the carriage. Liam grabbed the bags we'd packed for Ava Marie. Essis took one of her stuffed animals, which was practically as big as he was, and carried it down the stairs. Julian stood by the carriage looking sad. Liam loaded the bags inside. I peeked in the back seat to see a car seat was ready for her, along with snacks, diapers, and toys my parents had bought to keep her entertained. My mom opened the door, but I couldn't move. Even though I tried to make my legs move, they wouldn't. "How long will the trip take?" I asked, stalling.
"We can't tell you that,"
Dad said. We'd already discussed the plan at length, and I knew that.
"We won't be heading back to Utah right away. We don't want to risk anyone finding us, after what happened with the break-in."
"I know," I sniffled. "I just wish I knew where she'd be."
"She'll be safe, Pawi,"
Liam assured me.
"She's in good hands." "Hey, wait for us!" a voice called from down the street.
We turned to see Jonah waving in our direction. Imogen followed beside him with a huge bag over her shoulder. Squeaks and Sassy weren't far behind. Squeak's babies trotted alongside her, but they were so tiny they kept tripping over each other. They'd certainly inherited some of their mother's personality traits. Jonah approached and placed a hand on his hip.
"If you thought you could let our little Ava leave without saying goodbye, you were wrong."
Liam rolled his eyes at him.
"You're late." "Fashionably,"
Jonah teased. "It was Squeak's fault," Imogen said. "She's super slow ever since the foals were born." Her pitch grew higher as she reached out a finger to tickle Ava Marie. "But we made it, didn't we? Yes, we did!"
"Can we hold her?"
Jonah asked. I hesitated a second until Liam nudged me and I handed her over. Ava Marie cooed in Jonah's arms. I wrapped my arm around Liam's waist because I had to do something with it.
"You are just the cutest thing, aren't you?"
he asked in a baby tone. He tickled her stomach and she laughed.
"We're gonna miss you so much. But you know what? Uncle Jonah and Auntie Imogen brought you gifts."
Liam groaned at my side, and I already knew what he was thinking. Knowing Imogen and Jonah, that bag was filled to the brim with inappropriate items. But when Imogen opened the zipper and started showing Ava the gifts, I was surprised at how practical they were. "This is a picture of us," Imogen said, holding up a framed photo. "So you'll never forget your aunt and uncle." She placed the photo back in the bag and dug out a cute pink dress. "I got you this in 3 sizes so you always have one to wear even as you grow." Next, she pulled out a rattle and shook it at Ava. It was made in the shape of a dragon, and Ava loved it. She reached out for it and laughed as she shook it. "There's also a mobile, bath toys, teethers, bibs, and ointment," Imogen said.
"Show her the best part,"
Jonah nudged. Imogen reached back into the bag and pulled out 2 different nightlights. One was shaped like a fox, and the other like a hippogriff. Imogen started to tear up as she showed them to Ava. "They're nightlights, so you don't get scared in the dark, and so that Sassy and Squeaks will be there when you sleep." Imogen started to wail, which made me cry, which turned into one huge crying fest. Even Julian started howling loudly, as if he intended to wake the entire neighborhood. Jonah handed Ava off to Imogen, who handed her to Liam. The goodbyes must have gone on for an hour, but it felt like far too soon. "I'm going to miss you every moment you're gone," I whispered to my daughter, as I placed her in my mother's arms. My chest tightened to the point where I could hardly breathe, even though I knew this was the right thing to do. "I love you, Ava Marie." She cooed and kicked her legs. I assumed that was baby talk for "I love you, too." "She'll be safe, Sophia," my mom promised for at least the 100th time. We promise." Dad clapped Liam on the shoulder and shook his hand firmly.
"Everything will be okay, Chief."
Liam wiped his eyes. Far too soon, my parents climbed into the carriage. My breath hitched as the carriage began to drive away. I grabbed onto Liam because I didn't think my knees would keep me upright. He nearly fell over too, but Julian was right beside him to support the two of us. Essis and Buttercup climbed onto Julian's horns. Essis tilted his chin toward the morning sky and let out a mournful cry that Buttercup echoed. Squeaks had curled up on the ground, wrapping her babies under her wing. Sassy ran after the carriage, barking loudly. I turned to Liam, sorrow thick in my tone. "I can't do this, Liam." His look was sad, but he was staying stronger than I was. He took me by the shoulders and looked me in the eyes.
"But you have, Sophia. The hard part is over. Now all we have to do is win this war, so we can see our daughter again."
By the Great Spirit's holy name, it was the only thing that kept me going. Ava Marie was gone, and I would do everything in my power to make sure she made it home safe. I couldn't function the rest of the week. Every morning I woke expecting to hear my daughter's cries, but there was nothing but silence. Her crib lay empty, as if she'd never been there in the first place. It was so eerie. My whole life for the past 5 months had revolved around her, feeding her and changing her, putting her to bed and keeping her entertained. She absorbed most of my day. Now that I'd gotten that time back, I didn't know what to do with myself. At times, it felt like I'd imagined her. But now was not the time to dig myself into a hole. Now was the time to be strong, to fight. Even though Liam and I sensed the emptiness in our home, we would not allow it to break us. The following weekend, I accompanied Liam with chief duties. It was the only way to keep myself occupied when I wasn't practicing my Anachi skills with Luana or sparring with our friends on the beach. We'd been training extra hard lately, pushing our limits to see just how far we could take our magic in order to defeat the elders. And yet, it wasn't enough. We'd seen the kinds of familiars they'd brought to our front door when they attacked Hokavale last Christmas. We had to be able to defeat anything Oleander threw at us. Right now, even with the progress we'd made since then, I wasn't sure we could take them all out before the rest of Oleander's creature army took us down.
"We'll need every resource we have,"
Liam had announced several times. I wholeheartedly agreed. It was why, when Liam wasn't in council meetings and I wasn't training, we were infusing crystals with magic to ensure every member of our army had an extra boost of power. We sat in the square near the Anachi Temple late one afternoon, working our magic into the crystals. Transference had become an entire community project. All who were able gathered with us to transfer their magic into the crystals. Chief Kawak and other Anachi worked on sorting the crystals into non-powered and powered, then placed them in color-coded wheelbarrows for each house's magic. I didn't know why we'd chosen to operate near the Anachi Temple. It just happened like that one day, and no one suggested any alternative. I swore I could feel my magic grow more intense near the temple, and I suspected others felt that way too. I worked quickly, transferring my Anachi magic into clear crystals and tossing them into a bucket nearby when I'd finished. I sat on a long picnic table beside Liam. Luana shared a bucket with me, as we were the only two who could infuse Anachi magic. Imogen worked quietly beside her, one of her hands laced in Cade's fingers. Jonah raced Jake to see who could fill their bucket first. Amelia was trying to keep Kiwi from swallowing the smaller crystals, while Trace struggled with transference beside her. He'd gotten 6 stones so far, but he wasn't very fast. Sassy chased Essus and Buttercup, who kept stealing crystals away from us and hiding them in holes they dug under the table. At the end of the table sat Bane and Doya. Doya had complained earlier she was hungry, and Bane had left to get her takeout. He came back with a sandwich and soup from the falcon's nest. I tried not to laugh when he opened the soup container and spilled it all over her dress. To my surprise, she waved it off and gave him a kiss. She was like a totally different person around him. Now Doya was working on transference while she ate, and Bane was skimming through the Anachi book he'd acquired. I didn't know what else he hoped to find in there. Chief Kawak had translated it fully, and Bane could hardly read Anachi himself. But he just kept adjusting his glasses and reading on, like he was fluent in the language. Wyatt and Mia were watching a bunch of kids in the middle of the square, including Matthias, Jackson, and Xavier. Neither of them had mastered transference, so it was their way of helping. I tried to keep my eyes off the kids, but it was hard. They just kept reminding me of Ava. Haloki had returned with her housekeeper, Beatrice, and she and the orangutan-like creature handed out snacks to the kids. Ezra and Stevie were on the other side of Liam, but they weren't working on transference. Instead, they sorted through old war paints and used their water magic to renew the pigments that were dried out. "This is a beautiful color," Stevie said, staring down at the blue. It matched the baby blue bow she wore in her hair today.
I prefer yellow,
Ezra said, reaching for a container of bright yellow paint. "You do?" Stevie raised an eyebrow, then stuck her finger into the paint and smeared it on his nose. Boop! Ezra laughed and wiped it off.
Yeah, it matches Diami's feathers.
At the sound of his name, Diami looked over to us. He was by Vanessa, Maddie, and Drew, along with all the dragon familiars, breaking apart larger crystals so they'd be easy to carry. Bren, Lindsay, and Miranda carried more over for them.
War paints use Hawkeye symbols, don't they?
Jonah asked thoughtfully.
Absolutely,
Jake answered. He sounded enthusiastic, like he knew a lot about war paints. Jonah stared at him, completely forgetting about his race to fill his bucket. He was so starstruck with his new husband. It made me smile, at least for a moment. Jake went on.
Certain symbols can enhance your magic. If everyone's got war paint and these crystals, the elders are going to have one hell of a time out there.
I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, and Liam noticed. If the ancestors didn't want to show up for us, I didn't know how this war would end. Still, we had to do everything we could to level the playing field.
How do we know which symbols to use?
Jonah asked, entranced by everything Jake said. It was Ezra who answered,
I'm on it.
He pulled out a stack of papers from beside himself I hadn't noticed before. They all had strange writings on them that I recognized as Hawkeye but couldn't translate.
Liam and I learned the symbols as kids. Stevie and I created these cheat sheets for everyone.
Liam eyed him curiously.
You learned war symbols? When? You were always too busy fucking around.
Ezra frowned at him.
I paid attention. Until puberty, Cade cracked, when you went totally airheaded. Not fair, Ezra protested, but he was laughing along. It's not like I'm the only guy whose dick suddenly started thinking for him.
It's true, Imogen added. Your dick really does have a mind of its own.
Ancestors,
Liam sighed, hoping to end the conversation.
Let me see those.
He took one of Ezra's cheat sheets and looked it over. His features softened the more he read, and he handed it back.
I have to say, you did a good job, bro. Told you,
Ezra shot back as he nudged Liam in the shoulder. Come Now, children, Imogen teased, there's no need to fight.
But Mom,
Ezra complained. Imogen scoffed. If anything, I'm Aunt Imogen. Liam's the mom around here. Liam's eyebrows got tight.
I'm not the mom.
Luana scrunched up her nose and signed, Yeah, you kind of are.
I'm Chief,
Liam reminded them.
Call me Mom one more time, and I'll have you thrown in the caves.
I snickered lightly, but inside my stomach sank. For the first time in what felt like forever, Liam was being playful. It felt nice, instead of being serious all the time. Yet right now, as we were preparing for war and our daughter was away, it didn't feel right.
That's a serious threat, Jonah teased. You try to throw me in the caves and I'll rain lightning down on your ass.
Liam smirked.
I'd like to see you try. Oh yeah?
Jonah challenged. He raised his hands toward the sky and storm clouds began to brew. Touch my husband and you're getting a fireball to the head, I added, only half serious.
Aw, I can't play,
Jonah grumbled, lowering his hands. The clouds cleared quickly. Bane, a woman's voice said so loudly we all turned to look. Madam Wells had been walking by. She stopped at our table when she saw Bane reading the Anichi book. She sounded slightly surprised. Bane looked up at her and adjusted his glasses.
Yes, Madam Wells. May I help you?
She shook her head. No, I just noticed you received my book. Was it of any use to you? Bane gaped at her and looked flustered as he flipped to the cover and then back to the open page he was on.
This book is yours?
Madam Wells smiled, but otherwise didn't look like she understood his shock. Yes, of course. I thought that was obvious. It was handed down my family line. I left it in your house because I thought it would be helpful. Doya's features darkened, and she stood to face Madam Wells. This book contains critical information. Why didn't you hand it over to my husband sooner? Cade groaned. Doya had been calling Bane her husband every chance she got. It was starting to get a little over the top. Madam Wells faced Doya without an ounce of fear in her features. Normally, others would cower under her gaze. I simply listened to the will of the ancestors. Showana told me to wait until it was time. I huffed under my breath, but all eyes were still on Madam Wells. Only Liam noticed. I stood from my seat and walked a few paces away from the table. Liam quickly followed.
Paui, what's wrong?
I turned to face him, but I lowered my voice so no one else could hear. I'm sick of Showana, I hissed. Just wait. It's all she ever says. What kind of bullcrap is that? Our daughter is gone, this war never ends, and Showana just wants us to wait around. For what? Liam took me by the shoulders.
I know it's hard, Paui, but you said it yourself. The ancestors are training us. If we'd tried to beat Oleander a year ago, even months ago, we wouldn't have been ready.
I crossed my arms. What makes you think we're ready now? We'll never be ready. We might as well get it over with. Liam sighed heavily.
What happened, Paui? You were so hopeful just a few weeks ago.
We gave up our daughter is what happened, I snapped. Liam, I wasn't lying when I said I wasn't sure we could do this.
But we have to,
he pressed.
We don't have any choice.
Exactly, I emphasized. My destiny has been written since before my birth. I never had a choice in any of this. The ancestors are using me as some sort of pawn, and I'm sick of it.
I don't think that's true, Soph,
he said.
You've always had a choice, and you chose to be the one the prophecy speaks of.
Well, it doesn't feel like it. I turned my gaze away from his. My chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, and the air was hot and heavy. I knew Liam was right, but I couldn't say so out loud. Giving up my daughter had changed everything.
Tell me this.
Liam suggested.
If you had to do it all over again, would you change anything?
I bit my lower lip and thought about it for several long seconds. If I'd known at the beginning that the ancestors wanted me to send my daughter away, I never would have agreed to it. But if I hadn't followed my destiny, who knew if Liam and I would even be together now? Maybe not. But if I weren't the chosen one, we wouldn't have had to go on the run. Perot would have told us of Liam's true health earlier. Eva Marie never would have been born. If I could choose a world where my daughter was alive, even if she wasn't by my side, and one where she didn't exist at all, I'd choose the one with her in it every time. I guess I'd still do everything the same, I admitted.
You know how close I've come to giving up, Pawi,
Liam reminded me.
Sending Ava away, it damn near killed me too. But I won't allow myself to see this as a sign to give up. We have to use it to spark hope, to fight as hard as we can.
I reached up to caress the side of his face. He stared back at me with a soft expression, and I felt like I could fall into his eyes and never stop falling. When did you become the wise one? Liam looked a little shocked at the question.
I don't know. When shit got hard, I guess.
A few beats passed between us. I stared down at my fingers and poked at a loose hangnail. I want to believe you, Liam. I want to be strong for everyone. I just don't know what that feels like anymore. Liam glanced toward our friends and shifted uncomfortably. When he turned back to me, his face lit up. He took my hand in his and started leading me across the square. What are we doing? I asked.
We're getting out of here,
Liam stated. But the war effort, I protested.
The war effort is nothing if you're not motivated to fight,
Liam said.
You need something to fight for, Pawi.
Liam and I stopped beside Julian, and the dragon bowed his head to us. Liam hoisted me up on Julian's back, then jumped on behind me. Across the square, Essis noticed me, but he was so wrapped up in collecting rocks that he just waved. Liam, where are we going? I asked, not sure if I actually wanted to leave or not. Liam grabbed tightly to Julian's spines.
You'll see.
He kicked Julian's sides, and the dragon took off. My stomach lurched as we shot into the sky, and my heart didn't slow until we were high above the town. Julian leveled out. The wind whipped through my hair, but I tossed it over my shoulders so I could look out over the ocean. The setting sun glistened off the beautiful blue sea. The skies were all shades of pinks, purples, and blues. For a moment, I forgot that we were fighting because the sight was so beautiful. I know what we're fighting for, I told Liam, gesturing to the ocean. This, our home.
But it's more than that,
Liam said. I was about to ask what he meant when Julian shifted course. I yelped and held on tighter. Liam's warm arms tightened around me.
We're almost there, Pawi. Hold on.
Julian flew out far past the town, but within the boundary of the protection shield. I tried to watch where we were going, but I didn't like looking down. After a few minutes, Julian started his descent. I didn't know where we were going, as I'd never been out this way before. As a nearby cliff came into view, my jaw dropped. The rocky cliff touched the edge of the ocean, and waves sprayed sparkling water everywhere. Lush greenery filled the cliff, with vines hanging down over the edge and bordering a beautiful waterfall that rained into the ocean. But it wasn't the gorgeous scenery that got me. It was the dragons. Hundreds of dragons swarmed the cliff, their scales glittering in the setting sun. There were fire dragons, earth dragons, air dragons, and ice dragons alike, and they were all different sizes and colors. As we came in closer, I saw that smaller dragons were perched in the treetops, while the larger ones were curled up in a huge clearing, all watching the sunset. Between them, little baby dragons wrestled one another. Fortune fairies fluttered around the clearing, their luminescent bodies flickering on and off, as if the cliff was glittering with magic. Julian tilted in the air, circling the dragon clearing from above. The other dragons took notice, and a whole fleet of them created a formation, then took off to the skies. They circled around, following Julian as if he was their leader. Several baby dragons tried to follow, but they barely got 3 feet off the ground before their wings gave up. One of the baby fire dragons hiccuped, and fire shot out of his nose while he went flying back several feet. I snickered and pointed, and Liam laughed with me. "They're so cute!" I beamed. Julian landed in the clearing, and Liam and I slid off his back. Nearby, dragon mothers were nesting on their eggs, while a group of younger dragons swayed back and forth and cooed together in song. The larger dragons who'd followed Julian landed beside us. Each of them bowed their head and nudged it against Julian's, as if it was their way of greeting each other. "Wow, this is beautiful," I said breathlessly. I couldn't take my eyes off all the shining scales. Liam took my hand in his, and we walked toward the edge of the cliff.
"It's a community, Soph."
My eyes traveled across tiny baby dragons, then out toward the ocean where others flew in formation. Liam stopped close to the edge of the cliff, and we sat in the grass to watch the sunset. Liam draped an arm around me.
"It's beautiful because it's built on love."
"Like us?" I asked, squeezing his hand. Liam nodded.
"Exactly like us. Our people became united in a time of fear, but we stayed united because of love. That's what we're fighting for, Pawi. We're fighting for Maddie and Drew, who were tortured by Oleander and his men. We're fighting for Bren and Vanessa, whose son was taken from them. We're fighting for Lindsay and Miranda, for Wyatt and Sam, and everyone else who was held captive by Oleander. We're fighting for everyone who lost their familiars, and all the kids we rescued from the camps. We're fighting for your parents, who were forced out of their home. We're fighting for Amelia, who was tortured on the Hojho, and for Trace and Cade, who were forced to fake their own deaths and leave their families behind for the cause. We're fighting for my mom, who lost her husband to the power-hungry greed of the elders, and for my siblings who lost their father. We're fighting for Luana, who has never seen the world because she was born into the role of protector for these people. We're fighting for all of Anichi, who have never known the blessing of bonding to their other half."
Tears started to bead in my eyes, but they weren't angry or frustrated. I felt sorry for each one of the people he listed, and I knew I'd do anything for them. Liam took a long breath before continuing.
"We're fighting for our family. For Jonah, for Imogen, and most of all, for Ava. And as for me, Pawi, I'm fighting for you."
I hiccuped. Then tears started rolling down my cheeks. I placed my hand over my mouth to hold it back. Liam leaned over to wipe the tears away.
"We've lost so many people in this war. My dad, your grandparents, Alric."
He trailed off before he could finish the list. We both knew it didn't quite have an end anymore.
"We fight so that we don't have to lose one another. We fight for the people we love, to give them the future they deserve. That's what I'm fighting for, Pawi." What about you?
I couldn't contain myself anymore. Sobs rocked my chest, and I threw my arms around his neck. "That's what I'm fighting for, too," I cried. "I won't give up, Liam. Never. What you said just now, it means everything to me. I will do everything to fight for the people I love." Liam opened his mouth to say something more, but he didn't get a chance. I pressed my lips to his and silenced his words with a passionate kiss. Before long, we were totally making out. Liam's tongue slid inside my mouth, and his hand inched up my shirt. My fingers roamed through his hair, and I climbed on top of him, arching my back. My heart beat wildly in my chest. I wanted him so desperately right now. "Touch me, Liam," I begged. Liam drew away from me and glanced around. It was almost dark now, and the stars had started to come out.
You really want to fuck in front of all these dragons?
I hesitated and bit my lower lip. "That's weird, huh?" He scrunched up his nose and laughed.
A little.
I smirked. I always did love screwing around in new places. "Then I guess we're going to have to finish this somewhere private." Liam pushed me off of himself and stood, reaching out a hand.
Come here, Pawi. I have an idea.
I didn't question him as I placed my hand in his. Liam wrapped an arm around my waist. He smiled in the light of the quarter moon. Suddenly, a cold chill slithered around my body. I gasped and looked down to see that a column of seawater had risen from the ocean below and was swirling around the two of us.
Hold on,
he warned. I wrapped my arms around him and closed my eyes as his water carried us out over the sea. We were flying high above the ocean, spinning as if in a dance. Along the cliff, the dragons started to hum a tune. The moment was so incredibly magical. "Thank you for bringing me here, Liam," I whispered. Liam pushed my hair from my eyes, and I looked up to him.
Thank you for being here with me, Pawi.
There was more to his tone, like he didn't mean just here and now, but for all of time. Liam's magic curled around the cliff until the water spiral dropped us off 100 yards from the dragons. We could still hear their song, but we could no longer see them. Liam led me into the trees where fortune fairies lit up the forest. Above us, the stars twinkled in the clear sky. My feet sank into a soft, dry bed of moss. Before I could tell Liam how beautiful this forest was, he scooped me up into his arms. I yelped in surprise, but his kiss silenced me. As he kissed me, he got to his knees and lowered me onto the soft bed of moss. We fell to the ground together, panting. Liam couldn't catch his breath to say anything. Instead, he reached out an arm, and I snuggled into his chest. We stared up past the trees to the sparkling stars. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that tonight had been perfect. After minutes of listening to Liam's heartbeat, I whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Liam took a moment to respond.
I was actually looking at the sky and thinking about star beasts.
"Star beasts?" I asked. I recalled Lonnie mentioning them, but I couldn't remember what they were.
I learned about them in Hawkeye Legends,
Liam said.
They're creatures made from stardust, and they can control things like meteor showers. Supposedly, they used to bond with Anachi.
I mused. I wonder if they're still out there.
They are,
Liam said.
I saw them once. Creatures of all different types came down from the skies. Dragons and unicorns and sea serpents. Their form was black, but they were made of stars. It was incredible. I'm sorry you didn't get to see them. Legend has it they once bonded with spirit warriors.
I took a deep breath, trying to imagine them. Maybe you can introduce me someday.
I'm not sure how Lopez summoned them,
Liam admitted.
We can go back to where I saw them. Maybe they'll show.
That sounds like fun, I said dreamily. I liked that we were making plans for after the war, if only to hold on to a bit of hope. We lay there for what must have been an hour until we could hear Julian outside the trees calling for Liam. The two of us got dressed and headed back toward the clearing, where Julian jumped like an excited puppy to see us.
We're fine,
Liam told him, scratching his nose.
We just needed a few minutes by ourselves.
Ancestors, I was still beaming. Julian reared his head, gesturing for us to get on his back. I guess we should get back, I said. Essis is probably wondering where we're at. Liam agreed, and we climbed on Julian's back and flew to Hookavale. When Julian landed outside our house, I saw that Jake and Jonah were sitting on the stairs. Jake was tickling Buttercup, and Jonah was letting Essis braid his hair. Squeaks and Sabor were hacking up their last meal to feed their kids. Ew. Jonah's eyes lit up when he saw us. He stood, though his hair hung down only half braided.
Hey guys, we didn't know where you'd run off to. We thought we'd wait with the Kerbals until you got back.
Jake set Buttercup aside. Though Jonah sounded happy to see us, Jake looked a little solemn. My stomach sank. The high from earlier, gone.
Is something wrong?
Liam demanded. Jake shoved his hands into his pants pockets.
As you both know, I've been sending spies to fly above Kinpago to track Oleander's movements.
And? I pressed, sensing this was anything but good news. Jake drew a deep breath.
Our spies have just returned with word that the task force is preparing another strike on Hookavale.
Liam's hands curled into fists.
We can't let them get here again. That won't happen,
Jake promised.
We're going to meet the task force halfway. We'll stop them before they get this far.
Halfway? I asked, hardly able to process what he was saying. Jake nodded.
Our final battle has arrived. We march at dawn.
Chapter 21. Liam. I had a restless night. Jake had told us to get some sleep as we'd need it for the coming battle. Sleep was the last thing my body wanted. Instead, it craved revenge. A combination of angst and anxiety ate me up until it was time to rise. I awoke expecting to hear Ava Marie's cries, but the house was silent. She was a fussy baby. She cried more than she rested and was inconsolable unless she was held. She'd been difficult, but I'd give anything to have one more sleepless night listening to her wails, over experiencing the crushing silence as my wife tossed and turned, unable to get any peace herself. Those bastards had taken my daughter from me. I wanted to make them pay. My body would live off nothing but hatred until she was back in my arms again. Dawn came and it was time to move. Soldiers were marching out of Hookavale, climbing onto their flying familiars and taking to the skies in formation. Those who could not fly had already left to get a head start to intercept the elders. The only ones left behind in town were women with small children, the elderly, and those too sick to battle. Everyone else who was of age and had magic was expected to fight. Jonah and Imogen were waiting outside, along with Luana and their familiars. Sophia and I joined them. We donned the Elementi armor and painted our faces with our respective house colors to match. We'd all picked Hawkeye symbols. My blue paint showed the rune of bravery. Julian was beside me. It had taken an hour for me to paint his scales in a way that matched mine, but if I wasn't mistaken, he appeared fiercer than he had before. Jonah had picked the rune of loyalty, and Imogen went with heart. Luana had gone with Anichi symbols, one similar to those on the spirit totem that, if I was translating correctly, spelled healer across her nose and under her eyes. Sophia had chosen the rune for sacrifice and painted it on both cheeks with opposing colors, red for Coigny and white for Anichi. Essis had copied her, a red line drawn down the middle of his forehead. My wife wore the Azaimperiai around her neck and had my mother's compass attached to her armor at the hip. The Hawkeye hadn't painted their faces for battle in decades. That we were doing it today made us feel a connection to the warriors of the past. We felt ready to fight, but were we really? People were going to die out there today. Probably people we loved. How much more were we willing to lose in order to win this war? "We look badass," Jonah said as he looked us over. Squeaks's wings had been painted with violet. "The elders are going to start running when they see us." Squeaks chirped in agreement. Her babies were at my mother's house. They'd stay there until the fight was over. "Where's Jake?" Sophia asked. Her demeanor was calm and collected. She'd drawn blood before and wanted to do it again. "He's at the battlefield." Jonah began to levitate. "We should meet him." Sophia and I climbed onto Julian's back, while Luana and Imogen got onto Squeaks. Sassy jumped and settled on Imogen's lap, while Sierra rested on Luana's shoulder. Jonah led the way as we flew through the orange-red sunrise, out of the boundaries of Hokavale and into the wind. Essis, the only Kerbal who'd joined the fight, sat on Julian's head and faced the world with determination written on his face. Hundreds of others flew alongside us on their way to join the rebellion. Were we leading these people to their deaths or to freedom? Jonah began to descend, and Julian and Squeaks followed him. The trees broke, revealing a long battlefield. There were two sides, the one below us where the resistance was gathered, and one a mile or so off where the elders had collected their army. Nothing had happened yet, but it was clear by the tension radiating through the air that the battle was about to begin. I'd been here before. This was the forest where we'd completed the fire task of the Elemental Cup, though most of the dead trees had been cleared to make way for a battlefield, something Oleander must have intentionally done. The caves where we'd found the spirit totem were in sight, though far off in the distance. Being here felt awfully like repeating the past. Jonah landed on a cliff above the resistance side. Jake was waiting there for us, along with Sabor. As I slid off of Julian, I looked down. Navita were creating trenches several feet deep, wide enough for Elementai and most familiars. I couldn't see all the way to the other side from here, but I bet the task force was doing the same thing. As we came beside him, Luana touched Jake on the arm. He started when she did so, as if deep in thought. He appeared relieved at the sight of us. "There you all are," he said, signing. "I was worried we'd begin without you."
"And miss all the action?" Imogen said. "Nah, we're always there when the shit starts."
"Unfortunately," Jake said. "It seems the elders have been preparing for our arrival. Their march was a preemptive attack to lure us out of Hokavale, one I suspected, which is why we're giving them the illusion we've fallen for it."
"Well, that's kind of a jackass move by them," Luana signed, and Sophia nodded in agreement.
"It doesn't matter. It was always going to come to this anyway."
Jake frowned as he looked upon the battlefield. "What's on your mind, babe?" Jonah asked, tilting his head. He put a hand on Jake's shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly.
Jake swallowed. "My parents always spoke of this day, but I didn't think it had ever come. This war has gone on forever. I didn't see an end to it. I don't know what my life is going to be after this. Being a general is all I know."
"That's not true," Jonah said. "You know who you are, and once it's all over, you'll get to be a hippogryphologist like you always wanted. You'll never have to deal with war again.
Jake's mouth was thin. You know that's not the only option.
Then we'll be in the ancestral lands together, Jonah said. And nothing will ever hurt us ever again. Either way, it's a win-win.
Jonah's optimism sure had a way of putting a spin on the worst of things, but it must have worked for Jake because the thinnest of smiles had worked its way onto his face.
So what's our strategy to win?
Sophia asked. We're not going to get to Kinpago, that's for certain, Jake said. Luckily, I've been informed that Oleander is here along with all of his elders. We have to kill them first. Once Oleander doesn't have any support, we'll aim our sights on him. If we take him down, most of his followers will abandon the effort and give up. Then it'll all be over. Our priority will be getting across that field and into Elder territory. I don't see him here, I said as I scanned the clouds for Skyless. A creature that big should be easy to spot. He's hiding, but he's nearby. After what happened in the last battle we had, he no longer trusts his elders to get the job done, Jake said. So we just had to kill Oleander and the battle would be won. Sounded easy, but far from it. We had to get to him first, not to mention he had a Drakesh to fight for him.
It's a simple strategy. Kill the generals and the soldiers fall apart, Jonah mused.
Obviously, their familiars will counter us, so we'll have to do our best to get as many over to the other side as possible. Jake sighed. For as confident as his voice was, I wasn't sure how truthful he was being. Sophia and I will go, I volunteered. Julian's big enough now. He's one of the few familiars that can take on Skyless. Julian displayed his fangs. Jake hesitated. I applaud your bravery, but you're the chief of Tuakwa. We can't afford to lose you. It'd be better if you stayed back and gave orders to your tribe. My elder council will keep things in line for me. I've commanded them to direct the Tuakwa army while I deal with Oleander, I said. He's taken on the role that was meant for me. He's mine. Jake raised an eyebrow. You plan to challenge him to a chief's duel? If I can get that close, yes. Jake rubbed his beard. This might give us an advantage. He can't deny you a duel if you demand one. By ancestral law, he'll automatically forfeit his chiefhood if he refuses. He won't look weak in front of his soldiers. Exactly. So leave Oleander up to me. Jake crossed his arms over his chest. I suppose the four of you are sticking together? He meant Sophia, Jonah, Imogen, and myself.
Of course, Imogen said. Jonah can fly on his own. Sassy and I will ride on Squeaks. We'll find these elders and kick their ass all the way to the ancestral lands.
Then I'm coming with you. I'll lead the charge of our best soldiers over no man's land, Jake said. The other generals will stay behind and hold our position. Jonah smirked.
You just want to protect me.
Well, there's that.
Jake wrapped an arm around Jonah's side, and Sabor nuzzled Squeaks. What will the Anachi do? Luana asked.
Those crystals are our biggest asset. The elders don't have Anachi to fight for them, which means they don't have shields. That makes a difference, Jake said. The job of the Anachi is to keep the rest of us protected. As long as their shield holds, our trenches will be safe.
Then I'll help them do it, Luana said. The task force won't get past our shields if I hold them up.
Jake nodded briskly, and he started forward. Luana, come with me. I must discuss this further with your father. As Jake, Luana, and their familiars left us, our little group stared toward the battlefield. Something lengthened between us, but it wasn't worry. It was more like resignation. Like this was where we'd meant to be all along.
You know,
Imogen started.
All this happened because the reject team decided to fuck shit up.
Sophia sputtered, and Jonah gave a loud, humorous noise. Before I knew it, the four of us were laughing, because she was right. Ever since our cup win, things had been leading up to this. Everything we'd done in the past 2 years, our trial, going up against the elders, sneaking people out of the castle, joining the rebellion, had brought us to this moment. And I don't think any of it would have happened if 4 misfits hadn't broken the rules and upended everything society told them to be. Our cup victory had set off a chain of events that couldn't be undone. The rebellion had waited for years to challenge the elders. It wasn't until a group of outcast kids had stood up to them that things started to change. All of it had come to be because we never gave up on each other. We were from 4 different houses. We weren't even supposed to be friends, and yet I'd die for any one of these people. Again and again the world had tried to keep us apart, and we'd said no. We were the most unexpected people, yet we'd all grown more powerful than most elementi alive. We'd gotten here together mostly by faith. More times than not, we'd hung on by nothing more than a prayer. We were here today because we refused to accept what was and demanded to see the impossible. Now our future was within reach. All we had to do was grab it. Before we do this, I just want you guys to know you were the greatest friends I ever had, Jonah said. Squeaks cooed and Sassy brushed her head against her leg. Imogen choked up. Me too, she whispered, giving a sniff. And me, Sophia added, lifting Essus onto her shoulder. The best years of my life were spent with you guys, I said quietly. I really mean that.
Wow, he finally admits it, Imogen exclaimed through her tears. It only took impending doom.
Shut up. I'm still an asshole, I said.
And some things never change, Jonah quipped with a sigh.
Whatever happens, Liam Maito will always be a dick. You'll always be annoying, I added, though it was more affectionate than it was an insult.
And all of us will always be weird, Imogen finished. That's never going to change.
Ancestors, I hoped not. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if these people were normal. Sophia swept a lock of hair back as Essus began braiding it.
No matter what happens, one of us has to make it out, she said. For Ava.
I hadn't been scared before she said that, because I'd resolved myself to die this morning if that was the way it was going to be. But to think of my friends going out that way, it was so much worse. There was a possibility that not just one of us would die, that all of us could. I didn't want that to happen. I'd sacrifice my own life if it meant Sophia, Jonah, and Imogen got out. I'd planned to do the same during our tournament. Even in 2 years, that hadn't changed a bit. Imogen shook her head.
No, I'm not agreeing to that. Ava needs us. If something happens to Liam and I, you guys are all she has, Sophia pleaded.
Fuck that, Jonah said. We have the same agreement we made when we went into the Elemental Cup. We all come out together, or we don't come out at all. Sophia blinked before she nodded. With tears in her eyes, she said,
Okay, then we come out together.
I nudged Sophia. Hey, team motto on 3? Imogen and Jonah's faces brightened with smiles. They stuck their hands in. I placed mine on top of theirs, and Sophia's warm fingers spread over my own. Essus reached from Sophia's shoulder, though he was far off from touching our hands. Squeaks and Sassy even joined in, putting a hoof and a paw in on the ground below us. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's not fucking die. This time we said it in unison. Yeah, it was a silly thing to do. We were going to war, not playing a sports game. But this wasn't all that different from the Elemental Cup, and saying it made us feel better. It bonded us as one. We wandered down to the trenches where Navita were still digging. Imogen spotted Cade and ran off to say some quick goodbyes. For now, Imogen had said. You got the Azaimperiai, Pawi? I asked Sophia as we headed down the stairs of the nearest trench.
Yeah.
She brought the spirit totem out of her armor before tucking it back in.
I'm ready to use it, whenever it's time.
Your grandparents said you'd know. Just keep it close. My brother was passing out canteens filled with water, which had belts to strap around the middle so Tawakwa would always have a source to draw from. I took a canteen from him and attached it to my side. There wasn't much water out here, and everybody would be drawing some from the air, leaving not much to go on. It was best to be prepared. Ezra had painted his face yellow, with streaks of black to match Diami's feathers. Stevie was noticeably absent. "Where's your girlfriend?" "She actually agreed to stay behind for once," Ezra said. "I know. I'm as shocked as you are." That was odd. She must not be feeling well today. Stevie was a good fighter and we kind of needed her, but at the same time she was one less person we had to worry about out here. If her disease was making it so she couldn't fight, maybe that was a good thing. Someone had come to replace her, though. My mouth fell open when I recognized my mother distributing supplies to other Tawakwa. She was wearing leather armor that had been passed down from her grandmother. It was ancient Tawakwa warrior armor and meant to be ceremonial, though it had once seen battle years ago. I'd never seen her wear it. "Mom, what are you doing here?" I asked. "Where are the kids?"
"With Beatrice. I could not stand idly by when the people who killed my husband are still out there," Mom said fiercely. "This is my fight." I wanted to tell her to go home, and as chief I had the right, but even I was scared of my mother when she was pissed, and she was in a mood. I couldn't stop her from killing Task Force if that's what she'd come here to do. Beside her was Maddie and Drew. I was surprised to see both of them. Neither had ever fought in any battles. Both were of age, but as a Natarai, Maddie always insisted on sitting out fights, and Drew usually did the same. When she noticed my curious look, Maddie tossed her hair back. "You're going to need me later. Trust me." Maddie's expression was grim, which didn't bode well for the rest of us. Whatever she said was coming, it was happening soon. I noticed other people among the trenches. Wyatt and Mia were here. I didn't think Mia would show up as she had Mattias, but apparently she'd left him behind with someone to come here. Tuscan was missing, presumably in the ocean with other water familiars, but Taryn was dutifully by Mia's side. Bren, Lindsay, and Miranda were working to keep the firewall around the trenches burning. Anichi held crystals in their hands and concentrated beside Luana, building the invisible shield. I counted others, Amelia and Trace, Riley and Isabella, Professors Perot and Amber, and Tabitha. Even Vanderbilt and his son Sean were all preparing for war alongside their familiars. Vanessa was giving orders to the Coigny tribe, but she was alone. Aisha was missing, along with a host of dragon familiars. Where were they? Well, besides them, the gang was all here. Time to see what we were made of. James was pacing nearby. His dragon familiar, like the others, wasn't nearby. He wore a path in the mud as he wandered back and forth nervously. "This is impossible," James burst, and several people looked his way. "How can we win this fight? How can we expect to survive?" He stopped and shook his head. "It's hopeless. The elders are so strong. All we can do is pray. Nothing's going to save us." Many dropped their gazes, void of hope. My stomach nodded with anxiety and fear. James was right. We were expecting a miracle. Carter strode forward, a determined look on his face. His lindworm, Tiara, cooed as he left her side. Carter turned James to face him roughly and wrapped an arm around his waist, proclaiming, "Our love will save us." Carter kissed James full on the mouth. A few people clapped and cheered, but myself, I was shocked.
James's eyes widened in surprise, like he wasn't expecting Carter to do what he just did. Then he fell into the kiss, throwing his arms around Carter's neck as they made out for the whole world to see. Okay. Looks like I was wrong about them not being gay. Jonah was giddy. He looked at me and mouthed, "I told you." "Jeez, everyone's hooking up at the last minute, huh?" Sophia asked. "Better to tell someone how you feel now than to live with regrets," I said, as we watched Carter and James sneak off to another part of the trench to get a private moment. Bane and Doya were obviously proclaiming to the elders they were together. They wore matching tactical outfits for the ancestors' sake. Though Bane fumbled with attaching his water canister to his hip, Doya and Naomi certainly looked in their element. Both were cool and collected as they prowled to our side. Doya crossed her arms as she stood in front of us. "I hope you're ready. This is the day we've all been waiting for." "I'll do whatever it takes to stop Oleander," Sophia pledged. "I promise that." "Leave Oleander to the rest of us. Your life is more important than anything else in this battle, Sophia, because this rebellion depends on you," Doya said. Sophia stiffened beside me, and I squeezed her to my side for comfort. Doya's words rang true. Sophia was a symbol of the rebellion. As the chosen one, she couldn't fall. I wasn't going to let that happen. The sun came up over the battlefield, igniting the morning. Conversation fell dead as minutes passed. We waited in a line at the head of the trenches, holding our breath. Neither our side nor Oleander's had made a move. I didn't know why. It was like both parties were waiting to see what the other was going to do. I had to fight off dread and worry as it threatened to swallow me whole. It was agonizing, dragging out the moment like this. It was practically worse than the fighting itself. The only thing that kept me from running off was Sophia at my side. Voices began rising over the horizon. At first, I thought they were screaming madly at us, until I realized the task force was speaking words. What the hell were they chanting? I couldn't hear them. Silence fell over the rebellion until the sound of their screaming broke through. "Strong, survive! Strong, survive!" The Defortai motto. My mouth soured as I heard it. Only the strong deserve to survive. It had been shoved down my throat since this whole war had started, and I was sick of it. "One tribe!" I heard Ezra cry out. Several people glanced at him. As the Defortai screamed their slogan, he screamed again, "One tribe!" Others caught on. Mom was the second to lend her voice. Lindsay, Miranda, and Bren started shouting with them. Sophia and I joined in. Our voices grew louder and louder as the battle cry swelled across the trench. Eventually, the entire rebellion was screaming it, thousands of voices crying out our protest as the task force demanded our surrender. "Strong, survive! One tribe! Strong, survive! One tribe!" My heart grew bold with our words. We were one tribe, and we were fighting so the Hawkeye could be united forever, no longer divided by house lines. We had become a singular people. Unity was what the ancestors had planned for us all along. I fought today so my daughter could live in an integrated tomorrow. This battle was needed, if only for the sake of our children, so they did not have to experience the hatred and division all of us had suffered. I'd been so scared for so long. Scared to love Sophia, scared to be friends with people from other houses, scared of the elders. I knew I might die today, but I wasn't afraid anymore, because we had nothing left to lose. This was worth fighting for. It was worth dying for, and I'd bring that new tomorrow about for Ava Marie on this day, no matter what it cost me.
With no warning, the battle cries ceased and turned into screams. Somebody must have let out a spell because I heard it whiz by. A small explosion happened, probably a gust of air slamming against the shield. It rocked the trenches, scattering dirt before the Anichi rushed to repair the hole in the shield. The rebellion began firing. I didn't know what side had attacked first, but it didn't matter because the trenches broke into chaos. Elements flew overhead as people shot them off. Magic from the other side slammed into our shields, and Luana gritted her teeth as her powers took the blow. Resistance members rose out of the trenches with their familiars. They began running toward the enemy, but once they crossed halfway, explosions rocked the earth. Bodies went flying, and dirt hurtled into the air. Fear chilled my bones as the explosions left craters, killing everyone who was within a short distance. Mines? They were using fucking mines, and we'd walked right into their trap. People on the resistance side screamed. There was momentary panic as the few soldiers that hadn't been unlucky enough to step on a mine turned back, being chased by elements that the task force cast. Only a couple made it back to the trenches alive, shaking and covered in dirt. "That field is filled with Coigny mines!" Jake screamed as the realization hit. "We can't cross it on foot!" That left only one option. We had to rely on our flying familiars to get us to Oleander and the other elders. Fire rain from the elders began to pour down from the sky. Sophia and the other Coigny concentrated their powers to make it fizzle out before it reached the shield. Jonah and Jake worked together, and the skies darkened overhead. Lightning ricocheted across the sky and struck several familiars out of the air as a tornado began to form in the middle of no man's land. The tornado traveled toward the Elder's side, but it began to lose energy the closer it got to the task force. Jake struggled to keep it going, but with the other Yapluma on the enemy's side, his magic was fading. Imogen moved in unison with Cade as they summoned boulders from the earth. The boulders rolled toward the task force at a brisk speed, but shattered into pebbles once they came near the enemy Navita. I commanded rain to fall down upon the task force. I turned it into hail, and several large chunks of ice struck the task force on the head. There were screams as people went down. I was stronger than the others, so my magic lasted longer, but I felt the push of water magic that was different from my own fighting against me. It took multiple Tawakwa at once to overpower my magic. The rain stopped pouring completely until it was reduced to a drizzle. Sophia sent a huge fireball across the battlefield, but it turned to smoke before it touched any of the task force members. All around us, other resistance members were channeling similar powers, but it wasn't working. Whatever magic we sent at the task force was canceled out and vice versa. Their magic couldn't harm us because we'd end it once it got close. The distance between us was making it impossible for anyone to control their powers. "We've got to cross that no man's land," I cried out to Jake over the noise. This was getting us nowhere. Jake nodded. He waved to a soldier nearby who lit up his hand with fire. The Coigny waved the fireball in the air like a signal, and from above, creatures swooped down. It was the Sting Sailors, the magical flying manta rays. They soared over the battlefield, their great fins cutting through clouds. On their backs were multiple soldiers shooting elements down. "Let's go!" Jonah and Jake flew into the air while others climbed upon their flying familiars. I got onto Julian and pulled Sophia on after me as he spread his red wings to take to the sky. Imogen gave Cade a hasty kiss before she climbed onto Squeaks, summoning Sassy to her. Cade mounted Arabelle, following her lead. As they took off, Sabor followed with a screech, and we came after. It was way worse in the sky than it was in the trenches. Lightning flashed around us, and it wasn't all from Jonah. The storm the Yapluma on both sides had created was wild and uncontrollable.
I watched as a lightning bolt hit a sting sailor and took it out of the sky, sending its riders flying. Its body smoked as it slammed into the earth, and the other sting sailors let out screeches of grief. The task force had wooden catapults, which the Navita were rolling giant boulders onto. The catapults launched, and the huge rocks flew through the air. One of them was half the size of Julian. Sophia and I had to hold on tight as Julian lurched to the side and avoided the boulder. It hit a flying cheetah behind us and took him down with his elementi. They both ended up on the ground, crushed underneath the boulder. I watched in terror as the catapults began taking out multiple familiars at once. A winged wolf and a pegasus were both smashed by a singular boulder before another took down a second sting sailor. Those that didn't hit anyone fell to the ground and set off the mines. The mines exploded, creating black, smoking concaves in the earth and destroying what bodies were near. Imogen moved her hands, and she was able to shatter the boulders before they hit any of us, giving us time to get into the clouds. The rebellion had to fly higher to get out of reach of the catapults. So many were dying. It was happening so fast. But we had Essus. He stood on Julian's head and held his little arms out, creating a shield around Julian that nothing could penetrate. Lightning bounced off the shield, and as we dove downward, nothing touched us. Even the boulders the catapults launched dissolved into dust when they slammed against his shield. Essus didn't even flinch. Though so much magic was being thrown at Essus, he handled it without a problem. "Way to go, little buddy," Sophia called out. The boulders fell uselessly to the ground as their projection failed to ascend to our height. But that didn't stop the lightning. It attacked relentlessly, frying one familiar after another as the sky lit up. Jonah spun in the air, trying to stop it. As the catapults were being reloaded, he redirected the lightning so it struck one catapult, erupting it in flame. He sent bolt after bolt into the rest of the catapults, destroying as many as he could. Yapluma on the ground redirected their powers and tried to get Jonah to drop out of the sky by manipulating the air currents around him. Jonah faltered, but Jake was there to catch him. Jake held Jonah up by his magic as the Storm Lord continued his relentless assault on the Navita, who no longer had time to load the catapults. Sophia moved her Anichi shields overhead to protect who she could as the lightning continued to ricochet across the skies. When it was clear nothing could be done to harm Jonah, the Yapluma turned their attention on the rest of the group. They began manipulating the air currents there, and several familiars began falling out of the sky. They were either blown away or forced to crash against the ground as their wings couldn't save them. A hippogriff let out a frail cry. I twisted around so fast it made my back hurt. Squeaks had been caught up in one of the failed air currents and was plummeting to the ground, taking Imogen and Sassy with her. My heart raced in fear as my friends fell to their deaths, but from here we were too far away to save them. "Imogen!" Sophia yelled. Squeaks screamed as she pumped her wings to no effect. Imogen and Sassy held on for dear life. Jonah saw them falling and reached out his air, but a rogue lightning bolt raced by. He jumped to control it before it hit both him and Jake, leaving him no time to save the girls. Sabor let out a vicious cry and pawed at the air. He opened his beak and let out a gust of powerful wind, creating a strong tunnel. He swooped downward like a racing bullet, directing the tunnel at the task force. The tunnel swept up several Yapluma in its path, sending them hurtling hundreds of feet. As task force bones cracked against the ground, Squeaks recovered. She flew upward to rejoin the rest of the rebellion, steadying herself in the air once more. Sassy's fur was all over the place, and Imogen clutched at her chest like she'd had a heart attack. "We have to advance!" Jake screamed. "Move forward!" The resistance swept down. Sophia's hold tightened around me as Julian sucked his wings to his sides and dove. Esses held on to Julian's horn with one paw, guiding a new shield with the other. As Julian leveled out, he opened his mouth and blew fire upon the task force soldiers below. Sophia grew the flames so they began spreading over the elders' camp. Task Force Tawakwa rushed to put it out, but I pulled back their magic and forced the water to evaporate. Familiars that fought for the elders began rising out of their ranks. I watched as a herd of Periton launched itself on a massive eagle, forcing it to land. A griffin lunged for Squeaks. Sassy changed into a kitsune and lashed out with her vines to keep the creature at bay, while Pegasi clashed in the sky. My stomach clenched as a giant snake unfurled itself from below and slithered into the air. It was a basilisk, like the one Lindsay had, but this one was much larger and had wings. The creature was purple and at least 20 feet long, with fangs as large as me. It was riderless, yet lack of an elementi didn't make it any less formidable. The basilisk flew in a circle around the rebellion, locking them in. It opened its mouth, and both animals and people screamed in terror as the basilisk began swallowing people whole. I saw Carter and James hold on as Tiara soared at the basilisk, roaring a challenge. The lindworm sank her teeth into the basilisk's neck, and the monster cried out, venom spitting out of its fangs and spraying everywhere. Those who were unlucky enough to be hit by the projectile screamed in agony as the venom burned away at their skin and flesh. A wyvern with white scales and autumn leaves for a mane soared at Julian. It spread its wings wide, swinging its body backward so its poisonous tail was directed at my dragon's throat. Julian spun until we were momentarily upside down before Julian's claws lunged for the wyvern's throat. Esses's shield dropped as he clung to Julian's scales, trying to maintain his bearings. The person on the wyvern's back was Navita. As he raised his hands, the autumn leaves that made up the wyvern's mane detached a few at a time. He sent them at us like throwing knives. Esses's shield was down, so one slipped by and grazed my face, causing a cut. I instinctively raised a hand to check the damage. He'd drawn blood. Sophia focused her powers outward. The leaves sizzled and turned to ash at her command. The Navita screamed in rage, but none of the leaves came close again. The wyvern swept its tail back and hissed. It poised like a scorpion, ready to strike, before sweeping the mass of its body backward and aiming the stinger at me. Shit, this was a fucking problem. Sickness welled in my gut as I braced myself, preparing to take the full stinger so the wyvern's poison wouldn't touch Sophia. Julian growled, and the dragon sharply swung to the left. His tail came around in an arc, slapping the stinger away. But it didn't stop there. Julian had used so much force that the stinger made a full circle, embedding it in the wyvern's forehead. The wyvern moaned in pain. His eyes rolled back in his head as he spiraled downward, the elementi giving a dying cry before they both hit the ground. Another mine went off. Several creatures were fighting with the massive basilisk, trying to help Tiara take it down. The basilisk bit down, crushing many before taking out others with its venom. The basilisk sunk its fangs into Tiara's side. She moaned, but she didn't back down. She must have been immune to its venom because the basilisk bite didn't slow her up. If anything, it only made her attacks more vicious. More and more familiars kept coming. 2 hydras with 6 heads each flew into the sky and soared at Diami. Ezra redirected the Thunderbird, and Diami ducked so the hydras ran into each other. As they were untangling their heads, Diami channeled a storm. He whipped up the clouds so rain poured down upon the hydras, slowing them up. As the hydras sprang free, they chased after Ezra and Diami. Diami kicked it into high gear and flew as fast as his wings could carry him, while Jonah and Jake flew after to help. I withdrew water from the canister at my side.
I forged it into a long whip and lashed it out at the task force. I lassoed my whip around multiple riders, tossing them off their mounts and sending them to their deaths. Sophia sent out fire columns that made me sweat, roasting the sides of familiars who flew by. Even as we worked, it seemed where we took care of one familiar, another sprang up. We were outnumbered 2-1 up here. The elders had more flying familiars than we did. Without the help of the ground team, we were fucked. "Hold our position!" I heard Jake cry, but I didn't think anyone was listening. Resistance members were dropping like flies. Panic overwhelmed my senses, causing alarm bells to ring in my head. Skyless hadn't even made an appearance yet, and we were losing ground. The battle had just started, and we were already dying. Then a space in the clouds parted, letting a halo of white light shine through that beamed across the mountains. Dots on the horizon grew closer and closer with the arrival of the holy sunlight, and I saw wings send rays jetting throughout the landscape. "The dragons are here!" Imogen yelled. Julian trumpeted a hearty greeting. Aisha led the pack. Hundreds of dragons soared in from above, breathing a combination of fire, ice, earth, and wind. Irikari flew by, freezing familiars in their place and causing them to fall to the ground, where they shattered into a million fragments. James's dragon rammed his horns against one of the hydras, and it went down, crashing into a flock of hippogriffs before it smashed the task force underneath. A few dragons flew back toward the resistance side to pick up riders and bring them to the battle to fight. The elders had their own dragons to fight for them. They abandoned their battles with the other familiars and turned to face their own kind. Some dragons began dueling with their elements, while others smashed their horns together. So many roars broke out it seemed the sky itself was quivering. Julian locked himself into a deadly combat with another fire dragon. Flames shot over our heads as the two males locked horns and fought viciously with their teeth. Julian's body rocked violently as the dragons hissed and sputtered. I couldn't cast. I was too busy making sure I stayed on. "Sophia!" I called out as a flame nearly singed my armor. This was more than a little dangerous. Male dragons more often than not killed each other during a fight. I watched as a flame began to build in the opposing male's throat. "Hold on!" Sophia shouted. She flung her hand forward. The fire in the dragon's breath halted. It couldn't move forward. The dragon gagged and coughed, trying to get it out. Julian took his opportunity and sank his fangs into the enemy's neck. There was a hissing sound like steam being set loose, and the other dragon moaned. As Julian bit down, molten lava poured from the dragon's neck. It ran down Julian's teeth as he deepened the gash he had made. The male dragon stopped squirming, and Julian let him go, dropping the opposer's body to the black earth. Julian made a chuffing sound in his throat as he looked to Aisha for approval. As the dragons fought, Aisha hovered over the fight and gave guttural noises that vibrated in my core. The dragons created a formation and swept through the task force familiars in a singular line. It was like the dragons were following her command. She must have become their alpha. A sense of pride came over me as I watched Aisha order the dragons. I never would have expected it from a dragoness with a hurt wing, one who'd been rejected by the others. She'd once been the smallest, but now she was the strongest. There was a whizzing sound, and I heard an object make an impact. A golden dragon next to us moaned. My eyes widened as I saw he had a long, spear-like object sticking out of his chest. The elementi on its back wore a fallen expression, expecting death. More spears went whizzing through the sky. They took out multiple dragons, skewering them through the wings or embedding in their sides. Earthquakes vibrated throughout the land as the dragons' massive bodies toppled to the earth. I looked to the ground, and disbelief ran throughout my core. Holy fucking shit, these assholes had harpoons. They loaded the gargantuan machines, putting another harpoon in its place the moment one had fired. One of the harpoons struck the other Hydra. It collapsed out of the air and died, though the task force didn't stop firing. They didn't even care if they shot their own. All that mattered was they killed us alongside them. Aisha cried out a bugle, ordering the other dragons to fly out of reach. Jonah and the Yapluma were so busy trying to misdirect the harpoons from hitting the dragons, they didn't have time to destroy them. Sophia called a lightning bolt down from the sky, but it missed, striking the area beside the harpoons instead. It killed a few task force, but not enough to stop working the harpoons. "Julian, go, go, go!" I ordered. Julian tilted upward. Sophia and I flattened ourselves to his back as the harpoons sailed by. He had to tilt in the air several times to avoid getting hit. One harpoon sailed over my head, and it hit the rider behind us, gutting him through. Essus puffed out his chest in rage as he watched the dragons around us die. He let his shield drop as he called a massive ball of light into his paws. It grew larger and larger until it had swelled to the size of Julian's head and we couldn't see in front of us. Julian turned, and I knew he'd done that so Essus could aim at the harpoons. Essus launched the light ball with a shrill cry, and it careened toward the task force. People screamed and dove out of the way, but not everyone escaped in time. The ball of light collided with the ground, making a huge crater in the earth. The harpoon guns went flying. Broken pieces of wood and iron scattered everywhere, leaving an array of bodies and debris behind. "That's my Essus," Sophia praised. Essus clapped, like he was proud of himself. Essus's magic had given them a blow, but it had left us defenseless. One singular harpoon gun was left, with a final shot in place. Aisha had stayed low to make sure the other dragons made it out. My insides tightened as I watched them redirect the gun her way. Julian bellowed. He flew forward, knocking Aisha out of the way. Sophia tried to create a shield, but she didn't get it up in time. The harpoon soared by, creating a hole in Julian's wing. Aisha gave a cry as we began spiraling toward the ground. Julian pumped his hurt wing, but to no effect. It would no longer hold us up. We were definitely going down. "Brace for impact!" I shouted. The ground neared. Essus and Sophia made a collective shield just before we slammed into the dirt. The shield broke our fall, but it was still rough. All three of us were thrown from Julian's back several feet. I hit the ground and rolled, wincing as my shoulder twisted. It took a few moments for me to gain my bearings. That fucking hurt. But on quick inspection, I didn't think anything was broken and I hadn't hit my head. I staggered upward. Sophia was on her feet, holding Essus. "Bowie, you hurt?" I coughed as I got ash in my mouth. "Essus and I are fine," Sophia said. I barely heard her over the sounds of the battle. Shit, we were on the ground. One false step and we'd be blown to pieces by the mines. Julian had the same idea I did. He remained frozen in place, frightened to make a misstep. He wasn't getting out of here unless he could fly again. One of his massive footsteps would surely set off a mine. "Can you heal him?" I yelled to Sophia. "I need time." She was already working on mending Julian's wing. I turned, taking in the immensity of the fight. Though the harpoon machines were gone, they'd taken out most of our dragons. We were defenseless out here. There was a winged lion who'd been hurt nearby. It was still alive, but it needed help. The elementai kneeling next to it saw Sophia. He broke into a run, waving at us to get our attention. He clearly wasn't thinking straight. "Chosen One!" he screamed. "Help us!"
Wait! Sophia cried out. But too late. The guy running at us stepped on a mine. My ears rang with the sound. It was far enough away it didn't damage my hearing, but near enough that I'd remember it forever. I closed my eyes in seconds, yet I'd already seen him get blown up. His body was ripped apart as the mine erupted, sending body parts and entrails scattering over the ground. I forced myself not to vomit. As I looked to my wife, the sensation to gag got even worse. Sophia's lip wobbled. She nearly broke down in a sob. "Soph, it's not your fault." I tried to block out the sounds of the dying lion crying out from beyond. "He was asking for me." "There was nothing you could do. Julian needs your help," I reminded her. Sophia swallowed. She rushed back to attending Julian until his wing was mended again. We hastily returned to the skies. Most of the rebellion was clustered in a section high above. Jake, Jonah, and Imogen had regrouped in the center, along with Ezra. Julian flew to meet them. I heard the phrase of a panicked argument as we grew close. "Jake, we need to land," Ezra said. "We can't keep at it this way. We need the support of the ground team." "How do you expect us to get past those mines?" Jonah yelled. "We don't know where they are. Even if I shot lightning at them, it could take all day to find them all." I had the thought to fly over and attack the task force from the other side, but that wouldn't work. We didn't have enough flying familiars left to mobilize in such a way without taking out the rest of our army. Jake's eyes were frantic. He didn't know what to do. His ashen face paled as he counted the numbers we still had of those left in the sky. It wasn't half of what we needed to find Oleander. Sassy gave a bark, and Imogen's eyes glinted. "Everyone stay in the air. I've got an idea. Sophia, get that shield around me," Imogen said. "What are you going to do?" Jonah cried, but Imogen had turned Squeaks downward. Sophia cast out a shield that surrounded her fully. Squeaks hovered about 50 feet over the ground. Imogen took a breath and closed her eyes, like she was meditating. She spread her fingers wide and hovered them forward, like she was splaying them over a map. A few seconds passed. The task force pointed up at her, and several creatures flew upward in an intent to knock her out of the sky. Sassy and Squeaks both hissed, and Sassy raised her vines in a warning to stay back. I was about to scream for Imogen to get out of there, but that's when her magic erupted. Several people gasped as the ground below us began to shake, then rocked violently. Imogen's power created a deep crack in the earth, one that spanned from this side of the battlefield to the other. Her earthquake set off every remaining mine all at once. The battlefield became one big explosion. Dirt flew upward as the mines were set loose, scattering throughout the air. I took a breath in shock, amazed Imogen was able to pull off this kind of magic all by herself. As the earthquake ended, Imogen sagged against Squeaks's neck in exhaustion, her eyes lolling as she nearly passed out. Jonah flew forward to help her. Squeaks landed on the ground, and so did Jonah. Imogen would have fallen off Squeaks's back if Jonah hadn't caught her. Now that the mines were gone, other resistance members began rising out of the trenches and running to help us. A line of unicorns with riders on their backs charged forward, their horns lowered. Creatures who couldn't fly stampeded at the Elder's army, creating a horde that would terrify Oleander. We got Julian back on the ground. Imogen was coming around. Sophia placed a hand on her shoulder to heal her, and that's when Imogen's eyes brightened. "You okay?" I asked. Sassy let out a croon. "I am, thanks to Sophia's healing magic," Imogen said. "Come on, we have the advantage. Let's move." We ran forward. The rebellion had collided with a line of task force. Elements soared overhead and in every which direction. I had to veer to the side to avoid getting hit by a rock, and Jonah prevented a blast of air from slicing us in half as it ran by. I noticed the Noxite guns were absent. They must have run out. Something tripped me up. I fell, and Sophia cried out as Imogen and the others ran ahead. I turned on my back. Micah was smirking at me. He'd shot out a rope of water to trip me. At his side, his disgusting reptilian familiar hissed. The Malerta hunched its back, and the sharp pointed scales rose up in a threatening display. This asshole again. I should have drowned him when I had the chance. I went to get to my feet, but a hand extended in my direction. It was Mia. I took it, and she pulled me upward. Taryn barked.
"You guys need to go," Mia said. "I'll deal with him." "We can't leave you here to take him by yourself," Sophia protested. She had a fireball blazing in her hands, like she was ready to shove it into Micah's face. "She has me!" Wyatt came out of nowhere. He cracked his knuckles as he faced Micah, like he'd been praying for a moment like this. Micah's smile washed away when he saw Mia. He flung out a spell, crying, "You! Where'd you take my son, you bitch?" Micah's water slapped Mia across the face. Wyatt gasped, but Mia barely reacted. A snarl crept over her lips as she turned on Micah viciously, calling water to her command from the canister at her side. It swirled around her form in rage as she cried, "You've raised a hand to me for the last time!" Taryn growled and launched herself at Micah's Malerta. She tangled herself in the monster's legs and bit down on the ankles. The reptile hissed and tried to bite Taryn with its jaws. Wyatt sprang in, using his water to expand an orb around the reptile's face to drown it. The Malerta broke free, but only for a few seconds to breathe before Wyatt's magic surrounded it again. Mia and Micah were trading water balls back and forth. He hardened them into ice, aiming for her head. But Mia was not to be fucked with today, because she conjured her magic faster than Micah and flung her powers at him in a fury, releasing all the pent-up emotion she had for him in one blow. Micah wasn't close enough for me to stop his heart, but I could get to him. I was about to spring in and lend a hand until a low croon tugged at my heartstrings and my head swung to the side. Irikari had been injured by one of the harpoons. It stuck out of her shoulder halfway, creating an oozing gash that was exposed to the air. I tugged on Sophia's arm. Her eyes widened when she saw Ira limp across the battlefield. Irikari needed our help. If Wyatt and Mia said they had this, we had no choice but to leave them to it. We abandoned their battle with Micah to save the ice dragon. Sophia and I made our way to her, avoiding the mayhem of the fight. Once we reached her side, Julian bent down and gripped the harpoon with his teeth, ripping it out. Irikari gave a roar of pain. Sophia looked at the wound. Her face fell as she observed the matted tissue. Irikari's leg was barely holding on by a few threads, bones sticking out from underneath her scales. She moaned and tried to move her leg with no success. If we didn't heal her now, Irikari would either bleed to death or she'd lose her limb. Blood continued to seep out of the cut as Sophia put her hands over it. "This is bad. I need time to fix it," Sophia called. "Keep them off me."
"Working on it," I panted as I took out multiple task force members at once. Healing took time. Not even Sophia and Esses could fix wounds immediately, let alone reattach limbs. I summoned water balls and threw them at task force members and familiars both. Anyone who stepped in my immediate vicinity, I stopped their hearts. I didn't think twice. But Maddie had to survive, and if Irikari died, she wouldn't. She wasn't just my sister, someone I loved. She was also a Natterai who'd said we'd need her later. I wouldn't bet against that. Our group managed to clear the surrounding area of task force members long enough to give us a short break before more came swarming in. A sick cry rang through the skies, and a large shadow passed overhead. Julian hissed in distaste. The basilisk still wasn't down, and it was taking down anyone in the sky who challenged it. Tiara was on the ground nearby, trying to recover her strength, as Carter, James, and his dragon fought off the task force. No one tried to stop it. Julian crouched. He glanced at me, waiting for my order. I worried about setting him loose, but Julian was a big boy. He could handle himself, and I knew that look in his eye. He was on the hunt. He wouldn't stop until his bloodlust was satisfied. "Take it down, Jules," I told him. Julian spread his wings and launched into the sky, making a direct line to the giant snake. The basilisk didn't see Julian coming until the last moment. Their bodies smashed together, making a sound like thunder, and the basilisk gave a screech as Julian sank his claws in. The dragon shook him in order to break his spine, but the basilisk slithered out of Julian's grasp, flying in the other direction. Julian followed at high speed, breathing fire after the basilisk's tail. As Sophia worked on healing Irikari and Julian battled the basilisk overhead, two hated figures stepped through the smoke, Raynar and Mallory. They were flanked by Mallory's familiar, the bunyip. The swamp monster curled its lips back, revealing awful teeth as it waved its curved horns in warning. The moss on its back was stained red. I didn't see Alvarez, not at first. My blood ran cold as I saw he was feeding on the body of a girl that had fallen nearby. The cockatrice swallowed her entrails before moving on to the heart, blood slicked across his black feathers. The girl's eyes stared out blankly. Her head lay several feet away from her corpse, a sign the cockatrice had killed her in moments. Raynar snapped his fingers. Alvarez recoiled, then slunk behind him. The cockatrice clicked his beak as he observed Squeaks hungrily. She gave a low hiss in response. More figures landed beside us. Jake and Sabor stood beside Jonah, while Cade and Arabelle flanked Imogen. Mallory was the first to speak. "See you've come back from the dead," she told Cade scathingly. "Too bad it's not gonna last long." "You shouldn't be talking, Mallory." Cade's fist tightened, and Arabelle gave a growl. The bunyip gnashed its teeth. Raynar's smile was so insulting. He looked over all of us like we were complete trash. "Looks like the losers are all here. You four never could leave your little gangbang." "Should have known you'd show up," Imogen spat hatefully. If looks could kill, Raynar would be long dead by now. Imogen's face turned red, like she was contemplating strangling him. Raynar spread his arms wide. "I killed Chiefess Makawe. I'm the chief of Yapluma now, sweetheart. It's my job to put you Bayami in your place." "You're Oleander's bitch," Jonah shot out. "Nothing more." "Big words from somebody who was once mine," Raynar hissed. "You find someone sorry enough to take your desperate ass." Jake's expression when he gazed upon Raynar was full of the utmost hatred. He took a step in front of Jonah, and Raynar laughed. "Aw, baby, this your new man?" Raynar thumbed at Jake. "That's cute. How long is this boyfriend gonna last? 5 minutes?" "He's my husband, actually." Jonah's tone was full of malice. "And don't call me baby." Jonah attacked first. He swept out an arc of air, which Raynar deflected. Everyone moved at the same time. Alvarez jumped for Jonah's throat, but Squeaks charged, knocking him onto the ground. She went to trample him under her hooves, but the cockatrice rolled away and hissed. Sabor moved in, charging at Alvarez with his head down. Jake went to help Sabor and channeled a wind tunnel at Alvarez.
It slammed into him, but the cockatrice held his ground, giving a sharp whine. The bunyip charged with its horns down. Sassy's vines whipped out and grabbed the bunyip around the horns, tossing it several feet. The bunyip landed on its side, and Sassy ran after it. Arabelle jumped to help, while Cade and Imogen turned on Mallory. Both of them summoned rocks to their command and threw them in her direction, but Mallory called roots upward and deflected the rocks, sending them soaring every direction. Sophia was still working on healing Irikari alongside Esses. I had to protect them. I stood in front of Sophia with a water shield up. As elements came shooting by, I held my ground and sent them skittering in the other direction. I wanted to step in and help, but I couldn't do that without leaving Sophia and Irikari vulnerable. And to be honest, this wasn't my fight. This was Jonah's. I stood back enough to give them space, but not so much I couldn't intercede if they got into trouble. Jonah and Raynar were locked into a deadly duel. They sent gusts of wind at each other in fast succession, one right after the other. Raynar summoned a tornado and it spiraled in Jonah's direction, but Jonah easily broke it apart. He thrust out his hand, and a wind tunnel went spinning in Raynar's direction. Raynar got caught up in it, and it slammed him against a boulder that had been tossed by one of the catapults. Raynar crumpled, but only for a moment before he forced himself back upward. He hovered above the ground as he sent a gust of wind at Jonah. It knocked Jonah off his feet, but the armor prevented Jonah from sustaining any cuts. Jonah mastered a tornado of his own and forced it Raynar's way. Raynar threw out his hands and held back the tornado so that it spun in place. It veered in both directions a few feet, but didn't move otherwise. They struggled in a battle of will, each of them attempting to overpower the other. Alvarez prowled between Squeaks and Sabor as if choosing which to make his next meal. Jake sent out his power to knock the creature off his feet, but Alvarez jumped and took to the air. He spun above like a vulture, circling inward. His claws extended as he aimed for Jake's head, but Sabor got in the way. He reached out his beak and bit down on Alvarez's leg before he could touch Jake. Alvarez screamed, but Sabor didn't let go. He bit down harder, drawing blood. Alvarez reached out with his other claws and scratched at Sabor's eye. The hippogriff let go, wailing. Squeaks gnashed her beak at her mate's pain. She flew into the air and gave chase after Alvarez, though it was a trap. As she followed the cockatrice through the skies, the creature turned abruptly and opened his claws, waiting. Squeaks didn't slow her attack. Instead, she opened her beak, and a wind tunnel burst forth. It knocked Alvarez down, sending him tumbling out of the air. The cockatrice gave a groan as it slammed into the earth. Jake advanced, seeing an opportunity. But as he got close, the cockatrice lashed out and struck Jake across the side with his claws. My heart leapt into my throat, and Jake gasped. He fell to his knees, clutching his side. He was still in one piece. Good. He was lucky Alvarez hadn't sliced his torso in half. Sabor charged forward vengefully, stomping his hooves. He stepped on Alvarez's tail, but the cockatrice rolled back onto his feet. Squeaks landed. The hippogriffs cornered Alvarez on both sides, but neither got close. The birds snapped their beaks at each other and sent warnings, spreading their wings in offensive maneuvers. "Babe!" Jonah called. He sent Raynar spiraling as a wind tunnel knocked him backwards and desperately looked for Jake. "I'm all right," Jake called, but he winced as he held his middle. Blood spread from his fingers as it soaked through his clothes. He was down for the count. "Esses, go to him," Sophia ordered. "I'm almost done here." I glanced back. Irikari's wound had almost healed. Just a few more minutes. Esses raced away, avoiding the battle around him and jumping from place to place to reach Jake. Nearby, Cade and Imogen were locked into a vicious fight with Mallory.
Cade controlled the boulders in the area and sent them rolling in her direction. Mallory darted around them, snaking her roots over the ground as she tried to bind both Imogen and Cade. Once the roots wrapped around Imogen's ankles, but Imogen commanded them to let her go and caused them to turn on Mallory instead. Mallory's face twisted in rage when she realized the roots were no longer listening to her. She took a deep breath, screaming in a primal way as her magic opened up a crack in the earth, one that plummeted hundreds of feet. The battlefield around Mallory became a cavern, and Cade fell. He slipped into the breach, and Imogen screamed, though he used a root to catch himself. He wrapped the root around his waist to hold him up, to avoid tumbling into the dark cavern below. As he struggled to climb upward, the cavern walls began moving inward to crush him. "Cade!" Imogen ran to him. She grabbed his arms and began pulling him out of the hole while Mallory laughed. Cracks began to form in the ground where Imogen was. Mallory was opening up the cavern further to plunge both of them in. Imogen's eyes blazed red. She sent her roots racing toward Mallory. They snaked over the ground, and Mallory's gaze widened with fear. Her magic ceased as she ran in the other direction. Imogen bought enough time to pull Cade out of the cavern as the ground below her steadied. Arabelle and Sassy scattered out of the way. The bunyip ran with its horns down, its large feet creating ruts in the earth. Sassy lunged away in time, but Arabelle was too slow. The bunyip rammed into her with its horns, sending her flying. She landed hard and slid several feet, skidding her wing against a few jagged rocks. As Arabelle fell, Sassy used her kitsune powers to send a few balls of light hurtling at the bunyip, though none of them made contact. Arabelle shook her head and bounced back up. She moved with a limp, but didn't appear too hurt, unless she had internal bleeding we couldn't see. If she did, she didn't let it faze her, because she beat her wings and ran after the bunyip with exposed fangs. The bunyip charged again, but Sassy opened her mouth and sent out a beam of light. It blinded the bunyip, and the creature spun in place. Sassy lashed out her vines and grabbed the creature by the ankles, yanking it to the ground. The bunyip struggled to move as Sassy's vines snaked over its body. Arabelle growled and climbed on top of the bunyip, placing her fangs at its throat. When Mallory noticed her familiar was trapped underneath Arabelle, she raced to help it. But Imogen flung out a hand, and from the earth bubbled up sticky black tar. The tar pits weren't far from here. It wasn't unreasonable to think that some still lay beneath the surface, and Imogen had been counting on that. The tar seeped over the ground, and Imogen widened a pit in the earth. The pit filled with tar, creating a black pool. Mallory tried to avoid it. She skidded to the side, but lost her balance, falling face first into the tar pit. With her arms restricted and weighed down by the tar, Mallory couldn't cast her magic. She tried, but her powers wouldn't work on the tar. Cade gave a shudder. With a singular hand movement, he formed the tar over Mallory's body so she was covered completely. The bunyip squealed. It wiggled within the vines, trying to escape in order to save Mallory, but Arabelle delivered a final blow. She used her fangs to rip out the bunyip's artery, and the creature stopped crying out, its body ceasing to struggle as Sassy pulled her vines away. With Mallory's death, Raynar's gaze grew wide. He sent out quicker bursts of air toward Jonah, yet Jonah dissolved them into wisps of breeze without even blinking. Essus had healed Jake, and he rose to his feet as Jonah advanced on Raynar. Then a piercing cry shot over the wind. Alvarez had Squeaks by the neck. He bit down, and Squeaks screamed, beating her wings in a struggle. She called out for Sabor, and the other hippogriff lunged. Sabor kicked Alvarez in the head, and the cockatrice let go with a long snarl. Squeak staggered away, taking ragged breaths. Sabor stepped in front of his mate, pounding his hooves and warning Alvarez to stay back. With Squeak's hurt, Jonah lost it. Jonah called lightning down. It slammed into the spot where Raynar had been seconds before, and Raynar screamed. Lightning struck again and again, and Raynar dragged himself along the ground to avoid it, cowering like the rat he was. As Jonah approached, Raynar looked up. He was on his knees. Tears streamed down his face, and he pleaded, "Jonah, you know I didn't mean what I did to you, right? I was messed up. It was wrong, and I shouldn't have." "Shut the fuck up," Jonah shouted. "The entire time we were together, you told me no one would love me. You said the world was a terrible and dark place, and that I didn't deserve to live in it." Jonah's chest heaved. "But you know what I've found? The only terrible thing about this world is beasts like you." "Mercy," Raynar begged. "Please, mercy, don't kill me." Raynar fell forward and pulled at the edge of Jonah's cloak, kissing his feet. Jonah's nose wrinkled in disgust as Raynar whimpered pitifully. Jonah ripped his cloak away and took a step back. "I won't kill a man when he's on his knees," Jonah snapped. "I'm not a monster." Raynar quivered. Jonah walked away, turning his back. That was a mistake. When Jonah was no longer facing him, Raynar threw his hand forward and cast a spiraling gust of wind. "Jonah!" Several of us cried out at once, including me. Jonah turned, but he didn't have time to stop it. He was only spared when Jake stepped in front of him, slicing his hand downward to cut the draft in two. It went around the both of them, blowing back their hair. Jonah's mouth dropped open. Even with how horrible a person Raynar was, he still couldn't believe he'd do something like that. The rest of us weren't fooled, though, especially not Imogen. She knew how much of a backstabber Raynar really was. Rage welled within her as she advanced upon Raynar, breathing raggedly. Raynar's face went pale white. He fell backward and scurried away, but roots grew upward and locked along his legs, pinning him to the ground. "You hurt Jonah," Imogen seethed. "Now I'm gonna hurt you." "Please," Raynar gasped, but his voice was cut off as the roots twisted over his body. They wrapped around his torso, constricting the air from his lungs. He gasped as the roots created a noose, tightening around his neck until his face turned blue. Imogen didn't hesitate, and no one stopped her. She forced the roots into Raynar's gaping mouth, where they burst out his eyeballs. The roots continued through Raynar's body, erupting out his stomach and sending blood everywhere. I would have gagged if it had been anyone else, but I hated Raynar so fucking much this was almost pleasurable to see. It was wrong, sure, but this was definitely what the bastard deserved. One massive root burst through Raynar's chest, spearing his heart. At this point, he was long dead. Raynar's head lolled, and the root grew until Raynar was suspended over the battlefield. He hung there as an eerie reminder to anyone who dared join up with Oleander. Well, that was gross, but it wasn't quite done. Alvarez was panicking now that his Elementai was dead. He frothed at the mouth, frantically pacing back and forth as he felt death encroaching upon him. Sassy bared her teeth. She ran forward, and her vines lashed out. They wrapped around Alvarez's neck as the cockatrice gave a final screech. With one pull, Sassy tore the head from his shoulders. Sassy let the head drop. Alvarez's body twitched and ran around headless for a moment like a chicken's would before his convulsing form fell to the ground and lay still. Imogen and Sassy had gotten their revenge for the attack they'd endured years ago and had avenged everything Raynar had ever done to Jonah. We'd never worry about him again, or Mallory for that matter. Jonah looked away. He didn't get any satisfaction from what Imogen had done. "Are you okay?" Jake put a hand on Jonah's shoulder. "It's done," Jonah said. "We should move on." He went to Squeaks to check her over. The wound on Squeaks's neck was just a small cut. Essus climbed onto her back and healed it, leaving her good as new. Irakari rose to her feet with a groan. Sophia had repaired her leg and she was back in action. She spread her wings and took to the sky to help with the fight above. Ahead of us, the task force was still battling the resistance, holding the line that was protecting the remaining elders. "We have a chance! Come on!" Cade cried. We raced to the fight. Overhead, I heard a moan. Blood droplets poured from the skies like rain. Julian had wounded the basilisk. The giant snake crushed its own wings as Julian tackled it to the ground. Julian bore some small scars, but they were nothing compared to the gaping holes in the basilisk's side. Julian crushed the basilisk's head in his mouth, and the creature died instantly. I dared to feel hope. The basilisk was down. That was easily one of the Elder's most powerful familiars. We had a shot at this. Then cries rang out from the task force. I saw something sail through the air, something small and metal. Once it hit the earth, there was a pinging sound and the hiss of gas being released. Jake screeched to a halt before we reached the main line. He grabbed Jonah and Imogen and held them both back. "Stop! Turn around!" I was going to ask what was going on before I saw it. A green gas began rising over the members of the resistance. It started to rise through the air. The people and familiars who breathed the gas in began retching. Their eyes bled, and large sores formed on their faces as the poisonous substance ate away at their skin. Soldiers fell to the ground, tearing at their faces as they gasped for oxygen. There was a metallic scent that I recognized. Noxite. Oleander had developed fucking Noxite gas. No wonder they hadn't any left for their guns. If that gas reached us, we were dead, and a large plume was coming toward us. Jonah and Jake used their powers to blow it in the other direction, but there was so much poisonous gas it was nearly impossible. I drew all the water I had out of the canister, ordering it to head into the gas. The droplets dissolved most of the gas, leaving only small traces. I closed my eyes and tried not to inhale, but eventually I had to. I immediately felt my powers weaken. They didn't go away completely, but the gas had done some damage. My lungs contracted, provoking a violent coughing fit. The gas burned my throat and itched on my skin. I dug in my pocket for my emergency inhaler and took several puffs. Beside me, Sophia was bent over her knees, coughing. I passed the inhaler to her, and she used it before she gave it to the others. We backed away, hacking, watching the carnage unfold. All the water in my canister had been used to try to dissolve the gas, but it was only enough to save me and my friends. So many soldiers were being killed. The Noxite gas was killing us all. More gas canisters were tossed into the air by the task force. They burst, taking out anyone within a 12-foot radius. The rebellion began panicking, stampeding backward to get away. "Retreat!" Jake bellowed. "Retreat!" What followed next was pandemonium. The rebellion turned and ran the other way. Creatures flew overhead, and some knocked us over in the effort to escape. I grabbed Sophia's hand and pulled her along behind me. She clutched Essus to her as bodies shoved us this way and that. Then Julian landed beside us. He forced people out of the way, roaring in anger and opening his wings wide. I shoved Sophia onto his back before climbing on myself. Up ahead, Jake and Jonah were riding their hippogriffs, and Imogen had gotten onto Arabelle beside Cade. Julian flew us back to the rebellion trenches. I looked down. My hopes were dashed as I watched the soldiers still on the ground be trampled or cut down by task force members who were on the chase. We were being slaughtered. We'd had the advantage for a moment, but that Noxite gas had wiped out so many. We didn't have anything that could counter that kind of sick weaponry. Julian landed behind the safety of the Anichi shield. Sophia and I ran into the trenches. Here, bodies lined the walls. Soldiers who had been injured cried out for someone to help them and were ignored as the resistance members that could still fight battled the enemy. Luana's eyes kept dancing from those holding the shield to the soldiers, as if contemplating who was more important to help. In the end, she chose the shield, though tears welled in her eyes as she kept it aloft. Sophia and Essis went into action. They darted amongst the soldiers and tried to save as many as they could, but most were already dead. More rebellion members slipped through the shield, collapsing into the trenches. I counted up numbers, and there were just far too few. Not enough that we could continue to hold our position. The task force stopped at the beginning of the shield. As they weren't resistance, they couldn't get past it. Instead, they regrouped, forming battalion lines that were neat and orderly, as if waiting for the right opportunity. I took a few deep breaths. Okay, so they couldn't trespass the shield. What did we do now? Stand here and stare at each other all day? The task force tossed more gas canisters. They bounced against the shield and went off. Green gas filled the area, but it created a dome around the protective defense the Anichi had made. The Elder's army backed off, keeping a distance of 100 feet. That was a waste. I didn't know what they were trying to do. No magic could get past a spirit shield. Not even the Noxite gas could penetrate it. Several Coigny task force walked forward from the Elder's army, wearing gas masks. They stepped into the fumes, and sparks emitted from their hands. Oh, shit. Get down! Jake roared. Several people flattened themselves against the ground of the trench. I flung myself against the dirt and yanked Sophia beside me before the Coigny erupted flames into their palms. Once the gas hit the flame, an explosion rocked the earth. The Noxite gas detonated against the Anichi shield, and Luana gave a cry of pain, falling to her knees. The ground rumbled, and dirt flew into the trenches. I observed in horror as the blast created a hole in the Anichi shield. The Noxite gas ate away at the spirit magic until the shield was completely gone. There was nothing protecting us now. We were exposed to the task force. Luana, do something, I cried out, signing as I did so. Luana's face had fallen. The Anichi students have used all their crystals, she signed. The explosion sucked what magic we had left. There's no spirit energy left for them to use. Can you get it back up? I asked. Luana had sustained the shield over Hokavale, right? This couldn't be any different. Luana tried. She winced as she cast her spell, and I saw the edges of a shield flicker around the trench before it went out. I cannot. It was hopeless then. Luana couldn't sustain a shield to hold back an entire army when her magical reserves were running on fumes. We had less than seconds to figure out what to do. Yet it seemed we didn't even have that, because the walls of the trenches began closing in. Dirt filled in from all sides as the Navita task force ordered the trenches to fill. Familiars and elementi attempted to claw their way out as rocks and sand fell down from above, filling their mouths and eyes. They were caving in the trenches, burying people alive. I was alarmed as I felt dirt being sprayed from overhead. Cade and Imogen created stairs to get people out, while Jake and Jonah flew people up, but they were at least 20 feet away from us. We'd never make it in time. I heard Julian's scared groans as he paced at the trench edge. He was too large. He couldn't reach in and get us out without causing the whole thing to cave in. I had the thought that this was the end before Dean Hestian stepped forward, the former dean of Navita at Orenda Academy. "You go! I'll hold them back!" he shouted. He flung up his hands, and the dirt splayed around him, protecting us from being hit. "Use my roots to climb out! Hurry!" Hestian made a ladder of roots in the opposite trench wall, his forehead beaded with sweat. "You're a hero," I told him breathlessly. "I am no hero," Hestian said. "This is what the Great Spirit wants me to do. Go, Chosen One." Sophia's eyes watered. "Ancestors bless you." She began climbing up the root wall, and Esses held on tightly to her back. I followed and dared a glance behind. Hestian was still holding the dirt back, so more soldiers could climb out of the trenches after us. Sophia and I reached down and started helping people out of the pit. We pulled as many up as we could, but my arms shook with the effort. I was getting tired, and Oleander still hadn't shown. I wasn't sure if this chief's duel would happen at all. Two of the people we pulled out of the trenches I knew. It was Wyatt and Mia. Wyatt was filthy but unharmed, and Mia had blood streaked across her face. I didn't think it was hers. Sophia lifted Taryn out of the trenches, who barked and licked her face in thanks. "What happened to Micah?" I asked. Wyatt reached back to pull another person out of the trenches. "I dealt with him," Mia said. "He'll never hurt another woman again." A small consolation prize. The task force stormed toward what was left of our trenches. Jake flew overhead on Sabor, barking orders. "Get to the mountains!" Jake yelled. The trenches were abandoned as the rebellion left them behind. I heard a familiar call overhead. Ezra landed Diami in front of us and slid off the Thunderbird's back. Thank the ancestors he was all right. I'd been worried sick. "Have you seen Mom?" I blurted. "She's made it out. She's leading a bunch of people to the mountain range," Ezra said quickly. "If we can regroup, there might be a chance." He didn't get to finish what he was saying, for at that moment I cried out in pain. Sophia gasped, and my brother reached out to catch me. I fell into his arms, and blood spread across my armor as Ezra laid me on my back. I was in too much shock to feel much, because I realized someone had sent a rock through the back of my shoulder, which had come out the front. Esses squealed, and Sophia dropped to her knees. I tried to breathe and felt an immense pain in my lung. Absent-mindedly, I used my fingers to poke at the wound and felt it go clear through. There was a hole in my goddamn chest. Great. Sophia pushed my hand aside and began healing me. Ezra's eyes were frantic as they latched on to the hole, while Mia and Wyatt stood overhead. "Bro, you okay?" Ezra's voice shook. Some of my blood had splattered on his face. "I'm okay," I breathed out as Sophia healed the wound in moments. Thank the ancestors she was here, though, because if she wasn't, I wouldn't be. "It went through your lung, but you're okay now," Sophia said. "Try not to use that shoulder." Yeah, because my right casting arm wasn't something I needed in the middle of a fucking war. Ezra sighed with relief when he saw the sinew in my chest knit back together. He helped me to sit up, and I looked to see who had literally stabbed me in the back. Courtney. She'd been one of the people in my Hawkeye leadership class who'd insisted it'd be better for the tribe if I was euthanized. She was a pleasant individual. No wonder she was working for the elders. Her rainbow-colored bird hovered overhead. It was as large as Diami and gave me a hateful glare from above. Sophia pulled me to my feet. Ezra's hands tightened into fists as he rounded on Courtney. "You tried to kill my brother!"
"Yeah, and I'm gonna try again," Courtney seethed. "What the fuck you gonna do about it?"
Ezra lashed out with a water ball. Courtney ducked to the side, and his magic missed. Courtney let out a nasty cackle as it went sailing by.
"Give up! We've won, Ezra, and you've lost," Courtney shouted. "What are you even fighting for?"
Ezra's eyes narrowed, and his voice became strong as he rose up, summoning water to his hands.
"I fight for my chief!"
Ezra's temper erupted. He sent dozens of frozen balls of water after Courtney, and they exploded overhead as she ducked. Her rainbow bird reacted in defense and flew toward Ezra, but Diami was there to stop her. The two birds locked talons and bit at each other in a blind fury, feathers trailing from the sky. Ezra didn't stop his assault. He flung water ball after water ball at Courtney until one of them struck her in the face, giving her a long wound across her eyes. Terrified, she turned tail and headed for the trees. Her familiar pulled away from Diami and followed, though the Thunderbird gave chase, emitting an eagle's cry. Ezra ran off after her, chasing Courtney further into the woods. Both of them vanished into the trees.
"Ez!"
I cried out, but he didn't stop, just kept going. I went forward, but Wyatt held me back.
"You're the chief. You helped the tribe,"
Wyatt said.
"We'll go after him. Come on, Mia."
Wyatt and Mia hurried behind Ezra. I went to follow, but hesitated. The three of them could handle Courtney. I had to get the rest of my people out of here. Whoever was left to fight, we had to save. Otherwise, this battle was lost. "Soph, come on. We gotta get to the mountains," I said. I rolled my shoulder, which still hurt. "I need to find a source of water. I don't have any more."
"There's a river up ahead. It's not far,"
she said. The battle had become more like a riot. Disorganization was everywhere, and wherever I looked, I was hardly able to tell who was the resistance and who was the task force. It was just too confusing. "Polly, whatever you do, you stay alive out here," I told her. "Don't stop. Not for anyone."
"We all make it out of here, or we don't make it out at all,"
Sophia insisted.
"We promised. Now let's find the others. This war isn't over yet."
She said that with the utmost confidence, yet I struggled to believe her. To me, it felt like we'd already lost. And I wasn't just being negative. Us losing was the reality, and unless something incredible happened, there was no way we could turn this around. Ancestors help us. It'd take a miracle to get us out of this one.
Chapter 22. Sophia. I didn't let myself look back at the broken bodies of the people we'd lost. I placed one foot in front of the other and raced through the forest beside my husband and the resistance army. Right now, retreating was the only way to survive. Hesitation would only get us killed, and we had to hold on as long as possible. There were only two ways out of this war, and that was death or victory. Liam and I slowed at a narrow river. Other Elementai and their familiars trudged straight through it, but Liam fell to his knees, panting. My breaths grew shallow. Now was not the time for Liam's illness to flare. Essis jumped out of my arms to lap a quick drink from the stream. I grabbed Liam by his good shoulder and channeled my healing magic into him as he gathered water into his container. Liam shrugged me off.
"Don't waste your energy, Pawi. We're going to need it out there."
"I'm fine," I insisted. I was far from reaching my magical limits. I had crystals in my pocket to give me a magical boost, but I had yet to tap into my Anachi reserve. This battle had my emotions running full steam, and as long as I tapped into the right emotions at the right time, my magic flowed through me with ease. Liam shoved his canteen into my hands, and I took a huge drink of water. He chugged his own drink, then filled it again. Above us, the sound of dragons screeching met my ears. I glanced upward to see Julian following the resistance from the air. A limb fell from the tree above us, and my heart leapt. A chimera roared from all three of its heads as it burst through the canopy. I threw my shield up, and broken branches slammed into it. The chimera landed in front of us, its curled ram horns lowered for attack.
"Drop your shield!"
Liam shouted. I'd learned not to pause on the battlefield, and I did as my chief commanded. The second I did, Liam summoned water from the river. He thrust it forward in 6 streams. The chimera charged, but reared backward as a stream of water entered each of its nostrils. The water filled its lungs, and the creature fell onto its back, sputtering. Essis shook his fist at the creature.
"Come on!"
Liam screamed, grabbing my arm as I scooped up Essis.
"The task force isn't far behind!"
Liam summoned more water balls as we crossed the river. He formed them into ice and shot them at the approaching enemy creatures, while I summoned fire to the surrounding trees. The thought crossed my mind to use intrafusion to slow them down, but we were moving so fast I couldn't focus. Pegasi and unicorns reared on their hind legs, and a herd of angry elk veered off in another direction to find a way around my fire. Several fire creatures charged straight through the flames. We'd slowed a few of them down, but they were still coming. Liam and I kept moving forward. Finally, the trees broke, and we came to a valley at the edge of the forest. Resistance members scattered across the valley, rushing to find reprieve in the mountains far beyond. The land here was mostly clear, but there were broken tree limbs and debris littered in all directions. Most of it had been grown over, as if a tornado had ripped through here a few years ago. That's when it hit me. I drew a quick breath. Liam, this was where our third task was. Liam's lips curled into a sneer.
"The fucking elders are leading us back through the elemental cup. The sick bastards."
Toward the other end of the valley, Navita were already working to create trenches for us to hide in. They weren't as big or elaborate as the last ones, but they'd provide much-needed shelter from the elders' elements. The race to the trenches seemed a mile long. Task Force familiars flew overhead and killed as many of our people as they could. I created a shield around myself and expanded it outward until it encompassed at least 30 resistance members running for cover. Elements exploded against my shield, but nothing was able to penetrate it. My heart hammered in my ears. I glanced around the valley, assessing the damage, to see how many resistance members were left, but it was chaos. Nearby, I caught sight of an enemy dragon swooping down to capture a Coigny man and his hellhound familiar. My stomach dropped when I caught sight of his familiar face. It was Professor Lopez, the man who taught Liam's Hawkeye Legends class. He'd been one of the first Coigny to join the Resistance. His screams could be heard echoing throughout the valley, but there was nothing I could do. One second he was there, and the next, the dragon had ripped his body into 2 pieces. The dragon threw the professor's top half toward the trenches, and his bottom straight over my head. Blood splattered over my shield and dripped down the side. My guts twisted, but I didn't let myself dwell on the sensation. All I could do was gather that disgust and anger into my chest and use it to fuel my fire later. We reached the trenches and jumped inside. Liam and I slid down the sloped side, landing on our backs. Resistance members flooded in beside us, but we just stayed there for a few seconds, hearts pounding and trying to catch our breaths. Essis splayed across my belly, heaving. Liam grabbed my arm.
"We made it, Pawi."
"Another minute survived," I replied in relief. Above me, my shield was holding strong, so I pushed it outward to encompass most of the trenches. I could feel people and familiars pushing against it from the outside. My soul magic could sense the intent of their hearts. I let resistance members easily pass through my shield, while I kept the enemy at bay. It wouldn't win us this war, but it would help keep the task force at a distance while we gathered our bearings. Julian landed next to the trench beside us, but he was too big to fit inside. He cooed happily at the sight of Liam.
"Glad you made it,"
Liam breathed. I finally caught my breath and lifted my head. Not far from me, Imogen, Cade, and Trace were using their Navita magic to widen the trenches. Amelia and Madame Wells were beside them, pushing water out of the trenches as it seeped in. My heart rate slowed in relief when I saw they'd made it. I spotted Sam beside Isabella and Imogen's parents further down, working their Navita magic. Not far, Professor Perot was assisting Riley with summoning a storm overhead to use against the elders.
"How many are left?"
I heard Jake bark from down the trenches. I looked the other way toward him. Jake clutched the edge of the trench like he was about to pass out. Jonah grabbed him and started shoving oxygen into his lungs.
"At least a third,"
Jonah answered. He didn't sound hopeful at all. Jake finally caught his breath and sighed.
"We better hope it's enough."
Luana came by just then, carrying a backpack. She shoved an energy bar into Jake's hands. "Eat," she signed with a firm expression. Jake ripped open the energy bar and scarfed it down in 2 bites. I didn't know how much time had passed since the battle started, but it had to have been hours. I was starving too. Luana continued down the trenches, handing out rations. Her eyes brightened when she saw us. "Surprised?" I asked. She smiled like she was happy to see us. "No, I felt your shield. I'm just happy. Eat." Luana gave me an energy bar, then handed one to Esses. She shoved 2 into Liam's hands and rushed away before he could protest. Liam gave me a look.
"I don't want to take someone else's rations."
"There's enough to go around," I told him. I didn't explain what I meant, that we'd lost more people than we'd anticipated, and we had far more rations than we needed now. But I could see in Liam's eyes that he knew it too. "You need your energy, Liam." He nodded in agreement, then bit into his energy bar. It wasn't much, barely a snack, but it was enough to keep my legs from quaking. My shield, on the other hand, was another story. Elementai and familiars alike were blasting magic at it. I wasn't sure how much longer it would hold. I threw my arms upward to keep it steady, and Esses helped at my side. Jake and Jonah approached with their hippogriffs. They both looked wiped. I was just happy they were alive.
"Next move's your call,"
Liam said to Jake.
"It's nothing but chaos out there,"
Jake stated.
"We have to be strategic. Our first move is taking out the elders."
"Which elders?" I asked.
"Does it matter?" Jonah replied. "We take out all of them." "It does matter,"
Liam said firmly.
"Whatever elements we're fighting determines our plan of attack."
Jake pressed his fingers to his lips like he was calculating.
"There aren't many left, as Oleander hasn't been quick to replace them throughout the war. But I know for sure we're up against Elder Baron of Navita and Elder Wallace of Yapluma."
"We fight the Coigny first," a woman said. My heart swelled at the sound of my mother's voice. I glanced behind me to see Doya strolling forward with Bane at her side. Naomi's teeth were bared. "You made it!" I cried. Doya blew a strand of red hair out of her eyes. "Of course we made it," she said, without an ounce of humility. She turned to Jake. "The Coigny house is the strongest right now. There are still 3 Coigny elders alive, and they're second in ranks after Oleander. If they fall first, the other houses have little power to lean on. It will be easy to take the others out." Jake thought about it for a second, then nodded.
Then we'll send in Tawakwa. Oppose their fire with water.
Bane shook his head.
No, I don't think that's the best call.
Jake furrowed his brow.
Why not? You don't know the elders like we do,
Bane said, shooting a glance at Doya.
Coigni women are strong. They'll counter any attack by water, earth, or air. In this case, our best option is to fight fire with fire.
Jake's expression turned hard.
Will this work?
He asked Doya. It's our best bet, she replied. The Coigni elders are overconfident, and it is their greatest flaw. Send Coigni in first to weaken the elders, then send in the next wave to finish them off. For once, my mother seemed to be talking rationally and not just to bolster her own position.
But we aren't as strong as they are. We need everyone,
Jake countered. Our troops need a chance to recuperate, Doya reminded him. Let the Coigni give them a chance to breathe. Jake didn't speak for a few seconds, then finally nodded.
Okay, we'll send in our Coigni troops first. Sophia, how long can you hold that shield?
Not much longer, I admitted in a strained voice. I was itching to give those Coigni bitches what they deserved, and my anger was making my shield seriously unstable. You've got to send the Coigni troops in now, Jake. Jake's nostrils flared, but he didn't take a moment to think about it. He turned and yelled down the trenches,
Coigni, to the front lines! All other elementi, stand down!
No one had the luxury of questioning him. If anyone defied his orders, it was a recipe for chaos and certain death. Perot and Riley pulled back their elements on the storm brewing above, but it didn't seem to help. The storm had taken on a pattern of its own now, and dark clouds swirled overhead. Coigni elementi rushed to where Jake stood, awaiting orders. A weight lifted from my chest when I saw Lindsay and Miranda approach hand in hand. Vanessa and Bren hurried close behind, followed by their familiars. Bren was nursing a sore hand, and Vanessa's hair was in disarray. Soot and dirt covered her face. One of Kingston's 3 heads, the dragon head, looked like it had taken a particularly hard blow to the nose. Dry blood was crusted all over the chimera's broken nose. Kelsey hurried over, out of breath, but she and her familiar looked like they still had fight left in them. "What's the plan?" Lindsay asked. Medusa hissed at her side. Jake quickly explained.
Target the Coigni elders. Our objective is to weaken their army. Take down the strongest first.
Miranda gave a salute. "You've got it." The Coigni scurried out of the trenches and onto the battlefield. I was still struggling to hold my shield. Doya hurried out beside the others, but hesitated when she saw I wasn't coming. "What are you doing, Sophia?" she barked. "Come on!" "I need to hold the shield," I protested. Nuana approached and placed a hand on my shoulder to get my attention. "I've got the shield. The Coigni need you. Go." I wasn't sure Luana was telling me the truth. I didn't think she could hold the shield herself, but she seemed to think the Coigni didn't stand a chance without me. I shot a glance at Liam. Though his features were sullen, he looked conflicted.
She's right, Pawi. You and Doya are the only ones with enough power to go head-to-head against the Coigni elders.
"But what about you?" I asked, desperation twisting in my gut. I didn't dare leave my husband's side. Julian let out a cry, and I recognized it for what it was. A plea to let Liam rest and recover before he led the Tawakwa into the second wave of battle. Liam stepped forward and took my hand firmly in his.
This isn't about us anymore, Pawi. We have to save the tribe no matter the cost.
Tears pricked at my eyes, and my Anachi shield shook overhead. I hadn't let myself hesitate in this battle for a moment. But as I stared at Liam, I did. How could I leave his side when this could be the last time we saw each other? Yet how could I abandon my fellow Coigni and stay back while they fought, knowing they needed me out there if we were to gain any semblance of the upper hand? Liam was right. We had to save the tribe. "I love you," I said, before grabbing Liam's shirt and pulling him into a passionate kiss. I felt my Anichi magic swell around me as his love filled me to the brim. But right now, the tribe didn't need my Anichi magic. They needed a flaming bitch. Liam and I parted.
"Take Julian,"
he insisted.
"And Soph, come back to me."
The breath halted in my chest when I saw the sad look on his face. I forced the sorrow into anger. Anger at the task force, at the elders, and at Oleander for putting us in this position in the first place. The heat in my body began to rise. "I will," I promised. I turned to Luana and pressed one of my Anichi crystals into her palm. She drew away and tried to protest, but I wouldn't take it back. "Take it," I insisted. Hopefully it was enough to hold the shield. I crawled out of the trenches. Essis jumped onto my shoulder and Julian bent at my side. I grabbed hold of a spine and jumped onto his back. "Mother!" I called. Doya had been waiting for me. She jumped onto Julian behind me and Naomi followed. I gave the command and Julian took off to the skies, following behind Aisha and Vanessa. I could tell the moment we broke out of Luana's shield, because the air pressure quickly shifted. Humidity was thick in the air, and it got hard to breathe. Wind whipped by us, and below us the earth was visibly shaking. Julian made it to the front of the Coigni line. I opened my mouth to tell Julian to attack, but I didn't get the words out before a creature swooped out of the sky and sliced a talon across the back of Julian's neck. He careened to the side, nearly knocking us off. "Hang on!" I cried to Doya. I yanked my head in the direction the attacker had flown. It was a griffin, and it was coming for another attack. Blood leaked from Julian's wound, dripping down onto my hands. "Deal with that!" I yelled at my mother. Essis threw up a shield around us, while I worked on healing Julian's scales. Just as the griffin swooped downward again, it caught fire in midair. The creature squawked so loud it made my ears ring. The smell of burning feathers and charred skin met my nose, and the griffin went spiraling out of the sky. "Good shot!" I called back to Doya. She gave a proud huff. Another creature flew at us. Julian ducked, and we just barely missed getting knocked off by a wyvern. My heart leapt to my throat. "Julian, get us to the ground!" I called over the roar of the wind. "Follow Aisha! We're going to get killed up here!" Julian did as he was told and swooped downward. We landed at the front lines of Oleander's army, just as the rest of the Coigni approached from the ground. Vanessa led the charge with Bren at her side. "Attack!" Vanessa called. Fire raged across the valley, lighting brush aflame. Huge billows of smoke rose above our heads. I slipped off Julian's back, and Essis let out a high-pitched shriek. I saw the giant fireball coming my way the same time he did, and I ducked, flattening myself to the grass below. Blood pulsed in my ears as it whizzed above my head, singeing a few of my hairs. The fireball must have been 5 feet across. Doya raised her hands to deflect it, but it split in 2. One of the halves caught her shoulder, knocking her off her feet. Naomi burst into flames and bared her teeth at the attacker. He was a middle-aged man with a beard and long hair. Doya jumped to her feet, and though a huge welt showed through her torn shirt, she didn't seem bothered by it. "Do you truly think that was wise?" she snarled at the man. "Someone has to take care of you, Eleanor," he snapped. My guts sank when I recognized that voice. He'd let his hair grow out, but it was definitely Professor Kurt. I'd known he'd been assigned to Forti, but it broke my heart that he'd stayed with them. He'd taught my dragonology and fundamentals of familiar magic classes. I always did like him. Shame that he'd stayed on Oleander's side. Professor Kurt's familiar, a red dragon named Kalina, stepped forward.
You really want to make this personal? Doya shouted at him over the roar of the battlefield.
She started toward him, fireballs crackling in her open palms.
Just because I rejected your advances. You mated with a Tawakwa, he roared back. You've polluted the Coigny bloodline. Killing you is the ancestors' will.
Doya scoffed. Is that the bullshit Oleander's been dealing out? You get one chance to beg for mercy, Kurt. I was shocked my mother was giving him a chance at all, but it sounded like they had history I didn't know about. Professor Kurt curled his lips back into a snarl.
Not a chance, Eleanor. You will drown 1,000 times in Ayanokshan for your transgressions.
Heat flared in my bones the way he spoke to my mother. Professor Kurt lifted his hands to attack, but Essis and I were faster than he was. Essis threw out a shield around my mother. The urge to protect overcame me, and a blast of Anichi light shot out of my palms. It slammed straight into Professor Kurt's chest and kept going, burning a hole straight through him, so I could see the battlefield on the other side. Professor Kurt's words halted immediately, and his eyes went lifeless. Kalina let out a pained cry that made the earth shake as her elementai dropped to his knees. She quickly turned her gaze toward us, like she intended to rip Doya's head off before she inevitably fell beside her elementai. But she never got the chance. Naomi leapt forward and sliced her strong claws across the dragon's neck. Blood spurted out of her throat, spraying hot red liquid over Essis and me. I shuddered. I was almost certain the energy bar I'd eaten was about to come back up, but I managed to swallow my disgust. The dragon stumbled a few steps forward, but flames were already crawling up her feet from where Naomi lit her on fire. The dragon's eyes rolled back into her skull, and she fell to the earth as the flames overtook her form. Naomi licked her lips and returned to Doya's side with a proud look. Doya patted her on the head. Good girl. One down, hundreds more to go, I said. Let's find the elder bitches.
If I know Madame Benelli, and I do, she'll be at the back, Doya said. She'll be waiting for the task force to wear us down before coming in to show off her power and take all the credit.
Then let's go. Doya and I began racing across the battlefield. The fire was so thick, smoke filled the skies and blurred out the sun. Fuck, I was going to need that. I stole a glance back at the resistance. Wind swirled around Luana's shield as if the Yapluma were trying to clear the smoke, but it came in faster than their magic could handle. Julian took to the skies again, blasting fire out of his mouth at any task force members he could find. It was clear he was going to take his own path across the battlefield. He was a better fighter in the air anyway. Vanessa and Bren were kicking ass with a fire tornado they'd summoned. But still, we were falling behind. Everywhere I looked, resistance members were dropping dead. As soon as they fell, the flames would come by to burn their remains like an unforgiving monster from hell. I honestly wasn't sure hell was much different from what we were experiencing on this battlefield. Doya used her magic to create a tunnel for us, where fire couldn't touch us. Every time a task force member crossed our paths, I threw a giant fireball or whipped up a firestorm nearby to keep them at a distance, until we found the elders. Still, it wasn't enough. A rogue fireball clipped me in the calf, and I screamed as it seared my skin. Essis squealed and started healing me immediately, but the second that wound was knitted back together, another fireball whizzed by and slammed into my thigh. My nostrils flared as I glanced around for the attackers, but the smoke was too thick to see them. I trudged on through the pain, knowing Essis' power would deal with it. "Essis, a shield," I commanded through labored breaths. I couldn't work fire and soul together, so I had to choose one. Essis threw up a shield, and we gained reprieve from the surrounding fight, but it only lasted a moment. A scream cut through the battlefield, and I whirled toward it to see a Coigny guy get knocked off his hippogriff by what looked like a flaming lance. A one-winged hippogriff reared on his hind legs, and I realized it was Baby, with his Elementi Nicholas. Nicholas writhed on the ground in pain, clutching his chest where the stream of fire had caught him. "We have to go help," I cried. "We don't have time," Doya insisted. "Our mission is to find the elders. Not at the cost of our people." I didn't listen to my mother. I veered off course and went to Nicholas's side. He gasped for breath, and I placed my hands over the charred wound. "This will only take a second." Baby squawked loudly, but he barely noticed Essis and me. Instead, he went charging forward, aiming his beak at the attacker. It was a thick-muscled task force member with an orange lynx at his side. I recognized the creature and therefore the task force member. It was Brandon, the Coigny asshole from my dragonology class. Figures he'd join the task force. Brandon lifted his hands to attack Baby with fire, but Baby was quicker. He beat his beak downward, and Brandon's helmet went flying off. Baby struck again, and his sharp beak bit into the flesh on Brandon's face. His eye cavities turned to black holes, and I gagged. The lynx lunged to bite Baby's ankles, but the hippogriff kicked and caught the lynx in the face. Blood spurted from the feline's nose as it went flying through the air. Baby lashed out with his hooves and talons, while Brandon clutched his face and screamed. Baby grabbed Brandon around the throat, then spun around and launched him into the flames nearby. Brandon's scream filled my ears, and I gave a shudder. I didn't watch as he burned in the flames, but I sure as hell knew he was gone. I could smell it from here. His lynx familiar curled into a ball on the ground and cried out in agony. Baby strutted back proudly, just as I was finishing up healing Nicholas. "Thanks," Nicholas said. "There's no time! Go!" I cried. Nicholas and Baby hurried off toward another group of Coigny resistance members. I noticed Professor Ambika in the group, attacking a group of task force familiars. Drew was beside her, creating an impressive fire dragon that struck 3 task force members down at once. But that was where the impressive attacks ended on our side. Task Force created fire creatures of their own and used their magic collectively to create firestorms 100 feet tall. Professor Ambika got swept up in one and flung 60 yards away. I knew by the sound of crunching bone there was no use in trying to heal her. She was already gone. I hadn't realized I'd gone still as a statue, the sounds of death echoing in my ears. My stomach felt empty and hollow. I was an elder and the wife of a chief. I was supposed to protect my people, and they were dying in droves. "Sophia," Doya snapped, "stop dawdling. Now is not the time." Doya yanked me forward, and battle continued to rage on around us. Professors battled students, but they were so far off that I couldn't help. A massive lump rose to my throat as bodies dropped around us. I spotted Professor Maynard and Professor Bates, who were both de Forti, battling Piper, a Coigny girl who'd been in some of my classes. Piper aimed her fire at them, but Professor Maynard responded by throwing water the size of a wave at her. It knocked her off her feet and she went flying backward through the air. Professor Bates summoned a huge root out of the ground, and it speared Piper through the heart the second she landed. I winced, the memory of her death searing into my eyeballs. Nearby, a woman I recognized as Professor Azalea sent a boulder rolling across the battlefield. It caught up with Cordelia Swanson. She fell to the ground and the boulder crushed her. Her raven familiar wept at her feet. My breath grew hot, and my skin was sizzling. Doya was right. I didn't have the luxury of healing anyone this time around. We had to kill the strongest of them all and force the others to give up. It was our only hope. "There!" Doya shouted. She pointed through the rising flames, and I noticed a woman who looked on with pleasure. She didn't move to attack, just watched the fight with a proud look on her face. A serpent slithered at her side, looking equally pleased. The bitch wasn't even in uniform. Instead, she wore her usual cheetah print leggings and pursed her plastic lips. Madame Benelli. Fire blazed in my chest at everything she and the elders had done. How they'd hurt my friends during the Elemental Cup, voted against Liam and I in our trial, and killed others during the riots and the Battle of Orenda Academy. She didn't get a chance to beg for mercy. This bitch was going down. Flames grew around me as I conjured the most terrifying creatures I could. A fire dragon the size of Julian, a sea serpent with foot-long fangs, and a 6-headed snake. I commanded the fire creatures to attack, and my flames swooped down at the Coigny Elder from behind. For a second, I thought I had her with the element of surprise, but it was like she sensed my fire coming at her. Madame Benelli whirled toward my creations. She thrust her hands upward, and my fire dragon sputtered to nothing more than a tiny dracovern. It spiraled to the ground and burst upon impact. I thrust my anger outward, and my 6-headed snake split in two until 12 fire serpent heads were aimed at her. I commanded them to strike, but she twisted her hands and my flames were sent in the other direction. Her magic wrapped around mine, yanking the snake from my hold. I could no longer control the heads, and the creature disappeared into thin air. I gritted my teeth. In one final attempt, I sent the sea serpent after her. I aimed its head at her face, but at the last second I spun its tail around, intent on knocking her on her ass. But she threw a 6-foot fireball at it, and my magic sputtered, leaving nothing but a few flames. I searched for her magic and tried to cut off the connection to her familiar through intrafusion. It was easy when I'd done it to my friends while sparring on the beach. But today I was worn down, and Madame Benelli's magic resisted me. My attempt at intrafusion barely weakened her magic a degree. "She's fucking strong!" I cried to my mother. Madame Benelli spotted me across the battlefield. Her eyes narrowed as she realized I was the one who dared to attack her. She lifted her hands, and the soles of my feet burned in agony. "Gah!" I screamed. I jumped away from where I'd been standing, but Madame Benelli had lit my fucking feet on fire. The flames licked up my legs, and though I tried to overpower her magic and kill the flames, it didn't work. I dropped to my knees, writhing. Pain seared my skin and settled deep in my bones. Essus quickly created a shield around my feet, and that provided much-needed reprieve from the flames. I sighed in relief. Even though Essus had begun to heal me, my mother was fucking pissed. A shadow fell over Doya's eyes, and anger became etched in every inch of her features. Doya still had burn marks marring her shoulder, and soot all over her face, but none of that seemed to faze her. She was a total badass as she stepped in front of me, poised to fight. No one touched her daughter and got away with it. "I'll deal with her," she snarled. Doya bared her teeth and lifted her hands. The flames eating away at the battlefield followed her command and swirled together. The temperature rose around us, and red and yellow flames began to gather into a column nearby. A fire tornado quickly took shape, and it was bigger than any I'd ever seen before. It was at least 20 feet in diameter and reached all the way to the clouds above. But that wasn't the most impressive part. Doya lifted her hand to the sky and concentrated. A bolt of lightning blasted across the sky, but it didn't fizzle out. It kept on crackling, swirling into her fire tornado until they became one, the flames blazing in a red-hot column while lightning crackled out the sides. My jaw dropped. I'd never seen anything like it. I didn't even know it was possible. My mother was wielding incredible magic. Doya sent her fire tornado blazing toward Madame Benelli, but there were other task force between us. The tornado swept them up like they were weightless feathers. Their screams could be heard echoing down at us from the skies. Several dragons flying by got caught up in the storm, and I could see their wings slowly shriveling to nothing as they were burnt alive. Madame Benelli thrust her hands out at the tornado. I didn't expect anything to happen. Doya's magic was incredible. No Coigny could counter her attack. But I was wrong. Madame Benelli had been placed on the council for a reason, and it was clearly because of her power. Doya gritted her teeth as their magic clashed. The fire tornado slowed its advance, though it continued to swirl and crackle. Madame Benelli thrust her arms to the side, and the fire tornado split in two. Their eyes connected, and Madame Benelli threw her head back in laughter. "You think you can kill me, Eleanor?" she shouted across the space between us. "You're pathetic. No wonder you joined the Bay Army. You're as weak as they are." That was not the right thing to say. Doya didn't take well to being called weak. "You're the weak one, you bitch!" Doya spat back. With all her strength, Doya melded the two fire tornadoes back together. Essis had healed the pain in my legs, and I struggled to my feet, prepared for the impending victory from our side. But the second I stood, Doya's magic blasted backward. Madame Benelli had created a fire tornado of her own and mixed it with Doya's. She'd gained control of the tornado and thrust it in our direction. I was whipped off my feet by the strength of the wind passing by. My whole body shook as I tried to stand. The tornado swept up Doya and Naomi, and they were flung 50 feet in the air. Madame Benelli smiled proudly as she watched Doya fall out of the sky. I threw a shield up as quick as I could, but it wasn't enough to take the full impact. Doya crashed to the ground, and the sound of breaking bones met my ears. But my mother wasn't about to give up. Though her leg was twisted at an odd angle, she sat up straight. Naomi limped at her side, unable to walk on her back leg. Doya grabbed her twisted leg and yanked the bone back into place, letting out a shrill cry as she did so. Essis threw up a shield around us, and I rushed over to my mother. "Ancestors!" I cried. Doya didn't even acknowledge her broken leg. She kept her murderous gaze on Madame Benelli. "I'll distract her. You go in for the kill." I couldn't let her sit here and wait to die. "Essis, stay here and heal her," I demanded. Essis crawled onto my mother's shoulder and began healing her immediately. I ran off, out of Madame Benelli's sights. I planned to circle around to the back and attack her where she couldn't see me. My breaths came in shallow heaves, as it was difficult to breathe through the smoke. I tried using my Anachi magic to turn myself invisible, but I couldn't summon it as my fire blazed. I was so exhausted I could only use one power at a time. Doya tried a different approach this time. She formed a huge flock of fire dragons, all with teeth bared at the Coigny elder. Madame Benelli laughed, then lifted her hands as 100 fire basilisks formed in the surrounding flames. The fire creatures attacked one another, each of the armies trying to get past the other. Wherever they met in the sky, they burst into balls of fire before forming back into their shapes again. I doubled around and approached Madame Benelli from behind. Fire blazed in my palms. I intended to give it everything I had to burn this bitch alive. But I hesitated. She knew how to overpower another Coigni's magic. If I attacked without delivering a killing blow, she'd retaliate. I'd be done for. My next thought was to attack with Anichi magic. But as I watched her fight against my mother, red-hot rage burned through me. No way was I summoning enough Anichi magic to take her out. I had to play to my strengths, and right now, that was fire. I caught sight of Madame Benelli's familiar, a 12-foot-long serpent at her side. It slithered around her, leaving trails of fire in its wake, but it didn't seem to be watching its surroundings at all. It was as Doya said. The Coigni elders were confident to a fault. Her familiar wasn't watching for threats because it didn't anticipate anyone would be brazen enough to attack. That's where it was wrong. Anger swirled in my chest, and my fire begged to escape, but I held it back until the last second. Madame Benelli's fire serpents flew into the hearts of my mother's fire dragons, tearing them apart. A well of rage rose inside me, unbound. Fuck you, Madame Benelli. Fuck you for using me as your pawn. Fuck you for hurting my friends. Fuck you for attacking my mother. Burn in hell, bitch. Flames 20 feet high licked around me. I thrust my hands forward, and the firewall went seeping across the battlefield, eating all the grass and broken branches in its path. Madame Benelli noticed the fire approaching, but it was a second too late. She whirled around and threw up a hand to stop it, but it blasted forward. Her familiar didn't have time to react. Though the fire split around Benelli at her command and missed her entirely, it slammed straight into her familiar. The serpent hissed loudly and tried to slither away, but flames licked up and down its body, melting the scales right off its flesh. I dropped my arms and drew a deep breath, feeling the victory wash through me. "No!" Madame Benelli screamed. She dropped to her knees and pulled her familiar into her lap. Though my flames burnt her skin, she didn't seem to care. She raised a fist toward the sky and screamed at the ancestors, "Strong survive! You promised! Oleander said you promised!" Her pleas fell to deaf ears. While Madame Benelli was distracted by the death of her familiar, Doya pushed herself to her feet. Broken bones still on the mend and all. She lifted her hands, and fire engulfed Madame Benelli and her familiar. The woman screamed and tried to counter the attack, but without the magic flowing through her familiar to support her, it was no use. Her body crumbled to the ground, charred and ashen. "We did it!" I cried as I rushed toward my mother. She huffed, as if she wasn't satisfied with the kill. "We killed one elder. There are plenty more to go." My mother glanced around, and disgust filled her features. I followed her gaze, and my stomach felt like rocks. There were so many bodies. Resistance members, mostly. I could tell by what was left of their clothing, though it wasn't much. Most bodies were unrecognizable from the fire. We were losing far more people than we were killing. Even if we took care of all the elders, I didn't know how we would even our numbers to a fair fight. "Then let's get moving," I said. Our only choice was to keep fighting. Doya controlled the flames in our path, sending smoke billowing to the sides of us. I heard a scream and looked to see a fellow resistance member on the ground, her sleek black hair spilling around her in the grass. A task force member had tackled her and was shoving a hand down her pants. Sick bastard! And in the middle of battle, no less! I recognized the girl. It was Coco, the makeup artist who'd dressed Imogen and me for the Elemental Cup opening ceremony. A tiny, chameleon-like familiar stood on a rock nearby, crying out for help. Witnessing the attack made my knees quiver. I stopped in my tracks, knowing I had to get to her. The flames raged on around the man like he didn't notice. She tried to struggle away, but the guy flicked his wrist, and the surrounding flames swirled into a circle, trapping her in. I started running toward them, Essis hanging tight to my shoulder. When I got there, I jumped over the flame circle he'd created and tackled him. He let out an oof as he rolled over in the grass, but he came to a stop before he touched the fire. "Go!" I shouted to Coco. She scooped up her familiar and raced off. Flames licked up from my palms, and I was poised for attack. But the laugh that bubbled up from the man's throat stopped me. He reached up and yanked his helmet off his head so I could look into his eyes. His piercing eyes, dark hair, and strong jawline were unmistakable. It was Landon Barnes, the asshole I'd met at the strip club before my trial, the one who'd testified against Liam and I and made up lies to get us executed. The unmistakable urge to kick him in the balls overcame me, but he wasn't close enough.
"So we meet again, Sophia."
He moved toward me boldly, like he didn't view me as a threat at all. "Can't say I was looking forward to it," I growled. I watched his every move, calculating my attack. He was a strong Coigni. Throwing a fireball at his head wasn't enough to finish him off.
"It's a shame my testimony didn't get you locked away," he drawled. "Luckily for me, I get to kill your mopite ass."
The foul word hit me like a punch to the gut, and anger ignited in my chest. "Not if I kill your lying ass first!" I struck, sending a jet stream of fire straight at his face. It was huge, at least 10 feet across. I thought for sure it'd catch him before he could retaliate. But he was fast. Oleander had trained him well. Landon ducked out of the way of my attack and rolled on the ground. In a mere second, he was on the other side of me. He threw out a hand and grabbed me around the throat.
"You're a weak breed, Sophia," he snarled, "and I'm gonna take you out."
I clawed at Landon's hand and gasped for breath that didn't come. His fingers ignited, searing my skin. I couldn't even scream. I forced my skin to heat in response, but Landon didn't seem to care. He could easily take the heat. The heavy weight of hopelessness swirled in my belly. Essis scurried to the top of my head and beat Landon's face with his fists. Landon swatted Essis away, and he went flying. He landed with a squeak in the grass. I shifted to protection mode quickly. Nobody touched my familiar. A shield formed around me, easing the heat on my throat. I pushed it outward, and though Landon struggled against it, he wasn't strong enough to break it. Confusion crossed his rage-filled features as an invisible force pushed his hand off my neck. I gained control and sucked in a deep breath, but I didn't end the fight there. I continued to expand my shield outward until it encompassed only Landon. Then I pushed the magic inward. Like I'd done to the task force before, I used my shield to crush him, squeezing tighter and tighter. Landon went rigid. Veins popped in his eyes, and bruises splayed all across his face. Bones crunched under the weight of my magic. Just like that, the life drained from his eyes. I released my magic, and he crumpled to the ground. Above us, the sound of a dragon's cry could be heard as his elementi died. It shouldn't have felt so good to take his life, but I'd be damned if I wasn't relieved to see his dead body lying in front of me. The asshole deserved it. Essis scurried over to me and jumped into my arms. I glanced around for my mother, but she was nowhere. Shit. I quickly jumped back into fury mode as I weaved my way through the endless flames. I calmed those in my path, but I could still barely see anything. Screams echoed through the air, and the sounds of dying familiars could be heard from every direction. I stumbled over something, and I gagged when I saw that it was a dead body. The woman was covered in so many vines she was almost unrecognizable. Then I saw the chameleon lying lifelessly at her side. Coco. I threw my hand over my mouth. I'd saved her from one asshole just to get her killed by another. Fuck! This battle was a death sentence for the entire resistance. Something had to change, and fast. Hot tears rose to my eyes, though they refused to fall. We needed to gain the upper hand, but we couldn't do it without help. I placed my hand on the spirit totem, but Essus tugged on my hair and pointed. I followed his gaze to see a firestorm swirling nearby. In it, I spotted Doya going up against Elder Wallace, the last remaining Yapluma elder. She was trying to kill him with her fire, while he deflected her attacks with his air. Tabitha and Hudson were beside her, riding on the back of Gooby, the giant snail. Tabitha's golden bird familiar flew overhead. Every time they got close to Elder Wallace, he'd knock them back 20 feet. Gooby had all sorts of bleeding wounds from being sliced by Elder Wallace's air magic. Naomi's form blazed a dark red, and she leapt at Elder Wallace. He thrust his hands outward, and she went flying backward in his blast of air. As I rushed over to help, Doya was already working on sending her magic through the space between them. Fire licked up at his feet, but he controlled his air and sucked the oxygen straight out of the flames, deflecting the attack quickly. I shot fireball after fireball at him. Though Tabitha and Hudson were attacking from the other side, he deflected each of our hits. I skidded to a stop beside my mother, and Essus threw up a shield around us. It was just in time, because Elder Wallace had conjured up massive blasts of air. They spun like giant discs at us, and were so powerful I could see the air being manipulated. Essus' shield rocked as the blasts connected with it. "How the fuck do we fight a Yapluma elder?" I screamed. "He'll just kill our fire!" Doya pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes at him. "We'll have to get creative." One of Tabitha's fireballs hit Elder Wallace, drawing his attention away from us. He raised his hands to counterattack, but Doya already had her hands in the air. She conjured a bolt of lightning, and her aim was spot on. It connected with Elder Wallace's outstretched hand, and he was blasted back several yards. For a second, he just lay there. I thought that the lightning bolt might have stopped his heart, but the guy was only stunned, and he forced himself upward a second later. "Any other ideas?" I asked in a rush. I was working on summoning Anichi magic, but switching off my fire wasn't easy at the moment. I was too fired up. Elder Wallace turned his gaze upward. Within seconds, a swirling tornado came out of the sky and touched the ground. It was so powerful that Tabitha and Hudson got caught up in it and were yanked right off Gooby's back. Doya thrust her arms outward while Elder Wallace was distracted, sending a firewall hurtling at him. He must have felt the heat coming, because he whirled around and pushed against it with his air. What he didn't realize was Gooby was pissed. The giant snail crept up behind him and opened his mouth wide. Elder Wallace was gone in moments, swallowed up by the giant snail. I heard the crunch of bones as Gooby ate him with glee. It was both sickening and satisfying. At Elder Wallace's death, his magic gave out, and the tornado fizzled away. Tabitha and Hudson screamed as they were thrown through the air. They landed with a hard thud in front of us. The two of them groaned in agony. I rushed forward to heal Hudson's dislocated arm and Tabitha's sprained ankle, along with the burns and cuts all over their bodies. "We have to get to the rest of the elders. Doya shouted above the roar of battle.
Hudson pointed and stammered, "We saw Elder Baron head that way."
The four of us, along with our familiars, started in the direction Hudson had pointed. I expected to meet other fights along the way, but all we saw were dead bodies. Up ahead through the smoke, the sounds of elements clashing and familiars roaring met my ears. Doya cleared the smoke. I saw with horror that huge boulders were swirling in the air. In the center of them, Elder Baron stood with his huge python familiar. Nearby, Kelsey, Vanessa, and Bren were throwing fireballs at the Navita Elder, but he deflected them with his boulders. He threw one of them, at least 6 feet wide, at the trio and their familiars. They jumped out of the way just in time for the boulder to land right where they'd been standing. The ground rumbled beneath my feet, though we were a good 40 yards out from the fight. Vanessa threw up her hands, and a ring of fire formed around Elder Baron. Doya was quick to jump into the fight. She intertwined her magic with Vanessa's, making the flames grow so high I couldn't see Elder Baron anymore. We reached the other Coigni. All 7 of us worked together to create a fire that encompassed Elder Baron. The flames were bigger than anything I'd seen before, and the fire was so hot it nearly burned my skin from a distance. Elder Baron fought back. Though he couldn't see us, he directed roots out of the ground. One of them wrapped around Kelsey's ankle and yanked her to the ground, and another huge one swung at Hudson. Gooby jumped in the way, and the root smacked into his shell. A sickening crunch sounded, and I knew his shell had been cracked. From out of the flames, huge rocks flew at us. I abandoned helping with the fire and turned to deflecting the rocks with shield magic. Meanwhile, Kelsey and Vanessa had teamed up to burn the roots before they could touch any of us.
"How much longer?"
Bren yelled.
"Any second now,"
Doya strained. The ground rumbled beneath our feet so fiercely I could hardly stay upright.
"He's deflecting our fire,"
Doya shouted, as if she could feel Elder Baron's magic working against hers.
"What do we do?"
Bren asked. "I have an idea," Vanessa said. "On my count, pull back. The second our flames drop, we send our familiars in. Target the python."
"As you wish, Chiefess,"
Doya said. It was still strange to see her hand power over, but Vanessa had earned everyone's respect, including Doya's. 1, Vanessa started. 2, 3. The 7 Coigni dropped their hands, and the fire fizzled away. I caught a glimpse of Elder Baron on his knees, panting. His python was poised 10 feet high and aimed its unhinged jaw at us. "Attack!" Vanessa shouted. Familiars flooded toward the python. Aisha attacked from above, while Kelsey's jaguar ran alongside Naomi. Kingston rushed into the fight in front of Gooby. All 5 of them met the python at the same time, using their sharp teeth to tear apart its body. Scales and blood went everywhere, and Gooby swallowed up the python's entrails. Elder Baron's back arched. He cried out as if he could feel the pain of his familiar being ripped to shreds. The brutal way his python was killed seemed to accelerate Elder Baron's death. Within moments, he slumped to the ground. His face landed in burning grass, and the fire began to eat away at him. I turned my gaze away and bit down hard on my lower lip. I didn't know how much more death I could handle, even if it was an enemy's demise. "That leaves only 2 elders," I said to Doya.
"Madam Locklear and Madam Wright won't be easy to defeat," she replied.
"Well, we have to try," I shouted. The familiars returned, and Tabitha and Hudson jumped onto Gooby's back again. I glanced to the skies for Julian, but I couldn't see anything. I prayed he could hold his own up there. Vanessa turned to Doya. "How will we find the remaining elders?"
"We find the biggest fire on the battlefield."
Doya pointed.
"There."
I looked to where she was pointing, and my jaw dropped. Across the battlefield, a wall of fire at least 100 feet high burned. Dark black smoke rose into the air, polluting the skies. No wonder the Yapluma couldn't clear it. The smoke cloud was fucking massive. Flying creatures could be seen ahead of the firewall, racing away from it. Bren cracked his knuckles.
Let's kick some Coigny Elder ass.
We made our way across the battlefield. The sound of screams grew the closer we came to the Coigny Elders' attack line. We approached from the side so that we could see both sides of the fight. On the Elders' side, their soldiers were like shadows, blanketing the valley in dark uniforms. There must have been hundreds of them, following behind Madame Locklear and Madame Wright. They were using their firewall to push the resistance back and force them to retreat. Fireballs and flames shot out from the Elders' wall, and resistance members fell on the spot. It was like the firewall was alive and had a mind of its own. Its aim was always spot on. Coigny and their familiars were the only ones able to tolerate the heat. Anyone from another house who got close to the firewall was incinerated on the spot.
How are we going to fight against that?
Hudson asked. He tilted his head back, barely able to see the top of the wall.
We have to kill those flames, Doya insisted. Weakening the Elder's element is our only shot.
You work on that, Vanessa instructed Doya. I'll get a team ready to attack the second that firewall breaks. We hurried over to the resistance side and found Coigny lined up all along the length of the firewall. Lindsay and Miranda were at the front, deflecting any fireballs they saw aimed at resistance members. The battle was chaos. Every time someone tried to fight back, they were knocked down by a rogue fireball. The ground shook so violently, most of us couldn't stand regardless. This fight was hopeless if we were all fighting our own battles. We had to unite as one. We have to work together, I shouted over the crackling of the massive fire. Though many resistance members were distracted, deflecting elements, others turned to listen. Remember your lessons at Arenda Academy. If you intend to share your element, it will not harm your partner. Doya smiled proudly beside me, like she was glad I'd taken her lessons to heart. We can intertwine our magic, I continued. Together we can overpower the Elders. Lindsay and Miranda ran to me, dodging fireballs and trying to stay upright on the shaking earth. Their familiars were close by, which was a relief, but they both looked worse for wear. Their hair was matted to their heads, and their faces were covered in so much soot they were almost unrecognizable. The bottom of Miranda's shirt was torn, and a huge burn mark marred her belly. Lindsay's arm had a deep gash in it, like she'd been hit by a rock. Blood dripped from it, but she didn't seem to care. She just kept on fighting.
We're here, Lindsay said in a rush. Whatever you need.
We need to act as a single unit, I said, reaching out for Lindsay's hand. She glanced down at my hand, but a moment later, a proud smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She grabbed Miranda's hand, and I took Doya's on my other side. The other resistance members saw what we were doing, and one by one, they came to line up beside us. Essis stood proudly on my shoulder as I gathered my magic and aimed it at the fire in front of me. I could feel the magic from the others sizzling up and down our joined row of hands. We pushed outward, entangling our powers into the fire. The firewall resisted our control, pushing back and heating my skin. Doya's hand grew hot in mine as she pushed harder. Lindsay's skin was nearly boiling. The firewall advanced, coming closer and closer. Sweat broke across my brow. More! I screamed down the line of resistance members. Draw from your crystals, your familiars, anything! I channeled magic from my crystals, then reached out further across the firewall. I searched for magic I could steal, and sensed a high-frequency buzz of a nearby fire unicorn. I wrapped my magic around it and tugged back, performing intrafusion, like Liam had taught me. I searched for more sources of magic and found them with ease. I drew from the enemy creatures, tugging on their magic, until it became my own. I kept on pulling until I drained their magic so much I felt their life energy give out. Familiars and task force members began to drop at my command, at least a dozen at once. I redirected the magic into the flames, commanding them. The flames began to die, but they only dropped halfway. They continued to tower above our heads, eating away at the battlefield so quickly we had to walk backward to keep our distance. The more I performed intrafusion, the harder it was to do. Magic swept through me so quickly it was hard to keep up. I tried to seek out the Elders' magic, but when I found it, their magic resisted me. It was almost like they'd prepared for this. I wasn't surprised. Not after Liam used intrafusion to kill Poole and Malison. They wouldn't fall for the same tricks a second time. I was growing weaker by the second. Elements continued to fly around us, and resistance members were dropping out of our line one by one. Screams echoed as mounds of dirt were flung upward by Navita on the other side, launching Coigny resistance members yards from where they'd been standing. Creatures flew above the flames and ducked downward, grabbing people and familiars straight out of ranks. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, and people were tossed into the fire. Bile rose within my throat. I used it as fuel to drive my anger, knowing the only way to win this was to kill this firewall and slay the 2 Coigny elders on the other side. Doya squeezed my hand tighter, and I bit my lip hard. "Keep going!" I screamed. The flames died more, until I could make out the silhouettes of people on the other side through the flickering of flames. Madame Locklear and Madame Wright were directly across from me. They wore matching smirks of satisfaction, like they knew they'd win regardless of our attempts to stop them. We'd almost gained control of the firewall, but our Coigny numbers were falling. We were quickly losing our momentum, and the flames started to grow higher. "It's not working," Doya growled. Wind whipped by my ears so fast I could barely hear her. We had to shout to communicate. "We have to keep trying," I replied. "If we try any harder, we'll reach our limits," Doya protested. "We'll kill ourselves by drawing too much magic." My hand shook in hers, and I knew she was right. As much magic as I was drawing from crystals and intrafusion, it wasn't enough. The other side was just too strong. "I know what to do," Lindsay said from beside me. "You have to trust me." "We'll do anything," I told her. "We have to get this wall down." Lindsay didn't answer right away. Instead, she got a sullen expression on her face. She shared a look with Miranda I couldn't quite read. Miranda nodded, and Lindsay turned to me, blinking back tears. "I'm sorry, Sophia, but we have to." My stomach plummeted to my toes, and I went rigid. "Have to? Lindsay, no!" It hit me what she was planning. I could hardly wrap my head around it. Tears began to fall down Lindsay's cheeks, and Miranda shook. "You can't!" My protests went ignored. Lindsay and Miranda had already made up their minds. Lindsay let go of my hand and stepped away from me. Someone might as well have sent a boulder straight through my stomach, because my guts went totally solid. "Stop!" I demanded. I grabbed her shoulder and tried to yank her backward, but Doya's arms wrapped around my middle. She wouldn't let me go after them. My throat tightened, and it felt like I was choking on my own grief. Lindsay took Miranda's hand firmly in hers, and they stepped toward the wall of fire. Medusa and Evelyn followed bravely at their sides. "No!" I sputtered, barely able to get the words out. I struggled in Doya's arms but couldn't break free. My mother had a strong grip.
"Now is not your time, Sophia,"
Doya hissed. I knew she was trying to protect me, but it barely registered. Lindsay and Miranda were about to sacrifice themselves. I didn't care about protecting myself. Lindsay and Miranda both turned to me. They'd wiped their tears and wore matching expressions of resolve on their faces. They didn't look fearful at all. Instead, they looked as if they were at peace with the decision. Like they'd already decided long ago that they would die for the tribe if they had to. They were both ready for the ancestral lands, and nothing I could do or say would stop them. "It's okay, Sophia," Miranda said soothingly.
"We'll be all right," Lindsay added. "Once this is done, you end this thing, okay?"
"Don't!" I sobbed. I didn't think this war could break me more than it already had, but I never expected to watch two of my friends walk to their deaths. I broke right then and there, clutching my stomach as tears poured from my eyes. Doya's hold on me tightened. Essis screamed protests from my shoulder, but Medusa and Evelyn just shot him a look of goodbye. Fire rose to my skin and I ignited in flames. I didn't realize what I was doing until I did it. I was trying to burn Doya so she'd let me go. Doya gave a loud gasp. She sucked in a pained breath through her teeth, but she rode out the pain and held me in place, refusing to let me move. The battle seemed to happen in slow motion. All sounds were distant, like my head had been dunked underwater. I might as well have been drowning because I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred until all I saw was the brave Coigny couple as a silhouette against the red-hot flames. In the distance, I swore I could hear the sound of a flute playing and a woman's song, like the ancestors were calling Lindsay and Miranda home. Magic rolled off the two of them in waves. I could see it distorting the landscape beyond. I kicked my feet outward and tried to escape my mother's grasp, but I couldn't find the strength. "No!" I screamed again. But the words seemed to last for minutes, echoing in my ears and shaking my bones. The tears streaming down my face seemed to have no end. "Lindsay! Miranda!" I cried. They continued forward like they hadn't heard my earth-shattering screeches. Watching my friends step into the firewall was like being crushed beneath a landslide. Every inch of my body ached as my fire burned to escape, to help them. But just like a landslide hurtling down the mountainside, there was no way to stop this. The firewall raged, twisting and contorting to Lindsay and Miranda's demands as they worked to rip control from the Elder's grasp. The crystals in Lindsay's pocket grew so hot, they literally burned a hole through her clothes and fell to the ground. Beside my friends, Medusa burst into flames. And it wasn't because she was a fire creature. Medusa couldn't create fire like that naturally. Lindsay had drawn too much magic from her familiar, and it was killing her. A moment later, the same happened to the Kirin, Evelyn. Her single antler lit first. Then the fire began to consume the rest of her body. Though they were on fire, the two familiars continued walking forward, blazing heroes against the darkness of war. My chest felt like it was being burned alive with them. Lindsay's hair ignited, but she didn't scream out. Together, Miranda and Lindsay gained control of the firewall. I knew when the moment happened because the flames dropped to almost nothing. For just a split second, I saw the shocked looks on Madame Locklear's and Madame Wright's faces. It took them a moment to realize what happened. By the time they did, it was already too late. Lindsay and Miranda controlled the fire and sent flames licking 100 feet in the air. The wall was equally long. The two of them advanced toward it, until the wall followed their command and shifted in the direction of the elders. "Retreat!" someone yelled from the other side. But it was nothing more than a faint scream I barely processed. Footsteps could be heard beneath the cry of terrified familiars. "Do something, you useless twat!" I heard Madame Locklear shout. "Me?" Madame Wright responded. "You're the one to blame!" That was all I heard before the echoing screams masked all other sounds. The screams were so loud and so many, there must have been hundreds of people caught up in Lindsay and Miranda's magic. The firewall continued to advance on the enemy soldiers and swallowed them up. Shadows within the flames raced around for escape, but found none. Hundreds of people dropped where they stood, burning to embers. I should have felt victorious as the flames swept over Madame Locklear and Madame Wright, but I only felt loss. Grief curled its ugly fingers around me, turning my limbs to water. Lindsay and Miranda stepped over the elders' burnt remains, and the two dropped to their knees at each other's sides. The flames began to die as they drained every drop of magic in their reservoir. The couple turned toward each other, and Lindsay swept Miranda into her arms. I sank to my knees as I watched one final kiss play out between the two of them. Then the flames licking across their bodies consumed them. They fell to the ground in an everlasting embrace, their bodies molded to each other's in the flames. Medusa and Evelyn finally collapsed at their sides. One last twitch of Evelyn's leg, and all four were dead. All it took was a breath, and they dissolved to nothing but ash. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I stared at their lifeless forms, unable to believe how fast it all happened. I'd never seen anyone die by using too much magic before, but it seemed to consume their entire bodies until there was nothing left. I couldn't believe they were gone. Not even a body to bury. I knew Coigny turned to ashes once they went beyond the boundaries of their magic, but seeing it happen before my very eyes was too much to bear. My entire form shook as I stared at where my friends had fallen. Battle continued on around me, and I barely heard it. I thought that I'd prepared for this. I'd seen so much death, and I was ready to fight in this war no matter the cost. But I never thought I'd see my friends make such a heart-wrenching decision. To witness it was torture I didn't wish upon my worst enemy. "Sophia," Doya said, though I couldn't respond. I was still in her arms. She shook me. "The fight isn't over." I didn't process her words. Who cared if the fight went on or not? Two of my closest friends had sacrificed themselves in this war. Who else was I going to lose? "Sophia!" This time her voice sounded closer. My eyes snapped in her direction, and my senses started to return. Though Lindsay and Miranda had given their lives to kill the elders, it had barely made a difference. I could still hear the sound of death around me and smell the burning of flesh. A shadow flew above us, and my heart lurched. I glanced upward to see it was Aisha. She let out a victorious cry, and the Coigny around us started to cheer. It was a signal to Jake, to let him know the Coigny elders were gone, and now was the time to send in the rest of the army. "Sophia, we have to move!" Doya snapped. She grabbed me by the shoulder and yanked me to my feet. Essus was clutching my shoulder tight, like he too couldn't believe what just happened. Doya and I stumbled behind a huge boulder for cover. I collapsed with my back to it, trying to catch my breath. Naomi pressed her head against my side to keep me from falling over. I grabbed my stomach, as if trying to hold my insides where they belonged, though I hadn't been injured. I stared out into the valley, though it was all just a blur. "Listen to me." Doya grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me. Her broken tone suggested she was nearly half gone herself.
If we grieve on the battlefield, we die. We have to keep going. We can mourn later.
I blinked a few times, still trying to understand what she was saying. Doya must have noticed she wasn't getting through to me because she sighed and wrapped her arms tightly around me. I wanted to cry into her shoulder, but the tears wouldn't come. Right now, I was just a girl who needed a hug from her mother to keep from falling apart.
Sophia, she whispered, don't let Lindsay and Miranda's sacrifice be in vain.
That snapped me back to attention. She was right. There was nothing I could do to bring them back, but I sure as hell could make sure their sacrifice was worth it. My limbs felt like noodles, but I had to keep fighting. I won't, I promised, swallowing the lump in my throat. We have to finish this. Doya pressed a kiss to the top of my head, igniting my strength again.
That's my girl.
Though grief was still churning in my gut, I knew I couldn't let it consume me. I had to transform it and use it against the task force. It was the only way. As I looked down, I realized Essis was healing Doya's arms. They'd been horribly burned by my fire when I was trying to get her to let me go. Her skin repaired itself at Essis' command, but I realized Doya hadn't even mentioned the damage I'd done to her. She'd taken the pain without complaint. It was the best proof I had she really did love me. I glanced around, my stomach hollowing. Though Doya said we had to finish this, the only way out was the same way Lindsay and Miranda had gone. There were only a handful of Coigny left, and now that the firewall was down, task force members were advancing fast. We couldn't lose anyone else. My heart wouldn't take it. Resistance soldiers swarmed the battlefield. Liam raced out of the trenches toward me, panting.
Pawi!
We connected in an embrace. Sobs racked my chest as I tried to explain to him what happened. Lindsay and Miranda—
We know,
Liam said, smoothing my hair down.
We saw.
Bane had followed Liam, and he swept Doya up into his arms.
My love!
The two kissed like teenagers until she drew away and slapped him in the chest.
We can make love later. Right now, we fight.
Jonah and Imogen approached beside Liam with their familiars. Imogen's eyes were stained with tears, but Jonah looked fucking pissed. He cracked his knuckles.
I'm going to suffocate those motherfuckers. They've killed my best performers.
I wiped the tears from my cheeks. Grief swirled into red-hot anger within my chest. Save your Stormlord powers. Right now, I need you to part the clouds. I need some damn sunlight. Jonah lifted his hands to the sky and started working his magic. Jake wasn't far behind and came over to help, along with Perot and Riley. With the Coigny elders gone, the Yapluma finally gained traction with the smoke. The storm clouds parted and a ray of sunlight streamed down onto my skin. It was already late in the afternoon, but I could feel its warmth radiating through me. I turned my gaze on the approaching enemy, and my spirit flared with unimaginable rage. You all might want to stand back. This is going to get fucking deadly. I barely caught a glimpse of Liam's wide eyes and Imogen's fearful expression before I turned away. I approached the task force alone. Essis threw up a shield around me, and elements bounced off it as I walked forward. My skin glowed with the magic from the sun, lighting me up like a blinding star. My magic burned so hot that as soon as a task force member got within 20 yards of me, their bodies disintegrated to nothing but ash in 2 seconds flat. They barely had a chance to scream before they were silenced, and their cremated remains were whisked away into the wind. Now that the clouds and smoke had parted, and I could channel power from the sun, I was unstoppable. After what happened to Lindsay and Miranda, I had no fucks left to give. There was no mercy, just unadulterated, burning rage. I fucking hated the task force. I hated Oleander. They'd taken so many people I loved from me and destroyed my home. I didn't care that I was a mere elementai and not the Great Spirit. Today I was their judge and they would burn in Aya Nokshan for their crimes. I didn't feel like myself as I surged forward with murderous intent. The enemy caught sight of me, and task force members started running in all directions, rushing to escape my wrath. Others tried to attack from a distance, but their attacks could hardly shake Essa's shield. As my familiar's shield bloomed bigger, so did my range of magic. Soon, task force up to 50 yards away were dropping dead under the power of the sun as I channeled it through me. I thought of Lindsay and Miranda, of their sacrifice, and how much they'd given to our cause. As my pain mounted, my magic ignited. I was fire. I was death. And I was going to make every single one of these monsters pay for laying a finger on the people I loved. Power welled within me so strongly, I couldn't hold it back. I sent my magic out in a burst of impenetrable flame. My screams filled the air, echoing a piercing cry of loss all across the valley. My magic was so strong I felt it burning me from the inside out, but I didn't care. I wanted justice. My flames killed 100 task force at once, bursting their bodies into ash, before it became too much and my knees buckled beneath me. The glow across my skin dimmed, and I fisted my hands in the dirt as I gasped for breath. I'd almost pushed myself too far. Apparently, I did have a limit. I gritted my teeth and begged for the tears to come. They welled up inside of me, pressing like angry beats of a drum against my chest, but they refused to flow freely. It was as if I was cursed to this grief, as if I may never overcome it. I didn't understand how I could kill 100 people and still not feel any better. It was maddening. Liam rushed to my side. His voice came out in a shaking rasp.
Paui?
When I looked up to him, I saw he wasn't alone. My mother and Pata stood by his side, along with Imogen, Jonah, and Jake. All 5 of them stared down at me like I was a bomb about to go off. Even Doya clutched at Bane's shirt, looking terrified of me. It was strange because Doya wasn't scared of anything. Imogen took a cautious step back when my eyes met hers. She looked at me like I was possessed, a monster. And maybe that's what I was. Nausea rolled around in my belly as the reality of what just happened hit me. I couldn't believe what I'd just done.
Soph, how'd you do that?
Liam balked. He looked so uncertain of me. Even his hand on my shoulder was shaking. I shook my head, as if trying to toss out the images from my mind. So many bodies had burned at once. I don't know. I'm just trying to survive this. That's what I told myself. But I knew it went far deeper than that. I wanted the tribe to live in peace. Yet how could we do that when I was out here massacring Hawkeye like a rogue demigod? It went against everything I believed in, and I felt utterly sick at what I'd just done. And still my people were being killed. Retaliation was the only way to save them. I resolved to deal with my transgressions later. If we didn't move, we'd only lose more people. I struggled to my feet. I was a little lightheaded and had to grab Liam to keep upright. "Come on, everyone," I said. "We have a tribe to fight for." Everyone looked a little wary of me, but we didn't have time to stand around and discuss it. Essis encompassed us in a shield, protecting us from whirlwinds and fire. We advanced on the task force and retaliated with our elements. Suddenly, the dirt exploded like a bomb had gone off. It was a Navita attack. My heart hammered as my friends and I were flung into the air. We landed several yards away, and the wind had been knocked out of me. I didn't have time to catch my breath before dirt and rocks were raining down on us, splaying bruises all over my body. I threw my hands up to conjure a shield, but my magic sputtered. Sassy barked and leapt to her feet, her vines snapping at huge rocks and breaking them apart. Imogen reacted and controlled the Navita attack. Huge clods of dirt, bigger than cars, hung in the air, and her arms shook as she fought against it. "Everybody move!" Imogen shouted. Liam was beside me on the ground, groaning. A sharp rock had sliced into his side, embedding there. Adrenaline surged through me, and I jumped back into battle mode. I grabbed Liam and dragged him backward. Meanwhile, Jonah's leg had been pinned under a rock, and he was crying out in pain. Squeaks and Sabor worked on moving the rock, while Jake yanked Jonah out from under it. Bane and Doya had sustained minor injuries, but there were cuts all over their faces, blood dripping out of them. As soon as we were all out of the way, Imogen dropped her hands. The giant pieces of dirt slammed to the ground, sending up giant clouds of dust. I didn't have a second to catch my breath before I heard an alicorn whine from behind me. I whirled around to see Zarya, Sam's familiar, rearing on her hind legs. She aimed her hooves at a unicorn with a task force member on its back. Sam was on her back, controlling rocks above his head that he aimed at the task force. The horse-like familiars attacked each other. Zarya landed a hoof to the unicorn's face, but the unicorn ducked its head and brought its horn upward. The sharp black horn caught Sam's leg before slicing into Zarya's side. Blood dripped from both of their wounds, pooling into the mud beneath them. I flipped to protection mode and created a shield around Sam and Zarya. The unicorn attacked again and hit my shield, but it couldn't break through. And still, I hadn't been fast enough. Zarya fell to the ground and Sam rolled off of her, screaming as he writhed in a mud puddle. "Essis, heal!" I commanded. My emotions had turned stone cold. It was the only way I managed to keep on fighting. Essis ran for Sam and Zarya first, since they were worse for wear than Jonah. I aimed Anichi orbs at the task force. The first hit the unicorn square in the side of the head, but it was only strong enough to stun it for a moment. I shot another one, and the unicorn reared on its hind legs. Its rider fell off, and I shot another orb at him. It missed entirely, whizzing above his head. The whole time I was advancing on him. When I reached him, I didn't give him a chance to fight back. I jumped on top of him and grabbed him by the shoulders, shoving him deep into the mud. I drew his life force out of his body, ripping the very spirit out of him to protect my friend. He barely made a sound, just slumped lifelessly. The unicorn toppled over and let out a final breath before it died. Liam wasn't far from me. As soon as I crawled off the task force member, my eyes connected with his. He didn't blink, just stared, like he couldn't believe how I'd just twisted my magic against this man. Fuck, I'd done it again! But I didn't exactly have the luxury of questioning my morals in the middle of a battle. Tears pricked at my eyes. "I'm sorry, Liam. I didn't mean to scare you." He stepped toward me and shook his head, though he couldn't take his eyes off the task force member.
"You didn't,"
he said, though it sounded like a lie.
"That just wasn't you."
A sob broke from my chest, and I threw my hand over my mouth. Yes, it was. I've done it before. I was on the verge of a breakdown.
Soph!
Liam sounded very worried. He rushed over to me and grabbed me by the shoulders to shake me.
"Pawi, listen to me. I know this war is hard. I know how death can change a person, but we are not Oleander.
Fuck, is that what he thought of me? That I was becoming Oleander? It sickened me.
Remember who you are, Pawi,
Liam said.
That's the only way to win this war.
His words echoed in my mind as blood pulsed through my ears. Liam didn't want me stooping to Oleander's level, and yet we had. All of us, time and time again. And it was only getting us slaughtered. I didn't know how to win apart from fighting fire with fire. But Liam was right. We had to try a different approach. I just didn't know what it was yet. But I resolved to find out. I sniffled and wiped my nose. I will. Liam relaxed, but it barely lasted a moment before the sound of a rock blasting into the ground startled us. I turned to see that Cade had arrived. 3 task force were advancing on him, and he was sending rocks flying in the air to counterattack. We have to keep fighting, I said to Liam. He nodded firmly, but there was something in his eyes. I had to fight like Sophia, not like Oleander. I ran toward Cade, while Liam took off in the opposite direction. My friends and I were backed into a tight circle, nearly 20 yards across. There was so much happening from every angle that we each had to fight our own battles. I shot fire at the task force, but it barely slowed them down.
We have to work together,
Cade shouted. On it, I called back. That kind of attack was Sophia, I realized. Oleander didn't operate under unity, only fear-mongering and threats. I worked alongside my friends as one, and that's what made us different from Oleander and the task force. As Cade's rocks whizzed through the air, I concentrated on them, working to heat the surrounding air with my magic. I focused on the power of the sun, and it flowed into my body effortlessly. All at once, 10 rocks the size of my fist melted into molten lava. They whizzed straight through the task force's elements and pummeled through their bodies like bullets. The task force dropped immediately. A scream filled the air. I turned to see Sean Andre on the back of his golden doe. A rogue fireball had caught him in the shoulder. Vanderbilt was nearby, and rage marred his features. He thrust fire outward toward a fire-breathing lizard the size of a car, the one who'd hurt his son. The lizard skirted around his attack and jumped for Sean. His doe leapt out of the way, but the lizard caught her by the hind legs. She went down, and Sean got pinned beneath her.
Not my son!
I heard Vanderbilt shout. I summoned my fire, ready to attack the fire-breathing lizard, but Vanderbilt got there first. He shoved his hands into the eye sockets of the lizard, while his hound bit the lizard's tail and ripped it off. Vanderbilt started screaming, and he drew away. His hands were blackened and charred when he pulled them out of the lizard's eye sockets. My gut twisted. It didn't look like it was burned from fire, but from a poisonous chemical. His skin turned black and started falling off his body in chunks. The lizard bled a thick, tar-like liquid from his eyes, and I realized that its blood was venomous. Vanderbilt's hound howled as the deadly blood filled his mouth. The lizard thrust its head into Vanderbilt's middle, and Vanderbilt went flying. Blood covered him, and his skin was gone in seconds. His screams ceased. "Cade!" I shouted, as the lizard aimed its jaw back at Sean. Cade lifted another rock with his magic, and I turned it to lava. He thrust it forward, and it burned a hole straight through the lizard's head, killing it. Sean survived, but he was visibly shaken. His doe had to support him as they raced for cover behind a mound of dirt. His eyes stared in disbelief at his father's corpse. I felt sickened by Vanderbilt's death. He'd been our lawyer. He was one of the few reasons Liam and I had won our trial. We weren't exactly close, But he had saved our asses at a time we needed him most. He'd stuck up for us when no other lawyer wanted to put their neck on the line. And now, like so many others, he was gone. Good people were dying in this fight, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Nearby, Bren, Vanessa, and Maddie were fighting a herd of magical creatures. All sorts of animals charged, from bulls to elk to moose. My friends weren't alone, though. They were surrounded by at least 20 other resistance members, all trying to thwart off the familiar's attacks. A dozen people stood in a row and joined their elbows in a human chain. Elements swirled around them with incredible magic. The Navita formed a huge rock wall to protect themselves from the herd, while Toaqua pulled water from the ground and sky to create streams of water that sliced straight through familiars. Coigni burned others at a distance, and Yapluma sliced familiars in half with their magic. It hit me who the 12 people were. They were the ones we'd helped escape from Kinpago on one of our first missions. The ones the elders had labeled as dangerous. And dangerous they truly were. But we still were no match for Oleander's army. Tornadoes swirled out of the sky, more than I could count, and picked up resistance members like they were sheets of paper. The tornadoes twisted and swirled, flinging people into huge crevices in the earth created by Navita enemies. Screams met my ears, and I whirled back toward my friends. Doya and Bane were working on taking down a massive wyvern, while Jake and Jonah were fighting against a team of Task Force Yapluma. Jonah couldn't even stand. It was taking a serious toll on him. Liam and Imogen were nowhere to be found. I glanced around frantically, searching for my husband and my best friend. I spotted them not far away. They'd gone to Trace and Amelia's aid, but all 4 of them were trapped in a Navita attack. The dirt had turned to mud, and my loved ones were sinking up to their chests. Liam and Amelia were trying to loosen the mud with water, while Imogen and Trace were attempting to push the dirt aside. The task force fought against them, and they gained no leeway. Julian swooped down. Liam and Imogen grabbed onto his feet, but even as he tried to drag them out of the mud pit, they were stuck. Essis was almost done healing Sam and Zarya. "Essis, get to Jonah next!" I cried. He gave me a firm nod, and I hurried off to save my husband. I came to a skidding halt at the edge of the mud pit. I couldn't work with earth or water. My elements were useless here. Then I spotted the Navita task force on the other side of the pit. There must have been 6 of them, all laughing hysterically as they watched my friends sink deeper and deeper with no escape. Anger bubbled up inside of me, and I let my fire rage. I screamed as flames came shooting out of my palms. They shifted into various creatures: 2 phoenixes, a unicorn, and 3 hippogriffs. I aimed them at the task force, and my fire creatures flew over the pit and struck. It happened so fast the task force never saw it coming. All 6 of them went up in flames, screaming as my magic burned them alive. My friends gained the upper hand, and they were able to push the dirt and water aside. Julian dragged them out and back onto solid ground. Jake and Jonah approached with their familiars, along with Essis. Thunder rumbled above us, and huge gusts of wind whipped my hair back. It was so strong I could hardly stay upright. The winds had the strength of a storm lord behind them. "Jonah, stop that!" I cried. But I could barely be heard over the sound of the wind. "I'm not doing anything!" he shouted back. The ground continued to shake, and water began to seep up through cracks in the earth. Fear began to take over my insides. What was going on? If Jonah wasn't controlling those winds, who was? "We have to keep moving," Liam shouted. We didn't even make it a step before the earth cracked. Mud from the pit went splaying everywhere, and a shadow passed over us. I looked up in horror to see a hydra rising out of the mud pit. Each of its 9 heads were covered in black tar, but its terrifying green eyes stared down at us with murderous intent. Hydra were water creatures. This one had apparently been traveling through an underground water system because it came up out of the earth like it had been lurking there the whole time. The serpent was huge, with 9 heads and necks a dozen feet long. "Run!" Liam shouted. Liam jumped onto Julian's back and yanked me on, along with Essus. Jonah and Jake mounted their hippogriffs, while the others started running at record speed. Julian spread his wings and took off, but we barely made it 3 feet off the ground before one of the hydra's claws swiped at us. The sickening sound of bone crunching met my ears. The same time, an ungodly pain shot up my leg. Julian cried out and fell back to the ground. The hydra had caught both me and Julian at once. Julian rolled to the side, and Liam and I fell off. I nearly crushed Essus beneath me, but he wiggled free. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. I was losing a lot of blood from my leg, and fast. All around me, the sound of my friends screaming echoed across the battlefield. The hydra had struck each of its heads at a different group. Squeaks had been ripped out of the sky, and she lay on the ground with her wing twisted. Jake writhed, his arm bent in the wrong direction. Imogen and Sassy were both unconscious, while pieces of Cade's skin hung off his body in chunks. Trace leaned over Amelia as blood poured out a huge gash in her stomach. Furthest from me, Doya's face was almost unrecognizable, as it was covered in a thick mask of blood. Naomi's tail had been ripped right off of her, and Bane's hand was missing fingers. Streams of fire erupted from Doya's hands as she aimed her magic at one of the hydra's heads. But it wasn't enough to injure it. All 9 hydra heads reared backward, poised for a second strike. The killing strike. I didn't have a moment to think. All I knew was that this was the end. There was no way we were taking down a hydra with the injuries we'd sustained. One last strike from those razor-sharp teeth, and we were done for. Oleander had won. He can't, I thought. That wasn't how the prophecy was foretold. I wouldn't let it happen. In a last-ditch effort, I raised my fingers to the spirit totem. My vision blurred, but I could see the shadow of the hydra's head racing toward me, going in for the kill. "Ancestors, please," I begged one last time. I squeezed my eyes shut, expecting the blow. But it didn't come. My eyes shot open, and I glanced around, half expecting the ancestors to be there in an answer to my prayers. But there were no ancestors within view. Instead, the hydra above our heads reared backward when its 9 noses slammed into an invisible barrier. Was it the ancestors? Had they created a shield for us? No, I realized, as my eyes landed upon Essus. He stood close to me, his paws lifted to the sky. His eyes were knitted in concentration. The hydra struck again, but Essus' shield did not waver. Essus' nose twitched, and sparks flew out of his palms. They were small at first, until they grew into huge Anachi light balls. The balls flew straight through his shield and smacked the hydra in its various faces. The 9-headed serpent cried out in pain as the orbs seared wounds into its skin. It was clear Essus' urge to defend us had never been stronger. Essus' orbs transformed into straight beams of light. They sliced through the hydra's heads like lasers, decapitating each one in turn. The hydra screamed and twisted, but it could not escape my familiar's attack. Blood spurted over top of us, and all 9 heads fell to the ground. The serpent's body slumped into the mud, sinking slowly. Pride mounted in my chest. I'd never seen Essus pull off such a feat of magic. I didn't even know he could. "Essus, you saved us!" I cried. I leaned over to pet him, but I sucked in a sharp breath when pain shot up my leg. Worry etched in Essus' features. He quickly assessed the damage to my legs, then glanced around the battlefield at all the other injured elementi and familiars, including our friends. Tears beaded in his eyes, and his bottom lip trembled. Hopelessness settled in my gut when I realized he may not be able to get to all of us before one of us died. "Save the others first," I whispered to Essus. Essus turned his gaze back to me. He shook his head, then placed his paw in my hand. I wrapped my fingers around it, and tears streamed down my face. Perhaps this really was the end. To be honest, I was surprised we'd held on this long. Giving up seemed inevitable at this point. Then something amazing happened. Essus' horns started to glow. They became so bright it was blinding. I squeezed my eyes shut, and even then, I could still see the radiance of his Anachi light behind my lids. Incredible, pure, white light filled my vision, and then, kaboom! Essus' Anachi magic exploded, expanding over the battlefield and wrapping it in a beautiful light. Warmth seeped deep into my bones, and the pain in my leg was completely forgotten. For a moment, I was so warm and comfortable, I forgot we were fighting at all. Then I opened my eyes, and I saw that storm clouds were still swirling above me. The sounds of elements clashing against elements was almost deafening. I lifted my head and was surprised that I could move my leg. A moment ago I was bleeding, but now the skin was smooth and unharmed. I glanced around and saw that all my friends had been healed too. The gash in Amelia's abdomen was gone, and she ran her hands over her smooth belly in amazement. Naomi's tail had grown back, as had Bane's fingers. Even Squeak's wing had straightened out. Jake rubbed his arm, and Cade's skin was smooth. Arabelle's wounds had knitted back together. Imogen and Sassy rubbed their heads and sat up. It was incredible. Everyone's injuries had healed in moments. Liam and I shared a jaw-dropping look, then stared down at Essus in amazement. "Essus, buddy," I gasped. "How did you do that?" Essus just shrugged, then bounded over to Julian to make sure he was okay. The gash across his side was nowhere to be seen. Liam and I had both gone speechless. Years ago, everyone said that Essus was useless, nothing but a ball of fur. Weak. But they were fucking wrong, because Essus was the strongest familiar I ever knew. He'd proven that long before today. I just didn't truly see it until now. Tears pricked at my eyes, and for the first time in this battle, they weren't from grief. If there was a word that went beyond proud, that's how I felt about my familiar. He was everything everyone said he'd never be. He was amazing.
"The task force is wiping out our troops,"
Jake shouted. He pointed in the direction of a battle raging nearby.
"We have to get to them."
"We'll be slaughtered," Doya protested. "We have to sneak up on them," Amelia suggested. "But how?" Cade asked. An idea suddenly struck, but I didn't know if I could pull it off. After watching what Essus had just done, anything was worth a shot. "Let me try something," I told them. I lifted my hands and pushed my Anachi magic outward. At first, it was just a shield, but I manipulated light around it. Come on, I thought. This has to work. If it didn't, I wasn't sure what else we could try. But I wasn't going to give up hope. I continued to seek out the sun. My fire flared when I connected with it, but I changed the energy within me. transferring it from my heat into my healing magic. All at once, we went invisible. "Holy crap!" Imogen screamed. "Where'd I go?" "I made you invisible," I told her.
"Pawi, this is incredible,"
Liam said. I felt him reach out to me, but I couldn't see him. There wasn't time to revel in my prowess.
"Let's get a move on,"
Bane called. As we moved, I shifted the light and shield with us. I got us close enough to the task force that they didn't see us coming. My friends attacked while I held the shield, and elements went flying at task force members and familiars. Some of them whirled around as if searching for the source, but they found nothing. Even so, they retaliated chaotically. Elements slammed into my shield, and my invisibility sputtered. We blinked in and out of visibility. A couple of task force caught on and launched direct attacks. Above us, a twister started to form, and a crack in the earth appeared between us.
"Watch out!"
Jake shouted. The crack widened, separating our group in half as my magic failed, and we went visible all at once. Jonah conjured lightning from above, and it cracked down against the earth. The bolt spider-webbed out and struck 3 task force members at once. Another bolt sizzled against my shield, but it felt like nothing more than a tickle. "Jonah!" I called to him across the crevice widening between us. "Do that again! Aim a lightning bolt at me!"
"What?"
he gawked.
"No way!"
"Do it!" I called. "I have an idea!" Jonah conjured up lightning from above. I dropped my shield just in time for a lightning bolt to crack through the air right in front of me. As the blinding light blinked on, I thrust my shield outward, encompassing it inside. My shield hovered in my hands as a sphere, not much bigger than a basketball. Inside of it, the lightning was trapped, sizzling and trying to escape. With a proud smile, I drew my hands outward, expanding the shield above my head. The lightning raged, pounding its electric power against the sides of its container. The shield grew to the size of a house. I thrust it forward, and it went flying into the middle of the task force's ranks. It exploded. Tendrils of lightning bolts blasted outward, connecting with dozens of task force all at once. They were all electrocuted simultaneously, stopping their hearts. Unfortunately, it caught the attention of the rest of the army, and many were distracted from their fights to turn on us. The ground shook once more as Navita attacked. The earth split beneath my feet. I jumped to one side, and Liam jumped to the other. I realized in horror a second later that we'd been separated. Essis screamed from my shoulder as the earth started to crumble beneath Liam. My heart leapt to my throat as Liam slipped on the crumbling rock. He caught himself on a root, and Julian quickly came to his aid before he could fall into the pit. I opened my mouth to call out to him, but I was cut off as a fireball whizzed by my head. I whirled around at my attacker, a fireball ready in my palm. My heart stopped. At first, I thought I was seeing a spirit, but she was there in the flesh, summoning fire like she fucking owned the battlefield. Haley. Her face was marred with burn scars, and her dark hair stuck up in disarray around her face. Anwara flew above her, flames licking off her tail. My flames burned higher. Haley threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Her eyes widened, making her look positively insane. "Surprised, Henley?" she snapped. "I see the ancestors had mercy on you," I stated coolly. I had the urge to slam a fireball in her face, but I burned to know how she'd escaped the hose-hoe. Haley chuckled as she paced in front of me. "The ancestors had nothing to do with it. I saved myself. The ancestors can go fuck themselves for all the mercy they've shown me." "Maybe you don't deserve it," I suggested, unable to stop myself. That really pissed Haley off. She attacked, shooting fireball after fireball at me while she screamed. I didn't wrestle a dragon to fly me off the hose-ho just to come here and be insulted by a filthy mopite. I countered each of her attacks, but I only narrowly escaped them. With all the power I'd used today, I was exhausted and drained. Haley, on the other hand, seemed to have been saving herself for me. I'd rather be mixed blood than a selfish bitch like you, I cried back. A guttural scream erupted out of Haley's lungs, piercing my ears like hot rods. Flames blasted out of her hands, and I threw up a shield to protect myself. I drew magic from the crystals in my pocket, but my shield became unstable. There was hardly any magic left in the crystals. The heat from her flames burned a hole through my shield, and the air quickly heated around me. Essis whined, and sweat broke out across my brow. "You started this, Henley!" Haley screeched. "Everything changed when you came to Kinpago. This war is your fault!" "And yet you're still fighting," I snapped back. Fire blasted out of my palms, and flames licked high above her head. Haley lifted her hands and drew the flames back, ripping my magic from my grasp like it was a child's plaything. Holy shit! I took a cautious step back, heart hammering. "I have to!" Haley screamed. "You've taken everything from me!" Haley created a swirl of fire around me, trapping me inside a 10-foot circle. The flames were so high I couldn't see past it, save for a small opening where I could see her shadow advancing on me. "I've taken nothing from you," I countered. I threw an Anichi battle orb at her, but she dodged out of the way. Haley's flames grew higher. The air was heating so much that it was getting hard to breathe. Red welts started to break out across my arms. "If it weren't for you, my mother would still be alive!" Haley accused with a snarl. I thrust my magic outward, and I caught a portion of her flames. They raged back in her direction, but didn't touch her. "You're the one who killed her! Enwara attacked!" "You don't get it!" Haley shrieked. "Enwara wouldn't have done that if you didn't pull your little stunt at the execution. Enwara was stupid to kill my mother." "But she's your soul," I argued. "Some part of you wanted her dead." "Don't tell me what I want, Mopite!" Haley screamed. "I hated my mother, but I never wanted her dead. You don't know what it's like having to be perfect all the time." I felt a twinge in my chest, and was surprised to find that a part of me actually felt sorry for Haley. She was fighting for her home same as I was. She was right. When I'd come to Kinpago, everything had changed. I didn't blame her for hating me. Haley twisted her hands, and the heat around me intensified. Hot air swirled, and though I threw up my shield, it became unbearable. Essis aimed Anichi battle orbs at Enwara, but she dodged each one of them. After his feat of magic earlier, we were both running low on power. "I hate you!" Haley shrieked at me. "You're nothing but a curse upon the Hawkeye!" Haley went in for the kill, but I reacted quickly. I thrust my flames outward, and our fire clashed. Flames burst toward the sky between us, skimming along the bottom of the clouds. My arms shook as I struggled to use my fire against hers. Haley threw her flames to the side, and mine fizzled out. But fire continued to rage on around us. When our magic clashed, it created a firestorm. Fire tornadoes swirled into the sky, and flames ate away at the earth at record speed. Enwara swooped down from above me to attack. I ducked, but she caught Essis on my shoulder and knocked him off of me. Essis shot orbs at Enwara as she flew overhead, retaliating with fireballs. An orb and a fireball met in the sky and exploded like a firework. Haley advanced on me, and I knew I had to run. I didn't have the energy left to fight her. I yanked Essis off the ground and ran to the side, jumping over the ring of fire she'd created around me. Hot air assaulted me, and the flames burned my skin. Essis and I both screamed as we made our escape. Haley just laughed, while Enwara circled ahead. "You can't run from me, Henley," Haley threatened. A blinding flash of light burst in front of me, and my whole body rocked with electricity. I was shot backward like I'd just run into a brick wall. I landed on my back, gasping, while Essis swayed on the ground beside me. His hair stuck up in every direction and was singed on the ends. Holy shit. Haley had just conjured lightning and struck me with it. This bitch wasn't messing around anymore. She'd said her piece and was ready to kill me. Haley was a mere shadow on the other side of the flames, but her body came into focus as she stepped right through them. They didn't hurt her at all. Haley took one look at me and my familiar on the ground and started laughing again. "You're weak, Sophia. I can't believe the ancestors chose you." "Well, they did," I snapped. I raised my hands to her, but my magic wouldn't come. I'd overexerted myself, and if I pushed any further, I'd end up like Lindsay and Miranda. The only thing I could do was talk my way out of this. "I'm supposed to unite the tribe, and you can be part of that. We want the same thing. We can help each other." Haley's lips curled into a sneer. "I'll be the one to win this war by getting rid of you once and for all." Haley raised her hands to go in for the kill. My heart leapt, and for a moment I thought she might actually overpower me. I threw up my hands to protect myself. I didn't call upon Anichi or Coigni magic specifically. I just let everything I had flow out of me, and I was shocked by what I saw. Flames erupted from my palms, but inside the streams of Coigni magic were glowing white tendrils of Anichi magic. The blast was so powerful that when it hit Haley, it sent her tumbling head over heels 100 feet backward. My heart leapt in my chest when her shadow disappeared into the crack in the earth. Enwara let out a worried cry. "Ancestors!" I screamed, scooping Essis into my arms. I hadn't been trying to hurt Haley. I was just trying to counter her attacks and protect myself. I ran over to the crack in the earth and looked over the side. To my surprise, Haley had caught herself on the edge and was trying to climb back up. The crevice had to be 50 feet across now and twice as deep. Tar bubbled at the bottom. One wrong move and Haley would fall to her death. I couldn't explain what came over me. I should have been happy to see her die. But I was sick of this war, sick of the bloodshed. Another life lost on either side was another loss for the Hawkeye as a whole. Liam's words came back to me. I had to fight like Sophia, not like Oleander. I didn't want to be a monster. We'd already lost so many Hawkeye today. Slaughtering each other couldn't be the answer. Our tribe would never heal. Not unless we started with forgiveness. I flattened myself onto my belly and held my hand down toward her. "Haley, let me help you!" Haley's top lip curled back. "So you can throw me to my death? No thank you." "Haley, please," I begged. Beside me, Essis was pacing back and forth frantically, as if searching the battlefield for help. "I can help you. You're going to fall." "Because of you," she spat. Haley reached for another rock to climb the side of the broken earth, but it broke off the steep face and tumbled into the pit below. Haley nearly lost it, but held on with one hand. Fury deepened in her features. An earth-shattering scream erupted from her lungs, and fire burst out of her with such heat and intensity that I had to jump backward. Her flames filled the crevice and shot upward, expanding across the battlefield. Essis and I worked together to create a shield around ourselves to stay protected, but others were not so lucky. Down the battlefield, task force members and their familiars lit aflame. Haley's own army screamed out in agony. Some of them threw themselves into the pit just for reprieve from the pain. Anwara circled overhead. Her cries echoed over the battlefield as she watched her own people burn to death. But Haley wouldn't listen. I saw the moment Anwara made her decision, because her features changed. Her eyes narrowed and her wings became rigid. She set her sights on Haley, who had just reached the top of the pit and was crawling to safety. Anwara's entire body became outlined in flames. She dove for her elementi. For a second, I thought she was going to save Haley. I never could have anticipated what happened next. Anwara attacked. She thrust her talons into Haley's eyes. Haley screamed like I'd never heard her scream before. Anwara pecked at Haley's chest, ripping flesh clean off her ribs. I became a statue, watching in horror at something I never thought possible. "Anwara, stop!" Haley shrieked. She scrambled to her feet, but Anwara followed. Her feathers burned brighter, and she shoved her wings into Haley's face. Haley's hair went up in flames, and the deadly fire continued to consume the rest of her body. No matter how much Haley screamed, or how much magic she tried to use to stop it, she couldn't. Anwara wouldn't let her access it. "I hate you!" Haley shrieked, as the flames consumed her, the fire roaring 10 feet tall around her form. "I can't believe I bonded with you! I hate myself!" Haley fell to her knees, the raging fire on her skin too much to bear. One last scream tore across the valley, and then nothing. Haley's body slumped to the ground, fire licking across every inch of her. Anwara circled overhead one more time before swooping down and flying straight into the deadly fire she'd created. Anwara shrieked as her own flames consumed her, until there was nothing left of the phoenix but ash. I trembled, unable to tear my gaze off Haley's burning body. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. Haley's own familiar had slaughtered her. How was that possible? Anwara had seen what Haley had done. She'd decided it was better to sacrifice Haley, and sacrifice herself, than it was to allow Haley to keep hurting people. As much as I wanted to save Haley, in the end, some people just didn't want help. They'd rather cling to their hatred than step into the light. And though I'd tried, Haley had refused to be saved. Essis grabbed me tighter. He was as equally shaken up as I was. A dragon's cry sounded overhead, finally snapping the two of us out of it. I recognized the cry as Julian's, but I couldn't see him through the thick smoke. I raised my hand and shone an Anichi light above me as a beacon. Julian landed, and Liam jumped off his back. He had a look of terror on his face and was heaving shallow breaths. "Pawi!" he cried, rushing over to me. We fell into each other's embrace, and he kissed me on the top of the head. "I thought I'd lost you," he whispered. I drew away, but when I opened my mouth to respond, nothing came out. My feet rooted to the ground and my hands shook in his. "What happened?" he demanded. "Haley," I stammered. I pointed in the direction where her charred body lay. "Anwara killed her. How's that possible? Were they truly bonded?" Liam looked as shocked as I did, but he composed himself quickly. "I don't think Haley allowed balance with her familiar.
Haley became corrupted, and when she held on to the darkness, Anwara took the good.
That's why Anwara became enraged when Haley started killing her own side. She knew it was wrong.
Haley had betrayal in her heart,
Liam explained.
Turns out she could even betray herself.
Esses shuddered, like he couldn't imagine such a thing. I'll never let that happen to us, I promised Esses. Just the thought made me sick. I quickly turned back to Liam. We didn't have time to stand around talking about familiar bonds. Did everyone else make it? Liam's features fell.
As far as I saw, we were attacked on the other side, but I left to come looking for you. The truth is, we're being slaughtered.
Just as Liam said it, the sound of a horn blowing sounded across the battlefield. It was deep and so loud, it cut through all the sounds of battle and elements around us. I stilled. The air pressure seemed to change instantly, and a gentle breeze swept by us. The smoke around us cleared. The sun was starting to set, but there was enough light to see across the valley. On the far end of the battlefield stood a flag lined in each of the 4 house colors. Relief flooded through me as the battlefield quieted. Ancestors, did we win? I gasped. Is it a truce? Liam's lips tightened. He looked like he knew what it meant, but he seemed conflicted about it. He shook his head.
No, Pawi. We didn't win. The dragon horn and flag are a call for a ceasefire.
That's good, right? I asked breathlessly. We needed time to recuperate.
Yes and no,
Liam said stiffly.
Oleander's giving us a chance to collect our dead, but he's also asking us to surrender.
We can't, I cried, heart pounding. I'd rather die than surrender to Oleander. This whole war was to stop him from leading the Hawkeye. Esses pulled on his ears from my shoulder. He wasn't willing to let Oleander rule either. My breaths came in shallow heaves. How long do we have? Liam's jaw tightened, like he might go find Oleander himself and butcher him right where he stood.
We have until dawn to surrender. Otherwise, he'll slaughter us all.
My stomach dropped. That didn't feel like enough time. We had to do anything but surrender, and we barely had time to form a new plan. Liam took my hand and led me back in the direction of the resistance trenches, where we could take refuge for the night while Oleander gave us time to consider surrender. I barely felt my feet beneath me, and I could hardly focus. My energy was completely drained, but I wasn't the only one. What little resistance members were left walked like zombies. Liam and I leaned against each other, forced to hold each other up. We could have ridden Julian back, but there seemed to be an unspoken agreement between myself and my husband. We wanted to assess the damage. We had to walk through the battlefield to see what had truly happened. Dead bodies were scattered so heavily over the valley, we had to step on charred remains to make it back. Though many were task force and enemy familiars, the battlefield was mostly dead resistance members. My stomach sank further and further the more we walked. I felt hollow inside, like Oleander himself had reached into my stomach and yanked out my insides. We'd lost so many people. I knew there was no coming back from this. We'd hit our limits today. Oleander had granted us a moment of reprieve, but it wouldn't be enough to regain our strength and win. Right now, surrender felt like our only option. No one had the energy to pick up the dead, to give them proper honor for their sacrifice. It was horrifying. Tears streamed down my face, but I didn't have the strength to reach up and wipe them away. Beside me, Liam slowed and took in the devastation. The expression of disbelief in his features was staggering. We'd seen so much death these past few years, yet nothing like this. "Liam, say something. Please," I whispered. I couldn't take the harrowing silence that had settled over the battlefield. Liam's tear-filled eyes met mine.
"There's nothing to say, Pawi, because the truth is just too—"
Liam choked up, unable to finish his sentence.
We've lost. There's no way we can fulfill the prophecy after this."
Sobs rocked my body. It's not too late to contact the ancestors." Desperately, I clawed at my shirt until I reached the spirit totem under the fabric. I clutched it tightly in my hand and closed my eyes. I'd tried several times throughout the battle to call upon them, and they hadn't shown. But we hadn't ever been more desperate than we were now. Surely they'd come to save us. "Ancestors, please help us. Now is the time we need you the most. You said I'd know when to contact you, and I know it's now, when we are most hopeless. Help us win this war." I opened my eyes, but I saw nothing. The silence was deafening. Liam reached out and placed a hand on mine, gently pushing it away from the spirit totem.
"It's no use, Pawi. Look at what the Hawkeye have done. We've destroyed each other. The ancestors have given up on us."
My shoulders shook. I refused to believe they wouldn't come, but my own 2 eyes couldn't lie to me. The ancestors weren't here, and they weren't coming. The prophecy was a lie, and the resistance had lost. The only light among all this darkness was knowing I had a few more hours left with my family and friends to say our goodbyes. I spotted Jake and Jonah not far away, each of them riding the backs of their hippogriffs. Imogen and Cade followed behind, along with Doya and Bane. I quickly counted familiars and saw that they'd made it too. Amelia and Trace had gone further ahead with Sam toward the trenches. I quickly scanned the battlefield for others and saw Vanessa and Bren helping Kelsey, who looked injured, back to safety. Perot looked totally lost as he took in the dead. Maddie and Drew hugged each other tightly, while Tabitha and Hudson wept over the dead bodies. Liam and I met up with Jake and the others near the edge of the trenches. Luana jumped out of the trenches and rushed to our sides. "Thank the ancestors you all made it," she signed. "Who needs healing?" Madam Wells approached, along with Isabella. The 2 of them dragged Riley over. Blood poured from a wound on his head, and he was unconscious, but I didn't think he was dead. Luana immediately went to him and started healing.
"What's our plan, Jake?"
Liam asked. The hopelessness was evident in his tone. Jake's shoulders slumped. He was so pale he looked on the verge of vomiting.
"We have to surrender."
"No!" Jonah protested immediately. "We can't give up!" Imogen cried.
"We must," Jake argued. "We can't lose any more people."
Jonah's eyebrows knitted.
"If we surrender, we become Oleander's slaves. Do you know what the Hawkeye do to prisoners of war? I'd rather die than be a Bayami again."
Jake pressed his fingers to his eyes.
"This isn't an easy call to make, but it's what has to be done."
"Isn't there anything we can do?" I asked. There had to be something. And yet, I wasn't holding my breath. Jake was right. We couldn't lose any more people.
"If we keep fighting, the Hawkeye will wipe each other out,"
Jake said.
"If we surrender, at least the tribe has a chance to go on." "The tribe isn't worth it if they follow Oleander,"
Liam spat. "Let's just think about this," Imogen said. "We're not ready to make a decision immediately. We all need to eat and rest, and we'll discuss our options rationally."
"There are no other options,"
Jake growled.
Im's right, Jonah added. We need to rest and at least consider if that's true. We have until dawn. I'm not surrendering a moment sooner.
Jake sighed.
Okay, let's all take a moment to process this before we decide.
It sounded like Jake was just trying to make everyone happy for a moment. I didn't think he'd change his mind. Jake turned and headed for the trenches, and Jonah and Imogen followed. Doya and Bane walked by. Both nodded to me, but they were both so winded they couldn't manage to speak. Liam and I just stood there like statues in indecision. It didn't seem right to rest when so many of our people were dead. It felt like we should be out there on the battlefield beside them. Without hardly realizing it, Liam and I began to walk aimlessly over the battlefield. I didn't know what I was looking for. Perhaps some sort of sign? An answer to an unasked question? Essis shivered on my shoulder, horrified by the mass destruction. The sun began to set, and darkness started taking over the battlefield. I didn't know how long we'd been walking. It could have only been minutes, or it could have been hours. All I knew was that when Liam stiffened beside me, time altogether halted in its tracks. My eyes had been locked on my feet. As I lifted my gaze, my stomach plummeted. We were nearly to the edge of the battlefield, and the trees rose high in front of us. Just through an opening between two pines was a cluster of figures. They were mere shadows against the night, but their silhouettes were unmistakable. Wyatt and Mia sobbed over the limp form of a dead body. Just inside the tree line, a huge thunderbird lay splayed out, his wings spread-eagled on the ground, beside a still body.
Ezra!
Liam's gut-wrenching cry sounded far off, yet it tore across the battlefield in a piercing wave. Liam ripped his fingers out of mine and ran forward, but he stumbled on his way to his brother. My heart crushed into a million pieces at my husband's agony, and I fell to my knees. Julian must have felt it too, because he raised his head to the sky and howled out in pain. Essis did the same, matching Julian's tune to a higher pitch. It was a song of heartbreak and loss. Liam staggered to his knees and crawled the remaining few feet toward his brother. Mia wept while Wyatt held her in his arms.
It was Courtney,
Wyatt managed to say. Ezra's still body was surreal, unbelievable. His eyes were closed, like he was at peace, or merely sleeping. It was like this entire war was just a dream, because I didn't know how the ancestors could take Ezra from us. He was too good, too kind. Ezra had the sweetest heart and was the most loyal. Out of all the people we could have lost, why did it have to be him? Liam grabbed Ezra and pulled him onto his lap. He cradled him so close that Ezra's yellow war paint bled onto Liam's armor. I finally found my feet and followed my husband. I knelt at his side and placed a hand on his shoulder, but he didn't seem to notice I was there. Liam rocked Ezra back and forth, and his shoulders shook heavily in sobs that broke my heart. Liam's eyes desperately caught mine.
Soph, heal him! Use your powers! Fix his wounds, please!
Essis' ears dropped, and I remained silent. There was nothing I could do to heal Ezra. He was already gone. Liam ceased to beg me again when the inevitable reality hit him. Instead, he turned toward the immobile body of his brother.
Yellow! Liam wailed. Ezra, you idiot! Yellow's for warriors ready to give up their souls to the Great Spirit. You know that. You...
Liam's breath caught in his chest, and it ripped my spirit to shreds. I wished I could say something to him, but there was nothing that could be said. All we could do was grieve for Ezra, for everyone. Ezra went into this war willing to give himself up as a sacrifice. The Great Spirit had listened to the will of his heart. But would he listen to those of us who survived and have mercy on our souls? I wasn't so sure anymore. We'd lost everything.
Chapter 23. Liam. I didn't want to fight anymore. I wanted to give up. I carried Ezra's body through a crowd of resistance fighters. People parted to make a path and bowed lowly, whispering condolences. Sophia hung back to give me some space. There was a small clearing and an outcropping of trees nearby where the dead were being placed. Most of the bodies had been left on the battlefield. Our soldiers were too exhausted to gather the fallen. Only those that had died close enough to the trenches were brought in. Julian walked behind, Diami cradled carefully in his mouth. No one followed me into the clearing, save for Wyatt. I found a peaceful spot underneath a tree and laid Ezra down beside it. Julian placed Diami beside Ezra's form, and the two of them rested beneath the fronds of the willow. Ezra, my little brother. I was aware of Wyatt's footsteps as he came to a halt. My shoulders hunched. The pain of grief had given me a mortal wound, one I thought I'd die from. My soul was bleeding out, pouring everything I thought I was into the earth. The weight of my pain was so heavy, I felt like I'd be crushed by the loss. I thought it had hurt when I lost my father, but this? What happened? My voice was so broken, and underneath it, a tsunami of rage. We chased Courtney all the way to the mountains, Wyatt began in a whisper. By the time we caught up, she was waiting for us. Diami had her familiar in his talons. We thought we had her, but she commanded a tree. A branch whipped out, broke Ezra's neck. I swallowed but didn't say anything. I was memorizing the features in Ezra's face. Wyatt continued. Diami fell out of the sky. It all happened so fast. Mia and I tried to stop her, but once Diami was dead, she took off on her familiar. We lost her over the mountains. My throat felt so thick, my tongue heavy. This was hell. It was absolute hell. There was nothing like this bitter agony on this earth. I'd trade a lifetime in Ayanokshan to avoid the reality of my brother's death. A hole had caved within me and was devouring everything that was alive. I was thinking of everything Ezra had ever done, everything he'd never get to do. I wished it had been me. I was the sick one. He was healthy, had been full of life. It wasn't fair that I was still walking around and Ezra was gone. I wanted the Great Spirit to take my life and put it back into him. If only things worked like that. He didn't feel anything, Liam, Wyatt said. I don't think he realized what had happened. I saw the light leave his eyes. He was gone before his body hit the ground. I wasn't sure if Wyatt was lying or not, but I chose to believe him. If Ezra had died painlessly, it was the only blessing in this. It's my fault, I said heavily. If I had gone after him. If you had saved Ezra, others would have died in his place, Wyatt said. The Tawakwa were dying out there. Had you left, hundreds would have died in the trenches. You made the right choice as chief to lead them out. It's not the right choice to put the tribe over my own family. My father made the same decision one too many times, and it ruined us. Now I've done the same thing. I killed my own brother. You didn't murder Ezra. He knew the risks. He was wearing yellow paint.
He was ready to die. He was 20 fucking years old. He didn't understand the implications. Yes, he did, Wyatt said, kneeling beside me. You don't want to hear this, but Ezra would have wanted you to save the others over himself. And you know that's what he'd ask you to do. I don't care. I didn't care about the rest of the world, about the lives I'd saved, because I'd lost one so precious to me. The tribe could be damned. I'd give them up now if I could return Ezra to me. This was wrong. This whole fucking war was wrong. We'd lost people today. Lindsay, Miranda, so many others. And now one of the people I loved the most. Let Oleander win. I just wanted my brother back. Wyatt stepped aside and drew back into the trees. I heard soft footsteps behind me. Stabbing emotions raged through my chest as I saw Mom. Her face was paler than a ghost, and she was covered with dirt and blood from the battle. Her braid hung loosely over her shoulders. Tears began to trail from her cheeks to the ground, too numerous to count as her eyes settled on Ezra's body. My mother fell to her knees and wailed as she flung herself over Ezra's chest. The weight in me got even heavier and dragged me down to the bottom of the ocean. Hearing her screams was worse than hearing my own. Mom put her face into Ezra's chest and wept openly, shaking with heavy sobs as she stroked his black hair. Torture would have been far preferable. Nothing Oleander could do to me would hurt more than this, watching my mother sob over my brother's dead body. We didn't even have time or a safe way to take him to the burial mounds in Kinpago and lay him to rest. We had to leave him out here. As darkness approached, my mother got to her feet. She stumbled, but I reached out to catch her. It took all I had to hold her up, because if I didn't, she'd surely collapse. My mother looked at me. No words were spoken, but in those few seconds, Mom's expression changed from unfathomable sorrow to complete and murderous rage. She yanked her arm away from me and turned her back on Ezra's body with a shaking form. It appeared like it took all her strength as she rounded her shoulders and stomped forward, eyes blazing with a hatred I'd never seen in her before. I didn't know what my mother would do now, but I feared for anyone who got in her way. I stayed with Ezra's body for a while longer. It felt wrong to leave him, even though he had Diami. It got darker until the only light in the area was from the camp nearby. I stared at Ezra and thought about things. Mostly stuff from when we were kids, you know? I ruffled his hair. I cried a lot. Didn't matter. He didn't get up. Eventually, someone came and sat beside me. It was Maddie. Tears stained her face, while Irakari let out moans of grief. Julian threw his wing around her to comfort her, as Maddie handed me a blanket. Here, it's one of the few we have. I took it, but instead of wrapping it around myself, I laid it over Ezra's body. I kind of tucked him in. It was cold. He's not there. He's already gone. Didn't mean I wanted to abandon him out here. Maddie hugged her legs to her chest and stared at Ezra's body. Maddie's face was racked with grief, but she didn't seem surprised. Then I knew. She expected this. I remembered the violent vision Maddie had received on the beach months ago. How pale she'd been when she looked up and saw Ezra's face. Did you know? I asked her. Did he? Maddie sniffed. I tried, Liam. I told him not to fight. My guts twisted. Why, Ez? Why? You should have told me. I would have made him stay home, I said roughly. There were 1,000 scenarios in my visions. All of them led to this, Maddie said. He was going to fight no matter what. And what about the others? I asked. Could any of them be spared? Why do you think I asked Lindsay and Miranda to help me interpret my visions? Maddie asked thickly. I needed people on the other side, in the ancestral lands, who could pass on the information to other Hawkeye in the future. I foresaw their deaths years ago. They were the only people I could depend on. Grief welled within me and threatened to spill over. I only managed to keep it together by placing a hand on Julian's scales. Is that why they sacrificed themselves? Because they knew this was the end? I never told them they were going to die. Maddie dropped her gaze. I only told Ezra because I thought I could change it. And it didn't matter. He wouldn't listen to me. He wanted to stay by your side and help defend the resistance. He thought if he died, it might save the life of one of his friends. Damn you, Ez. He was loyal to a fault, and that loyalty had cost him his life. Sometimes people were too good for this world. I wished Ezra was more selfish, more of a jackass, even more of a coward. He'd be alive if that was the case. Not him, though. Ezra was brave, and I knew if he had to die, he'd be okay dying to give the rest of us a chance to go on, even if I wasn't okay that he was gone. And what about the rest of us? I managed to ask. Maddie chewed her lip. It's all up in the air from this point out. Whatever decisions you guys make are going to affect us all. That gave me a little comfort, if only to know we were in charge of our own fate, instead of being subject to a prophecy that left no room for error. Then Maddie added, But if you want my honest opinion, I don't see how we're going to make it out of this one. That caused my heart to drop. You said that winning this war would be worse than us losing. Yes, that still stands. So what are we supposed to do? I don't know. If I had answers, I'd give them to you. Irakari nuzzled Maddie, and Maddie said, Jake is asking for you. Don't worry. I'll stay with him until dawn. I didn't want to leave, just needed to sit here and turn to stone. I wanted to say I'd died with my brother. But that wasn't true. I was a chief, and I still had people who needed me. Maddie raised her head. As she did, she waved her hand. The tears drying on her face circled over Ezra, and water rose from the ground. It settled around him in a thin sheet of ice, covering him and Diami both until their bodies were coated in a shroud of diamond. Now the elements wouldn't ravage him, until we got back, at least. And we would get back to bury him. I wasn't dying out there. Not today. My mother had already lost a husband and a son. She would not lose another child. It took everything I had to leave Ezra behind, but I did. Julian had to push me with his head to get me out of that clearing. I left a piece of myself behind, and when I stepped out of those trees, there was yet another part of my soul that I'd never get back. Nothing could hurt more than losing Neshoma, but Ezra's death rivaled even that. I never wanted to do this again. This fight wasn't over yet, but I refused to lose anyone else. Mia was waiting there for me. She fell to the ground before me and bowed, weeping profusely. I'm so sorry, my chief. I failed you again. Mia sobbed. She beat a fist into the earth, like she felt responsible. I reached down and gently pulled her to her feet. You didn't, Mia. You did all you could. What happened was because of her. I couldn't even say Courtney's name. Mia wiped the tears away. I want to do something that matters. I keep screwing up. You did do something that matters. You killed Micah. Now there's one less Defortai in the world, I said. When dawn comes, resolve to finish off the rest. Mia nodded slowly. I heard a ruckus somewhere in the crowd. The pit within me grew bigger as I recognized Stevie's voice calling for Ezra. "Ezra! Ezra, where are you?" Stevie asked, looking everywhere. "Has anyone seen Ezra?" No one responded. Sophia followed behind, at a loss for words. She didn't know what to tell her. Esses sat on her shoulder, pulling nervously on his ears as he waited for the worst to happen. I wasn't sure why Stevie was here. She'd opted to stay behind. The reasons hardly mattered, because her entire world was about to collapse. Stevie ground to a halt when she saw me. I didn't have to speak. Her face paled as she took me in. When my eyes connected with hers, I started crying again. "No," she said, shaking her head. "No." She pushed past me and ran into the trees. Sophia grabbed my arm. Several heads looked up as piercing shrieks rang throughout the night. They were the most devastating sounds I'd ever heard. Faces fell amongst the crowd, like people wanted to rush in and comfort her, but didn't know how. I couldn't take hearing Stevie scream. It was too much, and Sophia knew it. She pulled me along. "Come on, we need to find the others." Stevie's wails of grief faded into the background as the noises of the resistance welled around us. People were trying to eat, or get some rest, or making fires. Mostly, though, people just stared and talked quietly, like they were waiting for their execution. Esses jumped from Sophia's shoulder and sat on mine, giving my head a hug. "Thanks, buddy." I scratched his ears. Imogen, Jonah, and Jake were gathered around a small fire. Imogen stood, while the other two had taken seats on the ground. Blood smeared all of our armor, some ours, some not. Jake's face was haunted, like he felt responsible for every life we lost out there. Squeaks and Sassy were exhausted. They lay curled against each other as Saber prowled nearby, handing out what was left of the food from saddlebags on his back. Everyone looked up when Sophia and I approached. Imogen was the first to react. She faced me and opened her arms. "Hey." Imogen knew what this felt like. She'd lost 2 brothers. I still couldn't speak. I fell upon Imogen and just sobbed. She wrapped her arms around me in a tight embrace. It felt like she was trying to squeeze all the hurt out of me. I can't say it worked, but it felt a little better. I never noticed, but Imogen gave the best hugs. When she let go, I sat next to Jonah. He'd been crying, too. "I'm so sorry, bro. Ez didn't deserve that." "Don't just feel bad for me. He was practically your brother, too." Sophia sat beside me. She didn't touch me, but she was here, and her presence was enough. I can't believe Ez is gone," Jonah said. "Will you give him a Benahi Uelra?" "Yes, along with Lindsay, Miranda, and all the rest of them." I'd force myself to survive just to give my brother that much, and every soldier who died here today. "What's that?" Sophia asked softly. "A warrior's burial, reserved only for the greatest of Hawkeye braves," I said. "And Ezra was a warrior, if there ever was one. He had a fighting spirit." Jake cast a stick into the fire and watched it burn. "It's obvious we have no other choice. We have to surrender." "Jake, no," Jonah pleaded. "We can't." "I refuse to sacrifice any more lives," Jake replied. "I'd be no commander if I led us all to our doom." Jake stared at me, waiting on my answer. It was obvious why Jake had asked for me. He wanted me to back him up. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't surrender. Not just for the people we lost, but for the people we had left. Tawakwa was a proud tribe, and I refused to be its last true chief. We'd go out on our dying breath. Jake saw my expression and made a harsh noise. You're as bad as Vanessa." I'm guessing she wasn't willing to throw in the towel either. Not that Jake's request was unusual. Logic said that surrender was the only way. When no one responded, Jake lost his shit. He slammed a fist into the ground and snapped, "The writing's on the wall. We're going to lose this battle. I don't know how we can pull out of this." "Slavery isn't a better option," Jonah argued. "Do you want to be serving Oleander and his kind for the rest of your life? I'd rather die than be treated like Bayami dirt again." "You might feel that way, but I'm trying to save lives," Jake said. "We still have Resistance children back in Hokavale. If we don't surrender now, they'll be slaughtered when we lose. I will not allow that to happen." "So you're going to let them be enslaved? Do you know what Oleander's going to do to those kids?" Jonah asked. "I'm well aware, but at this point, life is better than death," Jake replied. "For you," Imogen mumbled, but Jake didn't seem to hear her. "And what about us, huh?" Jonah asked angrily. "You just gonna give up and let them imprison us? We'll never be together again." "I refuse to be taken as a prisoner of war," Jake shot back. "When the time comes, I'll end my life before I allow them to separate you and me." Jonah's face fell. "Jake!" "It's decided." Jake got up and walked away. Jonah threw his hands up. Sophia continued to stare into the flames without comment. "We need a new plan," Imogen said quietly. Sassy raised her head and yipped, while Squeaks nodded. "It's obvious what we're doing isn't working." I rubbed my face tiredly. Our little group had done this so many times, pivoted when something went wrong. When all hell broke loose, we stood as one and found a way to stay alive. If I thought any different, if I gave up now, even for a moment, we'd lose. I was a cynical bastard through and through, but in the darkest moments of our lives, we pulled together and pulled through. I had to keep the faith, as did the rest of us. There could be no wavering in belief from this moment out, not if we wanted to live. "So what now?" Sophia asked. "What do we do?" "We do what we do best. Pull a solution out of our ass," I suggested. "The four of us haven't been beaten yet," Jonah offered, before he frowned. "Though, this looks pretty bad, guys." "It always looks bad, but we find a way. This is no different." Imogen bit her lip as she thought. "We can't stop now." "Yeah, I'm not about to let my husband off himself a few days after we got married," Jonah said sourly. "We've killed all the elders. That only leaves Oleander," Sophia said hopefully. "The Defortai have to be thinking of giving up too." "But they have the numbers," I said. "They can overpower us. That's what they're counting on." "So what? When dawn comes, we go searching for Oleander and wreck his shit?" Jonah asked. "Maybe." I doubted Oleander would come out unless he absolutely had to, and seeing as we were outnumbered and at a disadvantage, he had every reason to sit back and watch this go down without lifting a finger. He was a coward. He wouldn't fight until he was backed into a corner, and the Resistance had no way to make that kind of move. Not with the people we had left. "We have to make Oleander come out," Imogen said. "It's the only way." "And what if Jake surrenders? We can't fight him without an army," Sophia objected. "I'll do what I can to convince him." Jonah got to his feet. "He's just in a rough spot right now." Jonah jogged off, but to be honest, I didn't have a lot of hope. Jake seemed to have his mind made up. We tried to sleep, but it didn't do much good. Most of the Resistance was up all night, fearing that Oleander wouldn't honor the temporary truce and slaughter us all when we slept. I was scared of that too, and my mind was too full with thoughts of Ezra for me to get much rest. But I dropped off for a few hours and awoke again sometime around midnight.
Sophia lay beside me, but she wasn't really sleeping, though Imogen was out of it against Squeaks on my other side. Essus was in the distance, running from person to heal their wounds. Essus appeared to be at his peak. Kerbals had good stamina. One of the reasons they ate so much was to store up energy to use in situations like this. Out of everyone, Essus was the only one who didn't appear tired, but invigorated. There was a nudge at my feet, and I felt something land against my legs. It was a rabbit. Affection brightened when I saw Sassy's wagging tail. Sassy had gone hunting. She'd brought a rabbit for all of us to share. What a good girl," Imogen cooed, pulling Sassy onto her lap. Jonah stirred sleepily. He must have been unsuccessful in convincing Jake, because he wasn't here. I figured we'd better eat. Sophia didn't look away this time when I skinned the rabbit like she had during the elemental cup. It was a bit unnerving. Other familiars had also gone hunting for their elementi, bringing small animals in and whatever they could find. The smell of cooking meat rose throughout the camp. The four of us shared the rabbit, and I felt a bit of strength come back into my body. It was a poor last meal, so I resolved it wouldn't be. The little reprieve we'd gotten was enough to give us some energy back. Sophia put a hand on my back. "How are you feeling, Liam?" I savored the touch of her pressing against me. "I'm good as long as the moon's out. It's giving me back my strength." The moon shone above us. I was pulling power from it, and had been all night to bolster my energy. I felt its cool, smooth magic drift into me and pulse through my veins, making it feel as though I'd gotten a good night's rest. I was lucky. No one else had the power to do this. Sophia wouldn't be able to pull from the sun again until it had risen, and the rest of the army had to rely on getting magic from their familiars, who were already tired. I was planning on siphoning as much energy from the moon as possible until the battle began again, because I knew we'd need it. A lone figure wandering the camp caught my eye. Luana weaved between bodies, her form weary. She appeared on the verge of collapse. Sierra sat weakly on her shoulder. Sophia got up and grabbed Luana. "What are you doing?" she asked, signing as she did so. "I've been up healing people," Luana signed. "There are so many who need my help. You need rest." Sophia's gestures were firm as she signed the words. She forced Luana to lie down. Sierra fluttered to the top of her head and lay in Luana's white hair, wings drooping. Luana gave a noise of protest before her head settled on Sophia's lap. She was out within moments. The moon left me feeling recharged. I could stand now without nearly falling over. I got up and said, "I need to check on the rest of the tribe. I'll be back." Sophia nodded. I wandered throughout the battlefield, looking for Tawakwa. There weren't very many. A lot of them had run out of water in the mountain ranges and been killed when they could no longer defend themselves. Julian flew overhead, making small circles as he looked down upon our sorry state. Most of the Tawakwa were gathered together on the edge of the camp. Their eyes brightened when they saw me, but only slightly. My mother was within their ranks, being comforted by a few women. She stared ahead with that same deadly expression she had when she'd left Ezra's body earlier. Then I saw Stevie. I knew she still had a familiar, still had a soul, but she didn't look like it. All the life had been vanquished out of her. Her face was ashen and gray. Her shoulders slumped like a permanent burden had been placed on them. And her eyes, there'd been light in them before, but all the life that had boldly resonated from within had gone, like a smoldering candle blown out in the wind. There was so much emotion there it was hard for me to swallow. Her glassy gaze reminded me of a corpse. It was like she was dead inside. I gravitated toward her. She saw me coming and headed toward the tree line. She didn't stop until we were far enough away for privacy. Stevie turned her back on me.
I'm sorry. It hurts to look at you.
I spoke hoarsely past the hard knot in my throat. I understand. Stevie's voice was choked.
He was acting so weird yesterday morning before he left. He kept saying, I got a bad feeling, Stevie. Just repeating it over and over.
She hugged herself and kept her back turned to me.
Maybe he knew? That's why he didn't want me to come with.
I didn't tell Stevie about what Maddie had seen, how she tried to warn Ezra. She didn't need that kind of information haunting her for the rest of her life. He wouldn't have wanted you to come with him anyway. He wanted you to be safe, I said.
I should have been out there with him. I might have been able to do something.
No, Stevie. It would have done you no good to watch him die.
But I could have stopped it.
Could we have stopped all this? I motioned to the battlefield, to the many bodies that were still lying forgotten. We did our best. There were still sacrifices. Stevie shivered.
I should have fought. I know I should have. I thought it'd be safer if I stayed behind. For the baby.
My eyes widened. Stevie turned to face me.
I found out a little while ago. It's still pretty early.
I was so floored I couldn't speak. Stevie was pregnant? I didn't understand how this had happened. She and Ezra had been so careful. Stevie's lip trembled.
It was the hot springs. I know it was. I was sick not that long ago, remember? Couldn't get over it. Perot gave me antibiotics to get me through the infection. Told me it would make my birth control less effective and to be extra careful. But I forgot, and we were in the water, so we obviously didn't use a condom.
Stevie gasped and put a hand over her mouth to hold in a scream.
It's my fault.
No one's perfect with this disease, Stevie. My senses were going haywire as the feeling of being overwhelmed crashed in around me. A new life was coming into the world, just as one had ended. And Stevie would have to be a parent without Ezra. Poor girl. Did Ez know? Stevie sniffed.
I was going to tell him after the battle was over. I didn't want him to be distracted.
If possible, my heart broke even further. Ezra had no idea he was going to be a father. He'd gone to the ancestral lands without knowing. What a sick and cruel world this was. It was so horrible I almost hated living. Stevie put her head in her hands.
The chances are 50%, Liam. I can't damn this baby.
You aren't damning this child. Remember what you told me before Ava was born? There's no guarantee if she has our disease, and even if she does, it'll be okay. The same thing goes for your baby.
But how can this child grow up without a father?
Stevie raised her head. Fresh tears fell from her eyes.
How can my baby be happy if Ezra isn't in their life?
Because they'll be loved. They'll have a family that will take care of them, no matter what happens. I reached out to her, but Stevie flinched away. The movement was like driving a jagged knife into my heart. I looked too much like my brother. I took a breath and steadied myself. Stevie, if you want this baby to live, you have to get out of here.
You need me. Our fighters are down. I'm still fresh. I can fight, baby or not. I should have in the first place, she said.
Jake's going to surrender. Stevie's gaze was horrified.
What?
He wants to give up. We've tried to convince him not to, but he's not listening. If he does, we'll all be taken prisoner. You've got to be far away from here before that happens, so your baby won't be born a slave. Stevie's eyes flashed. I could tell her mind was working fast as she took a few gasping breaths. Then she tugged resolutely on her ponytail, pulling it tight.
Who killed Ezra?
I could hardly say the hated name. Courtney. You've never met her. She's Navita.
Our age. How will I know it's her? My mind worked. She has a cut over her eye that Ez gave her. Extends from her hairline past her nose. I saw him do it before he chased after her. It was the last time I saw her. She has a rainbow bird familiar, same size as Diami. Stevie took out a blue hair bow out of her pocket. She pinned it into her ponytail before she said, Ezra gave me this bow, and I'm going to be wearing it when I take that bitch's life. Stevie stomped past me, on a mission. I hurried behind her, but ceased to follow when Stevie walked up an embankment that overlooked the camp. She stood at the top, peering down on the survivors. What was left of the resistance was gathered below. Heads looked up as she took an offensive stance at the top of the hill. Julian landed next to me and tilted his head as he wondered what she was doing. Sophia, Imogen, Luana, and Jonah were nearby. I stood with them and recognized the faces of those we had left: Vanessa, Bren, Cade, a few others. Jake was standing alone on the other side, head down in a submissive position. Stevie bunched her hands into fists and threw her shoulders back. I need everyone's attention, she shouted, and her voice echoed over the field. The surrounding conversation quieted. People fell silent, a bit perplexed as they waited to hear Stevie speak. Stevie's voice held true and didn't tremble. Most of you don't know who I am, but to be honest, that doesn't really matter. All you need to know is that I love someone who you would recognize. Ezra Maito. He was an elder on the Tawakwa Council, the brother of the water chief, and the love of my life. Stevie's words began to tremble. Ezra was the best person I'd ever met. He embodied everything the Resistance stood for: kindness, compassion, loyalty, traits that so many of our fallen gave their last breaths to defend, and we cannot fail them now. The Resistance fights for love, for peace. Are we really going to back down and give Oleander the satisfaction of knowing everything we've sacrificed for was worth nothing? Will we let him get away with separating people from their families and loved ones without one last final protest? Jake's eyes flickered away guiltily, but Stevie continued. She pushed past her agony and said, Ezra loved me. He loved me how every girl deserves to be loved, and so much more. He was faithful to his tribe, willing to do anything to protect the Elementai, and that went beyond the Tawakwa tribe. He considered everyone Hawkeye, no matter what house they were from. Even before he knew about the Resistance, before the war began, Ezra treated everyone the same. He was a friend to all. To him, we truly were one tribe. Stevie took a quivering breath. But as close as Ezra and I were, and as much as he adored his tribe, I think we all know there was one person on this earth Ezra loved more than anyone else. All eyes looked to me. I heard a few people whisper my name. Sophia slipped her hand into mine as tears rose back to my eyes. Jonah put a hand on my shoulder, and Imogen pressed in behind me. The tightness in my chest was so thick, I couldn't do anything but force myself to breathe. Stevie went on. Ezra adored his brother. From the moment he was born, he worshipped his chief and followed him wherever he would go. Ezra laid down his life for our cause and our tribe, and all of us should be ready to do the same, without objection, gladly taking the sacrifice. We've lost friends today. We've lost family. We've almost lost everything that makes our lives worth living. Steel hardened her tone. But we haven't lost the war, and I refuse to lay my magic down until the second it's stolen from me. To give up today would bastardize the memories of our lost. Oleander and the task force can take my freedom when they pry it from my cold, dead hands. And when I enter into the ancestral lands, my ancestors will welcome me with a battle cry, because I chose to go down fighting. I will die here before I surrender. I will die before I surrender my tribe. I will give Oleander such a fight, he'll have nightmares for years to come about what we did today."
Sophia ripped her hand from mine. She strode toward the hill Stevie was standing on. She was ablaze as she took her place beside Stevie and grasped her hand. Essus reared up on her shoulder and puffed out his chest.
"I know I'm not the chosen one you all expected. I don't even know if I'm the chosen one you deserve," Sophia said. "But the more I fight in this war, the more I realize there's really no such thing as a chosen one. One person can't change the world. Not on their own."
Sophia stood tall.
"But together, we can make a difference. It takes a whole tribe to make the world a better place. It takes people like you. And if we band together, nothing can stand in our way. I'm supposed to be special, but if we don't go down in history making a stand against Oleander's tyranny, I don't matter. In fact, none of us matter unless we come together as a community and tell the world we're united once and for all."
Cries of agreement rang throughout the camp. I caught Doya in the crowd and saw her eyes shining with joy. Bane was sobbing tears of pride.
"A society is only strong if it cares for its most vulnerable members," Sophia yelled. "A society that only provides for the people at the top will fall apart if met with any sort of resistance. And that's why Oleander is going to fail. Because he only cares about himself, and we care about each other."
The resistance began cheering. I felt a wave of passion move through me like never before for my wife. That was my Sophia. The speeches must have lit a fire under Jake's ass, because he strode forward. He climbed the hill and stood next to the two girls. His voice cried louder than the rest as he said, "We will not surrender on this night, or any night after. We will continue to fight until Oleander and his army are done, or until we draw our last breath. If we are to die, let it be with honor." Everyone jumped to their feet. Fists shot into the air as the resistance army gave a unified war cry. Jonah sighed, clearly relieved, while Imogen cheered beside him. Hope against hope, I began to believe again. We had a chance. This might not be the end. And if it was, we were giving Oleander one hell of a fight. Then the cheers of unity dissolved into screams of terror. I heard a whizzing sound. Sophia and Stevie gasped at the same time as an arrow flew out of the sky and landed in Jake's chest. Jake fell to his knees, a dazed expression on his face. The arrow stuck out of the middle of his chest, and blood leaked from the wound. Jonah gave a cry of misery. He charged forward, and Squeaks followed, putting her head down and butting people out of the way. More arrows began hitting resistance soldiers. They went into the backs of our people or into their necks, delivering killing blows before our army could even defend itself. I looked up. The Yapluma task force were hovering above us, hiding within cloud cover and shooting with bows. Approaching from the east was a line of task force members from other houses, elements at the ready to kill us all. I knew it. The bastard couldn't hold a truce. He was just waiting for us to get our guard down. Julian roared. He took off and opened his mouth to fry dozens of task force members with his fiery breath. Charred bodies began dropping out of the sky, and just like that, it started up all over again. I raced forward. Luana and Imogen matched my strides as we ran up the hill. Jonah was cradling Jake in his arms as Jake blinked at the sky, confused. Sophia wrenched out the arrow. Luana put her hands over the wound, and the muscles knit back together. The hole in Jake's chest healed with the help of Luana's magic, but he still looked stunned.
"Babe, are you okay?"
Jonah asked.
"I'll be fine," Jake rasped. "We need a plan of defense." Defense isn't going to work. If we don't get on the attack now, we're done for, Imogen shouted. My thoughts grasped at straws to find a solution. Oleander had to die if we were going to win, but he wasn't here. We had to do something so drastic that Oleander couldn't hide anymore. We had to force him to confront us. The light of the moon shone downward, and the answer snapped into my head like it was delivered by the ancestors themselves. The ocean, I told Jake. We have to get to the ocean. It's our only chance. Jake didn't ask any questions. He got to his feet and cried out, "The ocean! Quickly, we have to get to the sea!" The resistance members began running or flying, on familiars or otherwise, to the west in the direction of the ocean. Stevie and Jake led them ahead, and I whistled for Julian. He came down, shaking the earth as he landed roughly beside me. Sophia and Luana raised their hands. A shield bloomed from their fingertips, blocking out the rest of the arrows, but the damage had already been done. We'd lost at least a dozen more people in a matter of moments. "What are you planning?" Imogen yelled over the noise. "Oleander's most likely in Kinpago, which means we have to do something to get him out," I said. "Imogen, you and Cade need to make a land bridge with the other Navita once we get to sea so the task force can't box us in. Get as many people as you can to a safe place, but leave the Tawakwa and Yapluma behind. Make sure you're nowhere near the city. Luana can go with you. Heal those who are hurt. Sophia, you're with me." "What am I going to do exactly?" Jonah asked dramatically. I smirked. "That depends. You want to help me make a hurricane?" Jonah grinned slyly. "Oh, fuck yeah. Then follow me." I got onto Julian's back, and Sophia slid on behind me. As he took off, Jonah climbed onto Squeaks and followed. We soared ahead of the group, while Imogen, Jake, and the others moved on foot. Sophia and Esses created a shield around the resistance escaping toward the beach. Their shield merged with Luana's, creating a defensive barrier that the task force couldn't get past. For now, at least. "What are you thinking?" Sophia asked as the ocean appeared on the horizon. "We direct the hurricane toward Kinpago. Make it so strong it threatens to destroy the city," I said. "He'll have to confront us then. If we level the place, there's nothing for him to rule over. He's not going to let that happen." "This is the craziest fucking idea we've ever had," she shouted. "Well, crazy seems to work with us. Let's go." I flattened myself to Julian, and he beat his wings faster to get us up to a high speed. We landed on the beach ahead of the resistance. I got off of Julian and began directing people who came in from the trees. "I need every Tawakwa and Yapluma available," I cried. "Navita, follow Imogen. The Coigni with the Chosen One." The Navita diverged as Imogen waved her hand. She ran to the shoreline and began forming a land bridge with Cade's help. The rest of the Navita aided them, building the bridge as fast as they could in order to escape. It stretched out to sea and curved back around to a far-off beach to the south. The task force blocked escape on land, so the only way around them was to move forward, then double back. "What do you need me to do?" Sophia asked as she faced me. "We're gonna have to split up." "Don't give me that look. There's no other way." "But bad things happen when we're not together. I have to stay by your side." "You can't be out on the water, and I need you and as many Coigni as possible to stop the task force from helping Oleander. They can't aid him if they can't get to him," I said, pointing to the trees. "Once he's isolated, he's vulnerable. You hold the line until I get him down." "Well, what are we waiting for?" Doya came striding in, Naomi with her. Bane was behind her, breathless. "We have to divert our strengths. It's our last hope." "The task force won't get through me," Doya said, and she played with strands of flame with her fingertips. I'll enjoy watching them burn. We will help you. Chief Kawak was there at an instant. His white warrior's robes were stained with blood. In his hands, he dual-wielded 2 weapons, a stone club and a jade axe. The Anachi behind him, who were all wearing similar robes, carried bows, spears, and stone daggers. Some of my Anachi students who'd run out of crystal magic had also taken up arms and were ready to fight hand-to-hand combat. They'd been fighting with us the whole time, but I hadn't seen them until now. The noise increased as the task force approached. They were starting to break through the trees and onto the beach. As they did so, Chief Kawak and his warriors became total badasses. They ran toward the task force with a war cry, dodging elements and retaliating with heavy blows. Chief Kawak swung his weapons above his head before bringing them crashing downward on 2 task force members at once, ending their lives in one blow. I'll stop them! Summon Oleander! Sophia ran to help Chief Kawak, flanked by Doya along with what Coigny we had left. Vanessa and Bren were at the start of the line, and Vanessa was shouting orders. The Coigny threw their hands out simultaneously and created a firewall that prevented the army from getting through. A couple of task force members slipped past, but once they did, Kawak struck them down. That should hold them for a while. I swung myself back onto Julian while Bane ran into the sea. He called out Thalassa's name. The giant sea serpent rose out of the waves, and Bane climbed onto her head before she surged back into the churning ocean. As I flew, Stevie followed me, riding her cipher familiar. The storm overhead still hadn't stopped from earlier. We could use that to our advantage. Julian flew us out to sea, and the Yapluma followed, with Tawakwa surfing the waves below us. We flew until we were miles offshore, so far away we could no longer see land. I pulled Julian up. The group halted, waiting on my instruction. Jonah used his air magic to amplify the sound of my voice as I shouted, I need 2 circles of elementi, 1 in the skies and 1 in the water. The Yapluma began forming into a circle, and the Tawakwa underneath it did the same until hundreds of elementi and their familiars were in formation, waiting on my command. We need to make a hurricane and direct it toward Kinpago. If we work together and infuse our powers, we'll stand a chance. Several faces paled in horror at my suggestion. No one had ever wielded that kind of magic before. It wasn't considered possible, especially in this part of the country where hurricanes were unheard of. This is our only shot, a voice shouted behind me. We cannot afford to make mistakes. Let's make it count. It was Professor Perot. He was hovering nearby, Baxter at his side. He gave me a firm nod, and I smiled at him, appreciating his show of support. If you're a Yapluma, follow my lead, Jonah cried. Lightning cracked across the sky at Jonah's command, and the Yapluma moved as one. They began channeling the warm air upward, creating an area of low pressure on the ocean's surface. The wind picked up around us, and flying familiars, including Julian, were almost steered off course. You okay, Jules? I asked. His big wings were acting like parachutes in the breeze, weaving us back and forth. Julian had his fangs bared and grunted lowly. He could keep aloft, but the effort of making the hurricane was dragging all of us further out to sea. We barely had control. Meanwhile, the Tawakwa in the ocean created rain. Water poured from the skies, soaking my armor clear through to the bone, churning the ocean into an angry rage. Water evaporated rapidly from the ocean's surface, and the Tawakwa began swirling the clouds to make a funnel overhead. Water familiars had to hold on tight as the waves surged. I felt the light of the moon on my skin and drew from it, putting everything I had back into the ocean. The storm grew in moments, becoming more violent. The rain became a downpour, and Jonah's lightning crackled within the swirling cloud torrent, becoming a dangerous display. My eyes widened with surprise. I'd hardly figured we'd pull this off, but together we were doing it. Jonah shouted something, but I couldn't hear him over the noise of the storm. I got his meaning, though. We had to steer the hurricane toward the shore. I motioned to direct the hurricane toward Kimpago. The Yapluma and Tawakwa followed my lead, but despite our best efforts, the storm was stuck in place. It refused to move, gathering momentum and power from its place deep in the ocean waters. I pushed against the hurricane, pointing it at Kimpago, but the hurricane just pushed back. It wouldn't listen. We didn't have enough energy, even with me channeling from the moon. We were almost there, but fell short just enough so the magic wouldn't take. Our plan wouldn't work, not unless we had a bit more power. We needed more magic to fuel the hurricane, but what we had here was all we could draw from, unless someone sacrificed themselves and pushed their body beyond the boundaries of their magic to get the hurricane moving. It was clear. One of us would have to die. We all knew it, too. I saw the look in everyone's eyes. They flickered from left to right, waiting to see who would make the sacrifice. I was seconds away from giving my all and letting the hurricane take my life before the storm suddenly gave a burst of power. It knocked me against Julian and temporarily winded me. The storm began to move of its own accord in the direction of Kimpago. The rain slowed to a slow drizzle, and the waves settled beneath us as the hurricane surged onward at an unnatural speed. I glanced around to see what had happened until Jonah pointed. As the storm passed and the waters became calm again, I saw a body in the water beside the floating corpse of a feathery peacock. No! I dived off Julian. I swam toward Perrault and took him in my arms, trying to keep his head above water. Perrault's face was pale. His dark eyes were losing light. "Professor, why'd you do that?" I gasped. Perrault gaped upward at the stars as he uttered, "I have repaid my life debt. It is time for me to join Caspian. Let me go, Liam." "I can't." But as I said the words, Perrault gave a final breath. His body, along with Baxter's, dissolved into the wind, just like Lindsay and Miranda's bodies had turned to ash. His body floated out of my grasp, vanishing into the air as he became the sky. I knew people who extended themselves beyond the abilities of their magic became their element as they died. I'd just never seen it up close. Not until Lindsay and Miranda. Not until Perrault. Hopelessness welled within me and crashed over my spirit so heavily it felt like I was being crushed from the inside out. Perrault pushed himself past the limits of his magic and gave himself up so the hurricane would have the power to move to shore. He died for us. He hadn't just been my doctor or my teacher. He'd been my friend. He'd given me a diagnosis for my disease and hadn't given up on treatment when things looked terminal. He was one of the few people who'd helped me when everyone else had turned me away. I gave a cry of rage and smacked the water. How many people were we going to lose in this fucking war? "Liam!" Someone put a hand on my shoulder and yanked me around. It was Stevie. Tears ran down her face from the loss of Perrault. "We can't grieve now. We need to help the people we can." I knew she was right. It was the only thing keeping me going, thinking of saving those we had left. Julian dipped down to grab me. I pulled myself up his leg and perched on his back again as Jonah flew down to meet me. "What do we do now?" he asked. "Now, we wait," I said. My heart felt heavy. If I knew I had to destroy my home to save the tribe I loved, I probably wouldn't have joined the resistance. But I knew I had no choice. And wait we did, for what felt like forever. We soaked up the rain and battled the wind and waves as the edges of the hurricane battered our forms. As time passed, it became evidently clear my plan had failed. Perot had died for nothing. Oleander wasn't coming. Jake's stare was heavy as he hovered toward me. Our soldiers can't stay out here. We're dividing our forces. It's your call. Get the rest of the Yapluma and the Tawakwa back to shore, I ordered. We're done here. Jake nodded. He began barking orders, and the Yapluma and Tawakwa traveled out. They went in the direction the land bridge had been built, on the other side of Kinpago. Me? I stayed behind, just in case. Only Bane, Stevie, and Jonah were with me. Jonah guided Squeaks my way and shouted, Bro, I think we'd better head back. Oleander's not gonna show. I felt my jaw tighten, but I relented. Oleander was a bigger coward than I thought. All right, let's just... There was a high-pitched screech that hurt my ears, and Julian stiffened. A shadow loomed against the clouds. As lightning struck the ocean, a formidable monster emerged from within the storm. Skylus came down from overhead, his multiple heads bearing teeth while his collar glinted against the light from the stars. Upon his back was Oleander. He wore white and silver robes which symbolized him as High Chief. Leather armor adorned his lithe form, and he wore an intricate headdress that, no shit, looked like it had been forged from the bones of his enemies. Ancestors, this guy had issues. I could feel the hatred radiating from Julian as he focused his reptilian gaze on Skylus. Drakish and dragons were natural enemies. They fought for territory and food, typically to the death. Julian didn't like Skylus coming on his turf. His nostrils flared as he took in the other reptile's scent, emitting sparks. Skylus was larger than Julian, but that didn't stop my dragon from flicking his forked tongue hungrily like Skylus was prey. His body heated underneath my legs as he prepared to use his fire. You're as disruptive as your father, Oleander said, spitefully as his gaze landed on me. He continued hovering Skylus above us, pretending to be the god he thought he was. I should have eliminated your whole family when I had the chance. I didn't take the bait. Instead, I raised my voice and shouted, Elder Oleander, as Chief of Tawakwa, I challenge you to a chief's duel. It's High Chief Oleander now, boy. Oleander wrinkled his nose in distaste. And you have no authority at which to call yourself chief. I am the sole supreme ruler of the Elementai. Prove it. I moved before Oleander did, because I knew he wouldn't fight fair. I launched a water tunnel out of the ocean, and it streamed upward, knocking Oleander off Skylus. Julian surged forward with a roar. I jumped off his back, and a column of water caught me, suspending me above the waves as Julian locked his claws onto Skylus. Oleander had caught himself with a wave and was surfing it with a vicious expression. He raised his hand, and 3 spiraling towers of water rose up behind him, large as pillars. He threw them at me in quick succession, but I swept my column aside to dodge them. The towers went spinning down like spears and crashed into the ocean, sending water spraying everywhere. Jonah, Stevie, and Bane rushed forward to help, but before they could, 2 giant sea serpents rose out of the ocean, blocking their path. They were red and black and towered hundreds of feet over the sea. I didn't think Oleander was controlling them with magic, but they were on his side nonetheless as they swam around him protectively. Oleander must have paid off their Elementai,
To have these creatures act as his personal bodyguards. Jonah and Stevie hung back, but Thalassa sneered and dove forward. She locked her jaws onto the black sea serpent's neck and shook viciously, but her opponent pulled free and slammed himself onto her front. The two sea serpents engaged in deadly battle, twisting around each other and ripping into scales with open jaws. Bane summoned water, freezing it in place to create a formidable ice spear. He jabbed it at the sea serpent's eyes, trying to blind it while it attacked. Jonah and Stevie teamed up to take on the red sea serpent. Jonah flew Squeaks around the head, while Stevie stayed in the water and steered her half-griffin, half-hippocampus around the sea serpent's middle. Squeaks let out a shockwave from her beak, which slapped the serpent in the face. It snarled and raised its giant tail, smacking Stevie and her familiar down into the depths of the ocean. My breath caught, but Stevie soon resurfaced. She brought up her hands, forming the waves into frozen, pointing spikes that were 20 feet long. The sea serpent had to be careful as it outmaneuvered the spikes. Stevie had turned the entire surrounding area into a treacherous, icy waterscape. "I've brought friends," Oleander sneered. He summoned a water ball and threw it at me. It almost hit my head, but I turned it to snow and it dissolved in the air before that could happen. I sent a wall of spinning ice daggers at Oleander's front, but he caused a wave to rise up like a shield and block my attack. The wave turned my way, but I weaved my hands in a circle and it overpowered Oleander's magic, changing into a waterspout. I spun the waterspout at Oleander, hoping it would pull him in, but Oleander rose up on the wave he rode and smashed it to nothing more than droplets. Damn it, he was good. I ordered the water column to surge me forward. It did, but Oleander pulled his wave back and surfed to another, keeping his eyes on me as he maintained a steady distance. He wasn't that stupid to let me get close enough to stop his heart. I had overpowered his last spell, so perhaps I could take his magic using intrafusion. I reached out. I felt a temporary shock as my magic recoiled against Oleander's. There was a lot of strength there, almost more than I'd ever felt in any elementi before. I tugged at it, ordering his energy to flow into me instead, but it rebelled. I was blown backward by the force of the pushback and slammed into the surface of the sea. I righted myself with another water column, but didn't dare to try that again. For the first time, intrafusion hadn't worked. I couldn't take his powers away. His real familiar wasn't here, and he was pulling from that creature from miles away. I couldn't interrupt that connection from such a distance. Oleander gave a mad laugh. "Never fought anyone who's your equal, have you, boy?" No, I hadn't. Nobody had ever been able to best me on the water. The ocean was where I belonged. Oleander still wasn't my equal. I was better than him, and I was going to prove it. I let out a yell as I flung my arms forward with all the strength I had. A water column 50 feet wide gushed out at Oleander, but he pushed his hands apart. The column split, sending the water in 2 directions without even touching him. I took a few hard, deep breaths. I was throwing everything I had at Oleander, and he was brushing it off. How much more could he take? Above, I felt droplets of blood fall against my face like warm rain. Skylus and Julian were still tangled up in each other. Julian's claws dug into Skylus's belly, but it was all he could do to hold on as Skylus's 5 heads attacked. He was able to fend off 2 of them with his tail and the other 3 with his wings and head, but he looked stressed. There was too much going on at once for him to handle. Skylus bit down on Julian's shoulder and he cried out, his screams shaking the skies and making the clouds tremble. Julian needed my help. Oleander laughed and watched, entertained, as I blasted myself upward to save my dragon, a large water ball trapped within my grasp. Knowing this was a stupid idea, but hardly thinking anyway, I wedged myself in between Skylus and Julian. I channeled energy from the moon and put as much energy into the water ball as possible as I forced it towards Skyless, demanding the two reptiles break apart. The blast sent both of them careening backwards from each other. I fell against Julian's middle, but he caught me and he slung me back on his shoulder as he became level in the skies. Once he did, he opened his mouth to breathe fire at Skyless. The Drakish did a loop and opened its mouths in retaliation. Out of two of its heads spouted ice, while the others blew fire. The elements merged together in one stream, creating a deadly combination. Julian swung to the side. I heard a sizzling sound on the end of his left wing, and Julian gave a bellowing cry. As Julian righted himself, I looked at the tip of his wing. It was black, like it had been frostbitten or touched by dry ice. He moaned in pain, but shook it off. Skyless's middle head reared back and began shooting balls of green venom that exploded like grenades when they reached the ocean. Julian dodged the attack, but with his hurt wing he was slower than usual. I smacked the venom balls away with streams of water as we flew, gathering them in my hands to use them like giant whips. As Julian faced Skyless, I lashed the ropes out around his legs and wings, trying to hold him in place. I gritted my teeth and pulled back. Skyless was suspended before he ripped free, shattering my water ropes to little more than vapor. Both Julian and I paused to take a breath before Skyless or Oleander could attack again. My mind was working overtime, trying to figure out openings and seeing none. It was like these two were unstoppable. "You have no idea who I am, do you?" Oleander bellowed. "I was no one. I was worthless, just like you, until I forced myself to do impossible things. I was once the weakest Tawakwa alive, and now I've earned my place as High Chief. The ancestors never noticed my potential, but they'll see it now." Oleander clapped his hands together. Water began rising, collecting into a tidal wave. A shadow fell over me, and my gut sank as I watched the wave grow greater and greater. At its utmost height, it was hundreds of feet. "Get out of the way!" I shouted. Jonah and Stevie turned. They began racing in the other direction as the massive tidal wave charged toward them. Bane and Thalassa didn't move, merely braced themselves as they planned to dive into the wave instead of run from it. The other two sea serpents rode Oleander's wave, hissing with delight as it chased us down. Julian took a 90-degree angle, and I had to hold on tight as he flew us vertically over the wave. It skimmed the bottom of his tail and nearly knocked him off course as he swerved to avoid it. I looked down to see how the others fared. The tidal wave had hit Thalassa and Bane first. She was able to weather it because of her massive size, but it had knocked Bane off her head. Thalassa groaned as she called for Bane, searching for him everywhere. My heart stopped, but after a few moments, Bane floated to the top of the sea, stunned. Thalassa helped him as he slowly clambered back onto her head, dazed. Squeaks had flown Jonah above the tidal wave, but I didn't see Stevie anywhere. Panic set in my gut until I saw a familiar blue bow floating on the surface. Oh no, she hadn't. I felt suffocated until a great splash caught my attention. Nihoni had struggled to the surface, Stevie on her back. Stevie choked and sputtered. She took a few gasping breaths before she righted herself on Nihoni's back, eyes glowing red with rage. Her teeth gnashed as she set her gaze on Oleander. "You're going to pay for that, you fucking asshole!" Stevie screamed. Oleander's mouth dropped open in shock as Stevie summoned a tidal wave that rivaled his in size. She sent it hurtling at Oleander with a brutal cry that shook me to my core. The sea serpents went underneath the wave to avoid it, but Oleander didn't move in time.
The wave smacked into him, sending him downward into the ocean. Minutes passed, and neither Oleander nor the serpents surfaced. Hope began to rise within me. Had Stevie done it? Then Skylus let out a roar and flew downward. A hand reached out to grasp a claw. My yearning to see Oleander dead was destroyed as I watched him climb Skylus's leg, swinging himself over to sit in the area between Skylus's wings. The blow hadn't killed him, unfortunately, but at least it had left him stunned. The two sea serpents rose to the surface, unharmed. They surged at Stevie, Jonah, and Bane, and the three of them, along with their familiars, began battle all over again. This was impossible. How could one elementai be so hard to kill? Oleander gave me a callous look from the back of Skylus, and rage welled inside me so strongly it was almost inhuman. I wasn't going home until this bastard was finished, once and for all. I summoned the water whips again, though they were more like chains this time. I swung them forward, intending to knock Oleander off of Skylus's back again. Oleander responded with water shields, blocking my every move. Julian and Skylus began circling each other instinctively, waiting for the right moment to get an opening and strike. One of my whips broke through Oleander's shield, but he brought another one up again before I could grab him. Frustration grew, and I had to fight against it so it didn't turn into carelessness. I couldn't afford to get sloppy. One wrong move and Oleander would kill me. But at the same time, this was madness. With that big-ass Drakish defending him, it wasn't a fair fight. I needed help. Then out of the waves came a giant killer whale. The orca gave a shrill cry, and my heart leapt as I saw Madame Wells riding the back of it. She moved her hands in a circle, creating spiraling strands of water that weaved over her head. "Your wife told me you might need help," Madame Wells called to me with a sly smile. She sent the spinning strands at Oleander like arrows. He deflected them with another water shield. As she did so, a hint of alarm came into his eyes. He couldn't fend us both off at once. I increased my speed, lashing my chains out with vigor while Madame Wells surged out arrow after arrow. When one shield was down, another had to come up. Oleander started to panic. He looked like a cornered animal as Madame Wells and I continued to advance. We moved so quickly, he couldn't keep up. My water burst past his shield just as Oleander was warding off another water arrow from Madame Wells. My chains bound Oleander, wrapping around his middle and forcing his arms to his sides. Fear paled his face, and I felt the triumph of victory. We had him. I went to squeeze the chains tight, to suffocate Oleander and crush his organs so we could end this thing for good. Then Skylus moved. He wrenched his wings back so that he was nearly vertical. The movement broke my chains and ended the connection, sending the water back to the ocean in torrents. Before I could do anything, Skylus dove downward. Julian gave a warning cry, but it was too late. One head bit down upon the orca, the other Madame Wells. "Don't!" I cried out, but I knew my pleas would go unheard. The orca gave one last call before Skylus tore it in half. Blood spilled into the sea, and Skylus let the body drop, watching as the head and the tail of the orca floated away from each other. Madame Wells let out a horrible cry of grief before Skylus's jaws clamped down. I couldn't hear the crunching of bones, not from here, but my mind still imagined them. Madame Wells went silent. As Skylus opened his jaws again, her broken body fell into the sea, landing beside the two halves of her killer whale. Both of their corpses were dragged downward into the deep by the churning waves, never to be seen again. The blood sat on the surface of the water, creating a stain that appeared so heartless here at the edge of the world. Oleander gave a remorseless laugh that was chilling and savage.
I closed my eyes and tried to block out the sound. My hands dug so tightly into Julian's scales they bled, and I was grateful for the distraction, for the pain. Madam Wells had been one of my best elders. Now we'd lost her. I'd promised to make Oleander pay for everything he'd done to me, to my family, to my friends. My vows were falling flat. I was failing everyone. I wiped my hair out of my face and forced the tears back down. Okay, no more fucking around. It was time to fulfill my promises. I inhaled as I called upon the moon's power. Her magic poured into me as a gift, like I was her son and she was giving me life. Her power filled up my lungs, gifting me with love and light. The energy that cascaded into me was so strong, it was like standing in a gushing stream that threatened to make a dam break free. It overflowed and pooled over within my spirit, like the time when I'd taken Elder Malison and Elder Pool's magic. Back then, I'd lost control. I was barely able to hold it back. But this time, I knew I could master it. All I had to do was master my thoughts. Julian growled as he felt the power flowing through me, and I rooted it to him like a conduit to keep it contained until I could set the moon's powers free. People had called me one of the greatest chiefs in Tuakwa history. I had centuries of the most powerful chieftains alive running through my veins. I could do this. I kept my breathing steady and calmed my mind. I forced Oleander and the battle out of my head as I centered myself on the process of creating the spell. This was any other day. I was just doing magic. No more, no less. Oleander's eyes grew wide as he watched my calm and steady movements on Julian's back. With one arm, I created a giant eagle out of the ocean, like the one I'd made during my chiefhood initiation. With the other, a massive water wolf crashed from the sea and gave a howl, setting its sights on Oleander. The water eagle spread its wings wide and soared at Skyless with an open beak. The eagle crashed into Skyless's side, veering him off course. Oleander clung on, unable to do any magic while attempting to keep himself on Skyless's back. As Skyless hurtled to the side, the water wolf was there to greet him. The wolf sank its jaws into Skyless's shoulder, and the drakish cried out as blood ran freely down its leg. The eagle hovered in place and attacked the drakish with its beak, while the wolf continued to gnaw and bite. Oleander's body was tossed from side to side as Skyless took each blow. Dozens of cuts opened up on the drakish's scales. The 5 heads were kept busy attempting to fend off the creatures, though their jaws only met water whenever they went to take a bite. Julian hissed and clenched his teeth. He went to go forward, but I said, "No, Jules, wait." Julian hung back, though smoke furled from his mouth with the effort. My body shook as I concentrated on keeping my magic alive. The moon was channeling the spell, but as I was casting it, I couldn't hold it forever. My magic wavered, and eventually the eagle and wolf grew weak, retreating back into the ocean as I let the spell drop. My shoulders ached. It felt like I'd been bench pressing the entire ocean for 10 minutes. Julian moaned to ask if I was okay. "I'm fine, Jules." And I meant it. I was exhausted, but I wasn't on the verge of passing out. Not yet, anyway. I attempted to pull from the moon again, but found her power had weakened. The skies above were igniting, and a thin orange line had appeared at the edge of the sea. Dawn was breaking, and the rising sun was blocking my connection to the moon. Which was bad. I didn't think I had anything left in me after that magic. Jonah and the others were too busy fighting the sea serpents to help me. Julian and I had to do this on our own. Yet I was so weak. I'd been fighting more or less for 2 days straight. I couldn't keep this up. I was pretty much done for. At this point, we needed a miracle. Skylus had been worn out by the fight with the wolf and the eagle and was hurt, cuts gushing blood. He was still breathing, but the wounds he'd been dealt would slow him up. We had a chance. Julian and I needed to end this now, before he recovered. I searched Skylus, looking for an opening, for anything that might bring him down. My eye settled on the middle head and the metal collar at the base of his neck. The collar. We had to break the collar. Oleander couldn't control Skylus without it. "You know what to do, bud. Go for the throat," I told Julian. Julian bounded forward the moment I gave the okay. Skylus didn't see him coming. Julian slammed into Skylus, and I felt his body quiver. Skylus gave a note of alarm, and Julian made a guttural sound that vibrated in his belly. Julian clenched his jaws around the metal collar and in one ferocious movement ripped it clean off. "No!" I heard Oleander cry. Julian kicked away, flying us to a safe distance. As the collar sank to the bottom of the ocean, Skylus's 5 heads shook slowly, as if coming out of a trance. His dark eyes turned red, and I watched the monster seethe as he came around, realizing where he was. Skylus bucked, sending Oleander flying. Oleander fell into the ocean with a scream. He barely had time to catch himself with a wave before Skylus turned on him. The creature gave a bellowing scream, lashing out its 5 heads. Oleander ducked and spun, avoiding the heads as each one reached down to crush him within its grasp. "Stop! You obey me!" Oleander cried. He slapped one of Skylus's heads away with a wave, but it did nothing to deter the creature. Skylus's moves only became more violent, and all of Oleander's attention was taken up trying to fend the creature off. When the sea serpents saw that Oleander was in trouble, they abandoned the fight with Jonah, Stevie, and Bane and swam toward him to help. The sea serpents planted themselves in front of Skylus and hissed, waving their fin tails in a threat. Skylus drew back, eyes calculating. Instinct should have told the creature to fly off, but he didn't. It was like the only thing he cared about was killing Oleander. He was just wondering how to do it before the sea serpents killed him. Then I heard the sound of hoofbeats coming from the east. The light from the sun warmed my face, and with the rising dawn emerged a woman riding on a kelpie's back. It was my mother. She was clinging on to Manili's seaweed mane, her head thrown back and her hair free. She was alone, only the music of the kelpie's hooves slapping against the surface of the sea to accompany her as she rode upon the dying night. Mom raised both hands. As she did so, hundreds of kelpies, made from her water magic, rose from the waves and charged toward Oleander. The music of the thundering herd grew massive, making my ears ring. Jonah, Stevie, and Bane urged their familiars to get out of the way as the kelpie herd ran full out in Oleander's direction, led by my mother and Manili at the head. The sea serpents reared back and groaned. They went to dive under, but the kelpie herd was faster than they were. They stomped the sea serpents into the ocean, smashing them underfoot and completely destroying them. Blood spurted, and the sea serpents let out singular cries of pain as their lives ended at the kelpie herd's violent trampling. Skylus faced the oncoming herd, surrendering himself to the stampede. The kelpies overwhelmed him almost immediately, and the drakish went down into the sea without protest. He gave a dying moan of relief, as if he had waited for this moment for ages and it had finally arrived. Oleander's cries grew hysteric. He seemed to have forgotten he could use magic as he paddled at the waves in a pathetic attempt to escape, pleading with the ancestors to save him from his demise. The ancestors had turned their backs on Oleander. I took my chance to make a final move. I formed water into an icicle and aimed it directly at Oleander's heart. The ice dagger went soaring through the air, and as the kelpie herd approached,
Oleander didn't have time to brace himself. The icicle sank into Oleander's chest, and I felt his heart stop. He looked up at me, a vague expression of shock on his face. He fell backward onto the waves, and his body floated there for a moment as the wound in his chest oozed blood. Finally, after all this time, the bastard was dead. Oleander's body went under as the Kelpie herd trampled over him, the first of them being my mother, who urged Manili to drive her hoof into his head. His skull cracked open. A singular hand floated over the waves as the water kelpies smashed into his corpse. That was the last thing I saw of him. My mother flung her hand out in a command, and the kelpie herd carried Oleander's body, as well as the sea serpents, downward, dragging them to the pit of the ocean as if carrying their souls to hell itself. All was quiet. Mom pulled Manili up. She sat upright as she stared downward at the ocean, receiving her revenge. Everyone rushed to her at once. "Holy shit!" Stevie screamed. Nihoni swam forward, and Stevie threw her arms around my mother's shoulders. "That was incredible!" Mom patted Stevie's back gently with a smile. "Nothing to boast about, dear." "Yeah, okay. My mom was a freaking goddess of the sea, and I'd never known. I thought my talent had come from my dad, but obviously I'd been wrong." "Now I see where Liam gets it from," Jonah said in awe. "That was amazing, Mom." Mom swept her hair back. Bane was open-mouthed. "Mrs. Mito, that was very powerful magic. I never knew you had it in you." "I prefer to let Liwanu handle things," Mom said with a shrug. "Though I was quite formidable in my day." "Looks like you still have it," I commented. "As do you. Well done, my son," Mom said. "We've achieved victory." Realization crashed against my thoughts like an unexpected wave. She was right. We'd won the war. Oleander was done for, which meant the task force no longer had a leader. Against all odds, we'd finished him. The bloodshed could end. It could all cease here and now. "Oleander is done. It is time to tell the task force to surrender," Mom said, and she turned Manili toward the beach. "There's no time to lose." Our group traveled back toward Kenpago with a renewed hope. Julian carried one of Skylas's heads in his mouth as we flew back to shore as proof of Oleander's end. "Where were you all this time? Could have used you earlier," Bane said over the sound of the falling rain. "Getting Maddie to safety. I came as soon as I could," Mom replied. "I would have been by earlier, but I knew Liam could handle himself. The Kelpie herd could have never vanquished Oleander had he not weakened him first." "You came at just the right time. I was about out of magic." I sagged on Julian's back, feeling more tired than ever. I was so sore I could barely move. I longed to take a warm bath and crawl into bed. And ancestors. I could see Ava Marie again. The war was over. I could get my little girl back. Tears rose to my eyes when I thought of her. Our family could be together again and be safe. I wanted to fly to Utah right now just so I could have her back in my arms. The only thing standing in my way was finally bringing this thing to a close. The hurricane was still raging, and the last verges of a fight were still taking place on the beach. People were being swept away by the wind or killed by flying debris, but no one seemed to care about the surrounding weather. Coigny and Anichi were still fighting the task force, killing each other without mercy as the storm raged on overhead. Though the numbers looked much more even now,
Many task force had been killed, and their bodies littered the beach alongside resistance members. For the first time since this battle began, we had the upper hand. Sophia caught my gaze, and her eyes lit up when she saw Skylas's head in Julian's mouth. By the relief that crossed her expression, she knew it was over. I was about to call for a ceasefire before Stevie's eyes set on someone still fighting on the beach. Courtney had killed an Anachi warrior, but she was hurt. She limped along the beach with a long cut, gushing blood on her leg. Her rainbow bird familiar gave a low croon as it lay against the ground, both of its wings broken. The scar on Courtney's face was more prominent than ever, marred by the deadliness of battle. Stevie charged up the beach, and I didn't stop her. She stood over Courtney, breathing raggedly. Courtney stared up at her with a bewildered expression, completely lost.
"You," Stevie seethed. "You took away my reason for breathing."
Courtney didn't have a chance to respond because Stevie had already cast her magic by the time she finished her sentence. Courtney gargled. She grasped a hand around her neck as redness began bubbling past her lips as she choked on her own blood. Courtney's eyes rolled backward as Stevie commanded the blood in Courtney's body to rush so quickly to her heart it blasted a hole in her chest. The rainbow bird let its head fall back in death. Stevie stared at Courtney's body, shaking. There was something in her eyes that told me she was surprised that taking Courtney's life hadn't made her feel any better. It wouldn't. No amount of revenge would bring Ezra back, though I'd be lying if I said the sight of Courtney's still body didn't give me a gratified sense of comfort. The task force had begun to stop fighting as they noticed Skylas's head in Julian's teeth. My dragon dropped the head upon the shore of the beach, and all eyes looked to me. "Oleander is dead," I cried. "There are no more elders to follow, no more dictators to submit to. Surrender now, and your lives will be spared." One task force member broke off in a last-ditch attempt to win. He drew back his bow and shot it at me, but I whacked it away with a stream of water. He cowered before me. "Stand down," I demanded. "It's over." The task force members glanced between each other. Most of them had lost their helmets in the fight and now looked just as scared as the rest of us felt. They laid down their bows and put their hands up slowly in defeat. There was a cry of joy from the resistance army. Celebrations began. People began embracing or crying from joy. The task force members kept their heads down and stared at the sand, expressionless. Some of them were calculating, as if wondering what all of this had been for. As I walked up the beach, Sophia flung her arms around me and embraced me tightly as Essus cheered from her shoulder.
"Oh my God, Liam, we've won! We won!"
I squeezed her back. We had won, and what was more, we were both alive. I was aware of the pounding of hippogriff hooves beside me as Saborn's squeaks reunited. Jake and Jonah held one another close. I can't believe it," Jake said. "After all these years, the war is finally over."
"Yes, you can be a hippogriffologist like you wanted," Jonah said. "Isn't it great?"
Jake blinked like the idea was still impossible to him. Then a crackle of lightning split across the sky. Several people screamed. Others ducked, and the lightning bolt struck a group of trees, igniting them into flames. "Jonah, cut it out," I said in irritation. "We won. There's no need to gloat."
"That wasn't me,"
Jonah protested. He was kidding. It had to be him. No one else could make a lightning strike that big. But then another lightning bolt just as large ricocheted across the sky, and another, and another. Rain began pounding down upon the earth in giant droplets. I figured the hurricane would be dying off by now, as no one was still funneling energy into it, but that wasn't the case. If anything, it only appeared to be growing in power, picking up speed despite being over land. "Call off your elements," I shouted. "The fight is done." "We're not doing anything," a task force member said. The group had pressed themselves together, looking terrified. "We're not either." The resistance members turned their palms upward, showing they weren't casting any magic. Anxiety churned in my gut. I told the rain to stop. Should have been an easy enough task to do, even considering how weak I was. It was first-year level stuff. Didn't happen. If anything, the rain only increased, falling harder than before. By the look on my mom and Stevie's face, they'd attempted to do the same thing to no effect. I stuffed down the growing horror that threatened to make me lose my mind, praying this wasn't what I thought it was. "Jonah, try to call off the hurricane," I told him. "Or at least weaken it." Jonah nodded. He raised his hands to the sky, and Jake followed his lead. The two men concentrated their attention on the storm, commanding their air magic to slow the hurricane's funnel. Nothing happened. Jonah paled. He shook his head at me as he pulled his hands away from the skies, looking confused. Jake's eyes narrowed, jaw working as he tried to end the hurricane and failed. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. The burning trees began falling over, down the embankment and crashing onto the beach. People screamed and dove out of the way. "Are the ancestors punishing us?" I heard someone scream over the chaos. "We need to go to a safe place, somewhere sacred, where the ancestors won't hurt us," another shouted. "Follow the land bridge to the Anichi temple," my mother cried, taking command. "We'll be safe there." Task force, resistance, it didn't matter. People ran side by side to get away from the severe weather. Julian opened his wings to shield us from the heavy rain, which was almost painful as it slammed against our sides. I wrapped my arms around Sophia and held her close as we hurried down the land bridge. A resistance member ahead of us fell down and sprained her ankle. She cried out, and a task force member yanked her upward, carrying her in his arms as they ran to safety. One task force was hurt, bleeding from a cut on his side, but two resistance women flung his arms over their shoulders and dragged him ahead. To Fortai, Bayami, the labels didn't matter anymore. Not at a time like this. No one's magic was working, and we couldn't figure out why. That was enough to make every Elementai bond together just for the sake of staying alive. Fire began falling from the sky. Elementai screamed and ducked as the flames smashed into the land bridge, killing some and wounding others. Doya flung her hand out to stop one fireball from hitting her, but it ceased to veer off course. Her mouth fell open in shock as the fireball continued on its path, ignoring her command. She was only saved from being struck at the last moment as Naomi pushed her to the side and Bane pulled both of them out of the way. Sophia's mouth was thin as she pulled out of my arms. She cast her hands at the sky, but though she yelled at the fire to stop, it didn't. It mingled with the rain, making a sizzling sound. Esses tugged at her hair, and I pulled her under the safety of Julian's wings. The fireballs rolled off his scales ineffectively, though my dragon grumbled worryingly at my side. The flames didn't listen, not even to Sophia. Just as we got off the land bridge and onto another beach, the earth split in half behind us. Several people fell into the massive hole to their deaths, and water poured in from the ocean, filling up the gap. A Navita beside us tried to force it back together, but the dirt didn't even shift. It was clear. Our powers were futile. We no longer had the elements under our control. I didn't think I could run anymore, but panic forced my body to produce adrenaline, so I moved fast. Elementai screamed in horror as we ran through the forest, the earth bubbling up beneath us, swallowing trees whole. Animals, both familiars and wildlife, stampeded mindlessly ahead like they were fleeing some natural catastrophe. It was as if the earth was rebelling against the Hawkeye themselves, protesting at the mistreatment it had experienced at our hands. Did we deserve it? The Anachi Temple was up ahead, and the drawbridge into it had been lowered. Imogen and Cade stood outside the temple, watching helplessly in horror as the earth continued to split and crack.
"Thank the ancestors you guys are alive," Imogen said. "What's happening?"
"I don't know," I roared. "Let's get inside." We charged inside the temple. Julian was too big to fit, so he remained outside the temple with the other large familiars, turning their backs to the wind. The inner hall of the temple was packed with only torches to light the way. Task Force members and resistance fighters clung to each other, screaming as the ground trembled beneath us. Small stones fell from the temple walls, though the building more or less held strong. I thought about our tribe. There were thousands of people still in Kinpago, civilians, children. How is the city holding up against this onslaught? Would it still be standing after this was over? Chief Kawak and the other Anachi had made it inside the temple, but they appeared as bewildered as the rest of us. The only magic that seemed to work anymore was Anachi. Luana and Sierra rushed from person to person, healing all without discrimination. Sophia and Essis went to help, and I watched as Sophia's healing magic mended the broken leg of an alicorn nearby. Their powers worked, but it was obvious all other elemental magic was gone. The rest of us were useless. Imogen and I stared hopelessly at each other. My eyes searched the temple until I sought out Maddie. She was pressed against the wall with Drew, who was holding her. Drew had a hooded expression, like he was simply waiting to die. Maddie appeared to be having a panic attack, shaking in Drew's arms while tears ran from her eyes. Ace lay at their feet, his paws over his eyes, while Irikari drooped her head and crooned sadly. They acted like they were at a funeral, not hiding from a storm. I ran toward them. Imogen and Jonah followed. I grabbed Sophia just as she had finished healing a fallen dove and hauled her over. We came to a stop as Maddie lifted her defeated gaze to meet us. "Maddie, what's happening?" I cried over the raging winds battering the outside of the temple. "When will this end?"
"It's not going to end, Liam."
Her foreboding tone caused a shiver to race across my spine. "What do you mean? It has to end. This is madness." Maddie closed her eyes and quivered.
"Nature demands a balance. When that balance is upset, nature will do something to correct itself, even if it requires the death of a species."
Jonah gave a strangled sound. Imogen gasped, and Sophia went utterly pale. "No," I protested. "That can't be what this is."
"Since we were children, we were told that an elementai's power must be regulated, that it remains in control," Maddie said. "There's a reason why elementai aren't supposed to mess with the weather. It's because of situations like this. Do you think you can cause a hurricane in Northern California and it won't ruin our ecosystem? We're not just playing with elements now. We're playing God."
Maddie cast her gaze upward.
"But the battle caused us to lose our heads. We used our elements without regulation, without thought. We used our powers to hurt each other instead of for the greater good, and now nature is stopping us before we kill the earth. We've caused an ecological catastrophe, and now that it's been let out of the box, there's no stopping it or putting it back."
"There must be something," Jonah pleaded.
"Don't you understand?" Maddie yelled. "We fucked up the climate, our atmosphere during this battle. We fucked up everything. Now, to save itself, the Earth is going to deal with the damage. by getting rid of us.
The pieces of the prophecy clicked into place as the storm outside echoed our doom. This is what Maddie had foreseen, what Shawana had foretold, the extinction of the Hawkeye, forever. And it was at our own hands. We'd run out of options. With the elements refusing to bend to our magic, we couldn't stop the storm. It'd continue to rage until it killed all of us, without mercy.
I told you all that us winning this war would be worse than us losing,
Maddie said in a finite whisper.
You didn't want to listen.
Maddie was right. This was the end. With no way to stop the weather and no other options left, we had to accept our fate. There wasn't anything left to do but wait to die.
Chapter 24, Sophia. I thought the war was over, but as the ground shook beneath our feet, I realized we'd been fighting more than Oleander all along. Our elements were meant to be in balance, to be unified, and we'd defied our very nature. Now nature was fighting back. Jonah turned from Maddie and squatted. He fisted his hands into his hair, curling into a ball. He rocked back and forth in a way that twisted my chest into knots. I knew tight spaces terrified him, and with so many people in here, we were cramped. With the elements raging outside, there was no escape.
"Jonah!"
Jake cried, kneeling at his side. He ran a comforting hand down Jonah's back.
"Let's move. We'll find an open room with more space." "I'm not scared of the goddamn temple!"
Jonah roared. He dropped his hands from his hair and his face turned red.
"Don't you see? What's happening out there is my fault. The whole reject team."
The accusation was like a knife to the gut. But it was true. If Liam, Jonah, Imogen, and I hadn't won the Elemental Cup, if Liam and I hadn't gone to trial, this war never would have happened. The prophecy mentioned me because I was the one to set off a string of events that led to the Hawkeye's demise. When the tribe divides in two and war has begun, the Hawkeye have reached the point of no return. Smoke will blaze through the sky and signify the Hawkeye's extinction. Maybe the airpiece had never been referring to the Battle of Orenda Academy like we thought. Maybe it was referring to this battle, the sign of our extinction. "That's not true," Imogen argued with Jonah, but I wasn't sure she believed it. Liam reached out for me, and the two of us held each other tight. My hand shook in his. All hope was gone. Liam shook.
"Jonah's right. Everyone's going to die because of us."
"We'll get out of this," Imogen protested. "We always do. That's what the reject team does." Jonah shook his head.
"Not this time, Im. Look around you."
Jonah gestured around the temple. Task Force and Resistance members alike had collapsed in exhaustion. They just sat there watching the temple shake, waiting for the elements to claim them.
"Without our elements, we're done for!"
Jonah cried. My heart hammered wildly. I wanted to agree with Jonah. Logic told me there was no way out of this, that we'd done all we could. But deep within my chest, a fire continued to burn. It swelled until I couldn't ignore it. Something about this battle had left me unsettled, but I couldn't put my finger on it. There had to be a way to save everybody. Luana had seen the distress on Jonah's face and came over. "It's going to be all right," she signed.
"We're all going to die,"
Jonah said weakly as he signed back. "Why is death something to fear?" Luana questioned. "It is not the end. We'll be with our ancestors in the ancestral lands. Is that not the goal of this life? Life on Earth will go on without the Hawkeye. The Earth will be healed once we are gone. Nausea rolled around in my gut. Luana was trying to soothe us, to ease the impact of what was going on. But I refused to believe her. There was more to this life than just living and dying. We had a purpose, all of us. And the ancestors had chosen me to preserve that purpose. Had I failed them? Had I failed everyone? Essis' eyes darted toward the doorway. A huge boom sounded outside as thunder cracked above. Essis tugged on his ears, then jumped off of my shoulder. "Essis!" I cried. He ran across the temple, bounding over people and their familiars. I abandoned my friends and followed after him as he raced toward the entrance. My blood chilled. For a moment, I thought he was so disoriented he was going to run outside. Instead, he skidded to a halt at the entrance and just watched down the long hall. Rain whipped by the entrance, and air whooshed past us. The sound of thunder and rumbling earth was practically deafening. I stopped beside him and bent to scoop him up, my heart hammering. "Essis, no!" I scolded. "We have to stay away from the door. The storm could kill us." Essis squealed and tried to jump out of my arms again, but I held him close to my chest. "Essis, stop!" My familiar managed to squeeze himself out of my arms. He went tumbling toward the floor and reached upward, scratching me across the arm. His tiny little paws swiped across the compass on my belt, making it clink against my armor. I stopped dead in my tracks. Essis righted himself and looked up to me. My gaze flickered from him to the compass. It was the one Haloki had given me before my wedding. The item she said would always guide me onward in the right direction. I'd nearly forgotten I'd brought it into battle. "You want me to use it?" I asked him. Essis nodded. I wasn't sure what good it would do, considering it hadn't worked for me in the past. To be honest, I wasn't even sure why I'd brought it along. For good luck, I guess. But when Essis suggested I use it, my heart finally slowed. My fingers trembled against the fastenings as I untied it from my belt, but everything else around me seemed to quiet. The thunder overhead and the wind whistling through cracks in the temple barely registered. I knelt beside Essis and held the compass up in my palm. Closing my eyes, I opened the hinge and whispered a prayer to the ancestors. "Please, ancestors, show us how to save the tribe." I opened my eyes, and the spinning needle slowed until it came to a stop. It pointed directly in front of me. There was nothing there except for Essis. My breath halted in my chest. Before I could process what the compass was trying to tell me, Essis chittered and jumped forward. He bounced onto my knee, then jumped on my shoulder. He thrust his little paws beneath the collar of my armor and dragged out the spirit totem. He waved it in my face, and the ice in my belly seemed to melt. I knew now what had left me unsettled on the battlefield. The Azaimperiai hadn't worked, yet I was supposed to use it to end this war. The ancestors kept saying I needed to start asking the right questions. I thought I knew what questions to ask. How could we win the war against Oleander? But the Azaimperiai was never designed to win any war. It was as my grandparents had said. Wars only brought destruction, and the Azaimperiai was a tool for healing. The real question was not how to destroy Oleander, but how to heal the tribe. The air piece wasn't the last piece. The Hawkeye would not see extinction if I had anything to say about it, and I did. All I had to do was accept my fate the ancestors had written for me long ago. The soul piece ran through my mind. Should the Coigny child accept her fate, an innocent soul must be freely given. The tribe will be reborn with the Chosen One's greatest sacrifice. Saving the Hawkeye was never going to happen through destruction and war. I knew that now. We could only heal through means of selfless love. Gravity fell upon me as the entire weight of the universe settled upon my shoulders. The very air was sucked out of my lungs, leaving me suffocating. I knew what I had to do now. I knew how to save the tribe. The knots in my chest eased, but tears filled my eyes. "Is it the only way?" I whispered to Essus. His blue eyes sparkled with tears, and he dropped his head. His tiny chin bobbed up and down in confirmation. What I was being asked to do was unthinkable. But it was the only way for the Hawkeye to survive. I didn't have to do it. Shoana had assured me many times that I had a choice. But by the Great Spirit, I would not bring any further destruction upon my people. I would be the chosen one I was always meant to be. I drew myself upright and pushed my shoulders back. I had to be brave for the Hawkeye. Earth, water, fire, and air, gifted to us by the breath of a prayer. The tune of the Hawkeye's song drifted through the temple as resistance members and task force alike joined in. I'd heard so many versions of the song before. This time, though, nobody argued about the lyrics. They just sang in unison. I moved in what felt like slow motion as the song carried me back to my friends. Everywhere I looked, tears were streaming down people's faces. Familiars reared their heads in agony, and Elementai clutched one another. The reject team was huddled together, weeping. Cade held on to Imogen, and Luana was wrapped in Sam's arms.
It seems symbolic, you know,
Jonah wept.
dying on Ancestors' Day. It's the anniversary of when they gifted us our powers, and now we've lost them. Lost everything.
Liam's eyes were fixed on mine, like he'd been watching me the whole time.
Pawi, what is it?
He reached out to take my hand. When I touched him, an electric shock went up my arm. It killed me to think of what I was about to do. I didn't think Liam would let me go through it, and yet I wanted him. No, needed him to be there with me. "I know what we have to do," I said, my voice thin. Imogen wiped her eyes. "You have a plan?" I nodded confidently. "The prophecy isn't over. We must finish this before it's too late." Nuana's knees shook, but she was the quickest to ask, "What do we do?" I took a deep breath. "Follow me." My friends didn't question me. They just followed. My gaze traveled over faces as we made our way to a nearby tunnel. I could hardly make them out behind the tears, but it brought comfort to my heart to know I had one last chance to save them all. Soon, our small group moving through the temple caught the attention of others. Doya and Bane quickly rushed over, followed by Amelia and Trace. Wyatt and Mia were holding each other next to Vanessa and Bren. The four of them saw us leaving the main room and followed too. Chief Kawak knitted his brow and came over to speak with Jake. His companion prowled at his side. Though Jake didn't have an answer for the chief, he followed us. Maddie had gone to comfort Haloki and Stevie. They, along with Drew, were the last to join us. I could hear them in the back asking what was going on, but nobody really knew, and they didn't answer. The Hawkeye's song echoed through the tunnels as over a dozen elementai and familiars wove through the temple and climbed toward the highest point of the pyramid. None of the obstacles that had been in our way the last time had been reset, so we were met with no resistance. It was as if the ancestors themselves were welcoming us to our final trial. The song of the Hawkeye faded into the distance, but our footsteps continued like drum beats. They were not the beats of battle, as I'd grown so accustomed to over the last few days. They were sad and melancholy, like we were marching to the beat of a funeral procession. It felt frighteningly appropriate. We reached the highest point of the temple. Nothing but a door separated us from the summoning room, where I had spoken with Shawana 2 years ago. I pushed at the door, but it wouldn't budge. The wind was so strong it was forcing it closed. Liam came beside me and pressed his shoulder against the door to help.
Paui?
He asked.
What's going on?
I opened my mouth to tell him, but I choked up. Just trust me, okay? Liam didn't question it. He trusted me wholeheartedly. Imogen and Jonah stepped up beside us, and together, the 4 of us thrust the door open. I stumbled out onto the highest platform of the temple. It was covered by a roof, but there were no walls, only columns carved in the shapes of familiars. Cold air whipped through the summoning room, chilling me to the bone. Essis clung tightly to my shoulder to keep from being thrown off. From this vantage point, we should have been able to see for miles, but the clouds were so thick and the rain came down in sheets. I knew the sun must have been rising, but it looked dark as night. The only light came from fires raging near the beach, and bolts of lightning sizzling through the sky every few seconds. Thunder cracked overhead, and though we were high up, I could still feel the earth shaking beneath our feet. The summoning room looked as I remembered it. There was a huge offering table in the center, which sat below a carved hole in the ceiling meant for channeling magic. Rain poured in through the opening, spilling across the ceremony table. I stepped up to the table. A faded blood stain remained from my last summoning. Everyone else gathered around, shivering. I saw anger, fear, and sadness written across each of their faces. As if their emotions were my own, every ounce of regret permeated deep into my bones. Imogen wrapped her arms around her middle, and her hair flew in wild waves around her head. Sassy was curled around her leg. "Sophia, what's going on?" she asked over the roar of the wind. Rocks settled in my gut. I tried to force out an explanation, but it felt like I was choking on my words. I might as well have been swallowing needles as pain entered my throat. If I told them, they'd try to stop me, and there was no time for negotiations. But they had to know what I was about to do. It was too painful a burden to bear on my own. "I know what the prophecy means now," I told them. "I know what sacrifice has to be made." Liam's face paled. I could hardly hear him over the roar of the wind.
What do you mean? I thought Ava was the sacrifice the ancestors needed. She's not here.
"It was never her," I replied, trembling. "Ava would be a sacrifice I could not bear, but she was never meant to be the ultimate sacrifice the prophecy speaks of." Haloki was the first to catch on. "The ultimate sacrifice? Sophia, you don't mean—" "I have to!" I cried. My jaw tightened, and I could hardly draw in a breath. "It's the only way to end this!" Liam stepped forward, his eyebrows knitted in fury.
"This war ends in death. We all die now. That's how it has to be, because I'm not letting you give yourself up."
"I'm not—" I started to say, but a sob broke in my chest. I threw my hand over my mouth as the agonizing cries escaped involuntarily. If I meant to give myself up, it'd be easy. I was ready to lay down my life for the Hawkeye, as so many of my fellow Elementai had done before me. But this was like having my guts removed with a rusty fork while I watched. Tears streamed down my face. I'm not giving myself up, I managed to choke out.
Then what?
Liam's face fell. All the blood drained from it as I reached up to take Essus off my shoulder. I cradled him in my arms. I swore Liam was about to pass out. I personally didn't know how I'd remained standing this long. Realization crossed Liam's face. The ancestors asked for an innocent soul, I said, my voice cracking. My tears dropped into Essus' fur. He was surprisingly calm in my arms, but I shook like I was being rocked by a typhoon. They're asking for Essus.
No!
Liam wailed, his cries cutting through the storm. Sassy growled and tried to leap forward, but Imogen yanked her backward and clung to her fur. It took Jonah, Jake, and Cade to all hold Squeaks back. Liam rushed over to me and tried to grab Essus from my arms. I turned away from him, though I really wanted to let him take Essus far away from here, to make the choice easy for me.
Sophia, you can't!
Liam protested. Doya and Bane were equally furious.
If you sacrifice your familiar, you sacrifice yourself, Doya barked. You can't do that, Bane yelled.
I have to, I screamed. My knees trembled beneath me. I'll die either way. This way the Hawkeye will live on. Amelia's nostrils flared. You don't even know if this will work. And so I shouldn't try, I growled. The elements are going to kill us. All of us. Then we die together, Luana signed. No, I yelled at them. You will all live on. You will restore the Hawkeye. The Anichi will be welcomed back. Vanessa stepped forward, raging. Sophia, as your chief, I forbid you to do this. You can't do that, I cried. You must understand, I'm doing this to save the Hawkeye. This is our last chance. Maddie, tell them. All eyes turned to Maddie. She had both hands over her mouth and her eyes were bloodshot with tears. Slowly, she lowered her hands and nodded. I never saw this, she sobbed, biting down hard on her lower lip. Maddie looked on the verge of a breakdown, and I didn't know how much longer she could stand to watch. But Sophia's right. This is what the prophecy meant. This is what the ancestors wanted.
That's absurd, Liam shouted. How could they ask such a thing?
I don't know, I screamed, harsher than I meant. To be honest, I hadn't figured out why the ancestors wanted me either, but I knew that it had to be done. All I know is this is how we save our people.
Essus can't be the one. He's not innocent, Liam argued. He's killed others.
Only to protect me, I reminded him. I knew Liam was only saying it to convince me to reconsider, but I didn't. I knew Essus was the innocent soul the prophecy spoke of. There was no doubt in my mind. Essus wasn't a child anymore. He'd seen far too much and knew how cruel this world could be. He wasn't innocent in the ways he used to be. There'd been a time when his innocence was so pure that he didn't understand the permanence of death. I think I understood now why it took him so long to figure it out. It was because Essus' own death would not be an end, but a beginning. His death was meant to usher in an era of healing. And though he'd learned that not all deaths were the same, Essus continued to embody innocence and purity. He never acted out of selfishness. He didn't seek vengeance or thirst for revenge. He was a protector through and through, filled only with love. Whereas I was the part of our soul that reacted in fear and retaliated with fire, Essus was the part that put love first and knew healing was the answer to conflict. He was everything good the tribe had lost. and he would bring it back to them. Ancestors, Imogen breathed, like she'd just realized something. As his tarot card reading, he got the world. He was always going to be the one to save it. Liam barely seemed to hear her.
You don't know what you're getting yourself into, Pawi. You don't realize the kind of pain you're bringing upon yourself.
He placed a hand on my shoulder, but I shrugged him off. It is a pain I will welcome. We are chiefs. We are elders. We must do everything to save our people, or we are nothing. My chest heaved in sobs, but I continued. I need you, Liam. I need you to let me do this, to support me. Otherwise, this war was all for nothing.
I won't let you become a martyr, Sophia,
he said with firm conviction. Better to be a martyr to save my people than to let them perish, I argued. Liam, you want to know why you're still alive? Why you didn't die with Neshoma? It's because we all have a purpose here on this earth. The ancestors brought us together because I needed you in this war. I need you now, because I can't do this on my own. Tears poured from my eyes like a broken dam. The thought of giving up Essus, no matter if it saved thousands of people, was unbearable. Sobs rocked my entire body, sending a chill from my head to my toes. I couldn't see through the tears. All I could do was break down into uncontrollable sobs. I felt Liam come up behind me and place an arm around my shoulder, but it barely registered. It was Essus' paws stroking my arm that were the true comfort.
I'm here,
Liam whispered in my ear.
I'm here, Pawi. Tell me what we have to do.
I didn't know what I'd said to change Liam's mind, but I must have convinced him. My husband was ready to fight for me, no matter what I asked. The weight on my chest eased slightly. My breath wavered. I don't know exactly. Essus, what do we do? Essus' ears drooped, but he blinked up at me like he was content, like he was ready for this. Essus reached out and his paw touched the side of my face. When it did, the chill left my body and I was filled with a peaceful warmth, like healing soul magic.
It will be okay, Sophia.
A voice rang in my mind. It was a young male voice, soft and smooth like a song. My jaw hung slack in disbelief. Essus was speaking to me. My sobs grew, and I threw a hand over my mouth, but ended up biting down on my knuckles to calm my breath. The sound of his voice was so bittersweet, I could melt right then and there. He'd never spoken to me before. But now his voice was coming to me at the time of our greatest need, sealing our bond forever.
You have nothing to fear,
Essus explained.
I have always known this was how it would end. It is why the ancestors led me to you. Why we bonded.
What? I gaped.
I knew I would have to leave you one day. That's why I pushed you and Liam together. I wanted to leave you with someone who could understand what this was like, so you could help each other.
Essus' eyes blinked innocently. Wait, I said aloud. Everyone else must have noticed Essus and I were communicating because they all just froze and watched. No one tried to interfere. I'm not going with you? Essus shook his head, and his big blue eyes glittered like stars.
You have the power of the sun to sustain your life energy. You and Liam will be each other's souls now.
But why me? I asked in a broken voice. Why do I have to give you up? Essus stared at me for a long time.
The ancestors chose you for many reasons, Sophia. Your energy blood makes you unique to bond with a creature like me. And it is only I, a bonded Anachi creature, that can complete what needs to be done.
What about Luana's family? I protested. She's bonded too. Essus shook his head.
She has a calling of her own, and you know as well as I that she'd never give up her familiar. You were chosen because you are willing to give up your own soul to save others. This is what the ancestors ask, for the Hawkeye to prove they have changed. And that change comes through you.
I don't want to, I wailed through shallow breaths. I don't want you to leave, Essus. Essus stroked my cheek, wiping the tears away.
Fear not, Sophia, for I will not be far. I am your soul, and I will always be with you.
I stared into Essus' eyes as if waiting for something. What I was waiting for, I wasn't sure. Perhaps for him to tell me it didn't have to be this way, for him to offer up another solution. But it never came.
It is time, Sophia,
Essus said.
You must let me go.
I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and wrapped one hand around the spirit totem. I hesitated for only a moment, unable to fathom what I was about to do. But with another deep breath, I took the terrifying plunge. Ancestors, I know what needs to happen now, I whispered. Please, help us heal the tribe. As I spoke the words, the surrounding wind stilled. The storm continued to rage on outside. Rain whipped behind the pillars and thunder cracked loudly. The sound of breaking earth and falling trees could be heard in the distance. But here, in the summoning room, it was like a switch had been flipped. The wind was calm and the rain had stopped pouring in through the opening in the ceiling. It was like we were in the eye of the storm. Barely a second passed. Then a blinding white light lit up the entire summoning room. At first I thought it was a crack of lightning, but it lasted far too long. I shielded my eyes a moment before lowering my hand. A beam of light shone down from the sky. It was a mere foot across and came down through the hole in the ceiling, shining onto the offering table. It was like a beacon. Magic sent straight from the ancestors. I knew it was meant for Essus. I didn't let him go right away. Instead, I pulled him closer to my chest. I took a deep breath to control my voice, but my words came out in broken sobs. Essus, you've been here for me since the very beginning. Ever since I came to Kinpago. You were there for me when I got sick, to brush my hair and comfort me. You were by my side in every class and helped me through every study session. You must have gifted me 1,000 shiny rocks by now. Without you, we never would have made it through the elemental cup. You stood beside Liam and I when we went to trial. When the war started, you fought beside me in every battle. When I almost died giving birth to Ava Marie, you were there to save me. Essus' eyes connected with mine and never faltered. My breath wavered, but my tone became even. I needed you back then because I didn't know who I was or where to call home. Kinpago became my home, and then Hokavale. I used to think home was a place, but it never was. Home was wherever you were, because when you're there, everything feels calm and peaceful. I feel like, together, we can conquer anything. I sniffled. You taught me the power of healing, Essus. Not just with Anichi magic, but for myself and my family. You mean the world to me. Letting you go is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. My arms shook as violent sobs rocked my shoulders. Though Essus was calm, his body trembled in my arms. I pulled him closer to me and shoved my nose into his fur. Letting my familiar go was torture unlike I'd ever experienced before. Nothing could measure up to this. Not watching my loved ones be mutilated in front of me, not coming inches from death in childbirth, not thinking Liam had died on the hose-hoe, not even sending Ava Marie away. It could all happen 100 times over, and it wouldn't be as painful as letting Essus go. The earth might as well have opened up right then and swallowed me whole, because it felt as if a pride of manticores were dragging me to the depths of Aya Nokshan. It was torturous. And yet, I welcomed the torture. I couldn't explain how my fire seemed to sear me from the inside out, and yet my spirit soothed me. My elements raged war, and for the first time, my spirit won. Saving the tribe was bigger than me, bigger than Essus, and so I would do as Essus asked and ensure the Hawkeye survived. A sense of clarity overcame me, and for the first time I truly understood what Shoana had been training me for. It was this moment. Had she told me before what had to be done, I never would have agreed to it. I'd have run halfway around the world with Essus to save him from his demise, because I never would have been able to withstand the grief. It would have been selfish of me. But I knew grief now like I knew my elements. I knew that it was a necessary part of life, that it kept us going and inspired us to do better, to be better. Shoana had trained me to understand my grief and learn how to navigate it, even become comfortable with it. I knew now there was no way the Hawkeye were walking away from this grief-filled war, the same tribe we started as. Shoana had been right. This war had doomed the Hawkeye to extinction. But that was the old tribe. With Essus' sacrifice, we would rise as a new tribe. Fractures cracked within my heart until I couldn't hold it together any longer. I set Essus on the offering table, and my heart crumbled into 1,000,000 tiny pieces. He looked hopefully at the pillar of light, then turned to face me one last time.
"Goodbye, Sophia,"
he said. Tears rained down my face. "I love you, Essus." All around me, the sound of sobs grew. My friends and family wept for my familiar. But there was only one person who truly knew how heart-wrenchingly painful this was. Liam wrapped an arm tightly around me, and I felt his body tremble against mine. Essus turned away and slowly stepped toward the beam of light. I wanted to reach out for him, to yank him back into my arms, but I couldn't. We were out of time. "Essus!" I cried. My voice echoed across the temple. The storm seemed to pick up my voice and carry it through the clouds, my familiar's name echoing all across the Hawkeye's land. It was the saddest sound I'd ever heard. Essus took another step, and I couldn't hold myself upright any longer. My knees buckled, and I dropped to the floor, clutching the edge of the offering table. Liam knelt beside me, holding me close as I cried. I wasn't sure I could watch what was about to happen, but I couldn't tear my gaze away either. Essus stopped at the edge of the light and tilted his gaze up at it. The confidence in his stance was undeniable. Essus was ready for this. He always had been. He was not just my protector, but the protector of the entire tribe. He welcomed his calling with bravery I dearly admired. Essus stepped into the beam of light. A mere moment passed. Then his body wavered, and he slowly collapsed into a heap on the offering table. Though I knew it was coming, I couldn't believe my eyes. My heart hammered wildly as the agony consumed me. But at the same time, it felt as if time stood still. Essus' chest did not rise and fall, and his tail didn't twitch. He just lay there, in the beam of light, lifeless. No matter how much I tried to breathe in, the air wouldn't come. I'd wondered so many times what it was like to lose your familiar, as I'd tried to understand what Liam had gone through when Neshoma died. None of the scenarios in my head came anywhere close. Watching your familiar die wasn't just about the grief, which was agonizing enough in its own right. When your familiar died, you felt it, tearing you apart from the inside out. My soul was being ripped in half. One half was pulled onto the ethereal plane, and the other remained in the physical realm. There was no physical pain, but the emotional turmoil couldn't compare. The ancestors could have ripped me limb from limb with the powers of the elements, pulled my flesh straight off my bones while I watched, and it wouldn't have hurt this much. I understood how people died moments after their familiars. When your soul was ripped away from you, there wasn't any reason to keep going. As an elementai, you followed your familiar anywhere, even to death. A death with them was far preferable to a life without them. The only thing that kept me holding on in that moment, that kept me from just giving up and dying right then and there from sheer agony, was Liam's arms. Essis wanted me to stay, and I'd fight tooth and nail to honor his wishes. I still couldn't believe what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Essis was taken from me. My wails pierced my ears. I hardly recognized them as my own. I didn't realize what I was doing. I ripped myself from Liam's hold and scrambled on all fours onto the offering table. Cold rainwater seeped between the spaces in my armor, but I barely felt it. I crawled across the table until I reached Essis. I took his tiny little body in my arms and curled him close to me. His cold, limp form was confirmation he was dead. I couldn't wrap my head around how fast it had happened. Essis' body stirred in my arms. I yanked away, holding my breath. Had he come back to me? Essis wasn't moving at all, I realized. Tendrils of ancestral light twisted around his form, pulling his body away from me. My jaw dropped. The light was warm and reassuring, as if promising Essis would be okay in the hands of the ancestors. The light cradled Essis and carried him out of my arms. It tore me to pieces, but I let him go. I couldn't take my eyes off the magnificent scene in front of me. Essis' body returned to the pillar of light, but he hovered midair, as if attached to a harness. His tail swayed limply, and his big ears drooped at the side of his face. Though he was gone, his features seemed peaceful. Little beams of light began to emit from his fur, like miniature stars gathering around every inch of his form. The light beams glittered, but soon became so bright I couldn't continue watching. I shielded my eyes as the light grew in intensity, filling the temple with blinding whiteness. Whoosh! A blast of warm air swept across the temple, blowing my hair all around my face. My heartbeat pulsed in my ears. The light faded enough that I could open my eyes again. I went speechless when I saw what had appeared. The beam of light was gone, along with Essis' body. Instead, 1,000,000 tiny little stars had burst outward, lighting the temple like the night sky. It seemed like someone had projected an image of a galaxy across the room, except the drops of starlight looked solid. The stars were visible from every angle and swirled around us all like a kaleidoscope. Sassy batted at one of the bits of light and it rolled through the air. Nobody spoke as we took in the light display. I wanted to ask what it meant, but by the look of wonder on everyone's faces, I didn't think they knew. all around me. The little drops of light began to swirl faster, until they came to rest on my skin. The comforting warmth of spirit filled me like an embrace. And it was in that moment that I realized what the starry lights were. They were S's. I gasped, and the lights jumped off my skin and swirled above me. They came together to form a miniature galaxy, shifting into the form of a Kerbal. S's spirit drifted down from above until he was standing on the offering table in front of me. He wasn't solid anymore, but he wasn't like the watercolor spirits I'd met. His outline was black, barely visible, behind the layers of sparkling stars. His entire spirit twinkled like he was made of galaxies. It hit me. Essis was made of starlight. Essis, you're a star beast, I cried. Liam had told me about star beasts only days ago. They were Anichi creatures made of starlight. They bonded to spirit warriors and could influence the cosmos. Essis nodded his sparkling head.
It is why you were chosen, Sophia. Only a star beast has the power to save the tribe.
I didn't think that I could cry anymore, but tears rolled faster down my cheeks. I wasn't sad for Essis. I was proud. Essis, you're amazing, I told him. Essis reached out to me. Though he was merely spirit, I could feel the warmth of his paw on my hand. His big eyes sparkled up at me.
Not as amazing as you are, Sophia. You have made incredible sacrifices in this war. You were always there for me. And now I offer you a gift of gratitude.
Essis raised his hands. I didn't know what to expect, but I was surprised when beams of light shone down through the opening in the ceiling, as if Essis was creating some sort of spell. The sound of flutes began to play, and I quickly realized it wasn't a spell at all. It was a summoning. Each beam of light transformed into a different animal. There must have been over a dozen. I noticed the one straight in front of me first. It was a wolf. Nashoma. He bowed his head lightly to Liam in a way that was both affectionate and respectful. Overcome by emotion and still on his knees, my husband began to sob. Next came a second Kerbal. It was bigger than Essis and had huge horns. The Kerbal shifted into the form of a woman with a long braid down her back. Shawana Harjo. Tears beaded in my eyes once more. My jaw hung slack, and my eyes darted around the room at the other spirits. An eagle shifted into the shape of a tall man that reminded me of Liam. I didn't have to ask to know it was his grandfather. On one side of him, a huge bear shifted, and I recognized Luanu. A thunderbird flew in an arc above our heads, then landed beside Liam's forefathers. The thunderbird shrank and became a young man. Ezra. He stopped in front of Stevie, and though he didn't speak, the two shared a heart-wrenching gaze that was both melancholy and filled with love. Stevie had gone speechless, though sobs rocked her chest. She looked like she wanted to say something, but she couldn't manage. Maddie squeezed her hand tightly, and Stevie dashed away tears. I choked up when Ezra reached out and pressed a spirit hand to Stevie's stomach. Stevie lost it at the gesture. "I love you, Ezra!" she cried. Haloki's sobs echoed through the summoning room as she took in her husband and son. Maddie cried, and Liam completely broke down. Ezra turned from Stevie and gave Liam a comforting smile as the two brothers faced each other for the final time. My breath stalled as more and more creatures came down from the heavens. As each one appeared, the sound of flutes intensified. A ram and a cat became my grandparents, while a basilisk and keyrin shifted to reveal the faces of Lindsay and Miranda. A peacock landed beside them, becoming Perot. It was so painful to observe the figures of all those we had lost, and yet it was soothing. Wails mixed with sounds of awe filled the summoning room as more and more of our ancestors came down to greet us. They formed a circle around the outer edge of the room, surrounding us. I caught a glimpse of my friends. Liam's eyes darted from spirit to spirit, but they kept going back to Neshoma. Imogen, Cade, Jonah, and Jake were all watching the spirits in awe. Even Squeaks had backed down to take in the magnificent sight. Amelia and Trace held each other, as did Wyatt and Mia. Vanessa and Bren were both calm, while Maddie's features softened as Drew held her. Bane and Doya wept in each other's arms, which I'd never witnessed before. Chief Kawak stared slack-jawed. I wasn't sure he'd ever seen an ancestral spirit in his life, but his eyes were locked on a white-haired woman, Luana's mother. Luana reached her hand upward, and a killer whale swimming through the air touched its belly on her fingers. Her eyes sparkled as she felt the spirit pass through her. The killer whale landed and shifted into the form of Madame Wells. Beside her, a giant dragon became Head Dean Alric, who reached out and took Perot's hand in his. A hydra and a unicorn flew down from the heavens beside each other. For a second, I forgot who they might be, until they shifted and I saw they were Professor Costas and Professor Fawn, the two professors who'd been murdered in the riots. Next came an Arctic fox and a gray fox. I didn't know whose ancestors they were, as I'd never seen anyone with those familiars before. Both foxes swooped down and circled around Sassy. She yipped and batted at them playfully. The foxes ducked away from her, and the sound of their playful barks filled the summoning room. They ran over to Maxwell, Trace's familiar, and circled him as well. When they reached the outer edge of the room and took their spot beside the other ancestors, they shifted, and the wind was knocked out of me. It was Soren and Roland, Imogen's brothers. Imogen and Trace both let out sounds of grief and welcoming. The ancestors continued to flood down from the skies for a final goodbye. A hound shifted into Vanderbilt, and a stallion became Professor Chaveo. A hummingbird tweeted as it flew beside a scorpion. The two landed beside each other and shifted into the form of Luca and Miss Evangeline. I was so overwhelmed. I threw my hands over my mouth. I couldn't believe this was real. Finally, a wyvern, a firebird, a hound, and a griffin flew into the room and swirled around me. I knew, without watching them transform, that they were my spirit guides. Warmth filled my chest as they landed and completed the circle. For a moment, I thought that was all the ancestors that would appear. But to my surprise, another beam of light appeared. At first, I couldn't make it out. The soul was blindingly bright and beautiful. But I managed to keep my eyes on it. As it drifted down from above, the light faded, until I made out the shape of a tiny elopy. It landed in front of me on the offering table and tilted its head as if studying me, though it wouldn't look me directly in the eyes. There was something about its features that reminded me of someone I once knew. I couldn't put my finger on it until the elopy shifted and grew to the shape of a young boy. I gasped, but the air caught in my chest. Soul magic swirled in my belly, mixed with the heavy pain of loss. He stepped forward and knelt beside me, and though I wanted to say something, I couldn't find the words. I could only cry. "Adriel?" I managed to choke out. Adriel dropped his head, then reached out and placed his spirit hand on mine. "Sophia, he whispered back. I missed you. The flute music swelled, reaching a peak and playing a tune of pure bliss. I totally lost it. Tears streamed down my cheeks, though I didn't know it was possible to cry anymore. My whole body shook, but it wasn't out of fear. The spirit magic all around me built within my soul, filling me up with so much love and reassurance. I'd never felt so comforted in all my life. It was then I knew with unwavering certainty that everything was going to be okay. Shawana stood beside Neshoma on the offering table. She stepped forward and crossed her hands in front of her. You've done well, my child. Relief washed through me, but I couldn't stop the tears from coming. You were right all along, I cried. I really did have the answers within me. Shawana nodded. You chose well, Sophia. I could not be prouder of you. I swallowed. The storm continued raging outside, and though I was thrilled to see all my loved ones here, I knew there was work to be done. What happens now? Shawana stepped aside and gestured to Essus. That is up to you. Essus drew his shoulders back and puffed his chest out. With the slightest of smiles on his face, he walked over to Neshoma. The wolf bowed, and Essus climbed onto his back. He tangled his paws into Neshoma's fur and kicked his sides to guide him forward. Neshoma stepped closer to me, but I was not his target. Instead, he turned to Liam. Liam was only a few feet behind me. He'd gone absolutely speechless, staring at his familiar like he couldn't believe his eyes.
Neshoma,
Liam breathed. He opened his mouth to say more, but he couldn't get the words out. Neshoma simply nodded, like he seemed to understand Liam's unspoken words.
I have always been here, Liam,
Neshoma said, for all to hear.
Your heart was not always open to hear me. Now that it is, you can rest assured you will hear me always. Remember, we will be together again.
Neshoma's head turned to observe everyone in the summoning room.
All of us.
Tears leaked from Liam's eyes. He reached forward and Neshoma bowed his head. Liam's palm pressed into the air where Neshoma was standing. Though Liam couldn't touch Neshoma's spirit physically, I saw him shudder, like he felt something pass through his body. The temple shook violently, and Liam fell to the side as he was knocked off his feet. I grabbed onto the edge of the offering table so I wouldn't fall over. My friends yelled and held each other to stay upright. Essus' ears perked up. There is no more time! We must act now! No one had a chance to respond as the temple continued to shake. Essus raised his hands to the sky. From out of the clouds drifted all different types of creatures. At first, I thought they were more ancestors, but they did not glow with spirit. Instead, they were formed from an inky black color and glittered with white light. As dragons, griffins, and unicorns galloped out of the sky, they left behind trails of black wisps. Star beasts. Essus had summoned his brothers and sisters, and he had become their commander. Pegasi, chimeras, and phoenixes circled through the sky, surrounding the temple with starlight. There were Kirin and hippocampi, along with hundreds of other creatures, all who appeared to be created from the night sky. Essus threw a fist into the air and let out a high-pitched battle cry. Neshoma lifted his chin and howled. Neshoma ran in a circle, then barked, as if sending a message to the ancestors. In turn, they each shifted back into their animal forms. Neshoma ran toward the edge of the room and leapt past the pillars. He floated in the sky, following the star beasts around the temple. The ancestors followed, until ancestral spirits and star beasts alike were swirling through the sky around us. Larger familiars who couldn't fit in the temple took to the skies to join them. I spotted Julian flying alongside Neshoma and Essis, looking proud. Aisha and Irakari were there too. I reached out for Liam, and we clung tight to each other as we watched the magnificent scene before us. The ancestors and star beasts moved as one unit. The sound of flutes returned, and the creatures began to sing along to the tune. The shaking earth calmed, and the howl of the wind died down. The rain became nothing more than a drizzle. Above us, the dark storm clouds thinned until they cleared completely from the skies. The scenery from up here was incredible. In the eastern sky, the sun was rising. To the west, we could still see the stars dotting the darkened sky.
Sophia!
Liam pointed to the north, and I gasped. In the last bits of night, we could see northern lights gracing the sky, following the path of the ancestors as they calmed the storm. Imogen and Jonah took hands, and they stepped toward us with their familiars. Imogen wrapped her arm around my waist on one side, and Jonah draped his arm over Liam's shoulder on the other. We stood there, watching the northern lights as they faded with the rising sun. Complete and utter peace overcame me. The storm calmed. Though we could still see fires below, trashed areas of forest, and crevices in the earth, it finally felt like it was all over. I could finally breathe again. We all could. Which was why I was surprised when Shoana appeared again. She stood in spirit form over the offering table, waiting for me. I bowed my head to her. "Is it over?" I asked, a little wary that there was still more to come. "There is one thing left to do," she said. I held my breath. "Years ago, the ancestors took away the Anachi's ability to bond, in order to protect them and their magic," Shoana said. "The ancestors agreed that only when the Hawkeye were united again would their power be restored. You, Sophia, have proven the Hawkeye have outgrown their hatred. You showed what you're willing to sacrifice for others, and the ancestors believe that the Hawkeye are ready for this change. And so, it is time for the power of healing to return to the tribe." Shoana lifted her hands, and the sky began to glow with spirit magic. It was so blinding that it shone brighter than the sun, creating a white sky that spanned as far as the eye could see. The sheet of spirit magic began to lower across the landscape, giving the appearance that the sky was coming down to crush us. But it didn't crush us at all. The sheet of spirit magic passed straight through us, as if blessing us with complete immersion in Anachi healing. All of my aches and scratches healed instantly, and Liam seemed to stand a little taller beside me. The spirit magic continued downward through the temple and toward the earth. I barely had a second to process it because my attention was stolen by the sight of Chief Kawak before me. While the spirit magic simply passed through everyone else, pieces of magic clung to the Anachi chief. His skin glowed bright white. He flipped his hands over and over, trying to make sense of what was going on. Beside him, his white jaguar companion glowed too. The ebbing blue lines through his fur glowed with such intensity it was almost blinding. Luana gasped and reached out for her father, as if she might be able to heal him, but he held up a hand to stop her.
"There is nothing to fear,"
Chief Kawak said as he signed to Luana.
"I have bonded, and I am finally whole."
A tear streaked his face, and the glowing Anachi magic finally dimmed. Luana stared at him a few moments, then threw her arms around his neck. The two embraced. When they drew away, Chief Kawak smiled, then lifted his palm and conjured an orb of light. "You have magic!" Luana signed enthusiastically. Chief Kawak couldn't contain himself. He threw his arms into the air and gleefully cried to the ancestors,
"The Anichi are free!"
Everyone in the room erupted into cheers of salvation and wonder. Where there was once grief, now there was celebration. The tribe had finally been saved.
"Ancestors!"
Jonah squeaked. He threw himself in front of me and placed a hand on either of my shoulders.
"You did it, Sophia! You fulfilled the prophecy! You restored glory to the greatest house!"
I'd gone breathless. I could hardly believe it was done. Before I could say anything, Jonah grabbed my face in his hands and planted a big, slobbery kiss right on my lips. "Ancestors, Jonah!" I cried as I wiped my lips.
"Did you really have to—"
Liam started. But Jonah cut him off by kissing him next.
"Blah! What the fuck?"
Liam coughed as Jonah pulled away.
"The tribe is saved!"
Jonah sang.
"The reject team made it!"
"Anichi's magic is back!" Imogen squealed. Jonah grabbed her around the waist and hoisted her up over his shoulder. He twirled her so fast she couldn't stop laughing. Imogen tried to smack his ass, but she couldn't reach. "Put me down!" Sassy barked, and she and Squeaks started dancing around the summoning room in celebration. Jonah caught sight of Jake and dropped Imogen on her ass. He rushed over to his husband and swept him into his arms. The two made out like they had a private room. Imogen sucked a breath and rubbed her butt. "Someone's excited." "He should be," I said. "I can't believe we did it." Imogen walked over and pulled me into a tight hug. "Did you ever doubt us?" I scrunched up my nose. "A little." Imogen swatted my shoulder. "Never again, you hear me? The reject team can do anything." I smiled. "Yeah, I guess we can." Imogen left to go celebrate with Cade, leaving Liam and I in private. Though we were in a room full of people, no one approached us, and it felt as if we were alone. It felt eerie to be totally alone with him. Neither of us were holding Ava Marie. Essis wasn't circling my legs or trying to jump in Liam's hair. Julian wasn't nudging Liam for his attention. It made me really sad. Liam reached up and pushed a strand of hair out of my face.
"You're very brave, Pawi. I never could have done what you did."
"But you did," I reminded him. "You just didn't have a choice when Nashoma died." Liam stared down at me in a way that made my heart flutter.
"Sometimes I wish I had the choice. But if I did, I never would have been around long enough to meet you."
I blinked back tears. "I love you, Liam. From the moon to the stars to the sun and back. If it weren't for you, I never could have made the decision. This has been really fucking hard. But I know everything's going to be okay because you're here." Liam wrapped his arms around me and placed a gentle kiss to the top of my head. I shuddered under his touch, but it was a good shudder.
"As long as the sun keeps chasing the moon through the sky, I will be here for you, Pawi."
My heart warmed. I tilted my head up, and Liam's lips swooped down to meet mine. Kissing him now was like the first time all over again. The coolness of his lips met my hot skin. Where fire and water shouldn't mix, they swirled together as one. Because we were one now. One soul, one being, one tribe. "You guys have to see this!" Amelia burst through the door to the summoning room. I hadn't even realized she'd left, but she was breathless like she'd raced all the way up here. I exchanged a glance with Liam, but Amelia's voice sounded pretty urgent. Everyone rushed to follow her downstairs, but Liam and I hesitated. The ancestral spirits and the star beasts had spread all across the landscape, many of them mere dots now. In the distance, I could see Julian flying with a group of dragons. I held my breath, hoping for one last glimpse of Essus. Liam paused too, as if he thought the same about his familiar. Just as I was about to give up and head inside the temple, Neshoma and Essus appeared. They came from above the temple and flew downward. Neshoma's spirit was transparent against the rising sun, and Essus' form glittered on his back. Neshoma gave a firm nod toward Liam. I was sure it meant something to Liam, though I wasn't sure what. Essus smiled proudly and offered one final wave. I waved back. Then Neshoma turned and he ran off with Essus toward the star beasts, disappearing into the morning sun. I didn't take my eyes off Essus until the last moment, when his glittering form eventually faded into dawn. Already I longed for his presence, but he had completed his destiny, and so had I. Liam wrapped an arm tight around my waist.
Come on, Pawi. We should go.
Though I hoped to see Essus again, I knew he wasn't coming back. He was already gone, on his way to the ancestral lands with Neshoma. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed for Liam's hand. We were the last to leave the summoning room, but when we did, we left in peace. Liam and I wove our way through tunnels back to the main entrance of the temple. As we got closer, we could make out the sounds of familiars and elementi alike. It was hard to tell what was going on, as each voice drowned out the next. At first, I thought there might be an argument. When we broke out of the tunnels and into the main cavern, however, I saw that the Hawkeye were celebrating. Anichi lights and shields were visible from every angle as elementi tested out their newfound abilities. Some of them clung to creatures in tight embraces, like they'd finally bonded with their familiars. Yapluma celebrated the end of the war by levitating themselves and doing flips in the air. Coigni shot huge flames into the air like fireworks, and Navita made leaves fall from vines like confetti. Toaqua drew water from the damp walls to create fountains in celebration. Glitter rained down from alicorns flying overhead. Elementi sang and familiars danced. Elementi flooded out of the temple to view the aftermath of the storm. Liam and I followed behind Amelia. Outside, the aftermath was devastating. The trees that once concealed the temple had all toppled over. Huge crevices split the earth in horrifying fractures. The closest one had stopped mere yards away from the edge of the temple. Smoke billowed in the air from nearby forest fires, and the dirt had turned to thick mud from flooding. While elementi inside the temple were celebrating, the atmosphere turned melancholy when we saw the devastation. Haloki threw her hand over her mouth. "Ancestors," she breathed. "No," Imogen protested. She looked from one sad face to the next. "No, you guys! Don't give up!" Chief Kawak frowned.
The reservation has been destroyed. Thousands of years of growth gone.
"But we have our elements back," Imogen reminded them. "The Anichi are the head house. You are the spirit of the earth. We can heal it." Luana's eyes brightened. "She's right, Pata. Now is not the time to become hopeless. Let's do what our magic was meant to do." Chief Kawak stared at his daughter a moment longer, before drawing himself up. He took a deep breath, then climbed onto the back of his companion.
Anichi!
He said, his voice booming across the elementi gathered. More and more continued to flood out of the temple.
My daughter has said it best. Today is not the day to become hopeless. Today marks a new era. Anichi's magic has been restored, but we must use it to restore our Earth and our tribe. Who's with me?
Though Chief Kawak addressed the Anachi, all the Elementai broke out in cheers. It didn't matter what house you belonged to because we were one now. Chief Kawak let out a victory cry, and his massive jaguar took off running into the decimated forest. Elementai followed as a sense of hope surged inside of them. Liam squeezed my hand tightly.
Come on, Pawi. What are we waiting for?
I smiled. Nothing. I aimed my Anachi magic at the ground, and tendrils of light seeped into the dirt. I didn't know how I was still controlling the magic, since Essis wasn't here to draw from, but I found that it worked regardless. The spirit magic was within my blood, and so I'd carry it always. All around me, Anachi followed my lead. Healing magic filled the earth, and fallen trees stood themselves back up. Crevices began to close in the earth, and the last bits of remaining drizzle ceased. Sunlight poured over us, warming my skin as we moved in the direction of Kinpago. Though other Elementai helped, I could feel the pulse of spirit magic beneath me, and knew that the earth would not heal without Anachi's blessing. Tawakwa used their magic to draw water out of the flooded earth and direct it toward nearby rivers that led to the ocean. Navita repaired broken plants and forced the crevices in the ground to close. From a distance, I saw that the smoke from the burning fires were clearing as Kawigni put out the flames. Yapluma calmed the winds and used their magic to assist Navita. They blew dirt into the crevices to help close them up. The march of the Hawkeye continued across the reservation as we healed the earth. We could have been walking all day and it wouldn't have mattered because we were working together and restoring our home. Soon we came to the outskirts of Kinpago. We stood along the edge of a cliff where we could see everything from this vantage point. Orenda Academy was far in the distance, but only a single tower remained standing. The hurricane waters had flooded the streets, and we could see hordes of women and children rushing for higher ground along the trails leading toward the Kawigni village. The trees in the Navita village had all been knocked over, the homes crushed beneath them. In the Yapluma village, houses had fallen from the sky, demolishing the buildings beneath. Out in the ocean, we could see rubble floating from what remained of the Tawakwa village that was once laid out under sea. "I'm taking a group to the Kawigni village to speak with those who are left," Vanessa announced. Hordes of people followed her, but they weren't just from her tribe. There were people from every house willing to help.
We'll fly to the Yapluma village,
Jonah added, and Jake nodded in agreement.
We'll search for survivors.
And we'll take the Navita village, Imogen said, holding Cade's hand. Liam's gaze was distant as he looked over the wreckage out at sea. He shook it off and went into chief mode.
I need Tawakwa with me. We'll draw the hurricane waters from the town and push them back into the ocean.
Bane hurried to his side, along with Doya.
I will help wherever you need me, Chief,
Bane said with a nod. And I will do whatever I can, Doya added. For the first time, Naomi bowed her head to Liam, surrendering to him as her chief. That must have given Liam a boost of confidence because he threw his shoulders back. A moment later, Julian swept out of the air. He landed just beside Liam and I. Liam jumped onto his back, then reached down to help me on. Liam turned back to the tribe and threw a fist into the air as Julian reared on his hind legs.
One tribe!
One tribe! They echoed back. Even as Julian took to the skies, we could still hear the echoing of chants in the distance. Julian circled around Kinpago, and I got a full view of everything the Hawkeye were doing to help each other. Though buildings were smashed and Kinpago was merely a pile of rubble, the tribe worked as a unit to restore their home. Yapluma used their air magic to move away debris in a rescue mission. Tawakwa evaporated the water flooding the streets, while Navita cleared fallen trees and moved bricks and rocks. Coigny put out any remaining fires, then offered food and blankets to one another. The Anichi continued to funnel their healing magic into the earth, until I swore Kinpaga was brighter than ever before. Today, we'd truly become one tribe. Whiskers tickled the side of my face, and something wet wiped across my cheek. "Essis," I groaned as I stirred awake. When I opened my eyes, however, it was not a white Kerbal staring down at me. She was brown. Buttercup licked me again. "Hey, girl," I said, stroking her ears. She stopped licking my face and purred. I glanced around the room, almost forgetting where I was. I had drifted off while resting on the couch in our home, back in Hokavale. The fireplace burned in my living room, and Ava Marie's bouncer stood in the corner. It had been only a few days since the war, but already it was starting to feel like a dream. Sometimes I swore I heard Essis shuffling through the fridge or chittering in the next room. Until the hollowness of grief struck, and I realized he was no longer here. My heart sank as I was once again reminded of the loneliness growing inside. I placed my hand on my aching heart and inhaled a deep breath. I was grateful to be alive and that the Hawkeye were saved. My heart settled. Someone cleared their throat across the room. I looked up to see Liam standing there, gazing down at me.
"You okay, sleepyhead?"
I sat up on the couch. Buttercup curled up on my lap. She was still unbonded and had taken a particular liking to me. She never left my side. In a way, I guess she'd become my new companion. Which was very helpful. I needed someone to help fill the cavern within me that had been left since Essis had died. "I didn't mean to fall asleep," I said. "How long was I out?" Liam checked the clock on the wall.
"An hour?"
"Ancestors! My parents will be here soon," I cried, suddenly alert. Liam crossed the room and sat beside me. He draped an arm around my shoulder. He took a deep, calming breath.
"What do you say we visit the beach afterward?"
"I think that sounds lovely," I agreed. Liam shifted on the couch and winced. Instinctively, I reached out and placed a hand on his chest. He didn't protest, just took deep breaths under my palm. I used intrafusion to summon Anichi magic from Buttercup, and I funneled the healing magic into him. Liam sighed and his muscles relaxed. "Better?" I asked. He nodded.
"Better."
I drew away from him and gazed down at my hands.
"What is it, Pawi?"
He asked. I shrugged. "I just don't get how I'm still able to heal you. Essis is gone, and the spirit totem doesn't work anymore." I gestured to the totem around my neck. Ever since I used it to summon the ancestors, the power didn't work. I still wore it out of habit, though the spirit magic was drained completely out of it. The Azaimperiai was now useless.
"You still have Anichi magic in your blood,"
Liam pointed out. "Yeah, but so does my mother, and she can't do Anichi magic. I thought I could do it because of the totem and because Essis is Anichi."
"Well, we inherit our magic like any other genetic trait,"
Liam said thoughtfully.
"Some genes are dominant over others, while other genes lie dormant. Like how someone can have brown eyes but carry a blue-eyed gene. I imagine it's the same with magic. Doya carried the Anichi gene, but it's dormant in her, while your Coigny and Anichi genes are co-dominant, and your Tawakwa genes are dormant."
I mused. That makes sense. A knock came at the door, and Liam and I both stiffened. After a beat, we stood and went to the door. Bane and Doya were standing there, Naomi between them. Hey, I said brightly. Come in.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
Liam asked as my parents entered. Bane took a deep breath.
Well, we have some news.
The two joined hands and I furrowed my brow. What sort of news could they possibly have to share? Ancestors, I breathed. Are you pregnant? Doya shot me a glare. Don't be ridiculous, Sophia. We're going on an expedition. Doya sounded really happy about it. Bane was smiling so big it looked like he had a hanger stuck sideways in his mouth.
An expedition?
Liam sounded impressed.
But we already found the Azaimperiai. What else is there to search for?
Oh, lots. Bane's eyes lit up.
There are hundreds of miles of tunnels in the cave system that are still unexplored.
You're going spelunking? I asked. Bane tilted his head in confusion like he didn't understand where I got that idea.
Ancestors, no. I'm ready to expand my horizons. I've decided to write a textbook about the Great Supernatural War.
We'll be traveling all over the world and immersing ourselves into various supernatural cultures, Doya explained. I'm very excited to meet the Midnight Gathering. Of course she was enticed by vampires and succubi. It was like her to take interest in some of the most dangerous creatures on Earth.
I can't wait to find Atlantis,
Bane said.
Mermaids have always fascinated me.
Liam winced.
Maybe start with something a little more tame?
Oh, we will, Bane replied chipperly.
We'll be starting in Connecticut. I have some connections from my time as a professor that should get us through the Coven's protection spell. The Miriamic Coven?
Liam balked.
The witches who gave us the Omnimodus curse and sold us Nightshade?
Bane fumbled with his words.
Well, yes, but I'm sure they're not all bad. After we visit the Coven, we'll be headed to Malovia in Europe.
Liam tilted his head.
Aren't the Fae in a war with their monarchy right now?
We'll be fine, Bane said, like it was no big deal.
Malovia is a tame country.
Doya shot him a glance. I got the sense that Bane was underestimating the conflict in Malovia. The Fae didn't exactly have a reputation for being nice. How long will you be gone? I asked. Bane shrugged.
Could be a few months, could be up to a year. We don't know for sure.
That was typical of my pata. He was always so unorganized. Well, in that case, take this. I reached up and pulled the spirit totem from around my neck. I handed it to Bane. He blinked down at it, looking touched.
But, Sophia, this is...
The Azaimperiai, I know, I said. Its magic is gone. I want you to have it for good luck. Bane placed his fingers to his mouth and looked like he was about to cry. I hadn't realized it when I handed it over, but now I knew how much an artifact like this meant to him, even if it didn't have any power left.
Thank you, my daughter,
Bane said, sounding choked up. I turned to my mother. Are you sure you'll be all right on your travels? Doya held her nose high.
Yes, of course. I've made all the arrangements.
Doya sounded eager to leave. I didn't think it'd be easy for her to stay after everything that happened. She wanted a break from the Elementai world. Well, I hope you guys have a lot of fun, I told them honestly. Just then, the sound of a carriage pulling up outside caught my attention. I practically jumped on the couch to look out the window. My heart leapt in excitement when I saw who had arrived. They're here, I cried. I rushed outside and the others followed. Buttercup scurried so close to my feet that I nearly tripped over her. My parents' carriage stood parked out front. It was a beautiful day at the end of May. The air was crisp and the sun was shining. Ancestors, there she is, I cried, as my mother pulled my daughter out of her car seat. Ava Marie's eyes glimmered, and she made a loud noise of joy when she saw me. I took Ava Marie tightly in my arms and began bawling. She looked like she'd grown so much in the short time she'd been away. She laughed as I nuzzled my face in her hair. I inhaled her familiar scent and let peace wash over me. Ava's hands curled around my hair and she tugged hard, but I didn't care. Holding her again was like taking the most precious magical artifact the world had ever known into my arms. She was incredible and fragile, and I'd be there always to take care of her.
She missed you two so much,
my dad said. But she was a trooper, Mom added. Liam wrapped an arm around me and the other around Ava as he kissed his daughter's forehead.
We missed her too.
I'm so glad to have her back, I whispered. Doya came up to me and held her arms out.
Can I hold her? I'd like to say goodbye before we leave.
Though it was difficult, I wiped my tears and placed Ava Marie in my mother's outstretched arms. Bane baby-talked to her and waved the spirit totem in front of her like a rattle. Ava reached for it and laughed. She seemed so happy to be back. I felt so blessed that we'd gotten her out of Hokavale in time. She'd never know the destruction that passed through our home. I turned to my adoptive parents. Thank you guys so much for taking her.
It was our pleasure,
my dad said. We'll take her any time, Mom offered. Doya and Bane took their time saying goodbye. Eventually, my adoptive parents decided to check in on their foster kids, while Liam and I dressed Ava Marie for the beach. Liam carried her down the path, tickling her and humming the Elementai's song to her. Ava Marie stared up at him in awe, totally at ease in his arms. We passed by Jake's house and spotted him out on the porch. He and Jonah were lounging on matching beach chairs beneath the natural rock awning carved into the side of the canyon. They each had a cold beer in their hands and were watching Sabor and Squeaks teach their baby hippogriffs how to fly. I expected to see Jake barking orders like normal, but it was clear the guy really needed some time off. Jonah waved us over, glee on his face.
OMG! Ava's back!
He drew a sip of beer and smacked his lips as he set it down. He ran down the porch steps and reached out for Ava Marie. Liam drew away.
Not while you've been drinking.
Jonah rolled his eyes.
It's not like I'm drunk. Don't listen to my husband,
Jake teased.
He's toasted. Can't stop talking about getting the D every 5 seconds.
I snickered. Isn't that normal? Jake shrugged.
Touché. What are you guys up to?
Jonah asked.
We were just hanging with Sophia's parents,
Liam said.
Now we're taking Ava to the beach. Sophia's parents?
Jonah asked.
Which ones?
All of them, I said. Bane and Doya stopped by before my other parents came with Ava Marie. Apparently, they're leaving on vacation soon so Bane can do research for his new book. Jonah's eyebrows shot up.
Bane's going to write a book? Where are they going? Everywhere,
Liam said.
At least anywhere supernaturals live. They're headed to Connecticut first, then Malovia. What a coincidence!
Jonah squealed.
Jake and I were just talking about honeymooning in Malovia, weren't we, Jakey? Maybe we'll run into them.
Liam shrugged.
Maybe. Are you guys up for the beach?
Jonah took a long breath and stretched out on his chair again.
Nah, we've got a case of beer to finish up. Gotta drink 'em while they're cold. We're hitting up the hot springs afterward, though.
Liam frowned.
Spare me the details. We'll see you guys later. Yeah, see ya,
Jake said with a wave. We continued through town toward the beach. Liam kept pointing out various familiars to Ava Marie. She really loved animals. Buttercup followed along, picking flowers and weaving them together into a crown. She placed it on her head proudly. We passed through the town square. All around us, people were dressed in white t-shirts with an emblem showing all the house colors and symbols in one design. On the backs of the shirts read #OneTribe. Some were sitting at tables, while others rushed this way and that. I couldn't make out what was going on. I noticed Amelia and stopped her. "Hey, Am, what's happening?" I asked. Amelia was carrying a stack of water bottles. Kiwi was perched on top of them. She looked a little surprised to see me. "Liam didn't tell you?" She glanced to Liam, who got a guilty expression on his face.
I wanted to give her a few days off.
Amelia winced. Whoops, cat's out of the bag. Trace and I started a humanitarian aid group called One Tribe. Liam approved it, and we got everyone in on it. We're distributing as many supplies as we can to those in need. Once everyone's taken care of, we'll be working on rebuilding Kinpago, then the Hose Ho. I glanced around at the volunteers. I caught sight of Vanessa and Bren in the distance. They stopped a carriage packed with supplies at someone's door and approached the house in person to deliver supplies to the tribe. Nearby, Imogen and Cade were seated at a picnic table, studying what looked to be blueprints of the Orenda Academy castle. They were planning on restoring it. My jaw hung slack. Wow, Am, that's amazing and ambitious. She shrugged like it didn't bother her one bit. Someone's got to do it. I want to help, I offered. Amelia frowned. I see why Liam didn't tell you right away. You just got Ava back. You can start helping tomorrow, but today, you're taking the day for your family. Amelia was bossy, like always. She wasn't giving me a choice. Fine, I sighed. But first thing tomorrow morning, I want one of those shirts. Amelia chuckled. I'll save you one. In the meantime, I've got places to be. See ya, sis. Amelia hurried off, and Liam and I continued through the square. The sound of music caught my attention, and Ava Marie cooed when she heard it. The music was soft and smooth, like the sound of wind chimes. I looked over to see Professor Amber's familiar playing the flute, while Professor Amber played a singing bowl. Luana and Sam were next to them, dancing slowly and deliberately. A group of at least 20 people followed their lead. It looked like some sort of meditation. Liam noticed me watching curiously.
Looks like Luana's picked up a new healing method.
I eyed the class and noticed that most of them had been people who'd been severely injured in the war. Anachi magic had healed them, but it only went so far. Luana was helping them learn to heal themselves. It looks really peaceful, I said, almost wanting to jump in.
We'll have to try it sometime,
Liam offered. I'm sure Luana would love to teach us. We left the square and made it to the beach. Hoka Vale had been untouched by the hurricane, so the beach was spotless. There weren't many people there, though. I liked to think it was because so many were helping with the cleanup, but I knew the truth. We'd lost so many people in the war that houses now lay empty, and most public places were bare. Down the beach, I could make out Haloki's house. Beatrice was balancing Jackson on her shoulders, and the orangutan-like companion was working on corralling other kids for lunch. Most of the children were orphans, though I noticed Wyatt and Mia helping out, Matthias on Mia's hip. At least 20 dragons lay in the sand, including Julian, Irikari, and Aisha. They were the few lucky ones who hadn't been severely injured in the war. Haloki walked from dragon to dragon, giving them water and ensuring they were all well taken care of. Not far from the house, Maddie and Drew stood with their feet in the ocean. Drew held a huge basket that looked like it was woven by hand. Maddie reached into the basket and pulled out flowers. Each was different: roses, daisies, and tulips. She placed each flower in the waves and watched as they were carried out to sea. "Is Maddie okay?" I asked Liam, as we found a spot to sit in the sand. Liam glanced down the beach at his sister.
"It's going to be harder for her. She'll always think she could have done something to prevent it."
"But she'll be okay, right?" I asked hopefully.
"I think so."
Liam sighed.
"She just needs some time."
"We all do," I said, as I spotted another woman. She was on the opposite side of us, all the way down at the end of the beach where an outcropping of rocks began. Stevie sat at the highest point, running her hands over her belly. The air gently passed through her hair as she stared out at sea. Even from here, I could see the sorrow in her features. Her birdfish hybrid jumped out of the water and slid across the rocks toward her. Stevie reached out to pet Nihoni's scaly feathers.
"It's not easy for any of us,"
Liam admitted.
"We all lost a lot. Some of us more than others."
Liam gazed down at Ava Marie. He set her in the sand and she ran her fingers through it. She laughed when the waves came up to tickle her toes. Liam's features had never looked so soft. It was very clear he didn't take Ava Marie nor I for granted.
"How are you holding up, Pawi?"
Liam asked. I didn't answer right away. I took a deep breath and stared out at the calm ocean, really considering the question. Essis was gone, and that made me really sad. But my insides weren't twisting like I thought they should. To be honest, I feel at peace, I admitted. I mean, if I had the choice to bring Essis back, I would, but...
"But you're okay if he never returns."
Liam finished for me. I smiled sadly. He understood exactly. I know it all had a purpose, and that Essis did the right thing. He gave himself up so that we could start over. A new beginning. A genesis. Liam and I both stilled at the same time. Ava Marie kept on playing in the sand, but Liam and I exchanged a look.
"Jin Essis,"
Liam emphasized. Holy shit! I threw my hand over my mouth when I let the curse slip out. I didn't name Essis, Liam. When I bonded, I asked what his name was, and he made this sound that I thought was Essis. I missed half of it. He's Genesis. He's origin. He's the beginning of something. Liam's features turned calculating.
"So he really did know all this time?"
That's what he told me. It's still hard to believe. I'm going to miss him so much. Do you think it's true he's always there? Or do you think he's off doing work in the ancestral lands? Just then, a wave came up and tickled the bottom of my toes. As the waves receded, something hard stuck under my foot. I pulled away to see a shiny rock had been swept out of the sea. I picked it up and laughed.
"What is it?"
Liam asked. I held out the rock to show him. It looks like something Essis would give me, doesn't it? Liam nodded.
"Sure is."
I think it is from Essis. A sign. He's out there watching over me. I clutched the rock tightly in my fingers and held it to my chest. My fingers touched the key I always wore, the one Liam found at our waterfall and gave to me on our wedding day. I wanted to keep the rock close to that, to hang it off the chain. I couldn't help but smile. Liam watched me.
"You look happy."
Happy was a stretch. I'm at peace. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to let the words sink deep into my heart. They felt fitting. When I opened my eyes, Liam swept his hands in front of me. Like a painting across canvas, colors began to bleed from the sky. Water droplets rose from the ocean, creating a magnificent rainbow over the water. "Liam," I breathed, "it's beautiful."
That's how our world should be now,
He said.
beauty, peace, nothing else.
I gazed down at Ava Marie. She embodied perfection. I agree. I don't want Ava to ever go through what we did. I want to build a better life for her.
We will.
Liam stated.
That's why we're here, isn't it?
I turned to him. He had a contemplative look on his face, like he still wasn't sure why we'd been left behind without our familiars. "I've been thinking a lot about that," I admitted. "Like Luana said in the temple, there's life after death. So what were we afraid of? We could have given up and gone to the ancestral lands. But I don't think the ancestral lands serve us in the way we need." Liam tilted his head.
What do you mean?
"In the ancestral lands, there is no hardship, only peace," I pointed out. "But we can't know the light without the dark. We're here on Earth for the ancestors to teach us. We're here to learn what appreciation and gratitude are, to learn the value of serving others, to experience and become deeply comfortable with love and passion and all these wonderful things that contrast the bad. The ancestors left us without our familiars because we have a purpose, Liam. And I think I finally know what that is." His features were soft, like he welcomed the idea.
What's our purpose, Pawi?
I clutched Essis Rock in my hands and stared out at the rainbow. "We become teachers now. You're chief and I'm an elder. We must share these vital lessons, not just with our daughter, but with the tribe. It's our duty to lead the tribe into a new age." Liam took my hand. The two of us stared down at Ava Marie as she gleefully crawled through the sand, happily slapping at the calm waves whenever they came close enough.
We will, Pawi.
Liam promised.
We'll teach the tribe a new way, together.
I knew that promise was true. After everything we'd been through, the elemental cup, the trial, riots, battles, and more, there was only one thing left for the tribe to do: heal.
Epilogue. Liam. 1 year later. Life was different now in a way I could have never conceived before. The days of war and tyranny amongst the Hawkeye were over. Instead, there was peace. The harmony our ancestors had always told us about was finally here. It seemed a fairy tale land, like heaven. If you had asked me years ago if people could change, if they could get past their prejudices to form a bright future, I would have been cynical. But miracles did happen, because I'd seen one take place before my very eyes. The Elementai truly were one tribe now. House lines and divides didn't seem to matter anymore. The only thing that did was the fact we were all a family now, and we were willing to work toward a brighter future together. As the spring sunlight filtered in through our window, yellow and warm, I turned in to Sophia. The early morning felt like a new beginning as I pressed myself against her, tangled up in the white sheets. Every day was like that now, full of hope. There was a time when every morning left me with a feeling of dread and despair. I never thought I'd ever be happy like this. I'd wanted my life to end. I'd been foolish. I would have missed all this. I pressed my nose into Sophia's hair and began kissing down her neck. Sophia shifted and let out a tiny moan. Her eyes fluttered open. She eyed my bare chest in approval as she said, "Someone's happy to see me." "I'm always happy to see you." A high-pitched wail broke the soft silence. I lifted my head, and Sophia turned to listen.
"Baby's crying," she whispered.
I got it. Stay in and rest. I shifted upward from the bed. We'll have to continue this later. Sophia entwined her arm with mine.
"I hope that's a promise, Chief Maito."
I squeezed her elbow. It's a fact. Sophia grinned.
"Jonah and Imogen would say we're addicted to making more kids."
Then what do they know? I kissed Sophia deeply before I left her to drift back into dreamland. My steps were quiet as I closed the door behind myself. Sophia and I had moved our family back to my family mansion in Kinpago. My mother had offered it to us voluntarily. She was staying behind in the beach house in Hokavale to raise my siblings there. She said though she loved our old house, she could never go back. Too many memories, though she insisted the place was fit for a chief. I didn't mind being back home. It was comforting raising my children in the home where I'd grown up. My mother had enlisted the help of Beatrice to watch Jackson and the other kids while she worked a day shift as a dragonologist once again. It was nice she was getting back to something she loved. She'd missed her career, and her return to it was one of the few things keeping her going after my dad and Ezra had died. I passed Ava Marie's room, which was my old bedroom. She was still silent inside. I went to the next door and opened it. "Hey, little man, what are you crying about?" I hushed. I reached into the crib and picked up my newborn son. His wails dulled to a soft whimpering. I brushed down his black hair, which was all over the place, and wiped a bit of drool away from his tan skin. He hiccuped, and my heart softened. Already he looked so much like my brother. Sophia had said she wanted to name him Ezekiel. Our little Ez. Yeah, I'd broken down when she told me that. Though this past year had been full of peace, there were still wounds to heal. Ezra was a loss I'd never get over, and I was reminded of his death every time I looked in the mirror. But once we discovered Sophia was pregnant with Ezekiel, that loss had ebbed somehow. Sophia had a flawless water birth in our home, and I'd been the one to catch him when he came out. There'd been no complications with her labor this time, and she was able to recover quickly, though Ezekiel had been a bigger baby than Ava Marie. Ezekiel fussed in my arms and gave a soft noise. Unlike his sister, Ezekiel was the easiest baby on earth. We'd quickly learned that Ezekiel cried when he was hungry and slept the rest of the time. After I changed him, I took him down to the kitchen and fed him a bottle. He sucked on it greedily, going cross-eyed. The sound of closing cabinets got my attention. Buttercup was rifling through the kitchen, looking for food. "Sophia will be down in a minute," I told her. Buttercup gave an impatient sigh. It should have irked me, but it only made me grin. I was glad to have a Kerbal around, even if Buttercup couldn't replace Essus. I really missed the little guy. Watching Sophia give up her familiar was even more painful than losing Neshoma had been. I didn't want my wife, the love of my life, experiencing the same dreadful agony that I had, carrying around the same dead weight that would never go away. Yet Sophia took it all in stride. Even on her bad days, she carried herself with a grace and acceptance I could never achieve, surviving her grief. And I had helped her through it. I pampered Sophia endlessly since she'd lost Essus. I desired to make this easier than it had been on me. Sophia kept herself busy with the kids and school. Orenda Academy had been rebuilt, and she'd returned to finish up her education. Once she graduated, Sophia planned to open up a photography and graphic design business, alongside being a stay-at-home mom. I supported her every decision. It would keep her preoccupied, and her mind off what she'd sacrificed for us all. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Sophia had wrapped herself in a robe and was carrying Ava Marie. Sophia set our daughter down, and Ava's smile brightened when she saw me.
Daddy!
Hey, sweetheart. I smiled as she came running over. Her eyes glittered as she set them on Ezekiel, and affection bloomed in my chest. That was my favorite thing to be called now. Daddy. Ava Marie was a year and a half, and she was so smart. She could almost speak in full sentences, and insisted on picking out her own outfits. Today she'd had Sophia put her hair up into pigtails, and had chosen a pink unicorn shirt, a purple tutu, green polka dot tights, and mismatching tennis shoes. Her outfit resembled a rainbow. Ava hated wearing matching colors. She'd definitely gotten her sense of fashion from Imogen and Jonah, not from us.
My baby,
Ava Marie said, laying a gentle hand on Ezekiel's forehead. No, Ava, we've been over this. Our baby, I said. Ava Marie made a face. Since Ezekiel had arrived, she'd made him her own personal doll and didn't want to share. Sophia began pulling boxes out of the cupboard to make pancakes, and Buttercup clapped eagerly. I set Ezekiel in the playpen on his back, and Ava Marie watched him carefully through the netting. I can help.
You've had a long week at work. Let me,
Sophia said. I was grateful for her offer. My work as a chief never ended, and even small breaks were to be cherished. I'd been pulling long hours with Vanessa and the rest of the chieftains to restore Kinpago and get the tribe back to a sense of normalcy. We'd come a long way, and our efforts had paid off. The city was rebuilt, and the tribe had recovered. All there was left to do was lead the Hawkeye into a new future. As she cooked, Sophia fiddled with the stone around her neck, the last gift Esses had given her. Sophia's eyes were far off this morning. I could tell she was thinking about Esses.
It's been a year today, she whispered. But it only feels like yesterday. Even after all this time, I still can't believe he's gone.
I dropped my voice. You handled it much better than I did, I said. I was a mess.
I had you, she said. That's the only reason why. I can't imagine how you survived, doing this on your own.
I nearly didn't. I squeezed her shoulder. But then you guys came along. You saved me just as much as I saved you. Sophia's voice quivered as she took a breath.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
You'll never be ready. I wrapped her in a hug. But it's time to say goodbye. Ava Marie's eyes were watching us. She didn't understand what was happening. We hadn't had a formal funeral for Esses. There wasn't a body to bury after he'd left. But Sophia had determined she wanted a memorial for him, and I agreed. We were to meet up with Imogen and Jonah soon to put it in place and give our final farewells. Sophia wanted to do it on Ancestors' Day. Now that the day was here, it almost looked like she had reservations, like she was still holding on to a small piece of him she didn't want to let go. But she would let him go, and her healing would continue, as mine did. Ava Marie insisted on having sprinkles on her pancakes. Damn, the kid was bossy. She must have learned it from Amelia. She and Trace were putting the final touches on constructing the Hose Ho, too, and were planning on sailing off into a permanent vacation. They didn't want kids, and had chosen to spend their lives traveling. It helped they'd both been employed as co-captains of the ship. Hey, it paid to know the chosen one. Once breakfast was done, Sophia and I got ready while Ezekiel gurgled and Ava Marie shouted at us to hurry up. When Sophia emerged from our bedroom, her hair was curled and she was wearing a blue dress, one of her favorites, and one of Esses's, too. She still made me breathless, probably would for the rest of my life. Sophia fitted a bag around her shoulder, indicating we should be off.
Daddy, hurry!
Ava Marie yanked on my hand, though she didn't know where we were heading, only that we were going somewhere. As we stepped outside, Julian groaned. He was lying on the beach, and several tiny dragons were hopping up and down on his stomach. He looked exhausted. Recently, Julian and Aisha had mated and had eggs. Their babies were constantly playing with Squeaks's hatchlings, who liked to romp on the beach. The baby hippogriffs jumped in the ocean and splashed Julian in the face. He didn't do anything, just took it in stride. "You look as worn out as I feel," I told Julian with a laugh. He gave a weary puff of smoke. We took the boat to shore while Julian, his babies, and the hippogriffs flew overhead. Imogen and Jonah were waiting for us on the docks. Squeaks gave a chirp as her babies soared, while Sassy twirled in place to greet us. Ava Marie screeched when she saw them. She barely gave me time to tie the boat off before she ran at Imogen and Jonah full speed, jumping into their arms. "Hey, you little monster," Jonah said. He and Imogen held Ava Marie between them as she hugged them tight. "Love your outfit today." Ava Marie tugged at the bows in her hair. Imogen set her down. As she did, a new sparkling engagement ring shone on Imogen's hand, a square-cut emerald on a gold ring. Cade had proposed to Imogen after she'd returned to Arenda Academy last fall. Alongside her studies, Imogen had been hired as the head of interior design at the academy and was busy redecorating the new castle. She planned to divide her time between cryptozoology and design once she got her degree, as she and Jonah were developing a fashion line together. Cade was working as a manager at the unicorn stables and had clearly never been happier. "Look what I got you." Imogen revealed a tiny hairbrush, which was covered in pink rhinestones. Ava Marie squealed with glee as Imogen placed the brush in her hands. Imogen looked at us. "I knew she'd love it, seeing as how she likes to play with hair." That was an understatement. Ava Marie was obsessed with long hair. She wanted to mess with mine and Sophia's constantly. "She's never going to put that down, you know," I said. "Let her be happy." Sophia's smile was wistful. She adjusted Ezekiel against her as she started forward. We began walking up the path, winding into the woods. "I haven't seen you two around," I said. It had only been a few days, but still, I missed them whenever they were gone. We got together for dinner every Sunday at my house, but sometimes I wanted more than that. We all had responsibilities now and couldn't see each other every day. Still, I wished we could. "Cade needed my help at the stables. Wedding planning has been driving us nuts," Imogen said. "Nobody saw me yesterday but my husband. Jake bought new ropes. It was very 50 Shades of Gay," Jonah purred. "Jonah," Sophia scolded, with a look at Ava Marie. But Ava wasn't listening. She was running after Buttercup, trying to comb her hair with the new brush. "Hey, I'm busy now," Jonah countered. "We don't get time to mess around like we used to." Jonah's wedding had been wild. I'm shocked we survived. It was as over the top as we expected it all to be. The reception had gone on past 4 in the morning. We'd been thrown out of the venue before we wandered up the street to another bar, and been tossed out of that one too. I might have woken up in a field somewhere after I'd passed out from one too many drinks. I watched Ava Marie carefully as she rode on Squeaks's back to Kinpago. I knew Squeaks wouldn't let her drop, but still. "Lighten up, man," Jonah said as he walked by Squeaks's side. "I got her." I scowled. "You know I'm overprotective." "I'm a father now. I know how that goes," Jonah said. As the trees broke into the entrance to Kinpago, we saw Jake. He gave a wave. Tucked in his other arm was a tiny bundle, a baby only a few months older than Ezekiel. Jonah hurried ahead. He bent down to gush at the little girl. "Oh my gosh, who's the cutest baby ever? Who's my little Josie? Come to Daddy." Jake handed Jonah the infant. Jonah cooed as he cradled the little one. I was happy to acknowledge Jonah had gotten over his fear of babies, because he kind of was forced to. "How's she been sleeping?" Sophia asked. She came closer to observe the small baby, who had dark hair and tan skin. "Like a dream," Jake responded. "Hardly any trouble." My throat tightened and I had to look away. Jonah caught the look on my face. "You want to hold her, Liam?" "Not yet. I would someday, but I couldn't now." We continued our walk through town. Imogen said, "So did you and Jake stop by the maternity ward yet? There's still things you need to pick up." Jake bristled and Jonah shook his head. "We haven't been there. Not since Stevie—" Jonah's words drifted off and nobody said anything more. Josie gave a squeal in Jonah's arms and he soothed her. I hated to say I'd won the death bet. It wasn't a game I ever desired to win. After Ezra died, Stevie lost the will to live. And you couldn't do that with our disease. Give up. Because it would kill you. Stevie had fought as hard as she could, but she died hours after giving birth. Sophia and I were ready to take her child in, but before we could do so, she asked Jonah and Jake to give her daughter a home. They'd accepted her with open arms. Jonah had chosen the name. Luana had tried to heal Stevie, but there was nothing that could be done to save her, and she passed away shortly after. I knew Stevie was with Ezra now, but I still wished she was here with all of us, even if only for Josie's sake. There'd been quite a bit of money in the deathbed pool from both of us. After she'd passed away, I'd taken the money and donated it to rare disease research. As much as Stevie and I had joked about blowing the cash once one of us had died, I knew that's what she would have done if I had gone first. Stevie's brother Tegan and I were the only ones left now that were still alive with our disease. It felt lonely and scary. He'd been devastated after his sister's death, but he knew our home was open if he ever needed to talk, and Josie would know that too. She was my niece, our family. Jake and Jonah would raise her as their own, and we'd tell her stories about her parents, so she'd never forget them. "Anyway," Jonah said with a sigh, "I've been working on wrapping up my thesis. It's nearly done." "You should take a break," Jake said with slight disapproval. "I know it helps our schedule when you stay up to study with the baby, but you're pushing yourself too hard." "Babe, how do you expect me to become a dean if I don't impress the board?" Jonah protested, and the rest of us held back a groan. After the war, Jonah had been offered the open position of Dean of Yapluma after he graduated with his master's. He'd shoved it down our throats almost as badly as the Stormlord crap. He and Jake had moved up to the Air Kingdom and were renovating the palace there to live in. Because, obviously, Jonah wouldn't take anything less than a throne. The Yapluma village had been destroyed in the war, so most of the Air tribe was moving back up to the Air Kingdom, where they felt they belonged. Jake was working with the Yapluma tribe to get the village in order, but once that was done, he had a job lined up working at the stables. Kate had expanded them to make a hippogriff area, and Jake was chomping at the bit, literally, to get there to start breeding them. Yapluma had taken to calling Jonah my lord, which was already really fucking irritating. When Jonah wasn't taking graduate classes at Orenda, he was prancing around in his palace doing what he called General Stormlord shit. With all that and a new baby, I didn't know how he had time to breathe, but every so often Jonah popped by to annoy us. And yes, I loved him for it. A green Luna moth fluttered in front of our faces, holding a tiny note. "Hello, Sierra," Sophia said kindly. She handed Ezekiel off to me, then unrolled the note from Sierra's tiny feet. Sierra fluttered away, and Sassy danced on her back legs to give her a goodbye. "Luana sends her love," Sophia said as she pocketed the note. "She'll be by tomorrow to see all of us." Luana still lived with the Anachi tribe, teaching her people how to use their newfound healing powers. But she visited often, and people traveled so frequently from Kinpago to Hokavale they were one city now. Even with the distance between us, it seemed you couldn't break the unification between our people. We'd learned our lesson from the war and were ready to move forward, not back. Sam was there with her. They were taking their relationship steady and slow. A few others had remained in Hokavale. Isabella and Riley were together now, along with Tabitha and Hudson. Mr. and Mrs. Henley had retired on the beach, in a house not too far from my mother's. They'd all agreed there was nothing left for them in Kinpago, and wanted to continue on with simple lives in the Anichi village. We passed Carter and James, who were sitting at a cafe table nearby. They were holding hands, and their reptile familiars lay around them in a circle. Carter raised a hand to me, and I waved back. For the few people that had stayed behind in Hokavale, most had decided to come back home. I'd hired Sean Andre, Vanderbilt's son, to be my own personal lawyer after he'd gotten a position working for tribal law. Never knew when you were gonna need a lawyer around here. I saw Vanessa and Bren passing out boxes in front of brand new houses. Since the war, she'd started the Coigny Outreach Initiative, a group that was dedicated to help the Coigny make reparations to the other houses, especially the Anichi tribe. Relations between houses now were more important than ever before, and Vanessa was doing her best to make up for the mistakes of Coigny's past. A woman stood at the edge of a construction site nearby, holding a clipboard. As she turned, I recognized Mia. Taryn barked and wagged her tail at Mia's side. She gave a nod to us before she went back to work, giving instructions to the builders. Mia was opening up a women's shelter in Kinpago. She and Wyatt were married now, and she was expecting her second child, a daughter. While Wyatt was busy serving as an elder, Mia had her hands full building a place where victims of assault and domestic violence could recover. She'd grown a lot in the time I knew her. She was a new person. As were we all. Jonah sighed as he took in our surroundings. Everything's changed now. The city is almost back to the way it was. Looks like the tribe is tying up all the loose ends.
Not everything.
Imogen's tone was surly. I knew what she was getting at. Jamin Risk had never been found. We weren't sure if she was dead or alive, and to be honest, we didn't care, so long as she stayed the hell out of our lives. Sophia placed a hand on Imogen's shoulder.
The past is in the past, she said gently. We have to let it stay there.
Imogen nodded slightly. She knew, as all of us did, we couldn't go digging up old grudges. If we continued to carry around all the wounds the war had given us, we'd die from them. As the seasons changed, we had to continue to move on.
Yoo-hoo! Sophia!
A woman waved up ahead. Sophia's face broke into a wide smile.
Mother!
Sophia ran. She flung herself at Madame Doya and squeezed her tight. Beside her, Professor Bain was heaving for air after carrying 1,000,000 bags. He set the suitcases down and wiped his brow.
You're back,
Sophia said. Naomi purred and brushed her head against Sophia's leg.
It was a very long trip,
Doya said sourly. She looked at Ezekiel and immediately brightened.
I haven't met you, little one.
I knew I didn't have a choice, so I handed him off to Doya. Doya took Ezekiel in her arms and kissed him on the forehead. He blinked and spat up a bit of drool. Bain gave Sophia a hug, then leaned over Ezekiel to observe him.
He looks just like...
Sophia elbowed him, and Bain gave a quick glance at me.
Yes, well, he's a fine baby, Liam.
I can clean him up, Sophia offered, as Ezekiel continued to spit all over the front of Doya's dress.
It's nothing.
Doya took her sleeve and wiped his mouth, something I'd never thought she'd do.
We're sorry we missed the birth, Sophia.
Doya narrowed her eyes at Bain.
We were delayed.
Bain blew out a breath that made his lips sputter.
Don't look at me. It wasn't my fault.
Yes, it was, Doya snapped.
The sirens tried to eat us. They put you on a roasting spit while I did my damnedest to get us out.
I was looking for mermaids, my dear. How was I to know Atlantis was in the other direction? He asked. How did the rest of your trip go? I said, trying to break up the quarrel.
Oh, simply splendid, if you don't account all the times we nearly died, Doya said scathingly. Sounded like a typical trip with Bane, yet he wasn't willing to let it go.
It was an adventure, Bane whined, like that made up for all the mishaps.
An adventure? Let me count all the ways we almost perished.
Doya handed Ezekiel off to Sophia and began counting on her fingers.
First, we went to the Miriamic Coven, where we were nearly hanged by religious fanatics. If it wasn't for Nadine and Lucas, or whatever the hell their names were, we would have perished. Then we visited the Midnighters, which I was very much looking forward to.
Until you were seduced by a vampire, Bane finished, and he crossed his arms in a pout. And forgot all about me.
By the ancestors, Elliot, it was magic. I didn't sleep with the vampire. I just flirted with him.
Doya flung her arms skyward.
He compelled me, and for the last time, nothing happened.
Bane stuck out his lip. He was the jealous type. You can't say it was a wasted trip. The Celestials were very welcoming, he countered. Angels are by far the politest.
Doya slapped a hand to her face. I didn't feel that way when the bastards almost drowned me. Why do they do that? Sophia asked. They may have caught your father and I together in one of their sacred temples, Doya said as she rubbed her forehead. It was his idea.
I take it you weren't sharing a kiss, I joked. Doya gave a groaning sound.
Hardly. They accused us of desecrating the temple with carnal lust and demanded we be baptized to cleanse us of our sins. I must have swallowed a gallon in that river they dragged us to.
You're exaggerating. Bane's eyebrows knitted together. I, for one, had a very peaceful meditation underwater.
You can hold your breath for 10 minutes. I was sputtering for air, Doya shouted. Then we met those sexist pigs, and I could not tolerate it.
The astromancers, I guessed.
Yes, the male enchanters are horrible over there. They despise women who have magic, Doya seethed. I lit one fireball, and we were chased out of town.
Bane nodded in agreement. Yes, their city was beautiful, and their magical prowess with astrology is fascinating, but they are quite discriminatory. Sophia frowned.
I'm sorry you didn't have a good time. Oh, it wasn't all that bad.
Doya gave a fond look to Bane.
We did get to spend a lot of time together, and the things we studied were fascinating.
Doya's mouth became thin.
Just don't ask me to ever do it again.
No need. The book is done, Bane said. And I promise, next time we'll take a nice, relaxing vacation to Tahiti or something like that.
Doya huffed. So long as you don't take me back to godforsaken Malovia. What happened there? Imogen asked curiously. What didn't happen? Those fey cultists were seconds away from making us a sacrifice to their pagan gods, Doya burst.
We escaped, Bane protested.
Only by the generosity of others, Doya snapped. She saw our curious looks and explained. Some sweet shifter boy named Ethan lent a hand. He risked his life to set us free, though we only left the country by the skin of our teeth.
We had a wonderful honeymoon in Malovia, didn't we, Jakey? Jonah asked. This little red-headed girl was super nice. Emma, I think it was. She helped us out of a pinch.
Yes, after you got us lost. Jake smiled tenderly.
I was not lost, Jonah insisted. I rolled my eyes. I bet he was. Ava Marie held up her arms to Bane and danced at his feet.
Grandpa!
He burst into a wide smile and hefted her into his arms. There's my girl. You're getting big, aren't you? Bane had sent countless artifacts back for Ava Marie to play with while he was on his adventures. She rested her head on Bane's shoulder while Doya turned to us.
Where are you all off to?
We're having a memorial, Sophia said, before she added in a whisper, for Esses. Doya's expression softened, and Naomi let out a small mew.
Do you want us to take the children? Doya offered. I know this must be hard for you.
Sophia shook her head.
I want Ava and Ez to be there. Even though they're so young, I want to start teaching them what people had to sacrifice.
Doya placed a gentle hand on Sophia's arm.
Come by the house tonight, all of you,
she said, looking between us.
Your father and I will cook the Ancestors' Day meal.
What? Bane yelped. I've never cooked a thing in my life.
You'll learn,
Doya said warily. I appreciated the offer, though I worried I'd get food poisoning if Bane was involved. The man barely knew how to use a microwave. But at least his house was clean now, since Doya had moved in and made everything organized. Doya kissed Sophia on the cheek and stroked Ava's hair before her husband put her down.
No matter what tries to separate us, I will eternally be here.
Take care, child. Bane embraced Sophia again, though he held her a little tighter this time. This is just the start of everything, not the ending. Sophia's eyes watered as she drew away and took Ezekiel back into her arms.
I know, Pata.
We said goodbye to Bane and Doya and ventured on. The city ended as the tree line loomed ahead, and Jake paused. I think I should take Josie home, he said, and he lifted the baby from Jonah's arms. This is something the four of you should do alone. I won't be long, Jonah promised. They gave a parting kiss, and we continued onward. We followed a slim path through the woods, one we'd wound through so many times. I was discovering it all over again as I traveled down the path Neshoma had originally shown me long ago. We broke out into the welcoming clearing that felt like home. The waterfall, magical as ever, poured down into the sapphire pool, creating ripples that caressed the stones. The clearing was tranquil and beautiful, exactly as I remembered, as if this was one heavenly place that hadn't been touched by all the pain. Ava Marie squirmed, wanting to be put down. I set her on her feet, and she broke through the brush with a yell. It warmed my heart to see her play somewhere that meant so much to me. This was the place where Sophia and I had fallen in love, where I'd found the key that looped around her neck and the place where our initials were engraved. I'd proposed to her here. Ava Marie had been conceived here. This place was endlessly special to us, and as such, we knew it was the only location that could be Essis's final resting place. It felt wrong to be here without Essis. Sophia hadn't been in this clearing before without him. If only we'd known that day would have been the last time, we might have stayed longer. Ava Marie had a laugh like a supervillain. Her maniacal giggle traveled through the clearing as she chased butterflies, squeaks and sassy in her wake. The fox and hippogriff danced as Ava Marie spun through the flowers, Buttercup hot on her heels. Julian's shadow, as well as that of the dragon hatchlings and the baby hippogriffs, spanned over our faces as we approached the pool. I kept an eye on Sophia as she came to the water's edge, but it didn't look like she needed me. Not yet. Ava Marie crouched by the edge of the pool. She reached out her hand to caress the multicolored fish swimming within.
Daddy, fish!
Be careful, honey. I knelt beside her so she wouldn't fall in. Her eyes were mystified by the fish. I rose an orb out of the water containing a koi within it. Ava Marie clapped and squealed as the koi swam in front of her, transfixed by my magic. Sophia took a deep breath. She gave Ezekiel to Jonah to hold before she lowered herself to her knees.
Imogen, it's time.
Imogen nodded. She weaved her hands, and as she did so, a beautiful, glittering stone began to rise out of the earth. It was rounded like a grave marker and had been carved with Anichi symbols that spelled out Essis's name, as well as a secret prayer that Sophia had asked me not to read. I couldn't decipher the symbols on the stone, but I didn't need to. That was for her. As the stone set into place, white lilies began to bloom near the stone at Imogen's command. They wrapped themselves around the marker until the stone was covered in intricate vines with pure, blooming petals. Sophia reached into her bag. She'd brought incense as an offering and lit it with her fire as she set it into the glass holder. She placed more things next to the stone, shiny shells from the beach that Essis would have liked, and the bow tie he wore at our wedding. She'd cooked a hamburger this morning, Essis's favorite, and laid it on the edge of the stone like she was giving it to him herself. Sophia's face fell. She put a hand over her mouth as she began to cry. I longed to reach out to her, comfort her, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. She had to experience this pain if she was ever going to get past it, and I couldn't take it for her, no matter how badly I wanted to. Ava Marie looked up at the sound of Sophia's weeping. Her eyes knitted in confusion before she looked down at the hairbrush. She tottered forward. She reached out her new hairbrush. She deposited it at the base of the stone.
Essis, Mama.
Okay, that made me tear up, along with everyone else. Ava was willing to give up something she loved to try to make her mother feel better. Imogen gave a sob, and Jonah put a fist to his mouth to hold it in. Sophia gave a watery smile to Ava Marie. Ava wrapped her arms around her, and Sophia held her tight. A weight had fallen off Sophia's shoulders as she released herself from Ava's hold. Sophia stood up. She picked up Ava Marie and cradled her as the four of us gathered around the stone. Ezekiel had fallen asleep and slumbered peacefully against Jonah's chest as a butterfly landed on Essis's stone. Squeaks pressed around us, while Sassy lay across our feet. We were definitely missing a piece. Buttercup came up and hugged Sophia's leg, which made things feel a little better, but not quite.
"All right, guys, show's about over," Jonah whispered, choked up.
"It can't be over," Imogen said as she wiped away tears. "It just can't." I felt the need to lift the mood, if even a little. "Hey, at least we didn't fucking die," I offered, though my chest felt tight. There was a cross between a laugh and a sob that echoed between us all. Most of us hadn't died, but not all of us. Imogen frowned as she took in the lilies.
"Our work's not over. Rumors are already flying around Kinpago from dissenters. People are trying to deny the Bayami genocide ever happened."
"There will always be deniers, but we know the truth," I said firmly. "It's our job to make sure the next generation knows too." Jonah tilted his head. "You know, sometimes I look back at everything that happened, and I just can't believe it. It just doesn't seem real. I mean, can you guys believe we really survived all of that?"
"It doesn't matter if it was real or not," Sophia said. "It was real to us."
Truer words had never been spoken. Long moments passed before Jonah said, "Hey, Im, will you walk me home? I don't want to be alone, and I'm not when you're with me." Imogen lifted her gaze with a smile.
"Always, Jonah."
Jonah handed Ezekiel off to me, and Imogen squeezed our arms to reassure us before walking away. We'd see them later, and at the moment one more goodbye was too much to bear. Jonah and Imogen quietly left the clearing, as quietly as they could, with clumsy squeaks tripping through the brush and Sassy giving joyful barks behind. Once they were gone, Sophia took a heavy breath.
"Do you think it's time?"
I nodded. "Yes, Polly. It's time." Sophia put Ava Marie down. Our daughter looked up as Sophia tied her hair back into a ponytail at the base of her skull. Sophia reached into her bag, bringing out a pair of scissors. She handed them to me. I cut until the ponytail was free and her hair ended in an even line at her chin. I handed the hair I'd cut to her, and Sophia tossed it in the water. She watched as it floated away and was eventually swallowed up by the torrent of the waterfall, letting one more piece of her grief go. Sophia stood tall. She rounded her shoulders back as she said, "Come on, Liam. Let's go home." Home. It was right here, at this waterfall, within our tribe, within our children, within us. When we arrived back at the mansion, the door was slightly ajar. My senses went into overdrive. We'd locked it before we left. Sophia's eyes went wide. I handed her Ezekiel and put a finger to my lips to tell Ava Marie to be quiet. She placed a hand over her mouth and didn't make a sound. I summoned a water ball and proceeded slowly into the house. I prepared to attack before I saw that the figure sitting on the couch was someone I knew. "Maddie!" I let out a breath of relief, and the water ball evaporated. It was only my sister. I couldn't help myself from being overly cautious. The war had given me traits that would never go away, one of them being ever vigilant that someone was trying to harm my family, though we hadn't been attacked since the day the battle ended. Maddie rose to her feet as I approached. Sophia heard me speak her name and entered curiously. Maddie was still. The scars on her arms had faded, and as far as I knew, her visions didn't haunt her anymore, as much as they had a year ago anyway. It was weird Maddie was here alone. She usually didn't come by unless she had Drew in tow. "I need to talk to you guys," Maddie began. She gave a glance to the children, like this was a conversation we needed to have without them. Sophia and I took the kids upstairs and put them down for a nap. When we came back down, Maddie was pacing. It looked like she had bad news to deliver and was worrying about how to tell us. "Sit down, please," Maddie offered. Sophia and I took a seat, and Maddie sat across from us. She took a deep breath as she said, "I have something to tell you. I'm not returning to Orenda Academy." "What?" Sophia asked, shocked. I gave her a stern look. "Maddie, you have to finish your education." "I will, just somewhere else," she began. "There's a school for prophets that's offered me admission to their academy. It's a place for seers, for people like me. I need to go." "I've never heard of such a school. Does it really exist?" I said skeptically. "Yes, Mom and I have looked into it. It's legit," she said. "And the only place where I can learn how to use my powers without hurting myself." "What about Drew?" Sophia asked. Maddie's eyes watered, but she said, "Drew supports me. It's really going to suck having a long-distance relationship, but I'll come back home once I graduate. We'll move in together then. He's willing to wait. Ancestors, I don't know what I did to deserve a man like him." "If you're set on going, you don't need our approval," Sophia said. "You know we'll always support you." "I don't just want to attend this academy for myself," Maddie said tentatively. "I have to. For Ava." The color drained from Sophia's face. In a hoarse voice, I asked, "What do you mean?" Maddie frowned. "I'd been putting off telling you this until the war was over, because I didn't think we'd survive. But we did, and I can't wait any longer. For the past 3 years, my visions have been about Ava Marie and everything she's going to do." "You can't be serious." Sophia was as white as a ghost. She put a hand to her chest, like she was willing her heart not to erupt. Maddie's expression became gentle. "There's a prophecy." "No!" I leapt up from my seat and turned my back on her. "No, no! Don't come at me with that shit again!" "You can't stop it, Liam. You have to accept what is," Maddie insisted. I paced around the room.
Ancestors, if my temper had been what it once was, I would have started throwing things. But I was more mature now, and much more tired. As badly, as achingly as I wanted this to be a lie, I knew in my spirit that it wasn't. Maddie's visions were never wrong. "You're telling us our daughter is another chosen one, like I am," Sophia breathed. "Not necessarily," Maddie began. "My visions are hard to interpret. That's why I'm going to this school, to figure out what they mean, so Ava can understand them when the time comes." "Lindsay and Miranda knew, didn't they?" Sophia asked. "Yes, but besides them and Drew, they're the only ones, along with you." Maddie's voice was short. It was taking everything out of her to be honest like this. "What do you know? What have you seen?" I asked. "Fragments, just bits and pieces," Maddie said. "They're difficult to piece together. I can't truly know what my visions mean unless I have more time to decipher them." "Do you know anything?" I was begging her now, praying that my sister had a way to get my daughter out of this. Maddie nodded. "All I can tell you is what I've managed to work out on my own. There will be a great battle within Ava Marie's spirit, between the light and the dark. She must balance the two sides, otherwise her choices will throw the world into peril. Whatever path she walks will decide the fate of all supernatural kind." Sophia ran her hands through her hair as she tried not to crumble. I myself was struggling to comprehend the vastness of this new prophecy. All supernaturals. "Yes, what's on the horizon is far greater than the Hawkeye Civil Wars were," Maddie said. "In the end, Ava will determine what will happen to the Great Spirit and bring to the earth a realm of gods." I nearly gagged. Sophia sat back against the couch cushions. Unlike me, she had forced herself to calm and was taking in Maddie's every word, calculating. "Are you sure of what you're saying? There isn't any doubt?" Sophia questioned. "Yes, Madame Doyle was right about her. Ava will be far more powerful than either of you," Maddie said. "And you need to temper that power before it gets out of hand and destroys us all." "What the hell are you saying? My daughter's not evil," I snarled. "Listen to me, Liam. This prophecy scares me because I don't know what Ava will do," Maddie said. "In my visions, she's insane. She's uncontrollable, and the power she wields is enough to bring down whole civilizations. If you don't teach her how to manage her emotions, how to fight for what's right, the magical community could be gone. She could level the world easily in the blink of an eye." Maddie snapped her fingers, and I flinched. Sophia chewed nervously on her lip. There was a sound from upstairs. We all jumped, but it must have just been Ava Marie crying out in her sleep, because after a moment all went silent again. Maddie reached out to squeeze my hand. "I'm not saying Ava Marie's a monster. I love her. She's my niece, and she's a sweet little girl. I know she's got good in her." Maddie's tone became low. "But she has darkness, too, and in my visions, she can't escape it. She can only manage it, which is why I'm depending on you guys to raise her to do the right thing, especially when doing the right thing is the hardest thing to do." "What kind of suffering is she going to face?" I asked. "What is she going to experience? Being a pawn for a prophecy of gods?" Maddie made a face. "You know I can't tell you that. You'll get in the way." "Damn it, Maddie." I rubbed my face. I'd watched my wife suffer as a chosen one for years. She'd lost everything due to the prophecy. I'd do anything to prevent that from being my daughter's fate as well. "How much time do we have before the prophecy starts coming true?" Sophia leaned forward and crossed her arms over her knees. "Tell us." Maddie held her breath. 20 years. 20 years. She'll barely be an adult by that time, I said scathingly. Sophia managed. Ava will too. She's strong, Maddie insisted. It doesn't matter. There has to be a way to stop this, I pressed. Prophecies can't be stopped, only altered and changed by the choices of those who are impacted by it, Maddie said patiently. You know this, Liam. I dropped my gaze. Yeah, I knew. The events of the past few years had beaten that into me. Wish it didn't have to be true for my kid. Are there any more details you can tell us? Anything important? Sophia asked as a final question. All I know for sure is there will be another conflict. A second great supernatural war. One Ava Marie will be at the center of, Maddie finished. And whatever choices she makes will decide what will happen to magic. Forever. Another world war between supernatural races. Our kind had hardly survived the last one. Who's to say we would make it through another? Maddie reached into a backpack at her side. She pulled out a small leather journal and pressed it into Sophia's hands. This is the wording of the prophecy I've created, along with a few notes from my visions. The pages are full. Give it to Ava Marie once she comes of age. Promise you won't read it. These words are only for Ava and whoever she chooses to share them with. The contents inside will only bring you pain. We won't, Sophia vowed. We'll keep it safe. Maddie nodded. I'll try to find out more once I'm at the school. And for the ancestors' sake, keep your daughter close. She's really going to need you. Maddie rose and left without a goodbye. Once she'd flown away on Irikari, I turned to Sophia. We should have a look at that book, I said, reaching for the journal. No, Sophia swung it away. Maddie's right. This is only for Ava Marie. We shouldn't be tampering with it. We can't look at it unless Ava chooses to show it to us. Swear to me on our marriage, Liam. I scowled. Fine, but we need to lock that thing away. I don't want Ava to see it a moment before she's 18. And maybe not even then. We'll put it in the safe. Sophia got up. I followed her to our bedroom as she put the journal into a lock safe we had in the closet and closed it up tight. The ominous journal was shrouded in darkness as Sophia closed the door and changed the combination. 20 fucking years, and there'd be another war. To think I'd seen the last of the fighting, though this time it wouldn't be my job to stop it. It'd be Ava's. Ancestors have mercy on us all. Later that day, before we left for Doya's house and the Ancestors' Day celebration, Sophia and I watched as Ava Marie played on the beach. Ezekiel was swaddled tenderly against Sophia's chest, and I had my arm around her, holding both of them close. Julian put his wings over his eyes as Ava played peekaboo. Her laugh was a trill as Julian peeked at her, clapping her small hands in delight. This felt perfect. Perfection couldn't last forever. But it'd have to do, at least for another 2 decades. Sophia rested her head on my shoulder. Whatever happens next, I love you, Liam. I kissed the top of her head. I love you too, Polly. There was a wail. Ava Marie had scraped her knee. Blood trickled from the small cut, and she came running to me with tears streaking down her face. Daddy! Daddy! I took her into my arms. It's not that bad, sweetheart. Let's get it cleaned up. I carried her to the kitchen and set her on a chair. She sniffled as I cleaned the cut and browsed the cupboard for bandages. Even though it was a mere bruise, her tears tugged at my heartstrings. The smallest little pain Ava experienced was enough to rip my feelings apart. I couldn't handle a scraped knee for the ancestors' sake. How was I going to comfort her when the real agony hit? When the war came and her friends started dying? I knew the answer intuitively. I would soldier on through it because the pain she'd come to experience wasn't about me.
It was about her, and no matter how hard she fell, I'd always be there to catch her. Ava Marie noticed I was getting emotional. Her tears dried up in concern for me as she straightened.
Okay, Daddy?
Yeah, Daddy's okay. I knelt to put the Band-Aid on and brushed back her hair. Ava Marie leaned in to give me a hug. I held her as long as she would permit me to, because I knew this moment would be all too short. She wouldn't be a little girl forever, but she would always be my little girl.
Daddy, don't leave,
Ava Marie said as I got to my feet. She held out her arms to me. I boosted her up and set her on my hip. I gave her a kiss on the head before vowing, never. Our story had ended, but our daughter's, hers had barely begun.
Author's Note. This concludes the Academy of Magical Creatures series. The Hawkeye will return in Ava Marie's series, Prison for Supernatural Offenders. A note from the authors. The authors acknowledge that the United States of America is a country formed on stolen land. We respect and honor the indigenous peoples who have lived here for centuries, and we recognize there is still much work to do to make reparations and heal the damage caused to the many indigenous nations who were first here, both in the past and today. May we remember the atrocities once committed, create a better world in the present, and look forward together for our future. A special thank you to our sensitivity reader, Chris Riley of the Cherokee Tribe, for her invaluable feedback on Indigenous life and culture, as well as her commentary on living with chronic illness. The Academy of Magical Creatures series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Included in this universe are the following series: the College of Witchcraft series, the University of Sorcery series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Soul Sacrifice. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 6. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead. Copyright 2020 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Production copyright 2024 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades.